Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we have pulled up here. Instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. The link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. Now, if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's going to be a slight moderation delay on the TTS, but we'll get to it as quick as possible. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch because you have to wear clothes in public or something. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. There's 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States, so support the cause. If you can't catch the full shows, we've got 3 clips channels. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. It's discord.gg/whatever. Now, if you go there, so there's the behind the scenes tab, go to the wall of whatever. We got a bingo card, a whatever bingo card if you guys want to play that. And also a little announcement here. So there's this is, and you don't have to become like a paid member to see this tab on the Discord. Guys, so Blizzard announced World of Warcraft Fresh, releasing Thursday, November 21st, 2 p.m. Pacific time. We're thinking of playing, maybe doing a guild. So go there, discord.gg/whatever, fill it out. Don't post in the don't post in that channel to chat. Just submit one application. If you guys want to come, and Andrew here, pull up Andrew. Andrew's gonna play a mage. Okay, Andrew's gonna play a mage. He does have hard reserve on Atiesh, but yeah. So we're gonna do It's not 100% yet, but we're gonna see the viewer interest in joining a guild. So we need a guild leader, because I'm just gonna GM. I'm not gonna guild lead. We need a raid leader. We need solid players. What's going on? Can you hide that? And then let's see. We want to play fairly hardcore, so you gotta have pre-bis. You gotta know your class, role, rotation. We're gonna do full world buffs, full consumes. Like, we're not going to spend longer than 90 minutes in Molten Core. And, 60-minute clears, We're not going to crazy min-max, like stacking 20 warriors or whatever. We're going to have a balanced roster, but yeah. So, okay, if you're interested, the post is in the Discord. You can check it out. Andrew's going to be playing mage, pretty sure hard res on Atiesh. And disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Tira Haas. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Ohio, and I'm a mental health advocate on TikTok and Instagram, but I'm also a waitress on the side.
All right, welcome. Mm-hmm. What about you?
Hi, my name's Hannah Record. I am an actor by occupation. I'd prefer not to answer the number of my age because it could potentially out me for other roles. So, and I live in Los Angeles.
Okay. And explain we've had this before, explain the refusing to share the age thing.
So when you're trying to act to be a younger age in a production, they want you to be within a certain age range, even if you look like you belong in that age range. If you don't biologically belong, they might not cast you. So it's important not to disclose your age.
I don't really get it though. Like, it doesn't make sense to
I
me.
don't
Like,
know.
you look how you look.
Yeah.
You know?
My mother agent told me to do it. I don't know. I just follow what I'm supposed to do.
But why do you, and have you had any roles in like any films or TV shows or?
I do right now a lot of vertical, like soap operas. They're like
Okay.
on Instagram. People get ads for them sometimes, but I do a lot of those. I've done student films, short films, stuff like that.
And like you have an agent with like you have a talent agent or?
I'm in the process of getting a acting talent agent, but I do have a modeling talent agent because I've done that since I was about 10. So I've been in the entertainment industry for.
And they
a
tell
while.
you that for both
Yes.
modeling and
yes,
and
modeling
acting?
especially. You're never supposed to disclose age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. I could see it it seems like a bit more plausible for modeling than acting, but yeah, I don't know. What I don't understand though, if this was the case, why do we know like the exact date of birth of like the most famous models and actresses?
So a lot of models will lie about their age until they get to stardom, and then it doesn't really matter because they won't get out of bed for less than $1 million. So it really just depends on how big you are.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Andrea Johnson. I am 34 and I am from Southern California. And my occupation, I am a marketing director.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I am Mary Grace Langhorn. I'm 23. I'm from Santa Barbara, California, and I'm a surgical assistant.
Okay. Cool. What kind of do you work with a specific surgeon or?
I work in a pain management practice, so typically we have like 5 surgeons.
Okay.
We know them pretty well, and they're the same surgeries over and over.
Orthopedic surgeries?
Kind
or?
of like spinal cord stimulators.
Okay. But you're not like doing like gastrointestinal
No,
surgery
no,
type?
it's like spine
Okay.
only.
I see. Okay, cool. What about you?
Hi, I'm Kayla Hardy. I'm 25 and I'm in Malibu and I'm a fashion model.
All right, welcome. What about you?
Hi, my name is Tanjay. I'm 26 and I'm a singer-songwriter and an actress. And I'm from LA.
All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Sina Lee Barrett. I am a waitress and a barista. I work 2 jobs. I also go to school for my bachelor's in science nutrition.
All right. Where are you from? Did you say where you're from?
I'm from Ohio.
Okay. And sorry, I missed this. Age?
I'm 25.
25. All right. What about you?
What's going on? My name is Eric Hutchins, aka Illa, aka Illosophical. You can find me on YouTube and Instagram. I do social commentary. I'm a full-time project management quality construction manager. I work with fiber optics, but on the side I also do content. Peace to everybody in the chat.
All right. Age?
39.
39. And where are you from?
Originally from Newark, New Jersey, by way of Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Brian Atlas, 35, owner, host, whatever podcast, over the hill, washed up, has-been YouTuber. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and occasionally like to get into conversations and debates with people.
All right, welcome everybody. So we're going to go around before we get into relationship status, educational background. So college.
I went to college, but I dropped out during COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you did some undergrad.
Yeah, I went for social work.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I did like a conservatory program through NIFA, but no like real college.
Okay. What about you?
I have my master's in business administration.
Okay. And what about bachelor's?
Bachelor's in psychology.
In psychology. Okay. All right. What about you?
I have an AA, a bachelor's, and a vocational degree for surgical.
What were they in?
AA was in music, vocal performance, and then bachelor's in biomedical science.
All right. What about you?
I have a bachelor's in journalism and an associate's in theater.
Okay. Cool.
I have a master's in marketing and a bachelor's in computer science, cybersecurity.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I graduate in 6 months with my bachelor's in science nutrition.
Okay. Very cool. And then any school for you or?
I didn't go to college. I got certified in HVAC, and I work in I worked with children. I'm a paraprofessional as well, but no, I didn't attend college.
Okay.
Straight to the fib.
All right, cool. And a couple of you are singers. Who's a singer?
Me.
Singer? You sing? That's it?
You don't want me to
I was
sing.
going to say, you don't want to hear me sing.
Yes,
like, you
I
don't
want
want
you to
All right, let's hear something. You're a singer, right? Let's hear something.
Okay. Let's see.
You're so on the spot.
You played around, and this is not the time to take my heart and toss it on the ground. You said you'd stop.
What you got? What you
Not
got?
that. I do not got that.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, fine. And I wish you the best for the rest of my life. Felt sorry for you when I told you a lie. It wasn't you.
All right. There you go.
House vibes. I like that.
For sure.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. So going around the table, what's everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, married, friends with, whatever it is? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in, starting with you?
I'm currently single. I don't know if I'm talking to someone, if that makes sense. It's just, we're in the middle of that. But my longest relationship was 3 years, and I have been single for almost 2 years now.
Okay.
Year and a half, 2 years, yeah.
All right. What about you?
I am currently in a committed relationship, and my longest relationship was 7 years.
All right. Is that the current
Yes.
relationship?
That is
okay.
the current relationship.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Going back to you really quick. You've been single for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
But in that 2 year period, like, what's the longest period of time you were dating a guy?
Maybe a month.
1 month?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe.
All right.
I'm quick to, like, if you're not up to my standard now, out of here.
Not up to your standard?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even ask for a lot, in my opinion. But
What do
I
you
don't-
ask for?
To have a job,
Job?
to have a car,
Car?
an apartment.
Apartment?
Can you meet your needs? I'm not meeting their needs.
Okay.
If I'm meeting my own needs, you gotta meet your needs.
All right. And so when's the last time you went on a date? Or hung
Probably
out?
like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Was it the first date?
Yeah, second.
Second date?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there going to be a third date?
I think so, but we're doing this thing where he asked me to hang out, and it was like a 4-hour period, and I was like, well, I'm not going to be rushed. Like, I'm just going to go another day because I live kind of far from him. And then he asked me this week, but I was coming here and like just tried to squeeze me in. And then he's texting me while I've been here, but I just am like,
Okay.
we'll see what happens, I guess. Like,
All right. Okay. What about you?
I am currently single, but I am talking to someone, and my longest relationship was 7-ish years.
And how long did you say how long you've been single?
No, sorry. I've been single for a year and a half.
So the 7-year relationship, is that the one that ended a year and a half ago?
No.
Okay. In the 7-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with my ex, yeah.
Okay. And how long was the relationship that was a year and a half ago?
A month.
A month. Okay. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with them.
Okay. And you said you're currently talking to someone.
Yes.
How long have you been talking to said individual?
Off and on for a year.
What do you mean off and on for a year?
We started talking last year. We met
Okay.
on Tinder and then fell off and started talking again.
What? And if I recall from your notes, you're bisexual, is that correct? Orientation?
I consider myself a lesbian, but I've dated men.
Are you currently dating?
No, I'm dating or talking to a woman.
Talking to a woman. Your 7-year relationship, was that a man or a woman?
A man.
Okay. When did that end?
2019, 18.
Okay. Were you a lesbian during the course of your relationship with a male?
He knew that I liked women. I was attracted to women, but I wasn't out yet.
Okay, I see. So is there a possibility you'll ever date a guy again, or is that a hard no?
There is a possibility, but they have to be. My standards are so much higher for men than they are women.
Interesting. We'll go into that. But so, did your 7-year relationship? Did he turn you into a lesbian?
No, I've always been attracted to women.
Okay. Well, maybe you were bi before, but the relationship was so bad.
I don't think that's how
I'm
that works.
swearing off, man.
No, he was
swearing them off.
He was great. He was great. Just
okay. All right.
It didn't work.
Okay. So you said your standards are higher for men.
Yes.
Versus women, and now you're only dating women, but so what's the difference?
Women just have to exist for me to date them.
I love her.
Unfortunately, men, they need to buy me flowers. They have to be courteous. They have to take me on nice dates. But I'll treat the woman like no standards, sadly.
Okay. What else does the guy have to do? What else?
He has to be kind. He has to be funny. He has to keep me entertained. I don't know. Just.
And women don't have to do that? Like women can be like boring as fuck?
Possibly.
So kind of like how men have to act, basically.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying like the expectations that you have on women kind of mirror the expectations that straight men have when it comes to women.
Oh, maybe.
Right? Well, you said the guy has to do X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
It's got to be interesting and entertaining.
Yeah.
But a girl, I even anticipate when I'm dating a girl, she's going to be boring as fuck. Is that what you're saying?
No. I don't anticipate them to be boring. No.
Or well, but you said like the guy has to be entertaining or whatever.
Yeah, it's just that like the quality of I'm gonna sound horrible. The quality of guy has to just be like up here versus the woman like they're just beautiful. Like look at all these ladies.
Okay.
They just have to exist.
They just have to exist. Which girl at the table here would you like most?
I'm talking to someone, so I'm not gonna answer that.
You said you're single.
Yes.
You said you're single, bro.
I am
It's
single.
on. It's on. It's off. When's the last time you hung out with this individual?
Actually, they live in a different country, so.
Oh, it's long distance.
Yes.
Which country?
Colombia.
Colombia. You like those Latin American women, huh?
Yes.
Okay. Is she a fiery Latina or what?
I wouldn't consider her fiery.
Oh, okay. She's like a mellow.
Yeah,
Latina.
she's like kind of like me. She's chill.
She's chill.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think I think she might be using you for a green card. Like, I think she's using you. You should probably break up with her.
I don't think so.
Just kidding. So, okay, wait. So, okay. How many times have you guys hung out in person?
Once.
One time. In person.
One time.
When was this? When you met?
Yes, like a year ago.
Was she visiting?
No, I was visiting.
Colombia.
Mm-hmm,
You were
I
in
stayed
Colombia.
there for 5 months.
Oh, okay. So you guys were seeing each other, but you only hung out in person one time? So you met her before you left, basically?
Yep.
Like a week before you left or some shit?
Yeah.
What did you guys do?
Nothing. I was good.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Are we allowed to ask questions whenever? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you can ask a question. Go ahead.
Oh. No, I wasn't. I was just asking right now if I.
Oh, you didn't have a question?
I did, but now it's on the spot.
What do you mean now? Just ask the question. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Go for it. I don't mind.
How do you know, like, she will be worth it after only seeing her for one time and for that long, you know, that you're waiting that long? How do you know if she's, like, worth it or not, you know?
I mean, I guess how do you know anyone is worth it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we talk every day. We have great conversations. She makes me laugh.
Wait, you talk every day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you see, like, a future with her as well?
Yeah, I do. I think there's a possibility for a future.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there any plans for her to come visit or you to go back or?
It's harder for her to come here than it is for me to go there just because of like visa situations and things like that.
Wait, so So this was like a year ago you last saw her. When did you last see her?
Like in
December 2023?
February. Well, it wasn't a full year.
Okay.
It was like February of this year.
Wait, hold on. I have a couple questions here.
Go
Have
for
you
it.
dated anybody else during this time period?
No.
Okay, so you guys are monogamous.
I've talked to other people. Yes, because we stopped talking for a while and then.
Oh, so there's a break. Okay, why?
I thought she was talking to someone else and like seeing someone else, and then we just. I don't know. I'm the type of person, if I think someone's up to something, I'm just like, I'm done.
When was the break?
Like in June.
Okay.
May or
So you guys are
June.
monogamous.
I mean, I don't know if she is. She might be talking to someone else. I don't know.
Are you?
We haven't had a conversation. I'm not talking to anyone else.
Okay. Is this a fulfilling relationship for you?
At the moment,
Okay. The distance isn't a problem?
the distance is a problem.
Okay.
But we'll see how it goes.
And then unrelated to this current woman, kind of, do you want to get married, have kids?
I definitely want to get married. I don't know if I want kids.
Okay. Huh.
It's complicated.
Interesting. It's like met somebody once and then talk every day, but you should date a prisoner. I feel like it's kind of the same.
No.
You know, there's a lot of like lesbian women in prison, I think.
But she's not a criminal
That's a
that
good
I know of.
You're like, well, I
That's a
forgot
good
about
point.
that
Yeah,
part.
I've heard that part. Okay, well, all right. Because I
Okay,
mean,
I do have some standards. They can't be criminals.
Sure,
they
that's
have
fair.
to be kind.
Reasonable. I'm a little confused though. You said you were single, right? But you're not really single, right? Because if, like, let's say some like hot mamacita approached you or whatever.
That used to be my screen name.
Really? Hot mamacita?
Remember
69,
AIM?
420?
No, it was
XX.
09.
Okay, nice.
Like elementary.
Some like you're at the Trader Joe's or doing Pilates or some shit, and like some hot mamacita steps and it's like, "What's up? I want to do things to you." That's the go-to pickup line for lesbian relationships, obviously. Are you going to turn them down?
I don't know.
You don't know? Shit. Okay. All right. Well.
Wait, how did you suspect that she was unfaithful, like through long distance?
An Instagram post. I mean, we weren't together or anything, so it's not like she was unfaithful. I'm the type of person, if like we haven't disclosed that we're not seeing other people, then I can't say that was unfaithful. We were just in a talking stage, so.
Okay. All right. What about you? Relationship status?
I'm single
Okay.
as of 6 weeks ago.
Okay. 6 weeks.
My longest relationship was 3.5 years.
Is that the one that ended 6 weeks ago?
Absolutely not.
In the 3.5-year relationship, who broke up with who?
My ex,
Broke up with you.
he broke up with me, yes.
And then the 6 weeks ago, how long was that relationship?
1.5 years.
Who broke up with who?
His mother broke up with me.
Nice.
Yeah, it was hot.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Good times.
Amazing.
Why did his mom dump you?
Yeah.
And why were you also dating his mom?
You know, my sister's a lesbian, and she kind of hooked us up. Should have been my first red flag to not get
Wait,
involved.
your sister hooked you up with a guy?
Yes, but my sister was trying to get with the mom. So
That's crazy.
yeah, so then I actually befriended the mom because I wanted to get with the son, and my sister befriended the son because she was trying to get with the mom. Anyway, long story short, I ended up moving to New York for him because I was totally infatuated because he was a Latin lover. And yeah, anywho, totally delusional.
Okay, nice. Good times.
His mom had a restraining order over him to control him, and I didn't know until I moved to New York.
Wait, a restraining order?
Yeah, I was like super...
To control him?
Yeah. It turns
Was there
out
domestic violence?
just dysfunction.
Wait, are you sure it was a restraining order?
100%. That I saw the PO. They came.
So it wasn't to control him, right?
No, it was. She admitted to it.
Were they living together?
At some point, yes.
Because there's like, if he's like mentally incompetent.
That's my type.
No, but like, it wouldn't be a restraining order unless I'm just misunderstanding.
She stated that her son tried to kill her. She later acknowledged that it was false, but you can't
Unsay that.
You can't unsay that when their papers drawn up. And
what's the story of the attempted murder?
The attempted murder, supposedly he thought his mother hated him, and supposedly, it's very complicated, but he claimed, you just want me out of your life, so what is it going to take? Write me a check and I will never see you again. Basically, he thought his mother hated him. And the mom is screaming, my son's trying to kill me and take all my money. And she shouted out of the window in Carpinteria, which is right near here, a super small beach town, help, my son's trying to kill me. And they called the cops. And yeah. And at this time, he did put his head through a few walls.
What?
Wait, you were trying to date
This is crazy.
him?
No, I didn't know this until I was already involved with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he didn't actually do that though.
Honestly, I think they're both
Can you
liars.
open the door, Damien? They're both liars.
I think they are both absolutely crazy.
Huh.
The mom is
Okay.
trying to take me to court right now.
Why is she trying to take you to court?
She's saying I
over
owe
what?
her $10,000 for taking care of her son.
What do you mean? Thank you, Lewis.
Okay, so I moved to New York to go to school and be with him, obviously. She kind of gave her blessing, and she was like, I support you, I love you for my son, and I love your family, and we're super dysfunctional and love each other. I end up flying to New York no sooner than... Yes.
Hide it.
There is... Yeah. He ended up seeing his mom text me something having to do with her other son, her stepson, his stepbrother. And he got super jealous, flipped out, and threatened his mom on an email saying, I want nothing to do with you. You've been warned. I'm done with this toxic relationship with you. Leave me alone. Now, what I didn't know at the time was she had an active restraining order against him. So that was a threat. And I didn't know this until I moved. So she ended up reporting it to his probation officer, and then he was in violation of his probation. So then she cut him off, and I ended up taking care of him for like a year and a half.
Wait, okay, you say I'm going to try to move this forward as quickly as I can. You said there's a probation officer. Mm-hmm. Okay, what crime was he convicted of?
Domestic violence.
Okay, but she later recanted and said that it was false?
Not in court, privately.
Okay.
To friends.
All right, and part of the conviction entails a restraining order.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not just a civil restraining order; it's a criminal restraining order.
Correct.
Okay. What does that have to do with you pertaining to the lawsuit?
Oh,
Under what legal claim would she sue you for $10,000?
She ended up paying for 3 months of our rent a year down the line recently because...
Did you have a lease?
I did not. No lease.
Okay.
It was...
But she was paying for the rent?
She gave our landlord 3 months of rent because she felt really bad that I had been financially supporting her son for the past year.
Are there any text messages or contracts between you two that would indicate that you're going to pay her back for this money?
Not a contract. I did text that I wanted to pay her back because
that probably establishes
exactly. Yeah.
Liability to some degree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't have said that.
I
she
fucked
can
up.
Probably. Have you been served?
That's why I dyed my hair and moved town. So you actually need to be served. And if you don't know where I live and you don't know what I look like.
Well, so is she threatening to file an action, or did she file an action?
She threatened it.
How long ago?
2 weeks ago.
It's going to be difficult. She's in New York?
She's in Carp, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, you could be. Anyways, well, I'm going to.
Awesome.
Dating podcast, not legal podcast. But yeah, there could be. You might be on the hook for some rent, but yeah.
That's cool.
Okay, anyways.
Is there going to be a server processor outside your studio tonight?
Yeah,
then,
probably.
Brian?
Probably. She's going to get served right here along with me with my own litigation matters. What about you?
So I am in a committed relationship, and it's been 3 years.
Sure.
He's 15 years older than me.
All right.
And my longest relationship is 4 years.
All right. So
And it was
he's
the one
he's
previous.
40 and
Yep.
you're 25.
Yep.
Okay. And sorry, your previous relationship was 4 years?
Yeah.
Or 4 years?
4 years, yeah.
And that was the longest?
Yeah.
And your current one's 3 years?
Yep.
Who broke up with who in the 4-year relationship?
Me.
Okay.
And I was living with him.
All right. Was he also age gap relationship? Or?
Yeah, he was 6 years older than
Okay.
me. Yeah.
All right. And then how did you meet your current guy?
He's a photographer, and he hired me as a model for
Off Craigslist,
a gig. No.
Okay.
No, not Craigslist.
Wait, so you go do the photography gig, and then he's like...
He's an automotive photographer, so he
Okay.
hired me as like a host spokesmodel
Okay.
for a car show. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Like big name photographer? Or?
Yeah, Porsche is his biggest client. All the billboards in Los Angeles are his photos. Yeah.
Very cool. What about you?
I'm single. My longest relationship was 3 years.
All right.
What was the other question?
How long you been single for?
Since 2021, the end of 2021.
3 years.
Yeah.
And then who broke up with who in your 3-year relationship?
He actually passed away.
Oh, you're a widow then, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you married?
I was.
Oh, you were married.
I was
Okay.
married,
Was
yes.
that the relationship that ended 3 years ago?
Yes, correct.
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Have you dated since at all, or?
I actually went on a date yesterday, or last night,
for
and I'm going on
you.
another one tonight after this.
Wow.
Okay.
So yeah,
Good
yeah,
for
kind
you.
of starting.
How long? The one yesterday, was it your first date?
Mhm, yeah.
Since really?
Correct. Yeah.
All right, you're just. Then you got a second date already. Okay, all right.
It's a different guy, so it's
Yeah.
a different guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just casually,
Sure.
seeing what's out there.
All right. What about you?
I'm currently in the talking stage with somebody, and my longest relationship is a year, I would say, a little over a year.
Longest relationship a little over a year. How long have you been in the talking stage with this new guy?
We actually just established that before I came here. It's been about a month.
1 month. Is it long distance or same city?
Nope. We actually we went to the same school together, and then I had moved schools. The person that I'm talking to, he was like it sounds silly, but he was like my first love in like 4th grade, and he was in 6th grade. And then we kind of just like found each other again, and he ended up living only 8 minutes away. So then we just kind of started.
When you say kind of, sort of found each other again, what do you mean? You slid into his DMs, or?
This is funny. So he actually had messaged me about like once a year up until like recently, and then finally this recent time that he had messaged me, it was actually about the hurricanes in Florida, because I have family in Florida, and he had asked me about how my family was doing. I would say like every year up until then, he would message me. I would either be in a relationship. He wouldn't say anything like too forward, but he would always be there in my DMs. Yeah.
But it was just kind of bad timing, because every single time you would have something else going on.
Well, it's funny, back in like 4th grade, I would say 4th, 5th grade, I heard rumors about him, and I just never looked his way since, and I never gave him like more chances after that.
What was the rumor?
I honestly forget. It was been such a long time ago, but I just remember being at like a 5th grade dance and hearing about it. I think or was it the 6th grade dance? It's been like 4th
You said he was
through 6th
your
grade.
like childhood crush / love?
Like,
Or how did you describe it?
yeah, I guess so.
Your
Okay,
crush?
so I was
Come on,
in
you remember what it is. What is it?
I was in 4th grade. He was in 6th grade. And then for 2 years, we were kind of, back and forth. So then the last time, I think I heard a rumor, and I think he was like on the 8th grade DC trip. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but our high school takes a trip our 8th grade year to DC.
Yeah, what's the rumor?
The rumor was that I really forget that he talked to somebody else, he flirted with somebody else. But I was also in 4th grade and he was in, I was in 6th grade at the time and he was in 8th grade. So it was something along the lines of him talking to somebody else. Yes, but it was very looked down upon because he was 2 years older. And my parents are very my grandparents, I was adopted by my grandparents. They had a lot of strict morals, and something that comes specifically to my mind on why we stopped talking as well. I was kind of forced to stop talking to him. So not only was the rumor the thing, but I was also forced by my grandparents to stop talking to him because he had posted something on Facebook and it was a cuss word that he had reposted. Didn't even type it himself, but that's just how strict my grandparents are as well.
Is that I'm so far removed from elementary school,
I know, so was I.
That is kind of for an 8th grader. Is that kind of weird for an 8th grader to be dating a 6th grader? I mean,
at the time,
it feels a bit weird, a little. But 6th grader dating a 4th grader? I don't know. I didn't start dating till high school.
Well, let's see. Well, 8th and 6th is still middle school, so they're all middle schoolers, right?
Yes. So there's 3 schools. There's an elementary, a middle school, and a high school. And during that time, he was in the high school. He was in the high school.
So you did an 8th through 12th grade high school?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
Yeah, they shoved the 8th graders in there. It's a pretty small school.
But in any case, you guys, he was sliding into the DMs every single year. You're finally single. Now you guys are in a talking stage.
Yes.
I mean, sorry, I lost my train. You're in a talking stage.
We've been talking for a month. Yes.
Okay. Is it you think it's going to go further, or?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. This guy seems like he's super into you. Why has he not asked you to be his girlfriend?
I think he's just kind of waiting on me to say to date or not. With me, it kind of takes time to really get to know somebody. I feel like in this modern dating society, you don't really know someone until you start living with them or spending a lot of time with them. Yeah.
I mean, you guys known each other for
but we didn't see each other
over a decade or
we did not see each other in between
that's
then.
Fine.
Yeah.
All right. What about you? Relationship status?
Well, I'm single right now. My longest relationship was when I was married. I got married really young, 22, 23. I was with her for 6 years. And then I was with someone about 2 years after that for about another 6 years. Mm-hmm. And I kind of just been, I went through my little phase where I just, focused on work. Now I'm just, window shopping. I'm not really talking to anybody too seriously. I'm just, checking out the discount rack and see what's going on. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Just see what's going on out there. I'm not really involved in anybody seriously right now. I'm just getting to know people. That's all.
Sure.
I guess you're in the right place.
Girthquake donated $200. What happened to Madison?
Oh, okay. I already addressed it, but 2 months ago, a month ago, she resigned. No bad blood, anything like that. Business, people move on, switch jobs, circumstances change. It's good working with her, but
I was too mean to her.
Andrew was too mean to her. Yeah. If she ever wants to come back, the door's open. And look, if you guys really want her back, you can let her know, DM or whatever. Door's open, back by popular demand, Madison. But yeah, so. And then we had one coming through here.
Archduke Gloctavius there donated $200. Brian, looking forward to playing World of Warcraft Classic Fresh with you.
Yep.
I sent in my application on the Discord. LFG.
Yo, thank you, Gloctavius. I'll take a look. Guys, so discord.gg/whatever. If y'all want to come play World of Warcraft with me and Andrew Wilson. Andrew, you're going to play Mage, right?
Yeah, I think I'm going to do a Mage for sure.
Yeah, and it's still not 100% if we're going to do this. I got to see if I have time. There's a lot going on, but we'll see the interest in the guild. And
that's what I did years ago. It was a horde mage, a troll mage.
Oh, nice. There you go. You got to go undead though. I think you got to go troll. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Actually, I think like for PvE, troll is for mage, I think is better, because like minimally though, because like the passive racial, you get the casting speed increase or whatever. Okay, whatever, the haste thing, I forgot what it's called exactly. All right, so we're going to do 3 reacts. Need to get these done. First, we have a video from you that went really viral. Damien, can you pull that up? Yeah. While he's getting that pulled up, quick question for you. I think I already asked this. You said you've been single for 2 years. Your last date, though, was 2 weeks ago, you said?
Yeah, a few weeks ago. But a lot of the dates, like in between from my last relationship, I didn't really take seriously because I was like, you know, just not there yet.
Okay.
Now I'm like, same thing, kind of window shopping, just seeing what's out there. Whatever comes, comes.
Sure. Damien? All right, we're going to play the clip.
No audio.
There is going to be audio.
Oh.
It's the Instagram clip. Make it one bigger if you can. So guys, watch the clip. We're going to get your reaction to this this segment. Go ahead.
What would you say?
I said women don't like dudes who got their own, who don't need them. They rather deal with men who are not that intellectually aggressive, who gonna let them say what they want and do what they want. They rather deal with a man like, not saying you like that, but most women out here don't want to deal with a man who gonna say, baby, nah, don't wear that. Nah, baby, don't talk like that. They don't really want to deal with that. They rather deal with a dude who let them say and do whatever they want to do. And they think if a man be a man, he's toxic.
So my question was, do you fuck with a real woman?
Let me answer that question.
And the reason why I asked is because if you fuck with a real woman, she's going to agree with you. Hey, maybe I shouldn't step outside wearing this, nasty ass shit.
Let me answer that. This is the problem. The real woman is standing too close to the hoes, so we don't know the difference until we start talking to y'all. No, listen. I met a lot of women. It don't mean, I don't care if they from the hood. I don't care if they got 2 parents. Their interests are the same. It's like right now, right? If you see 10 lions coming down the street, are you gonna try to figure out which lion gonna bite your ass or not? You're gonna be like them 10 lions. So unfortunately, the real woman agree with too much shit that these hoes is on, so we don't know the fucking difference.
Okay, so I think the key points there, just to kind of perhaps help prompt this for the panel, is you don't want a girl to dress revealing, right? Is that? And then what was the other one? Like going out to bars and clubs?
Their interests are the same.
Into the mic.
I'm sorry. Their interests are the same. So it's like, you know, it's not necessarily controlling or having just looking like a certain type of woman. It's their interests. It's the music they listen to. It's their attitudes. It's their perspectives. It's their, you know, outlook on life seems to be too similar to women that are not in their league. So it's not like, because people say, oh, you should talk to different type of women or deal with women in a different area, as if they're not everywhere. You can find a woman, I know women that are in corporate America that's dealing with guys that are criminals. I know it doesn't matter their lifestyle, they still seem to deal with the same type of guys, they still seem to have the same type of perspectives, regardless of their upbringing, regardless of their education, they still seem to come to the same conclusion with other women. And it seems like when a man is more assertive, a little more objective, a little more protective of their image, they seem like he's insecure or he's controlling, when he's really protecting you from the world. It's not about, hey, you're mine, you can't do anything, but why would your man want you to be online with your body exposed? What type of man would want that? Why? A lot of women say, oh, they're not traditional, they're not courting anymore. Why would I court a woman who's already exposed? You court a woman to discover something that's not easily exposed to people. So if your body is exposed online, why would I court that? Why would I take out the time to treat you differently when all I got to do is just go on your Instagram and I can see your whole body? So why would a man traditionally deal with a woman who's not even moving traditionally? So that was the perspective of that video.
Okay.
Now, I did notice that you brought up lions, the 10 lions thing, but that was a hypothetical, and I was just wondering if you're aware that hypotheticals are hypocritical.
Say that again.
That hypotheticals are hypocritical.
How so?
Oh, I mean, I heard that on an Alpha Male podcast. I just wondered if you'd ever heard that before.
No, I've never heard that. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Oh, was that oh.
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, what are we answering right now?
Okay. So we watched the video.
Yeah.
Your reaction to the video.
I'll go first.
I was going to say, I feel like when you say all women, you could flip that and say all men. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to say that every woman agrees with every woman is kind of crazy. Because I guarantee that we don't agree on everything. Like, sitting here, you know what I'm saying?
But that's why I said in the video, I said it's not all. So I said a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's never all. It's never all of anybody. No one, that's just ridiculous. But a lot of women. There's a lot of women that agree with this liberal, I can wear what I want to wear, and if he has a problem with it, it's his problem. It's like, okay, cool. But that doesn't work in the real world. You know, if you want to go out, it's like a man. If I'm coming outside with money hanging out my pockets, jewelry dripping all over me, can I really get upset when a woman looks at me for just finances or looks at me just as a provider? I'm sending mixed messages. So it's like, if you want this traditional man, if you want this protection, if you want this leadership, what's wrong with coming out with a modest approach? Now, we know it's a new time, so women are a lot more liberated than before, so you're not gonna be grandma, but it's a little extreme these days. And to try to figure out which woman is gonna be the right woman for you, picking from the visuals, the interest in music, the interest in talking points, is a little difficult. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of men are looking elsewhere. Like you have, miss, like you're looking overseas. It's like, sound like what the passport bros are doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, guys are looking at other races of women, other genders of, not genders, but other nationalities of women, because it seems like in America, traditional manhood, I feel like the modern woman have been programmed into being incompatible with a man's nature. So like a man has to fight his nature just to deal with the woman, and that's just not realistic.
I would say women would do the same right now, though. Like, we're fighting our own feminine energy and acting masculine also in this generation. Like, I basically took care of a man. Like, he just quit his job and I had to take care of everything. But a lot of the men, and it might be just the men that I'm attracting, but a lot of men that I'll like end up talking to, they just can't even provide for themselves. And I feel like everything is just kind of flipped right now, if that makes sense. Like, everything is just flipped.
I agree, but this is the issue that I realize with a lot of women. A lot, like, I noticed, like, I have a friend of mine, she's talking about how a lot of the women's homicides are coming from their mates and they're coming from the men that they're with. This is the issue with that. A lot of men that are dealing with women today are very passive. And what they do is they suppress their natural instincts just to deal with the woman, and then they snap because they've been fronting for so long, and it's, oh yeah, baby, I'll do that, yeah. Just telling you what you want to hear for so long that one day they just go crazy, because women are avoiding men who are objective from the beginning. So they end up with guys that they got to take care of, because the guy that you don't have to take care of, he's not going to tell you what you want to hear. So you end up with the guy that will tell you what you want to hear, but you also got to take care of him. Not saying you have.
Yeah.
I'm saying that happens a lot.
Okay. All right.
So any reactions to the original clip from any other panelists here?
I would disagree with the statement.
Okay.
I would say that mostly because my longest, healthiest relationship that I'm currently in, I do modeling, I do acting. He's seen everything that goes online. Sometimes I do bikini shoots. Sometimes I have to do lingerie shoots. Sometimes I'm kissing a guy in a scene. Sometimes there's a sex scene involved. No actual sex happens, just to be clear. It's fake. And he's very secure in our relationship. He doesn't feel jealous. He doesn't feel any type of way about it. And I think that comes down to nurture instead of nature. So how he was raised by his mother is very different than I think any other man that I've ever dated. And the reason why he turned out the way he did, and the reason why he's okay with me pursuing my career and it doesn't bother his masculinity, is because he's secure in our relationship, because he had a perfect business model, and that's his parents.
So one thing really quick. I mean, you cited to your career. I don't know if you give a carve out. I mean, I think some men would still, but you give a carve out, like if she's a model.
That's different.
But it's like, I think you're when you were in the clip, when you were talking about how they dress, it's like they're going out to bars and clubs and like titties out
Absolutely. And what you're doing, that's a profession. So that comes with the profession. You know what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure you had that profession before you met him. I'm talking about women who work at Kmart and she got 2 or 3 children, or she's dating someone already and she's just advertising her body just to pass the time and get likes. You're not getting paid for that. That's like Jay-Z. His wife is Beyonce. So she's gonna take some salacious pictures because that comes with her career. That's a part of the industry she's in, so they have that established. I'm talking about the average woman who just wants attention and using her body to just get attention despite the demands or the request of her partner or potential suitors that she would like. That is not benefiting her. Like, you're getting paid for that. You're getting contracts for that. You're getting offers for what you're doing. These women are just showing their body just to show it.
So my question is,
Wait, really quick, just to allow her a chance to respond. So I guess setting aside the career component here, do you still have a disagreement with his position?
I think it's still valid. And it's because
his position or your position?
My position,
okay.
I think, is still valid because not every single person you meet on the street you're going to be compatible with, and we all have a different moral compass, and there's not a wrong or right moral compass. That being said, if you want someone who dresses modestly, then go for someone who dresses modestly. I think the real issue comes in when we're putting each other down for each other's wants and dislikes. It's not there's nothing wrong with you wanting something or her wanting something. It comes when you want someone because maybe how they look, but you want them to conform to what you believe. You know, just find someone compatible for you.
I respect that, but what I'm saying is based on the complaints I'm hearing from women in modern society. Where are the men at? Why are they not this? Why are they not that? Well, this is why. So what I'm saying is you can do what you want to do because I don't judge. My thing is all about cause and effect, results. You can do whatever the hell you want, but don't complain when those results don't come back that you want. So if you want to be liberated and show your nipples and show your cleavage and the crack of your behind to total strangers online, you are free to do that, but you're not free to complain about the lack of males and the lack of men who are able to provide a certain lifestyle not wanting to deal with you. That's what my issue. You can do what you want to do, but don't blame men that don't want to deal with that at the same time. You can't have it all. You can't have it both ways, in my opinion, but you can do what you want to do.
Your thoughts?
Yeah. I hear what both of you are saying, and I really agree with what you're saying. I also agree with what you just said. But I think at the same time, the same thing goes for the men who are complaining about the women who are dressing provocatively. Like, they need to take into account that there's women who are dressing conservatively, so they should just go for those women. And, you know, they shouldn't be complaining when they can't, or they're on Instagram and they're seeing these women who have their nipples showing.
And I agree with that, but that's why I said they standing too close, because when I say it's not just about the visuals, it's the mindset. So for example, I know women that are conservative visually, but when they start talking, you see what type of people they associate themselves with, the music they listen to, the perspectives, how they deal with other people, their character, their decorum. It's just like a woman who dresses salaciously. So when I'm talking about is a energy, a perspective, the way you carry yourself, not just how you look. That's like kind of low-hanging fruit. I said that because, you know, people can gravitate towards that easily, but it's not just how they dress, it's just how they move, period. You know what I'm saying? We all know you got a friend that's nothing like you, but you hang with her. So if you got a chick like me, if I'm hanging with a dude that's a gang member, I may not be, but can I judge someone who says, well, hey, you seem cool, but you with that guy, so I don't know. I could get in my feelings all I want, but like the Bible say, not to get religious, but man, look at the outward appearance. People's natural instinct is to just judge what they see. People are not gonna take the time to see through and see, well, maybe he's not quite like that. Yeah, his friend's a murderer, but people gotta survive. People gonna do what's instinctive to make them give them a better day tomorrow. So they're not gonna take the time to try to distinguish, are you different from this woman? They're gonna look at it and they're gonna keep it moving, especially in today's time where just approaching a woman wrong could change your life. You could talk to the wrong woman and say, how you doing, miss? And she'll get you, you know, restraining on all types of stuff. Like, I know a guy who recently just got a restraining order put on him to the point where he got fired from his job just because he told the woman that she's nice looking. Like, we live in these sensitive times, so it's like, if we're in these sensitive times, you think this the time to really come outside looking crazy? You really think this the time to really post on your Instagram looking super salacious, I just don't think it's the right time for that. In my personal opinion, I have a daughter. You know.
I think that men say that they want a modest woman, but they really don't, because you guys, the generation now has kind of shifted. Mm-hmm. Everyone was wanting that kind of modest, kind of old school relationship, right? Now social media is involved. People, do OnlyFans. They do. Women do a lot of different things, and you guys pay for that. So it's kind of.
I don't pay for that.
Well,
I don't pay for that.
You might, but a large amount of men do. And
those guys are simps. But.
So you guys kind of attract and like those things. So women have kind of shifted, like even like with BBLs and different things like that. Now it's not a thing. Now people don't like it, like men don't like it. So women are now getting it removed and different things. So we're kind of shifting with how you guys respond to what we're doing, because I don't think that we, like, when we were respected, when we were modest, like when we were doing, staying at home, cooking, like you guys didn't respect that. So now I feel like everything is changing, and now that we just want to be ourselves, whatever that may entail.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's kind of a false premise, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm
sorry. I just want to make sure that we're clear. You think that women are respected more now that more of them do sex work than before when they didn't do sex work?
No, I'm not saying that they're respected more, but I'm saying that men are eating that stuff up right now. And it is slowly going away, and we're slowly going back to kind of the modest. Now men, hey, you need to cover up. It's not, OnlyFans is not great anymore. Different things like that. I think you guys don't realize, like, you guys do change and things do shift with what you guys like as well. It does shift.
I want to mention something too. I think both races feed into, stuff like that, porn, OnlyFans.
Genders?
I meant genders.
Both races.
Both genders feed into that type of stuff because the guys buy it, they egg it on, and girls want to dress a certain way, to look a certain way for men, to get men's validations. I believe both genders just play a role in that.
We'll come right back to it.
Meet the Kaiser donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, Kaiser.
Wednesday was so bad, Brian brought only classy ladies on tonight. How am I going to roast this table later? Dude, I'll have to roast the guys. Eric, I'm from NJ2. The good part, though, not Newark.
Not Newark.
You mean the soft part?
Yo, Kaiser, thank you, man. Nobody here does OnlyFans, correct?
No.
Or in the past?
No.
Never done OnlyFans?
Shout out to y'all.
Nobody? Okay, hey, no OnlyFans girls on the panel. There you go. All right. Did you have more? Did you want to respond?
I wanted to say
Andrew,
one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also think that whatever women, like whatever they wear and put out, is the type of feedback in men of what they will get in return. If I'm posting, half naked pictures all the time, I'm going to probably get nastier men, if that makes sense. I feel like moderation and just, I feel like being more covered up is more sexier than just having everyone see what you already have. That's more of like a intimacy moment, more in the bedroom. More energy is put into the bedroom as well, instead of trying to get validation through different men, not even your own partner.
I will add, dressing more provocatively on Instagram, you attract more male followers rather than women, and like you were saying, if we're living more masculine than feminine because of the way we have to work and everything, we're gonna want to maybe make money off of them, and we attract them.
I think that's I'm so sorry. I think that's a discipline thing where that's just fast money. It's easy money. I'm out here, a waitress and a barista, working 2 jobs, also going to school full time. I am living, honestly, I'm completely satisfied with my life. I'm already okay with what I have. I think a lot of people, especially in today's today's society, I think people are just bored and they always want what's next, what's better, what's new, instead of trying to go through situations with your partner and like last forever,
Do you guys tip you more as a waitress?
They do, yes.
So it's kind of the same thing, like guys
100%
paying
yes.
on Instagram.
But I don't dress I don't dress a certain way. I work at a Mexican restaurant. It's a family restaurant. But I mean, I think that's just the way that men are biologically made. You know, you're going to get tipped more if you're a pretty girl. If you're a handsome boy, girls are going to tip you more.
But I agree with everything you said, to be quite honest, because women cannot expect a traditional archetype of a man, what a man is, and not act like an archetype of a female in that balanced dynamic in a relationship. Exactly. So if that is what you desire, which I think it is, that's what you've expressed, you know, that's the dynamic that you look forward to, I think it's completely valid to find a like-minded individual that honors that. But women cannot complain if they're going on Instagram, tits out, tongues out, and saying like, but why is nobody's taking care of me? My man isn't my savior, my money maker. It's not going to happen. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
What about the phenomenon of the chameleon? So the chameleon being a woman who did all of that for many years or something like this, then puts on the sundress and then expects also to get that archetype, which you're talking about, the traditional male masculine archetype. What are you guys' thoughts there?
Well, I had one other thought that I wanted to add to the previous statement, and we're all talking about what men like on a girl's Instagram or girls put on a girl's Instagram for men, but I think we're also neglecting what women put on Instagram for other women. So the amount of women, I am one of those girls who I get significant more validation if a girl comments on my post than what a guy comments on my post.
Glad you said that.
And there's a difference between, I think, posting like maybe slightly revealing, but through the female gaze versus male gaze. And I don't think men understand like the female gaze versus the male gaze, but us girlies, I think we understand the female gaze versus the male gaze.
No, I'm glad you said that, because I think one of y'all was saying how, I think you said how women are dressing a certain way for the men, but like she said, they're not. A lot of women are dressing for other women, even like they say, well, I'm not, or they're dressing like that for themselves. Well, I'm not dressing like this for you. So it's like, a lot of men don't want that. Like, you see a lot of interviews where they'll go on the street and they ask men, so what you like, weave or you like natural hair? 9 out of 10 times men are gonna say natural hair. But women think men want weave. Women think men want BBLs and all that. It's like they're not really listening to men, and the only men that they're listening to are men that's on television in these small sectors of these guys that are athletes where, you know, they have the exuberant amounts of money, and they're thinking that those guys' appetite is the appetite of the everyday man, and it's not, and they conflate the two, because I feel like a lot of women are more in tune with mainstream perspective than real men's perspective. And like you said, women are dressing for other women. They're not even thinking about men, but they still want those men to honor them or look at them, but they're not taking into account the men's perspective at all.
But to talk on that note as well, not every, you know, you said, like you compared us to lions, like in a horde. And I would say not every single one of those lions wants to be hunted. And so it's hard for you guys to find who wants to be in a relationship. But some of us, you know, if I were to break up with my partner, or he was to break up with me tomorrow, I wouldn't be out looking for a new one. That's just not my personality type. If you don't add anything to my life, then like substantial, like whether that's joy, laughter, whatever, I don't need you there. And I'm so fulfilled in my life outside of my relationship that I think for me, a relationship can only add to it. And so sometimes girls, like, we get our nails done for other girls to compliment. We don't always get our nails done for a guy to compliment. They're not going to notice if you highlighted your hair. They're not going to notice if you got your nails done. Those tiny little things are for the girls, and a lot of women just are not interested.
And we know, and that's why men are acting the way they're acting. Because and another thing I think people don't understand, that this perspective of a lot of men are reflective of a certain age group. I'm 39, so when we speak, because I feel like there's my generation went through a specific experience as far as dealing with the opposite sex And it gets even more nuanced when it comes to race. And we're dealing with women that are dealing with collateral damage of things that they really didn't have nothing to do with. Men had to go through that too. Like when I was younger, I'm tall, I'm dark skinned, I got a deep voice. So it's easy for me to deal with the collateral damage of people from my neighborhood or people that may look at me. And it's not fair, but it's reality. So women are dealing with collateral damage of previous generations and what they did or how they carried themselves. So a lot of young women are like, well, I didn't do that. They've grown up in a world where feminism has already taken place and control women and men. So a lot of y'all may not have ever done none of these things that we're talking about, because from the conversation, y'all seem like very classy women. Like I appreciate y'all mind, y'all cool. But a lot of y'all dealing with stuff that the older generation did. And the older men are saying we're not dealing with this anymore because we've seen women say one thing and do something else. And even when, like you said, when it comes to hunting, when you said hunting the lions, a lot of times it's not even about trying to get her to be your girlfriend. I've seen situations where women I think men and women don't know how to just be friends anymore. Like every time a man is talking to you, he's not trying to get your number. He's not trying to get, he just passing the time. Like if I go to a lounge or something, the music is whack. So it's not like nobody's dancing anymore. So I'm gonna talk. I've seen situations when I'll have a nice conversation with a woman, very classy, just real lighthearted. Hey, what you went to? Hey, what you like to eat? Oh, I went there. Just like her friend will come, oh, you don't know him. Why are you talking to him? Get away from him. And she'll say, oh, don't worry about her. That type of thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want men to respect you, respect them and stop assuming every man that's talking to you is just trying to get into. You don't know what people are going through. Sometimes a man just to see a pretty woman, just want to have a conversation with her, just to boost his day, and he just go on about his. I know women, y'all went to a club sometimes, the man just complimented you, gave you a drink, and you never seen him again for the rest of the night. Mm-hmm. Men, we do that. We're not just one track minded. We cool. We like to do stuff for you, but this mentality of women is just so off-putting that I think by the time they really start to talk to men, they're so turned off by not necessarily what they've done, but what their constituents have done.
I completely understand what you're saying. I think from that perspective, though, it's like you can talk to me however, and I'm perfectly okay talking to a man and it not being like a romantic situation or feeling threatened. But sometimes when we see our girls being talked to by a man, we don't know what the conversation is. We don't know what's going on between them. And maybe you get a little heady first because you're concerned for her, because you never know. You know, there is the whole man and the bear argument, and you just never know.
But that's, to me, that's a problem, because to me that's a side effect of the assumed mentality of today, that men are a threat to me.
I would like to add, I don't really think it's assumed, only because like as women, that's something like I could say probably every woman at this table has been through. So it's not really assumed, it's just like we genuinely have been through it ourselves. So it's like, it's not that we mean to be protective, but like it does happen. So like we should protect each other, you know?
It's never what you do, it's how you do it. But like in other words, if I'm talking to my man, if my man is at the club, right, and he's talking to a woman and he looks comfortable, he don't seem, I'm not gonna say, hey bro, what are you doing? Get away from her. Like, that's weird. If you see your girl, if she's not being touched, this is a public setting. It's not like we're in someone's house. We're in a public setting, there's security guards, and she's talking to a man, laughing and being pleasurable, you can just come by and say, hey, what y'all talking about? Now to come with your guns blazing, that's something totally different.
Well, approach definitely matters.
Talking about cock blocking?
I want to say approach definitely matters, but I do think that like, that's something I would never, I was going to say I would never, if I think something's wrong, I would still say something, and I might not approach them like, what are you doing? Because I also don't know, like, you might be trying to date them. I'm not trying to screw you up either. But I do still feel like a girl should definitely go protect the other girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's how you do it. But the thing is, it's just assumed that something can go wrong.
Yeah. Because
if we're in the club, we sitting, there's space between us, I'm just talking to her, she talking to me, we grown. No one's being hurt. So just to assume that I have to come and save her, it's like I said, it's how you do it. Like the way y'all explained it, that's cool. Hey, I'm just checking on because some women say that, hey, I'm cool, I'm just checking on my friend, making sure she good. I understand, sweetheart. But some women come, who is this? Why are you talking to him? It's like, why you gotta talk like that?
See, I feel like, okay, this is gonna sound kind of mean. I feel like when women do that, it's usually because they're jealous of them. Other girl that they're talking to. I don't really think it's necessarily like they're protecting them. They're actually just jealous that their friend has a man.
Absolutely.
So
it's always it's never what you do, it's how you do. It's all about how you go about it.
Like attention. Attention's everything.
Agreed.
Cool donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, Cool. Appreciate
Neat
it.
idea earlier about men curious to the music women listens to. Makes sense when you think of it.
Did that come up earlier?
He brought up
in the
how
video.
music.
Yeah, in the video, I said the music listen to and all that.
Oh,
you want to
yeah,
say
yeah.
something?
Oh no, I was just kind of going to piggyback off of what she said. Just that, as a woman, we have to take our safety into consideration. So I think it's really important to check on your friend, to check on yourself. But I agree with what you said about the tone and how you approach it.
Yeah, because the more classy women, this one thing that women, and it seems like you guys have figured it out. Your femininity and your softness is a strength. It's not a weakness. And I think a lot of times this modern world has made women feel like being soft is a weakness, and they try to replicate actual manly energy and call that feminism. Feminism to me should be something where we stand up for being soft women. To me, that's feminism. But when I hear a lot of women talk and explain feminism, it's like, you just want to be a man. There's nothing feminine about that at all. So the soft approach, there's always weirdos, there's always exception to the rule who takes that as just an advance to just go crazy. But most men will acquiesce to the softness of a woman. And a lot of times if women just keep that approach, that's actually a superpower that they can use a lot more often than they don't. But it seems like you guys have it mastered.
All right. Well, we can come back to that in a little bit. How about this last thing on this sort of this topic? Do you think it's fair, like, if a woman isn't traditional, so kind of related to how she dresses, if she doesn't dress traditional, the guy shouldn't pay for the first date? Is that a fair proposition?
I feel like clothes have nothing to do with that.
Being traditional? So like your ass out, you're wearing a hooker's uniform?
I just feel like a man would pay either way and go about his day and never talk to her again if she was wearing revealing clothes. Like, I'm still going to be a man. I'm still going to pay.
Well,
I just don't want to talk to
that
you
might
again.
happen. I guess the question is more so should.
Did the man
Should
see
he?
her photos before they went on the date? Because if he did, then if he asked her
And
out,
where did they
pay
meet?
for it.
That's different.
Yeah, you kind of knew what you're getting into.
Well, if you don't dress like that, and then you show up like that, I might leave, because you're putting me
don't
in
even sit
harm's
down
way.
and eat. You don't even have to pay now.
Yeah,
Like, you
that's
know?
what I'm saying. Like, you show up looking like that, I might leave, because women don't realize when you dress like that, you put a man in harm's way, because somebody might catcall, somebody might grab you, and he gonna have to do something. He could lose his life defending you because you want to come outside looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not just about controlling you. It's about keeping civilization all right. You know what I'm saying? Women got to stop dressing so crazy. Men are very aggressive, man. Like, you don't. It's like walking around a cave of lions with meat hanging off you. Are you going to be mad at the lions? Like, that's their nature. Not saying that men are just wild, uncontrollable beasts, but it's like mental health is real today. As you know, people are out of their minds. The littlest thing can take them over the top. Cover yourself up. It's a lot of lonely men, a lot of depressed men. You walking around with just a group of women with your whole body exposed is dangerous. And it's also dangerous for the men in your life, because they got to put their life on the line to protect you from something that was extremely preventable.
I do want to say, I think it's kind of ridiculous to say that that's their nature to be that way, because if you are, I don't want to say normal, if you're a grown-up human being and you don't have any type of mental illness or, something like that, that shouldn't be your nature.
Are you talking about men?
I actually think that's
Hold on.
men's
Men,
nature,
women,
though.
it doesn't matter.
I
Like,
didn't
if
say
someone
abusing them is the nature. I'm
Yeah.
saying reacting to your
Yeah,
sexuality is the nature, not being crazy.
That's not your nature.
It is a man's nature.
I
if you
wouldn't
look
say
at
that it's
other
someone's
animals, it's
natural
definitely nature.
instinct
It's a
to
man's nature to
catcall
react to a
you.
woman's sexuality. Like y'all just said, when I dress provocatively, what happens? More
So,
men subscribe, right?
If I was in a tight dress and I came in here, would you naturally catcall me?
No, I didn't say catcall, but I would look.
But you said that was in their nature.
It is- it
Looking
is.
is
That's
way
exactly
different
what he's
than
saying, though.
being catcalled
That's exactly
or
what you're saying.
touching.
Thank
or,
you. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Catcall, whatever word you want to use, it is in a man's nature to address your sexuality, whether it be extremely or whether it be subtly. It is his nature to respond to your sexual energy.
Because I was gonna say, like, even if you look into, like, not to compare us to like literal animals, but if you look at animals, the men will always go to the woman. Like, it's just in their nature to
Biologically.
Just like it's in a woman's
to approach
nature,
women.
it's
So
just like it's in a woman's nature to acquiesce to his prosperity. Am I going to say that a woman is wrong for that? No. If you're out here showing that you got that bread, you can't be mad when women want to see, okay, would you spend some on me? Hey, I would like that, sir. That's women's nature. Women are hypergamous and men are visual creatures. That's just life. And I think the modern time, we so caught up in people's feelings that we disregard science and biology. Some things are just what they are. And you can fight with it all you want, but it's only going to be at your own peril.
You said that you're religious, right?
No, I'm spiritual.
Spiritual. So my thing to a lot of men who use spirituality or religion as a way to say, well, this is just in our nature, or this is what we're supposed to do. It says in pretty much, because all of the connected religions, so that would be Catholicism, Christianity, Judaism.
I don't mean to interject, but I said not science and biology. I didn't say religion.
Okay. Mine is just like a little thought off of that.
Okay, go ahead.
All of these connected religions, including, Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, Judaism, it says directly in the text that if a man cannot look away, or if he must react to a woman and how she is dressed, that he should gouge out his eyes. It
also says that women are to dress modestly.
It does.
And that women are to acquiesce to men and dress modestly as they acquiesce to men.
But is modestly maybe... that can be subjective, right? There's no definition for what modest is.
Because there's specific instructions, like covering your head at church, not wearing men's clothing. There's all sorts of different actual, especially in Islam. Islam is very much hyper-specific on dress codes, but so is Christianity. And for instance, Orthodox Christianity has roughly 2,000 years of dress code enforcement when it comes to church and how people are supposed to dress, not dress, and what the standard for modesty is. It's set down from an ecclesiastical authority.
But do we have photos?
It's not like these things are unclear, right?
Do we have photos, or is it just kind of descriptions, though? Like, it is to a certain extent.
No, it's descriptive. Like, your dress must cover X, and you must have a head covering when you're doing X thing. And it's very, very, very specific. It's not something which is... I understand what you're saying. You're saying this can be subjective, so this could be up to what does modest mean? My version of modesty, your version of modesty are going to be two different things. That argument would work, I think, in this case, except for the fact that we have such very clear descriptors. So in this case, we just have very clear descriptors inside of these religions, what modesty is and what the ethical foundations for that are and why it's done.
But what about translated texts? Because the Bible wasn't written in English.
The Bible is one of the most the Bible is one of the most hyper-specifically translated texts in human history. It's been gone over by every scholar on planet Earth multiple times. We know exactly what it says, why it says it. We know going all the way back to the original Council of Nicaea, and before that, exactly what the intents were, because they wrote them down. We have thousands of religious scholars who all agree on what these texts say. This is not... There isn't any other text on planet Earth which has been more well-studied and researched than biblical text. Nothing.
Well, it is well-studied and it is researched, but there's still plenty of people who have conflicting opinions about it.
Well, here's the thing. There's a reason for this. You are correct. There is a reason why there are conflicting opinions, but this comes from the Protestant Reformation. And once you get into personal exegesis, you can make a biblical text say whatever you want, essentially. But if you're talking about an actual standardized Christian church like Orthodoxy or Catholicism, no, these are what you're talking about are called innovations, and they stay away from innovations for a reason. Innovations are against the religious text.
But these men that typically say that they want a modest woman and that they, can't help themselves but assault a woman if she is dressed provocatively.
Well, I think that's a very bad straw man of the position. I don't think anybody said that.
Nobody said that.
Well, I'm not saying he said that, but I'm saying that...
Why would I respond to a position nobody has, though? You see what I'm saying?
Can I interject? Oh, go ahead.
Hang on. Let's finish our exchange real quick. We're almost done.
Okay.
Go.
All I was saying is that if we're talking about those men, it also says in those texts that you shouldn't mix different textiles. It says that there's so many different rules, but we're only following some of them. These
clarifications are made via Pentecost, the New Covenant. There's descriptors for exactly why these rules are in place and not in place. And these have been endlessly gone over 2,000 years of debate within the church, multiple councils which have ruled on them. This is definitely not up for interpretation as to whether or not you can mix cloths. I mean, that's been done away with since since time for God.
Yes, but if we're talking about clothes that should be worn, that have been said that that this is how a woman should dress, this is how a man should dress, and all of these different rules that we have, and more religious men are kind of saying, well, I'm not going to treat her well or whatever it is because of how she's dressed, or maybe that's provocative to me. What are they dressed like? How are they living their life by that same religious text? Is it hypocritical, or are they living exactly how it says?
Well, yeah,
that they
I
should
think
live?
that they're not supposed to dress promiscuously either. Men aren't.
Exactly.
But when you're talking about male dress codes, I mean, for the most part, to be perfectly honest and frank with you, only in the Western world do you see this phenomenon at all, for the most part. And it has to do a lot with women's liberation. But men very much don't really dress provocatively. I mean, they mostly walk around completely covered head to toe. Most men do this. The men in that room are dressed covered head to toe. All of them, right? I am too, and I'm comfortable in my own basement, and I'm still covered head to toe. And one of the reasons for that is it's a matter of respect, right? So men also show each other respect this way. And also, if you want to see what a respectable man looks like, generally speaking, they're not out with their flip-flops on, looking terrible, this type of thing. That's not something which we respect very much. So ultimately, I think that I think that that's a really not a great point if you're looking at men and saying, well, what about the standard for men's dress? I just don't see this sea of men dressing provocatively anywhere.
And I want to say this. First of all, I didn't bring up religion to validate me. That's why I said biology and science, because people love to hide behind feelings, theory, and religion, but let's just deal with reality. You know what I'm saying? Because we can get lost in these interpretations, even though, like homie said, it's very clear what religion says, but let's just put that to the side. We have to stop speaking from these privileged positions, because everybody doesn't have the life you have that can insulate you from these weird people. You may have that life where you have a career, where you have a man, where you can do what you want to do and you don't have to deal with the ramifications of what you may or may not wear. But every woman in the world doesn't have that privilege. So there's women that are following the Kim Kardashians and are following this, and they're in poverty, or they're in a neighborhood where it's not protected, or they don't have a man in their life and they think they can just, we heard what she said, and they go outside and get their head knocked off because they just want to prove a point. So I feel like we need to really push responsible messages that are more addressing the average person, because we often talk from these places that everybody's not at. Like when men and women talk about this high value man and all that, the average person in America is making $45,000, $50,000. So to keep talking about these small sectors of people and to try to understand the masses, it's just, not saying you are, but it's just an ignorant perspective, because we get so emotional in these conversations, we feel like we're being attacked, and it's not that. We're trying to create conversations that most people can thrive from. And I think it's just positive to tell most women, protect yourself, because you may not have the father figure, you may not have the income where you can pay for this or pay for that, to insulate yourself from these weird people. So the only thing you really have is yourself and how you carry yourself. And if you do meet somebody who's happened to go against that and do something, you'll be more protected, because they'll be like, hey, why are you doing this to this nice young lady who doesn't bother anybody, who doesn't dress crazy? But if you out here on your own talking crazy and dressing crazy, who's gonna believe you? So I feel like we need to push a message that's more encompassing to the average man and woman.
I will say that as a woman, that you shouldn't go outside necessarily dressed provocatively, especially if it's late at night, or maybe you're in a bad part of town or something like that, right? Because there is a possibility that something could happen. But I will also say that as a man, you shouldn't go out and see a woman and think like, oh, I have the right to catcall her, or oh, I have the right to say something to her, or oh, I have the right to touch her now because she's wearing a short dress.
Absolutely. I think everybody here agrees with you. So I mean, if somebody commits
I would have to disagree a little bit.
Well, let me, okay. So I mean, if somebody commits a sexual assault, the only person to blame is the person who commits the sexual assault. I don't think victims are to blame for their own sexual assault, But I also do think that if you're putting yourself in a risky situation, then you have put yourself in a risky situation.
Sure, I just don't think it's right to say that's their nature, you know.
What?
I think that the standard is different. So the thing is, like, I agree with you in the context that absolutely men shouldn't engage in any sort of bad behavior like this. However, I think there's a double standard applied. I think that it's very common to see women doing unwanted touching to men constantly, which is not considered SA whatsoever, and it really should be. Like, it's very common to see a man sitting on a couch, for instance, at a party. A random woman goes by, perhaps puts her hands on his shoulders, maybe rubs him a little bit, walks on, or kind of puts her hands on his back and kind of rubs his back, things like this.
Sure, and you would never say that's in her nature.
Hang on. But if we were to switch the roles, right, and a man were to do that to a woman, you'd be like, wait a second, that's totally inappropriate, this type of touching. So I think that until the standards are not adhered to as being equal across the board, I don't see how you could make the claim that men are the ones out here acting inappropriately. It just seems like that when it comes to touching or things like this, women kind of get a pass and men don't.
I do have to move things on here. We're going to do a react, but before we do that, going to you. So you have BPD.
Yeah, borderline personality disorder.
Borderline personality disorder.
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, no.
So in your Instagram, you describe yourself as mentally illest.
Yeah.
And you're philosophical.
Yeah.
So maybe, I don't know, there's something, collaboration there or something. A couple questions for the BPD. How does BPD manifest itself for you?
Well, it's described as the instability of moods, behaviors, and relationships. So like that really just can flood into every area of your life, really, and it did for mine. So it's played a huge part in my relationships, if not the biggest part in my relationships. Emotional stability just growing up just played the biggest part. Like I was the one crying in the classroom all the time. I don't know. I would say it's probably like, if you ask me a question, it's affected my life. Like it just has.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But so I know for some people it can manifest differently. It can be more extreme. It can be more mild.
Yeah.
What are some of the symptoms for you?
So like fear of abandonment is one. Like I haven't dated in 2 years, and I feel like maybe if I'm being 100% honest and real, it might be because I'm scared of being abandoned. I don't want to go through that again, so I just don't do it at all. So now I don't have as many relationships.
You were just on a date though?
I was. I'm trying my best.
Wait, question though. Like when you say dating, do you mean long-term relationships?
Like the 3-year one? Yeah, that was long-term. We moved in together.
But, have you been celibate for 2 years?
No.
Yeah, so but you're like seeing men, you're engaging in romantic or sexual relationships.
I wouldn't say I was seeing men. There's 2 men after. One is I've already done that way before, my ex-boyfriend, like way, way before. So just reconnected. I was really alone, went with him. And then now new said guy, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, so you said the fear of abandonment. What else? What are the other symptoms, I guess?
I guess like paranoia, like I could just make up my own thoughts and then I get in my head and convince myself that it's real. And then I'm like, everyone's leaving me. Everyone hates me. My family member just passed away. Like I would can convince myself that like things are happening. They're not actually happening. But once I calm down, like I'm like, what was that about?
So 2 questions, I guess, there's going to be, when it comes to BPD, there's going to be what's going on with you internally.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to relationships and dating, there's going to be the outward manifestations of that. So if somebody's dating you, what can they sort of expect in terms of already granting everything that's going on internally, but there's going to be outward manifestations? What does that look like?
So
like texting them and like freaking the fuck out, or how does it look?
So dating with BPD, and honestly, and most people with BPD will say this, not to assume that everyone would, but it's very, very common. Relationships are the biggest trigger. So I could go so long without having any triggers, no like emotional stuff. As soon as I get in a relationship, I then start to like, are they doing this when I'm not there? Are they doing that? So then I'll start texting them, freaking out. Could do that. There's times that you can literally convince yourself that they're talking to someone else they're not, and you will treat them as if they are. there's been times, like, not to be too real, I've like even gotten so mad I've jumped out of a moving car before. So it's like it could get there, but it also can be triggered, and I will stand on that. Like, your environment is everything. If you're around the wrong people, it will trigger you and put yourself in the worst position ever. Of course, take accountability for my own actions, put myself in this situation, but I will say, if it's real bad, it's usually really triggered, and they're trying to poke the bear, like they are.
Okay. And then you said you were a serial dater in the past.
Yes. So like before my 3-year relationship, I was bouncing from relationship to relationship to relationship. And if it wasn't a relationship, I was at least talking to someone, kind of dating, but just without the label. But yeah, pretty much since I was like 12, I've never been out of a relationship until like 22, 21.
Okay. We'll maybe come back to some of that. Anybody else here have a diagnosis they want to reveal?
Am I the only crazy one?
Unofficial one.
What you got?
I'm just not the most patient person. I think whatever diagnosis that is, I think I need to work on my patience. Like the smallest little thing, I'm out of there. I think a lot of people deal with that too. I think just the times we in.
Anybody anxiety?
100% anxiety, but I also don't believe in mental illness.
Bipolar?
At all.
I have a movement disorder.
A movement?
Yeah. It's like
like you're spastic, or?
Yeah, like a Parkinsonianism.
Oh.
It's called dystonia.
What is that?
I've actually heard of it
like,
before.
Yeah, like T-Rex arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in the bedroom, or?
Yeah, for sure. Oh,
okay.
No, it was from a medication I was given, and I had a horrible reaction from it.
Shit.
And I almost died, and I was in a wheelchair for years. Bedbound. For 6 months.
That's not a mental illness.
No,
right?
no, but it's a movement disorder that
it's neurological.
It's a neurological disorder, but your psychological well-being affects how it manifests
like
physically.
If you're stressed.
If I'm stressed, if I'm sad, if I'm depressed, if I'm anxious, if I'm insecure. Haldol.
What was it?
That's most neurological diseases, though, right?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
100%.
What was it for?
I was misdiagnosed with Tourette's as a kid.
Oh.
Wow.
And then they gave you a medication, and then they gave you Tourette's.
Yes, basically. Literally, just a different form.
Damn.
Did you sue them?
Sucks.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
There was a lawsuit, or?
There was, yeah.
Damn. We have a super chat here. What is the average? Greta Thanos, thank you. Dude looked at Andrew and said, homie said, we have reached peak irony, folks. Wait, what?
I think we're all confusion.
Hey.
Thank you, Greta, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we're going to, before we do the react, I'm going to have you pull up the Twitch, then we're going to do the Reddit reaction. Guys, you got to go to twitch.tv/whatever. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Guys, we're trying get us to 95,000 followers before the end of the stream. So we need about 300, excuse me. Yo, Muddin, thank you for the gifted subs. Yo, Jaxed, thank you for the Prime, man. Really appreciate it. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, very easy way to support the show every single month. Appreciate it, guys. And then what else did we have to do? I'm trying to remember here. What was it? Oh, the Reddit thing. Yeah, let's pull up the Reddit reaction thing. Also, guys, like the video if you're enjoying the stream so far. I think we have a very solid panel so far. So like the video if you guys are liking the stream. Make it a little bigger for us. Who's got a good reading voice?
I do.
Who's got a good
stuttering?
What about you? You got a good reading voice?
No, I would not.
Make it bigger for us.
Y'all all sound
Make
good.
it bigger.
Y'all can do it.
Yeah, that's good.
I do, but I'm blind, so.
I can do it.
Yeah,
All right, you do it. Go ahead. So read the title. Here, I'll do it.
My 27.
There, go ahead.
My 27 male girlfriend, 22 no. My as in him.
As in him, yeah.
Okay,
So
he's 27 male. His girlfriend, 22 female, of a year, slept with another guy while we were taking it slow a month into dating.
Oh fuck! Did not mean. And then let's see. Read after it says original post. Read I have been with this girl.
I have been with this girl I'll call Jess for close to a year now. Since specifics matter here, we started dating around last Thanksgiving, but it was only about a month later when we said we were in an official relationship. I really liked this girl from the get-go, and we've gotten really close since then, and we were actually planning on moving together soon. Here's a problem. Recently, Jess and I ran into a guy at a small get-together with mutual friends. They exchanged a weird look like there was something between them, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. During the party, something came up about the place Jess went to for a date. The time was clear since it was a Christmas market in my town, and again I thought something was off about the guy. Well, later that night I actually get a text from him. He got my number from one of the mutual friends, but said, "Hey, I don't know you, but I thought you should know that Jess and I hooked up right after Christmas." I confronted Jess about it, and I could tell she tensed up right away. She got this sad look on her face, but confessed right away. She said she had met this guy on Tinder and hooked up a couple of times, but stopped any contact before we became official. She said she wasn't sure we would get into a relationship at that time, but she still felt bad that I found out this way. She said she considered telling me, but was afraid it would ruin things between us. I told her I needed some time to think and proceeded to get drunk that night and ignored her texts. The thing is, I feel very betrayed, and I am really considering ending things. Sure, we weren't official when this happened, but we had already been on multiple dates at that time, and I thought it was pretty clear that we were moving towards a full-fledged relationship. On my side, I had no interest in pursuing other girls at that point because I only wanted to be with Jess. And on her end, she was definitely hitting at us evolving into a couple and strongly hinting at exclusivity. The other part that kills me is that during this stage, Jess specifically said she wanted to take things slow physically until we knew each other better. But during the same time, she hooks up with a guy she barely knew from Tinder. When I asked her this, she said it's different because she took it slow with me specifically because she thought we would get into a relationship, but it was somehow different with a casual hookup. That logic makes zero sense to me. I don't really want to talk about it with my friends because I think they would hate Jess if end up staying together. But I would like to hear opinions on here. Would you stay in a relationship like this if things were going well, but the beginning was so shady?
And then read the too long didn't read just for a recap.
My girlfriend met up and hooked up with a guy while we were dating, but not official, while she was taking it slow with me.
Whew. Okay, so let's have the panel's reaction there. Do you think valid? Do you think, hey, look, they weren't official. She can do whatever she wants. Your position, starting with you.
I honestly think the whole thing's invalid. I don't even think he should be even thinking about it. If a relationship starts off that way, it's always going to be that way. So I don't even think he should have made the Reddit post. He should have just not even pursue her, talk about her,
Broke
think
up
about
with her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ended things right away.
Okay. Your thoughts?
I think that both feelings are very valid. That being said, it really comes down to, do you see your life without this person? And if not, then you should be with them. And if you can't live without them, but if you can and you can't get past this, then of course you should break up with them.
Wait, both feelings valid?
Both feelings.
How were her feelings valid?
Because we only know it from his perspective. So we have to just take it at his word. At his word, exactly. So we don't know exactly what she was feeling and maybe why she didn't want to initially have sex with him versus having sex with this other guy. We don't know what the relationship between them are. So from just a solid outside perspective, I don't think any of that really matters. It matters how you feel about the person now. Did that taint it for you to the point that you can't be with her? And if the answer is yes, you shouldn't be with her.
I have to disagree. Only because if you like someone, you're not going to go sleep with someone else. You just aren't. And not to say, but how would you feel? And I'm not saying that they ever did. I never want to paint you like that. But, if your boyfriend, when you first started talking, if he were to sleep with another woman, wouldn't you look at him differently?
No, because I think I already knew when we got together, when we first met, that he had a very, he had way more sexual partners than I ever did. And it never really, maybe I felt a little insecure about it, but I feel like I just cared about him more than I cared about his past.
Well, sexual partners is fine, but if we're sitting here dating and talking and you go to sleep with someone, we're not dating. We're not dating. You're dating other people. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand how the other side's valid, honestly. That's what I'm trying to figure out, is how you figured out that the woman's side is valid here. Clearly, you're dating a man and she says, I could see this being exclusive, and so does he. That's where they're both moving towards. And then she's sleeping with another guy. That's an action that is contradictory to what it is that she's actually saying and doing.
She just straight up lied low-key.
I would say the same thing if the roles was switched. Until you say that you're official, You know, anything can happen. You can't necessarily, like, I'm not saying I would, but you can't be surprised, I guess.
Before,
yeah, but I mean, humans have expectations, right?
Before we weigh in, I would like to get everybody's...
Sure. I think communication is super important in any relationship. I think the fact that they didn't talk about, you know, whether they were exclusive or not, makes, in a way, her point a little valid. I mean, we don't know what happened on her side because she didn't write in. But in my opinion, I think that, you know, I don't think that she is to blame. And I would say that if it was reversed as well. But I do feel like the guy who wrote in, his opinions are super valid. And if it's something that he thinks hinders the relationship, or now he can't look at her a certain way, you know, then end things. But you need to talk about that before.
But didn't they say that they were taking things slow, so therefore didn't they talk about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, not that they're exclusive, but if you look at someone and say, hey, do you want to take things slow? I'm going to assume that we're taking things slow. You're not sleeping with other people, you know?
Right, but the key word there is assume. They didn't say that they were exclusive.
Oh,
so
I didn't see the assume part. My bad. That's on me.
And just to recap, she did say, he does say, sure, we weren't official when this happened, but we had already been on multiple dates at that time. And he says he thought it was pretty clear that we were moving towards a fully fledged relationship.
I think I learned the hard way. You can't just think or assume something in a relationship or non-relationship.
He did also write, and on her end, she was definitely hinting at us evolving into a couple and strongly hinting at exclusivity. Mind you, they were dating for a year. He doesn't really give much of a timeline, like...
But the inference here is the problem, right? So there's an inference here. We're moving towards exclusivity, and that inference must actually be there because her claim to him, she tensed up, she got upset, was, okay, well, hang on, wait a second. Okay, yes, it's technically we weren't exclusive, but obviously you had this expectation because I was giving you this expectation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be upset about it, right? What would she be upset about? She's upset because she was inferring that they were going to be exclusive.
Let's get everybody's reaction here. Go ahead.
About if her side is valid or not.
Sure.
I kind of agree with you. If there was an explicit communication of what those boundaries and expectations from the relationship was at the time of these actions occurring, I think it gets confusing. I can genuinely see both sides because it seems like there's some dishonesty on one side or the other. Truth is usually somewhere in the middle of where there was alluding to there being, I'm not seeing anybody else. It could have also been like a trauma response but you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to play. I know, right? Fuck everything.
But, okay, so I mean, we can have a debate over, you know, this component of were they exclusive or not.
I think it's up to him.
No, but the issue is if she had also been sleeping with him, it gives you a bit more leeway. But I think the bigger issue here is that she fucked this other dude.
Yeah.
But she told him, oh, I want to take it slow because I'm a good girl.
Yeah,
and
no,
I don't
that's
do
fucked.
that.
Yeah.
That's, I think.
So that's why I'm like, I think they communicated. She said, I'm taking things slow, and she went and screwed.
Yeah, she lied, basically. Your reaction.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, I guess, why wasn't he jumping to date her? But I guess it's because she said she wanted to take it slow. He didn't really say that he wanted to.
Well, I think take it slow physically.
Okay. So, yeah, I can see how, you know, where he's coming from. I can see.
Your reaction?
I feel like just because, you know, she said she wanted to take it slow with him, she could really like him and just want to take things slow. And with the other guy, it didn't mean anything. So, and we were not exclusive. We didn't have that conversation saying, okay, we're exclusive. We're not going to date anyone. We didn't have that. It's very gray area. So I kind of agree with her side because nothing is solidified here. Everything is like kind of up in the air.
I mean, but it's not though.
Well,
right? It's not. This is like, and I see this all the time on these panels, right? It literally just seems like it's excusing bad behavior. Clearly clearly from this guy's angle, he was moving towards this and she was moving towards this, and they both seem to agree. Otherwise, she wouldn't get upset. That's one. And seemingly the only way that you guys are able to, quote, validate this woman who's in the picture here is to essentially say, well, I disbelieve his story and there's another side. But it's like, just take the story at face value. Let's assume for a second it's true, that everything he's saying is true. Well, then how do you validate that?
Well, they never agreed to be exclusive.
Yeah, but so even granting, let's say it's not even considered.
Yeah, but he didn't agree that he would stay in a relationship with a girl who was like, for instance, let me just give you this scenario, right? If she had told him at the time, oh, and by the way, I just humped my Tinder date, don't you think that would have remarkably changed the situation of their dynamic? If she had actually been upfront with that. Oh, by the way, guy that I'm dating, I also happen to be banging a guy I met on Tinder. Don't you think that would completely change the dynamic?
I think so, but I feel like you can't really hold someone up to that standard. If
of course you can. Of course you can.
I feel like you can't if you're not dating. If you don't have to. Like, I could go on a date or be dating someone, talking to them, right? And where I can see things going, but I don't have to tell you that I just slept with somebody yesterday or last week. I mean, we never established that.
How's that not? That's totally despicable, because it puts the person under false pretense. It's like, that's completely despicable behavior to be like, oh, and I'm also banging this guy. I'm just not going to tell you. Like, it's totally despicable to do. Like, who would ever want that done to him? Would you ever want to date a guy who you were really into? And then he was like, oh, yeah, and by the way, you found out, 4 weeks in that he was banging some other chick? Like, who would ever want that?
I don't know if it's just me, but when I date, I just assume that the other person is also dating and possibly sleeping with other people. Correct. I might not be, but I just assume until we have a conversation. And I think what she did is not right by not telling him. But in my opinion, I think that also what she did wasn't wrong. She didn't have to tell him because they didn't discuss it.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though.
Guys
like with men.
Guys do this all the time.
Oh, go ahead, Andrew. You're good.
Yeah, well, I don't think that men generally are assuming that if they're going on multiple dates with a woman, she's dating anybody else. I think that that's usually generally a fair assumption to make. I don't see why it wouldn't be. And if you think it would change the way that the person would look at you, right? If you told them you were sleeping with somebody else, then at that point I think you actually have an obligation to do so, because then it's false pretenses. So if you think, if I told this person I'm sleeping with somebody else, and if they had that information, they would no longer want to date me or be with me, so I'm going to purposely withhold that information. Yes, that's totally despicable. That's completely despicable, because it's just self-serving, right?
Your reaction, and then we'll have some back and forth here.
My reaction is that I think it should have been clearly established in the beginning. And I think that's where,
What should have?
That if they're sleeping with people or not, if they both were looking to be in a relationship, or just establish if they wanted to be in a relationship, I feel like that's just like a valid, known thing that people should know in a relationship.
I gotta ask this.
Whether you're sleeping with somebody or not in a relationship.
Let me ask you a question, okay? If you had genital warts and the other person didn't know, but they didn't ask you and you were going to sleep with them, are you obligated to disclose that to them?
No, this is where I think the modern society is a little soft. I think that this stuff should just be easily communicated. Like, whether you're sleeping with somebody or not, like, personally, I don't want no one else sleeping with somebody else if I'm in a relationship.
I feel like that doesn't answer.
So I'm going to make that clear, that I'm not sleeping with somebody.
My question.
Yeah.
If you had genital warts, okay. and you and the person you were on a date with never discussed STDs, and he wanted to sleep with you, right? Are you obligated to tell him that?
Yeah.
And isn't the reason you're obligated to tell him that so that he can make an informed decision about whether or not he wants to take that risk? Yeah. So the inference here then is that this person would make a different decision had they had the pertinent information that you are withholding. And so if you consider that to be a moral conundrum, I don't see how you wouldn't consider this a moral conundrum. They both seem like a moral conundrum to me, same way. Withholding information purposely to be self-serving. In the one case you say that's wrong, in the other case you say it's fine. That seems absurd to me.
Well, did he say that if she had told him that he would have left? Does it say that like in the post?
She was concerned.
Yeah, the idea that he's alluding to here is that had he had the requisite knowledge, he would have ceased and desisted the dating with her. That's the entire inference of the post. What makes it wrong is that he didn't know, in other words, right?
I think he should have just asked straight up. I think it's just like a common thing people should kind of know about each other if you're dating somebody, whether you're sleeping with somebody or not. Like, I feel like it's just like a common thing that people should know about each other, even in the beginning or not. Rather, like, if you see a long-term relationship with someone, like, I'm not going to be sleeping with somebody else. And I feel like that should be established if you both are looking for long-term things, you know?
Yeah, I think it should be established in the beginning that I would agree to this. I think it should be established in the beginning whether or not you want to have an open relationship and continue to date. You say, okay, I'm going to continue to date other people. You date other people. That's fine. But if it's not discussed, right, but you're acting in such a way as though it seems that this is moving towards something, then I think that as human beings, we can generally figure out what an inference is. What's being implied here? What's being inferred here? In the same way that you would say, I'm not going to hide an STD because I feel like, well, that could definitely do some damage to your life by not disclosing that to you and be self-serving. This also does the same thing. It's very damaging to a person's life by not disclosing it. So from my perspective, it seems that the woman should be not only completely invalidated here, but it was very sneaky, underhanded behavior.
Yeah, if it was the other way around, I would completely not agree with it. So I think if guys were doing what this girl was doing to us, I think we would honestly act more out on it than what that guy was doing, was just posting on Reddit or whatever the heck that was. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay. You had something? Go ahead.
Yeah. First, just to be clear, so he was dating this woman for a year? I just want to be they was dating for a year, and I'm gonna just.
Then he found out.
Then he should have said something.
All right, but so, in my opinion, the guy just seems a little green to me. That's just what I'm thinking. Because if I'm talking to a woman in the first beginning, I'm assuming she's doing what she want to do. Until we make it official, you not mine until you mine. So I'm not assuming anything. If I meet a woman in the modern time, especially if she's attractive and it's early and we haven't established nothing, she might still be lingering with somebody else. There still might be some cobwebs we're trying to clean out. So I'm not even assuming that. And if I'm dealing with a woman for a year's time and we haven't done anything, and you're accepting that and you think that's normal, you don't know women enough. I think we have what we want women to be and what they are. And I think a lot of men.
Yeah, but what you're doing is promoting terrible
I'm not promoting anything. You gotta let me finish though. I'm not promoting anything because I don't believe in it. I deal with reality. I don't agree with a lot of stuff in reality. I don't think certain things should be a crime, but that don't mean I'm gonna do it just to prove a point. It is what it is. So if I'm dealing with a woman for a year's time and she's making me wait for her body, I don't care what she says, I don't think she likes me. So based on that post,
I think they did, just to clarify, it's not clear from the post. I'm assuming they did have sex. I don't think he discloses it.
That's what I'm saying. He said but you said she was waiting. She said they was taking it slow physically. That's what
I don't think
right?
he discloses, but yeah, so maybe they waited a month, 2 months, 3 months, something like that. I think they did have sex. Just as a point of clarification.
Okay.
But he waited, and then she fucked a dude on Tinder probably immediately.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not clear. If it's not clear if he had sex with her or not. Based on the post, it seemed like he was waiting to have sex.
He waited 3 months. The other dude hit it first night.
And hey, then he needs to leave her alone. But the fact that he made that post shows that he needs someone to convince him to leave her alone. He still wants to deal with her. And if he still wants to deal with her, then he's a clown. Because if you gotta go online and ask people, hey, should I leave her alone or not? That means you still like her and you're waiting for someone to tell you it's okay to stay with her. And men like that don't know women enough, and they just game goofy, period.
Well, hang on. Like, it's saying that because you're with a girl for a straight year, right, the relationship is going really well, and suddenly you learn very pertinent information to this relationship that you now have to deal with. And so you look outside external for guidance because you don't know exactly how to deal with a situation you've never been in. I don't think that's a knock on the guy either. I think it's him just going, hey, wait a second. This is something I haven't experienced before. Most men probably haven't been in the situation where they have a long-term relationship where they find that pertinent information out a year or two in. I don't think I'd beat him up about it. I think, though, that she should probably, if he wanted to avoid this situation, I would think that the moral ought here would be the disclosure, just like it would be with the STD, and then the situation's avoided.
But he knows now, and he's still looking for convincing. So what I'm saying is, most men who have experience with women, when it doesn't go their way, most masculine dominant men, they're not gonna wait around and figure out if she's with me or not. Once she shows you she's not on your team, you move on and you keep it pushing. You don't go online and post to random people and say, hey, do you think I should take her back? And I'm not knocking him, he's not a bad guy. He's just very green when it comes to women.
What advice would you have given him? Would you give him
leave?
Literally
leave.
Right.
That's the advice. She's not the one for you. She's not the girl. She's not the girl for you. You was a good dude, and you're too good for her. Keep it pushing.
There's plenty of fish in the sea.
Hang on. I agree with you, right? The advice is leave. Perfect. So a guy like that doesn't have the requisite experience, looking for guidance from a male, comes to you, asks you, you say leave. Why would you knock him for that?
I'm not knocking him. It's semantics at this point. What I'm saying is that's not the right approach for this situation, my brother. Don't take your grievances to strangers. Suck it up and do something with your time. Take that energy that's frustrating with her and go do some push-ups. Go vent to your boys. Go get a drink. Go play Madden, something. Don't take it to the internet and think that, because he still wants her. He's looking for validation to stay. He's not looking for a solution. He's looking for a reason why he should ignore her folly, which lets me know he's not experienced with women. He's very green.
Maybe he's also having resentment that she met that guy on the internet, and so now he's going to the internet.
Well, I think there's a bit more context in the post. We're going to pull it back up. Maybe there's some explanation as to why he went to the internet. I think if I saw his girlfriend was trying to cope and gaslight him a little bit. So let's pull it back up. I'll have you read the rest of it. Scroll down, please. Hide the overlay. Scroll down. I'm gonna have you read where it starts. Relevant comments. Scroll down. Okay.
All right. In my opinion, if you're dating someone and moving towards a serious relationship, you don't freaking bang other people. This would be a deal breaker for me. But you do you, man. If you can't get past it, then end it.
A little clarification here. That's from a commenter from the original Reddit thread. OOP, I believe that's just original poster. So this is a response. This is the actual guy who with the girlfriend issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. It would have been one thing if she was just talking to other guys in the early stages while we were defining things. Of course, that's fine and normal, but it feels like a slap in the fact that that she found another guy to sleep with after we had already gone on quite a few dates, and I made it clear I thought we were moving towards a serious relationship, which she seemed to also acknowledge. There's no way she didn't know I would feel hurt that she did that.
Scroll down a bit. Here, we'll scroll down. Okay, read that one.
Yeah, her logic made no sense to me. She tried to explain that with guys she wants to be in a relationship, she wants it to feel special and wants it to build an emotional connection. But for guys she sees no future with, she sometimes can just wanted physical fun that meant nothing. But I just can't wrap my mind around that. It feels like a gut punch that as we were getting closer and building a connection, she didn't want to be intimate with me, but instead preferred to find someone else. No matter how she rationalizes it, it's hard not to feel like a second choice.
And then there was an update 23 days later. Read the update, please.
As the title says, I decided to break up with Jess. I kept going back and forth because I was worried I was throwing away a great thing over something that happened in the past. But the problem is, I thought I really wouldn't be able to get past it. I can't help what she did was really shitty. Yes, I know that technically she did not cheat, but she knew that I wanted a real relationship and that we were potentially moving in that direction. But meanwhile, she expected me to plan and pay for interesting dates, court her, and prove that I was worthy of her while she happily hooked up with randos who basically did nothing but show an interest in fucking. Fuck that. In a follow-up conversation, it also came up that her friends sort of guided her to act like this, that she should basically allow herself to have fun and to keep her casual options open, but with me to make me work for it and show that I wasn't just looking for sex, but was capable of being a committed partner. The whole thing just seems so manipulative and ugly, and these were also mutual friends who I considered to be nice girls, and now my friends as well. Now I never want to see any of those pieces of shit ever again. Anyway, I know this is starting to sound a bit like a rant, lol, but I felt pretty pissed off and basically called it quits. The actual breakup was actually quite unpleasant. No harsh words were exchanged, but Jess cried and we just kind of talked about some happy times. I guess that's the hardest part about this. Like, I don't think she is a bad girl, and maybe we could have had a nice future together like we did over the past few months. But in the end, I do think I made the right decision. I want to be with someone who treats me well from the get-go, not someone who manipulates me while playing games just so she can have her cake and eat it too.
You had something really quick, but
yeah. Like from when I'm seeing, the guy just is not, he doesn't understand women like that. She didn't like him that much. She was still feeling him out. And she was willing to go on dates, and he was willing to acquiesce to that because he doesn't know women. And he was way more into her than she was into him. When a woman wants to have sex with you and when she likes you, she knows right away. At that point, all you can do is could turn her off. But she wasn't really attracted to that guy. She's seeing that he can be the guy that can be nice, but the guys that she was really attracted to was the guys that she was sleeping with. So he's not a victim. He's not. We're not going to knock the guy, but he just wasn't paying attention to the red flags. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but where does he learn to do that?
You have to get out. You got to get your feelings hurt. I mean, you only know how to fight until you get punched in the face.
That's why I don't understand the argument, right? It's like, I get what you're saying, that the guy's a simp, but he doesn't have a lot of experience with women, blah, 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 blah. Nobody's disputing that, and I'd give him the same advice you would: leave. But how exactly do you, if you're conflicted and you don't have this requisite experience, which is what you're talking about, how do you get it other than to have stuff like this happen, go to friends, mentors, people like this, and discuss it with them? And another thing, like on these, just real quick, on these Reddit threads, things like this, many of the times I think that this is done by people so that other people can see what's going on and they can have a reference point if something similar is happening to them, right? So it makes sense.
Well, the way I learned, because I didn't have nobody say, hey, don't do this, don't do this. I just paid attention to my environment, and I look at what women did in real time, and I knew what not to do, and I wasn't going to play myself.
You never had any conflict with women that you went to your friends with?
Of course, but I'm not taking a woman on multiple dates, spending hella bread, and she's telling me we're taking it slow, and like, I never went through that. That's just me personally.
But I thought you wanted a traditional woman, and doesn't a traditional
I didn't say we had to have sex, but I'm saying I'm not about to be spending money multiple times and you're still trying to figure it out. Like sometimes a date doesn't have to be money spent, because once you start spending money, men's emotions get attached to their money. So what I'm gonna do is say, hey, so I won't get mad at you, let's go take a walk. Let's go to a museum, something that's not costing me anything, so I don't feel so upset when things go left. Men try to start investing in, I'm gonna take her here and take her there. She hasn't done nothing for you but show up. So that's on him. So I do want a traditional woman, but I understand we don't live in traditional times, so I'm not gonna put myself in a traditional situation that's gonna get me played. I'm gonna play regular, do something that's cost efficient, because if she really likes me, she's gonna be there. If you really like a dude, he don't gotta take you to Ruth Chris. Now the guy that you're not really sure about, he might have to spend some money. But the guy that you know you really like, he just gotta show up. So I will put her in situations where she has to show me that she likes me naturally, not because I'm paying for this or paying for that. Not saying we can't get something to eat, but you're paying for 1, 2, 3, 4, multiple dates. Like, you gotta just be smart and realize that, hold up, this is not supposed to go like that. She's still trying to figure me out. I just think you just gotta be smarter than that and look around and see that most women, they know when they like a guy. Y'all know right away if y'all like a guy from the first conversation, if you could see yourself being with him. By the second, third conversation, you could see if you could see yourself being physical with him. It doesn't take a long time. So I just think he just needs more experience. He'd probably be a younger cat, but he just needs some more experience. He got his cherry pop, he'll be all right.
Maybe I was thinking, back when I used to be on dating apps, and I'm not on dating apps anymore, and I feel like the women I date now has changed a little bit. So my position on this has changed a little bit. But my position used to be, because I knew what happened when it came to meeting people on dating apps, kind of to your point, if you're meeting somebody on a dating app, you have to go in, and I'm not saying that this is how it should be, but it is how it is. You kind of have to go in assuming that they're probably fucking somebody else. And so for this reason, I was actually like, bro, I'm not going to be a traditional guy with you if there's a chance you're fucking somebody else or dating multiple other people at the same time. A lot of girls do this. They'll like entertain other dudes while they're fucking at least one other guy, two other, who knows what they're doing. It's like, I would feel kind of wrong if I was investing, even if it's a $20 fucking hamburger. I ain't gonna pay for a girl on a date and then do all the gentlemanly traditional shit, and then you get the doggy bag to go. You take it over to the dude's house who never paid for anything. You fucked him on the first date, and then you want me to be traditional. You want me to pay for a first date. I was always like, nah, we can go 50-50. My views have changed a little bit insofar as I feel like I'm dating different kinds of, I got off the dating apps, dating different kinds of women, like vetting them beforehand. Are you involved with any other dudes? I'll just straight up ask, like, are there other dudes in the picture? If there are, I'm not interested. But back then, I'm like, yeah, these girls are probably dating, maybe even fucking another dude. Not gonna pay for the first date.
And real quick, a lot of times if a woman really likes you and she respects your effort, she'll offer to pay for the date or do something for you. Or I'll cook, just come. No, so it's like she didn't offer him nothing but IOUs, and he ate that up. Like, no, you're a clown.
Yeah, and also just, I mean, a point on this, like in terms of if you want to get the girl, you should pay for the date. It's just like the most optimum move. Like even if it's unfair or whatever, like you should just pay for that shit, because it's just like some girls are gonna be like, oh, okay. They're gonna have an issue with it. So if you're actually, your goal is to get the girl, like you can do the whole like, oh, equality shit. But if you're trying to like min-max, be most optimum when it comes to dating, you should pay. But it's like like looking at it from principle, like if a girl is fucking another dude, like you should not be doing traditional shit for her. Like she can get your providing and protecting when she's your girlfriend, when she's your girl. But if she, like, imagine you fucking died for a chick and then like she was gonna fuck another dude that night. Like what the fuck? You know?
That's a little extreme.
Yeah.
Well, it's not extreme.
It could be that way, though. You never know. Like, life is life.
And it could also happen when you're exclusive, you know? Like,
oh, like cheating.
Yeah, and so I feel like you are what you attract, and if you want a traditional woman, you have to be a traditional man.
Dating in relationships is if we honest, it's a dice roll. It's all a gamble. All of it is a gamble, man. You don't know. So to come in with this high hopes, gee golly whiz type of shit, like nah, bro. Like you gotta be realistic. You know what I'm saying? And as a man, I'm sorry, I never jumped into a situation like I got insurance plans. Like, I got friends. Like I'm not just blindly just giving you everything. Like no, you're gonna earn this shit, and I'm gonna put you in situations where it's not a transactional situation. You don't owe me nothing. I don't owe you nothing. I'm assuming you're talking to a person. Now, sometimes I kind of want you to talk to somebody because now you can compare, contrast, and say, okay, I see. Sometimes you gotta let things go to see if it's really worth it. So if she's talking to another guy, don't be jealous. Assume that she's not your girl. She's not in your bed. You should assume she's talking to somebody else, and you should too. You should be talking to somebody else. You're just talking. I'm not saying you should be having sex with multiple people, but if take away the intimacy part, male and female in the beginning, I don't think there's anything wrong with literally talking to different people. You're gauging out who's who and what's what. So a man come into a situation, well, we had a date. She told me that we might, and I believe her. Then that's what you get. Like, where are you from? Like, I don't know. It's all about where you're from and how you grew up. I grew up in a fast-paced environment, so I had to learn quick. Some people grow up in these rural towns, and they just, old McDonald had a farm-ass upbringings, and they try to deal with people, you know what I'm saying, in different environments, and they think everybody gonna feel sorry for them, but the world is fast, bro. You gotta catch on quick. I grew up in the New York City metropolitan area. I learned real early that women say one thing and do something else. I seen all the pretty good girls go with the bad guys, so I'm not gonna go and say, hey, I'm gonna save her. No, I'm gonna move accordingly. So some dudes just need to get out their neighborhood, move from their neighborhood, their environment, go somewhere else, and just get roll they royal oats, get that wind beneath they wings. You feel me? Like get out your head.
Get the wind.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Like people get played every day, B. Like get over it. Like you'll be all right. You're a man.
Yeah. But Andrew, this sort of ties into some conversations we've covered this topic before. This one's a little different, but I mean the whole like waiting for sex thing, and I think like this is just another example on the pile of. This is probably every guy has some sort of story like this, and we hear it from the women on the show too. But Andrew, does this further solidify kind of at least my position on this when it comes to the whole like waiting for sex thing?
Well, not really, because your idea here is you want disclosure, right? And you want disclosure so that you can make the determination, because you're saying, look, if you want to make me wait, but you just made this other guy who didn't wait not wait, then you have already established that that she's disclosed this, right? In this case, this guy was victimized. Now, you could say, well, he didn't have the requisite experience, but then if you also say in the next sentence, and the thing that'll save him from that in the future is getting the requisite experience, then we have to admit that he was victimized. There's really no way around that, right? So in this case, Brian, I'm not sure how it actually helps your case, because you would demand disclosure, or else you wouldn't know that she wasn't willing to sleep with you, right? Or that she had slept with another guy, so you could apply the standard.
Well, it's more so, I guess it ties into this whole thing of you're dating a girl and she wants to wait, and then there doesn't have to even be another guy in the picture, but like she previously, like she's had some one night stands, her last boyfriend, they hooked up quickly, and then you come into the picture, and then she's like, oh, I want to wait 3 months, I want, whatever it is, and I'm just like,
yeah, but how would you know that?
Right.
I mean, I would get the disclosure, hopefully.
Right. That's my whole point, right? It's like, so that's why this doesn't actually solidify your position, because had he had the disclosure, this whole thing wouldn't have happened to begin with, right?
Oh, well, I'm not really talking anymore about that specific situation. It's more so just kind of the general, like the whole waiting thing that I have a quarrel with, where like, if look, women are free. Look, if you had sex with 100 men, I mean, I wouldn't be interested in you if you had sex with 100 men. But if she previously had sex with 100 men within 30 minutes of meeting them, and then I come into the picture, I mean, that'll immediately be a disqualifier. But okay, just for the sake of the hypothetical, and then you want to make me wait 6 months to have sex, I'm gonna lose interest. I'm just not interested.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, but this has always been your position. Your position on this has always been pretty consistent, which is just, I would feel like I was playing second fiddle if you decided that you were going to make me wait, and the last 10 guys you were with, or 5 guys, or 4 guys, or 3 guys, you immediately went in. I mean, why would I do that, right? What was so special about them that you would do that with them, and then not special about me that you wouldn't do that with me? So I mean, I've always understood the argument.
Yeah, it's just a raw deal. It's a raw deal for the guy, and I would just I would doubt the sincerity of the position. It just feels manipulative. And it's like, look, you're free to do what you want. I'm just probably gonna immediately.
Well, I've always thought that it was faking virtue. That the idea was to fake virtue.
Yeah,
so
and I mean,
that's always been my position.
Yeah, and there, I think one of the girls maybe said it here at the table. It's like, I'm trying to think what it was, but basically, what was it? Oh, it's like, okay, so they view like the guy who's worthy of the relationship. It's like, oh, you're worth waiting for. But it's like, so you treated the guy who's deserving of the relationship worse than the fuck boy. It doesn't make sense. Like, you're so important to me. I treated sex like it was sacred for you, but not the other 50 guys who I gave it to on the first night, who were fuckboys and were assholes.
Yeah, but that's because I respect myself now, Brian, and I didn't respect myself then, right? That's because I respect myself now.
True.
Yeah, I think it's. I do think that there's a significant amount of fake virtue that comes with this, and the idea is just she's shit testing you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shit testing you.
Yeah.
And the virtue aspect of this is to say, well, look, I'm virtuous, you're virtuous, we're all virtuous. When maybe perhaps that's not the case, because most of the time I hear them say this is, I want to make the right guy wait. The right guy being a guy who I consider virtuous. So if you're not sleeping with him because he doesn't want a woman who is promiscuous, then wouldn't you just be faking this as a virtue? That then becomes the question.
Yeah.
I think guys got to realize, and it's kind of tricky, but you got to understand how women speak. They're not going to give you the answers. They're going to speak in code sometimes. I know it sounds weird. I know a lot of guys is so black and white and say, well, she should have said it. She's not going to say it. If she likes you, she's not going to make you wait. Unless she's a virgin, unless she's a virgin and she's telling you to wait, is because she doesn't like you that much. She likes you enough to see that you might take care of her, but who she likes for a relationship and versus who she's attracted to versus who she thinks is safe for her is 2 different things. And sometimes guys are the safe guy. You're not who she's attracted to. And we be thinking, why is she attracted to? Women are attracted to objectivity regardless of what they say. And I think a lot of times men be listening to what women literally say and believe them. And she's not going to tell you the answer. She's going to reveal certain things. And women, y'all may not admit it, but it's true. Women going to tell and say certain things that publicly feeds their image. But behind the scenes, they not always going for the super duper nice guy. He might be a little rough around the edges. He might be going through something. They don't want this cookie cutter guy. So a lot of guys who come with that cookie cutter energy and get played out, they think the woman did them wrong. It's like, no, you too busy listening to women tell you what a man should do instead of just being a man and follow your energy. Don't be abusive. Don't be wild. But a woman who likes you is not going to tell you to wait. She don't even talk like that. She's only talking like that to the guy that she knows will wait, while she actually gives herself to the guy who just be himself, and she likes that. So I think guys just need to learn about women more.
I don't understand this position though, because it's from my end. It just seems like you're blaming the
Let's
men
ask the ladies.
in this. The men say, well, wait, yeah, I listened to what she actually said and heard exactly what she said, and so yes, of course, based on what she said, I did X thing. That's how human beings operate, right? We listen to what each other. That's what we have to go on.
You ever had a girl say stop doing it, but she really wants you to keep going?
Hang on, I just listened. Listen back. Hang on. Okay, so I think that the idea here that there's like a special code that is easy to crack or something like this, I think that that's in many ways foolishness. I think ultimately that men themselves, what other barometer do they have to go off of except communication? They have to communicate. Now, like with anything, you have to utilize your intuition with communication and understand doublespeak. You get that from men sometimes too. But I don't really understand what else you have to go on. And if you say, well, you should have known better, even though she told you everything in the opposite, it just sounds like you're blaming the guy for it and giving the woman a pass.
I'm not giving her a pass because I know it's like this, man. You can listen to what people say, or you can observe what they do. I don't listen to what people say. I look at what they do. I look at the actions of women. I see women say, I want a nice guy, but do they oftentimes end up with the guy that's cookie cutter and perfect? Most of the time, no. So obviously what they're telling you is not what they want. So as a man, it's like you got children. Your child might say something, but you know they mean something else. Like, you're the man. You're supposed to have this sixth sense of life. That's why we're the leaders. Everything a woman says is not literally what she wants. She's gonna say things because women are trying to protect their image most often than not. They don't wanna come off like I know a lot of women, and secretly I've met female friends that say, you know, I want to dress like this, but I don't want people to look at me this way. Or sometimes I want to be a little more liberated. Or one day I want to try stripping. I don't think it's cool, but women are not going to always tell you their inclinations. You got to just assume and look at society and look at the world we live in. If she wants you, she's going to give herself to you. She's not going to make you wait for no 6 and 7 or 8 months. And if you believe that because she said that, I just don't think you're paying attention to what women actually do. You're listening to what they say. But that's what I'm saying. It's all about where you come from. Where I come from, you got to read body language. You got to read how people move. If I listen to what people said all the time, I wouldn't even be here. So I'm looking at more than just what they're saying. I'm looking at what they're doing.
But if women are these excellent manipulators, as you are kind of pointing out and stating, it's a manipulation tactic because they're actually doing the opposite of what they're saying. Why is there some assumption here then that if this is the case, that they're not going to have their actions at least in some way sync up to what it is they're telling you? The hundreds and hundreds of men that I talk to, for instance, they say there was no signs of problems. It seemed like she was acting in the exact same way she told me, right? She was acting the same way that she told me. These red flags were not always apparent, right? And then bam, there's a bombshell, like what happened to this poor guy. Bam, he's hit with a bombshell. Everything's going good. Everything seems to sync up. Everything she's saying and doing seems to be on par, right? He doesn't see any of these red flags, and then bam, gets hit with a bombshell. And it's like, so if it is the case, and the one side you say, well, they're kind of expert manipulators, got to read between the lines. And if you read between the lines, you'll know how to kind of crack this code. It's like, okay, but at the same time then, why couldn't they just also sync their words with their actions and trick you that way? That seems to be something which happens often.
She did it for the other guy that she liked. She didn't do it for him.
Yeah, but he didn't know that.
She never did anything based on that post. It was a lot of assumptions, and I feel it seems like he was talking like a girl to me. That's how women talk. I don't hear men talking like that. No offense, ladies. He was talking like he was in his feelings. He didn't sound like a man to me. He didn't sound masculine to me. Just because she agreed to eat your food that you bought does not mean she likes you, because that's what she said. Her actions are going to show you that.
Too. It's intuition. It's read between the lines.
She didn't do nothing but just go on dates.
It's intuition, right?
But all she did was go on dates with him, and he said, I think it's going good. I took her out to eat 3 times, and she actually showed up. I think we're going places. That's what he believed. That's on him.
Can I add something? Does that mean that his feelings are just completely invalid now? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is you can't put yourself in situations where you're not getting anything but words.
I understand that, but some people, like, when it's happening, they can't see for what it is. So for you to say, like, he's dumb, he shouldn't have done that, I don't actually believe that, because I feel like when you actually like someone, you can't see that you're getting played, or you wouldn't sit there and get played. You know what I'm saying? So as much as he would have liked to see that he was getting played, I don't think that he saw it, and to say that he should have been more of a man, he should have been more of a man. Who cares how masculine it is? I still think his feelings are valid, you know?
I think if he looks back, he's going to say, because a lot of times when I talk to him...
And that's fine, but does that invalidate his entire experience?
No, but I can't call him a victim. You know what I'm saying? I just think he was misled, and I think he just was not really... He doesn't really understand the relationship dynamic today, and he's just very green.
I would
and
say
bless his heart. It's not. We need good people like that. That's great that he's very green and he just took things at face value. That's cool. But if you deal in this modern world with these modern women, and until she's your woman, she's not your woman. If you want to keep financing dates for a woman that you haven't confirmed that's your woman, that's a gamble that you're taking, brother.
Yeah, I feel like 100%, but I still feel like he might not have like relationship experience before. I still feel like his feelings are valid, because say that was his first relationship, he's figuring it out. He is 100% right in my opinion. Only because like you got hurt, like you didn't know what was happening, you didn't know what you were doing. So to say just be more of a man, I feel like he's learning. Let him learn, like, you know.
No, he learning. He gonna learn a lot.
There are red flags. So the first red flag is, first of all, you're dating for a year and you're just going on dates. Like, what are we doing?
I mean, that's definitely red flags.
That's a red flag. Like he said, I agree with him. Like, us women, if we know we like someone, we're typically not going to say no. Now, you guys may disagree, but if we're being honest, we're not going to be like, oh no, I'm gonna make you wait for 7 or 8. Like, that's crazy. That's really crazy. But we're in 2024. Like, let's be real. That's not even realistic. And there were red flags. He just didn't see them for whatever the reason was. But he has to take an accountability for, just like we do. We all get in bad relationships. We live and we learn. But you got to take accountability. I mean, who does that?
But it's still his story, and he's still, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that like he should have done what he done, and like he should continue doing what he does. But what I'm saying is, like, to invalidate his feelings completely is weird.
I think they're both allowed someone to go on a date to date a girl for a whole year and just go on a bunch of dinner dates.
I thought they had
done, but that still doesn't take away from what it is.
And assume we're in a relationship.
No, but it is a little strange that he didn't ask.
What do we expect him to take accountability for? He didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong to anybody else. He wronged himself. He played himself. He disrespected himself and his time and his money.
If that lied to, that doesn't seem like he's playing himself.
If that mattered that much to him, then that should have been established in the beginning.
Yeah, I just kind of reject this idea that men have like some type of sixth sense crystal ball where they can see in the future and know that
it's not about seeing the future, bro.
Lied to or this type of thing. It seems to me completely reasonable to have expectations of the opposite sex that they don't lie and mislead you and fuck a bunch of other dudes while you're dating them. That just seems totally reasonable to me to have that expectation. Now, I understand the argument of saying, but Andrew, in the current modern dating world, that's not reality. I understand that portion of it, right? Perhaps it's not reality. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to bash a guy for having those expectations, because they're totally reasonable expectations to be like,
not
well...
Bashing.
We're not bashing based on what that... So I'm sorry, y'all. Based on what that thread said, I didn't see anything conclusive from her side that would make me think she's mine or she's waiting for me. He's saying it felt like, it seemed like... She didn't say, you're my guy and we have a future. He said she's giving off feelings as if it might be. People lie and men do too. I've been in a situation where I have friends And I'm all for the brothers. I'm all for the men. I'm for people, period. But I'm not gonna just say whatever just to fit anybody's narrative. I got friends. They say, yo, she tripping, she doing this, and then you'll really be a fly on the wall for the situation and be like, bruh, you goofy. That's what you're telling me she did. She didn't really do it like that. Like, men embellish too, and men lie to themselves too because the girl is cute. And it's a Reddit thread. We don't know what she said, and the stuff that he said about her isn't conclusive, and it isn't enough for me to put all my eggs in one basket and focus on her. Nothing she did said that I should be focused on this woman. He assumed that. Nothing she said or nothing he said that she said shows me that.
All you got on a relationship in the beginning is your intuition in the way that people are acting, in the way that they're moving towards each other. What else do you have?
What was her actions? Showing up to eat?
Well, hang on.
Well, maybe he thought she was traditional, like you were saying, and was waiting to not give herself away.
Yeah, if you're under the assumption and you're being led under that assumption, you could say he was wrong. That's fair to say that he was wrong, but I don't think it's fair to say he did anything wrong or that he was out of pocket here. I think that it's far more reasonable to say, okay, I had a reasonable expectation that we were inside of an actual relationship, moving towards that, because that's all of the signs, all the signals, all the everything, we're demonstrating that. Now, what else do you have except that conversation intuition? What else do you have?
Respectfully, what was the signs? Because if I'm inviting a woman to eat and she shows up to eat,
wasn't signs.
But he didn't explain nothing. That's what he said. So we just assume he's telling the truth. I'm not going to do that. I don't assume people telling the truth. What I heard was I took her out.
What he said.
Okay. Right. What I heard was I invited her out to eat. She showed up and ate multiple times, and that I feel like we're getting somewhere. That's not showing me anything. Now, if I took her to eat and she took me to eat, then I would say, oh, maybe she's into me because sex is off the table. We're not intimate. So if we're not having sex, what is she doing to show me that I have a chance with her besides showing up to eat? Nothing. So if you are believing that and thinking because she came to eat, which most people will do, and you think because she came to eat on your dime multiple times, that means y'all are going.
Like for a year?
That's all on him. What? I don't know no man who would do that for a year.
I don't know, man. That seems.
Would you do that? Would you do that?
Well, I'm only taking the story at the value of the story.
Though?
So
would you do it?
Hang on. What I'm not doing is I'm not reinventing the story. I'm only taking it at face value and contending with what the guy is saying. Now we can add new inventions to the story in order to make it sound this way or that way. I'm literally only contending with what's being said, assuming that for right now it's true because we don't have anything else to match it against.
Okay, so we don't. But as men, what do we say? We push back when women say believe all women. So I'm not gonna believe all men either. Based on what he said, I took her out to eat for a year, and she gave herself to somebody else.
That's not what that means. When you say when they say believe all women, they're talking about a specific thing, which is SA, right? And so that's what the point of contention is there. I think, genuinely speaking, I do believe most men's experience in relationships over most women. To be honest with you, I really do.
I think that was his chance to take that risk factor of waiting for her, knowing or not knowing that she has done something. But I feel like that's more on him on that part, but morally it's not right for her to do that either, in my perspective. But again, I just think it should have been brought up in the beginning. If that was that serious and that important to him, then it just should have been asked in the beginning if she was sleeping with other people or not. Apparently it wasn't such a big thing to her because that's what she's doing. I don't know.
This I would say, right, I have to say is reasonable. It's reasonable to say, okay, in the beginning we've established firm boundaries, this and that. I understand the principle behind this and it makes total sense to me. But this is why I brought up the hypothetical of, for instance, if you had genital warts, would you disclose it? You say yes, and it's because you know that the person, if they're informed of that, is going to make a different decision because now they know the situation. I think it's the same thing in this instance, that there's some kind of duty or obligation here if you know that this person's moving towards a relationship but would not if you revealed that information, to reveal that information to them. That seems totally reasonable. Same thing if like a guy was a multiple felon. Wouldn't you want to know that?
100%.
Before establishing, or if they were guilty of domestic violence, you would want to know that. right? So, and the reason you'd want to know those things is because that's the best way you can make an informed decision about what it is that you're doing. So I think that there's a duty and obligation to do that.
So Andrew, let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
Would you take a woman out on dates for a complete year and think that y'all going somewhere and y'all didn't do anything?
What is
Wouldn't take
going
her out on
somewhere
a
to
date
you
for 2
though?
weeks. But whether or not I would, so to answer your question directly, right? Of course not. But the thing is like first and foremost, right? I'll make a couple things clear. So here's my olive branch to you. I don't know anything about women, and I don't know shit about dating. I've been out of the dating market for years, right? I'm what you would consider to be a logician. That's basically what I do. I run everything through a fount prism for Christian ethics and logic, right? I'm not saying that you don't know more about dating than me. All of you, most certainly know more than I do. I'm in no position to give any advice about dating at all. So that's kind of my olive branch to you. But I can just say here that what I'm not willing to do, if I'm just looking at it from the prism of who's doing the right things and who's doing the wrong things, from the moral prism, from Christian ethics, from these kind of standpoints, it seems to me that it's completely reasonable to believe a person's telling you the truth and to make inferences that if they know that you want to be exclusive and you know that that's what they're working for, even if you haven't established that boundary, that they have some obligation to tell you that, or they're in the wrong. I think that that's totally fair. Now, is that reasonable, or does it map onto the reality of the situation? No, probably not, right? So you're probably right there. Like, he should have known this, he should have known that. Maybe all of that's true, right? But I still think that I'm going to hold, if this is all true, her accountable for this, and not him, because I don't see what he actually did wrong.
Okay.
We're going to move it on. We are going to move it on here. We have a question here from Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Go ahead.
7.
All right. What about you?
I don't know, like maybe an 8.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
10.
All right.
Solid 5.
Okay.
9.
9. Okay.
7.
All right.
I would say a 5 or a 6.
What about you?
I say I'm a strong 8.
Okay, I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Well, with so many 8s, 9s, and 10s on the panel, I could just never be anything less than a 10 myself.
Yeah, we got the 10, and then we got the 9.
I just want to say, I think all the ladies here are 10s.
I know.
So
Everyone said so low.
Just the ladies. Just them.
Wait, question for you. Are all women 10s?
Yes.
Okay, are all men 10s?
No.
Yes.
That's at least
You guys are 10s too. Now your attitude can make you less than, but we're saying looks.
No, but it's looks.
10.
It's looks.
Yeah.
It's
Everyone here is a 10.
okay.
But doesn't it defeat the point of the question? So you're saying that all people on planet Earth are of equal attractiveness?
I would say everyone's a 10, but everyone also has their own opinion of beauty, right? So I might be
Well, then everybody
attracted
can't be a 10. Because that would include you. You would have an opinion about beauty as well, right?
Yeah, but my attraction to people is different than what, their actual beauty is.
Yeah, sure. But if by using whatever the subjective standard is that you use to determine attractiveness for yourself, right, then you could not make the determination everybody was a 10 because you find some people less attractive than others.
I wouldn't say that I find people less attractive than others. I just am attracted to certain people.
Well, then that's finding some people less attractive than others.
It means I have a type. Doesn't mean that they're less attractive.
Yeah, so then the type that you're attracted to is more attractive to you than the type you're not attracted to, which means that you're attracted to some people, not attracted to others. So some people think
let me give you an example.
Logical conclusion, some people more attractive than other people.
Let me give you an example. I think most people would say that Rihanna is extremely gorgeous. She's a 10. But is she my type? No. But I do recognize that she is a beautiful woman, but she's not my type.
She's okay.
Yeah, so you have less attractiveness towards a woman like this who you also think is pretty, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So you're less attracted to this woman, but you also understand that she's pretty, right? You can use whatever metric you're using, you can still determine she's pretty.
Yeah.
However, that would still, whatever you're attracted to, attractiveness, right? If you're rating physical beauty from your subjective metric, then if you're attracted to some people, not others, then they're less physically attractive than the people you're attracted to, right?
No, I know Rihanna is a 10. I know she's perfect, but
is she a 10
she's not my type. What?
Is she a 10 to you?
Yes, she's a 10. I'm just, she's not my type.
Then why aren't you attracted to her?
I don't know. The universe just made me not attracted to her.
Sexual attraction.
You got a physical 10, you got a mental 10. You got
Sexual attraction is different than physical.
Yeah, but we're talking about looks.
Yeah, we're talking about physical beauty only. That's it.
So physically, is everybody a 10?
Physically, she's a 10.
Yeah, what? Okay, so if that is the case, right, that you say the physical beauty, she's a 10, but you have no attraction whatsoever, right, then what would you scale somebody that, I don't know, was like a multi-ICU burn victim, half their tongue hanging out of their mouth, right? They have a hunchback, the whole top of their face is gone, there's bones sticking out. Are they a 10?
They're still beautiful.
Is Donald Trump a 10?
Yeah, Donald Trump's a 10.
Is Donald Trump a 10? Is he a 10? Say it.
I thought we don't get into politics.
Oh, we do get into politics.
Well, that's not politics.
He said, oh, we sure do.
Yeah, you could fuck Donald Trump.
We ain't talking about his
Wait,
politics.
question. You're lesbian. If he transitioned to a woman, would you like fuck DT?
He is not my type.
Oh, okay. No, she. Excuse you.
Oh, she. My apologies. I misgendered.
She would transition. He would transition. I don't know.
I would love to see Donald Trump as a woman.
He could be the first. Dude, I was saying, before he ended his last term, I was like just to stick it to the libs, like just transition to a woman and just be like, I'm the first female president. Like, fuck you guys.
Hell yes.
That would have been like a massive W.
Is Lizzo a 10? Is Lizzo a 10?
No response.
That would have been funny as
Is who?
Is Lizzo a 10?
No.
Somebody.
She said it answered really
what
quick.
the fuck?
W.
Yeah, no.
Wait, go.
I don't want to look at. I'm sorry. No.
What's wrong
Wait,
with
are you bi too?
There's nothing wrong with Lizzo.
Yeah, but is she a 10? I'm just asking.
But she, in my opinion, is not a 10 out of 10 on a scale
the gal
of
next
looks.
to you, who said everybody's a 10. The gal next to you said everybody is beautiful and 10. I'm asking you. Is Lizzo a 10?
She's a 10 to some people, like what you're
Is she a
saying.
10 to
Yeah.
you?
Shit, blind
And actually, I think Lizzo is gorgeous.
Her skin's flawless,
It is.
Everyone has 10 qualities.
Everyone
She's a 10?
has 10 qualities.
Yeah.
That's true. Everyone at least has something on them that is a 10
Yeah,
quality, whether
for
it's your
sure.
skin,
We talking
your
about
hair, your
physical.
eyes.
Wait. What's the 10 quality on Donald Trump? Go ahead. What's his?
It has to be the hair.
Is
It has to be the hair.
Is his booty? You like his booty, don't you?
He has a nice
I don't think
tan.
I've ever
His
looked at
height.
Like you'd want to clap them cheeks.
let me
right?
let me think. Probably he has like
Eyes?
eyes. Yeah, he has.
Yeah. Oh, he has eyes. Oh, cool. He's a human. Dope.
You don't know what I mean. I mean, he has nice, probably. I haven't.
You haven't even seen him.
I don't.
Okay.
I need a photo.
What's the
Please,
10 on
can someone
Trump?
Pull up a
What's
photo.
Pull up the mugshot.
I need a mugshot.
Pull up the mugshot. Okay, we're gonna pull up a photo of Trump, and you're gonna say what's a 10 on it.
Okay.
Get that mugshot going. Okay. Okay, guys. While we're getting that pulled up, guys, like the video, boys, like the video. Also, can we pull up Stalin too?
Yeah.
Pull up Stalin.
Are we reading Stalin?
Yeah, okay, hold on. We're going to find a Wikipedia, the young Stalin. I'll grant you young Stalin. It should be old Stalin because after the millions of murders. And then also pull up, can we pull up, who is the Argentinian dictator?
Fidel Castro.
Huh?
No, that's
No.
Cuba.
No. What's his name?
You're right.
What's his name? Pinochet. Oh, that's Chile. Excuse me. Oh my God. I'm obviously an expert in Latin American
Geography
military
is
history.
rough.
Pinochet, please. Excuse me. Pull up Pinochet. Saddam Hussein.
Oh, God.
Osama bin Laden. Oh my God.
We have one.
Pull up Osama.
Pull up now.
My face increasingly just went like.
Who? Nala? And then
Now.
Mao Zedong.
Yeah.
You working on it, Damien? And then also,
It's going to be all communist rating tonight.
should we also do some more fascist people like Mussolini? Let's get Mussolini in there, and then also for the coup de grace.
Well, we got to do Karl Marx then.
I think the coup de grace. We also got to pull up The H-man.
No, can't do that.
We can't pull up H-man?
No.
Is that...
Yeah, don't do it.
Really?
Yeah,
No, I didn't expect to rate a dictator today.
Okay, what do we got? Who do we have?
Well, I mean, it's a
I want all of them.
podcast. Do
you have all of them?
Got a date too.
Who you got? What, do you have it ready? Okay, let's go Trump. Okay, go pull him up. Where's the mugshot?
Oh man.
What do we got? F11? Is it F11? All right, let's get it going.
No. Oh God, the worst
His
picture.
eyes.
I want to say he has some nice eyebrows.
Okay, what's the 10?
You know what? His hair looks really soft and it's really blonde.
He's got a 10 in hair softness.
Yes, his hair looks incredibly soft.
Pull up Epstein.
Oh, let's not do Epstein.
Okay,
oh my.
let's
Wait,
maybe.
Oh, no Hitler, but Epstein's okay. All right,
I think that goes against something, right?
Probably.
Community guidelines.
That goes
Pinochet?
against community guidelines.
Here, do Pinochet and Stalin. We'll leave it there. Okay, you got Pinochet. Do you have young Stalin? Look at that! Oh my goodness!
Hold on.
Strong.
You know what? He has a strong.
He has
strong
really good
features.
skin. He has really good skin.
Well, he does
have
nose.
good-
Okay, his
Would
nose.
would you smash Pinochet?
Who was this again?
Pinochet.
Pass.
Would you smash?
No.
You wouldn't smash? I thought he was a 10 though.
I wouldn't smash most people.
Oh, okay. Would you smash
I have a low body
Pinochet?
count.
No.
Nobody? Anybody? Like what? Okay, whatever. You're lost.
He said, "Please."
And then Stalin. Young Stalin. Do you have young Stalin?
No.
Give us.
Young Stalin. Young Stalin. Quick, Damien. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's doing good. There we go. Yeah, that's him. All right. He's a handsome.
Yeah, he's a handsome guy.
You'd fuck him. You'd fuck Stalin, all right? Would you fuck
Yes,
Stalin?
he has good hair.
Who would fuck
I
Stalin?
would say he has a nice hair,
beautiful
but that's
He has
it.
gorgeous
Dude,
hair.
if this guy was alive today, he'd be fucking all these fucking lefty fucking libtards. He'd fuck all of them. He'd be Sorry, am I being?
That's hilarious.
No, it's true, bro. He'd be fucking
He would be
running
Hassan Piker. He'd be Hassan Piker.
Holy shit, that's true. Dude, he'd be fucking half of Twitch, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay,
for
all
sure.
right. Good talk. All right.
Young femboy Stalin.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Anyways, good talk. Okay, going back to the whole 10 thing.
You should pull up John Wayne Gacy real quick. They're saying John Wayne Gacy. Do John Wayne Gacy.
I do have a question. Why is it so difficult for average-looking women to admit they're average?
Amen. I'm.
You know what I mean? No offense.
That's horrible.
I'm not talking about you guys. Obviously, you're all of you are 10s, but all the other women out there that are average, they just.
No, I
In
feel
fact,
average.
The Whatever podcast has the most beautiful women in the world.
We have the most beautiful.
I
women
know this. I
on
know
this
for
podcast.
sure that the Whatever podcast has the most beautiful women in the
Like,
world because all
yeah.
you have to do is ask them.
Yeah, we just ask them and they tell us.
That's what
Yeah.
they say, obviously.
Because what they say.
They're
on the
right,
show.
100%.
Okay, all right. So here, we'll do this, and then. Do you think you will be better looking in 10 years' time? So you're 23, better looking at 33?
It depends.
Better looking in 10 years' time.
I think so. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
20 years' time at 43?
No.
Okay. We don't know your age. Safe to assume mid-20s, I think.
What was the first one? 20 years from now?
No, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
In 10 years' time?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe with a Pilates membership.
I mean, you're pretty fit, right?
I mean, I
fit.
could always be more fit.
Okay, but then like also 10 years of aging.
You know what? The women in my family, they age pretty well. I'm not concerned.
Okay, 20 years' time at...
Also, the women on Whatever have the most beautiful female family members as well.
Yeah, it's true.
I just want to point
It
this
is
out.
true.
The most beautiful
Graceful
family members.
aging. This is
I know
something
this because they.
Oh, go
because
ahead.
they tell them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
My aunt's gorgeous. She was gorgeous up until she was like 90.
Um,
Flawless skin.
Actually, hold on. We do have a message here from Meet the Kaiser. I'd give the H-Man a solid 9. 9 out of 10. All right, thank you, Kaiser. Appreciate it. Not a 10. H-Man doesn't get a 10. Unfortunate, I guess. Better looking in 20 years' time?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, what do you
Maybe
think?
not. It's hard to say. Maybe not.
30 years time?
I mean, I think probably not. Who knows?
Oh, all right. That was an answer. You're 34, better looking in 10 years time at 44?
I think I'll look great at any age.
I mean, so I'll just go ahead and grant that people can be attractive into their 40s, 50s, etc. I suppose the question is, though, you're 34 currently. Do you think you'll be better looking in comparison in 10 years' time?
I'll look just as attractive.
Okay. What about 20 years' time?
Same.
30 years' time?
Same.
40 years' time?
Yep.
50 years' time?
I'm going to look great until I die.
4.
Well, what happens the day that you die that makes you less attractive?
What?
What happens the day you die which would make you less attractive?
I'll be in the ground, so...
The day you die,
She
you
won't be
probably
visible.
won't be in the ground.
I mean, maybe not the day I die.
There'll be an open casket, I guess. Will you
Well,
be...
I hope I'll be cremated.
Oh, cremation. Okay,
Yeah.
so no like embalming? Like, do you think you'll be hotter after you're embalmed?
Maybe, because, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You know,
I've never thought I'd have to think
the whole
about that.
embalming process, they can really work magic. They put on some makeup, put on a little red, so you're, you know.
I'd be even more attractive. Right?
You could be hotter.
Could be hotter. That's crazy.
Yeah.
They definitely want you to look your best in the open casket.
You know, that's why they put you in a casket.
But I want to be cremated. My ashes spread.
Wow, that's
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
even if you're cremated, they usually will put you in a casket and let people come pay their respects, and then you get cremated, right?
Yeah, I don't want that.
You just like, you croak and then right in the oven?
Yeah.
That's it? Really?
I don't want anything.
better. So, okay. And wait, are you a model or what do you do for work again?
Me?
Who's the model? Somebody's the model. I don't know.
I'm in marketing.
Oh, you're in marketing. Oh, okay. And then you're 34. Were you better looking at 24 10 years ago than you are now at 34?
At 24, I was just as good looking, but I would say when I was like a kid, I looked rough.
No, I'm talking about adult. I'm just saying going back 10 years.
10
to
years.
24.
Same.
Same? Okay. You are 23. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
I believe so.
20 years' time at 43?
No.
Okay. You're 25. Do you think you'll be better looking at 10 years' time in 35?
Yes.
20 years' time at 45?
Yes.
30 years' time at 55?
No.
Okay. All right. You're 26. Better looking in 10 years' time at 36?
Yes.
20 years' time, 46?
Yes.
30 years' time, 56?
Probably not.
Okay. You're 25. Better looking in 10 years' time at 35?
Yeah.
20 years' time at 45?
No.
Okay. Huh. You guys heard of this thing called aging?
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys heard about
People
that?
age backwards.
So, a question for you. So, you'll be, I think you said, did you say better looking or just the same? You'll be the same at 55.
The same or better.
So, if I could wave a magic wand that would advance your outward appearance 20 years, and you stay there for 20 years, and it doesn't age, like you're not going to die 20 years sooner. You're not going to get cancer 20 years sooner if you were to get cancer. There's not any actual health ramifications.
Okay.
Strictly your outward physical appearance. If we could advance it forward 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, those of you here at the table who say you'll be better looking in 10 years' time, do you take me up on it? I think every single one of you said you'll be better looking in 10 years' time. So do you take me up on advancing your outward physical appearance by 10 years?
I would say no, and the reason why I said I would look better in 10 years' time, I can't speak for anyone else, but, you know, skincare treatments, taking care of yourself. When I was much younger, I didn't wear sunscreen. I didn't take care of myself, like, as far as, like, makeup and, like, skincare. So I think that putting in effort over time, and I'll just have more of my life together at that point, so I can afford to maybe look better and put more time and effort.
What would you do in 10 years' time that you aren't currently doing now?
I don't know, like maybe skin resurfacing treatments or like, you know, chemical peels, like more expensive moisturizers. I don't know.
I mean, your skin looks pretty okay right now.
Well,
Granted,
yeah.
you are wearing makeup, but...
I don't know. Maybe it will look like amazing in 10 years. Who knows?
Okay.
We don't know what technology will have.
Well,
by then.
assuming you didn't have access to those interventions, does your answer change?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. What about like did you say in 20 years time too? 20, 30 years?
I don't remember, to be honest, but
Well,
I don't think I'll look better, but
okay.
who knows?
So you just said 10 though.
I
You
said
10.
yeah, I said in 10 years maybe.
Okay. So who takes the deal?
I'll do it.
Magic wand, advance your looks 10 years, you stay there for 10 years, and then you just continue with your aging. Who here takes it?
Oh. See, I'm only 23. I want to be in my 20s still right now. So.
No, but I mean, doesn't everybody want to be better looking?
Personally,
All of you said you'd be better looking in 10 years' time.
Personally, I just want to go through all the stages. I've seen like photos of my mom and my grandmother in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, and I just think they look beautiful at every stage. So I would want to go through that.
Okay. I have a follow-up on this. When it comes to like wearing makeup, why don't, if like you look better as you get older, why don't women, there's makeup that's used in theatrics and film, for example, that can age you and make you look older. Most women are not employing these kind of makeup techniques to make them look older, like putting on wrinkles, putting on lines, this sort of thing. Why do you think that is if you're going to be more attractive in 10 years' time?
I don't think it's necessarily about like the wrinkles or things like that. But for example, for me, one thing that changed when I got older was just like my face shape and like having a more full face to like my face thinning out a little bit more. And to me, that makes me more attractive.
Your face thinned out as you got older, or was
older? Yeah.
I don't understand this idea, like what you talking about, like the baby fat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think perhaps there's a differential here. Who got this idea that super sharp features on a woman makes her more attractive?
Beauty culture.
Yeah, but if you look at like Asian cultures, for example,
yeah,
like more rounded features are typically exemplified in these.
Well, we're in America, so our beauty culture is very different.
Yes, even in America, though, like softer features on women tend to be deemed more. It's not that it's one or the other. I think a woman with more sharp features can be very attractive, but also a woman with more soft, rounded features also very attractive.
I feel like it's whatever fits their face, and if a girl does her makeup wrong, that will fit their face wrong. Like if you do sharp makeup, you're supposed to do soft, like you're supposed to do soft. But it's just like, it's a girl thing, I guess.
I suppose if the trade-off is I lose some of the fat in my face, but all the other corresponding things that come with I don't know if that trade-off is really worth it, but
I will say that I don't think that having more baby fat made me look bad. It's just that now that I'm older, I still don't look my age, but I like that I look more my age, if that makes sense.
Okay. We were going around the table on something. It was, the magic wand. Do you take it?
So just to clarify, because you had mentioned it as well, I'm assuming that in the 10 years, I do have access to procedural things like Botox for wrinkles or advanced longevity science, like freaking science, biohacking sort of things, exercise, access to, a different routine to work on musculature and composition. So is that out of the picture as well?
To be fair, I know these procedures are available. I guess I just want, really quick before I answer that question, to the panel here. A woman at 20 who's taking good care of herself, and there's not any crazy skin defects or crazy acne or anything. Just assume normal girl, 20 years old. Comparing her to herself at 40, and then let's there's different ways we can approach this. There's like body and then face. Let's stick to just face to begin with, but I guess we could do body too. Let's assume she's fit though at 20 and also fit at 40. So there's like perhaps some differences to like the skin.
Right.
Like, you start getting like some little dots and skin differences and stuff, whatever. But assume the fitness is like pretty comparable at both ages. Do you guys think that a 40-year-old woman who has Botox and all that shit is going to be more attractive than herself naturally at 20?
Some are. Sometimes that is possible because when you're in your early 20s, even late 20s sometimes, you're not always taking care of yourself because you're grinding, you're working longer hours, like you're just trying harder in life. And I feel like once you get older,
I would just make a counter argument and say that like comparing 20 to 40, like are you saying that the stress from 20 to 40, there's no stress that's accumulated in a 20-year period?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is having more time for yourself and not working yourself so much.
Do you think 20-year-olds or 40-year-olds are more stressed out?
20.
Really?
40-year-olds.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends on the 20-year-old and it depends on the 40-year-old.
Do you know how much easier life was when I was 20 versus now at 35?
But I feel
like
what's the differences?
What's the environment? It's a different environment right now. The 20-year-olds right now are stressed the hell out.
And not even
Over
that, like
what?
you could say that, like, I mean, you could ask a 50-year-old man, like, what's his hardest time? He might tell you now and not 20, but then another 50-year-old man might tell you when he's a teenager it was the hardest time of his life and the rest was
that
easy.
Stress will have already accrued the, I don't know if mitochondrial damage, like the stress has already had its impact. So you've already accrued the like supposed damage that would have occurred from the stress.
But you know when you go through something the first time and you have to learn the tool, so then you have a tool, so then you're like, oh, I can get through it next time. And
let's assume the stress level is identical. How about that? Just to make things simple. The stress level is identical.
We're making this question really deep.
Yeah,
like why is this question so deep?
To the next level, and it's like we're never going to win this conversation.
Here's the scenario. I would argue, I mean, I'm granting that the stress level is equivalent. I genuinely think that the accumulated and accrued damage from the stress is going to be greater. This impact on your looks is going to be greater at 40 than what has manifested itself at 20. But I'll just grant that the stress is totally the same, whatever. So if we're comparing a 20-year-old woman to her 40-year-old self, but the 40-year-old self has access to what's currently available on the market, Botox, whatever the fuck the other stuff is, I don't know. Which one's more attractive?
I would still say maybe the older version because you have more confidence, you have more life skills. Like when you're younger.
No. Oh my God.
Oh, sorry.
We're talking about looks.
Look-wise.
We're never going to answer
20-year-olds.
I think confidence affects your looks.
I guess it depends on
That's like a really big part of how you present yourself.
Well, I just wonder why all the beauty products then are anti-aging and none of them are forward-aging. I've never seen one time a beauty product that was marketed, this will age you 10 years. I've never seen that, never seen any marketing of like, this will give you more wrinkles. I've literally never seen that in my life. It always seems to be the reverse. All the beauty products seem to be, oh, this will make you look younger. This will make you, well, that's it, really. Just it'll make you look younger, right? That's how they market almost all of them.
I wanna almost grant to you that the 20-year-old is shy, and then the 40-year-old is confident.
I would say honestly,
but honestly,
to that directly,
I don't want to grant it.
I think I do feel prettier now, only because when you get older, you start looking back like, oh, I can't see what I had then. So I do feel like actually in 10 years' time, I would think that I'm prettier now than at 30. Does that make sense?
Well, can I ask one more quick question? Can the women at the table just quickly raise their hand if they've ever used an item called anti-aging cream? Some form of anti-aging cream.
Like retinol?
Retinol?
Whatever. So a product that is
Does vitamin
marketed
A
as
count?
anti-aging cream. Any product marketed as anti-aging cream.
Really?
I have,
Really?
for sure. Yeah.
I'm terrible at skincare.
None of y'all are gonna answer.
Stop the cat.
I mean, if
I haven't
vitamin
used
A
a cream,
counts,
but
yeah.
I've gotten Botox, if that counts.
Really?
You don't use any type of skin cream, which is designed to hide wrinkles, eliminate them, eliminate crow's feet, things like that. That would be anti-aging cream.
No, I use only natural
Nobody uses
products
that.
like coconut oil and
No,
stuff
not
like
everybody
that.
does.
I was always taught you don't start using things unless you need
Yeah, I
it.
was kind of going to wait till I was older.
Yeah,
to
like
use that
when
kind
I
of
need it,
stuff.
I'll use it, but I'm like 20.
Okay, here we'll get everybody.
Well, I don't understand. What's the coconut oil do?
You're supposed to use that stuff kind of before you actually get the wrinkles. It's supposed to.
Yeah, but what does the coconut oil do? What is it there?
Coconut
Like a
oil does
moisturizer.
multiple things.
Does it make
That
your
would be
skin
my-
look? Does it make your skin look better? Does it?
I mean, it would be the same as using a face cream.
Does it give it a more youthful appearance? Does it?
I think there is a big difference between anti-aging products and products that treat other things like acne, hyperpigmentation. There's so many products out there that aren't necessarily anti-aging. If we're talking about anti-aging, like things that are made for mature skin, right?
This I don't understand.
Well, let's get everybody's answer. Magic wand. Do you take the magic wand?
So yeah, I was just gonna say, I know a lot of beautiful 40-year-olds, and I think that the one thing they don't like is coming with terms of their age. Not that they're less attractive. I don't think they're less attractive than me, but I think it's hard for them to admit that.
Yeah.
So do you take
So
the magic
yes,
wand?
I would take the wand because I would stop at 35, and I feel like people do look better in their 30s just because they have more of their life together. They don't party as much, sleep with their makeup on,
They
and
know
all that
themselves
kind of
a bit
stuff.
more,
Yeah.
We
But
pick
the
up on
damage
habits.
has been
Good
accrued.
habits.
I can actually
But the best things that I've been through, I look better after. Actually, like I've had glow
But
ups.
like, I don't know, like you're making this extreme comparison. Like these 18-year-old women are meth addicted, heroin addicted. Like the average 18, 19-year-old is maybe they're binge drinking on the weekend. That damage has already been accrued, and they're going to be looking rough in their 30s because of all the drinking that they did. It's not like instantaneous. You go out and binge drink one weekend, and then you're looking rough as fuck. It takes time to accrue that shit. And that's why, like, when you see somebody in their 30s and they partied fucking hard, the first time they went and partied, they didn't start looking rough immediately. They're rough in their 30s.
Mm-hmm. But then they already got through that, and they got in the healthy lifestyle, and now they're fit.
Look, I'll grant, like, if you're living really rough, like, maybe you're going to get some bags under your eyes and shit. But, like, I don't understand this whole, oh, well, the 20-year-old who's partying, and then that same, they partied, and then they're, like, on the health grind. They already accrued the damage.
To your liver, maybe, but not necessarily always on the outside.
But y'all make it out like, oh, okay, they binge drink twice a week. Yeah, not the best thing to do. But they're not like, I mean, we could use the extreme, like what they're doing fucking heroin and meth, and they're all methed out and shit, and then they've been sober for 10 years. Like, is that the example we're using? Or we're using like the average amount of that somebody parties, which I don't think is going to like manifest itself immediately in like immediate outward damage.
I guess just the things you go through, such as college, the partying, and then when you accomplish that, you kind of like feel better about yourself, and so then you get in a maybe
What about
more
a 35-year-old woman who is going through a divorce? How about her?
Well, sometimes people glow up after breakups. I mean, my horrible relationship, I got hotter after.
All right. Well, do you take the wand?
I would take the wand.
She takes the wand. You take the wand.
I'm a little bit confused about the wand.
The wand, it advances your physical appearance, just your physical appearance, 10 years time. You stay there for another 10 years, and then you age accordingly. You're not going to die sooner. You're not going to get health problems sooner. Just your outward appearance, we advance it 10 years. You don't take it?
Who said they would take the wand real quick?
Every other girl besides her.
No, I said no, and because remember I said.
Oh, you don't take the wand.
No,
yeah,
I
because I changed my answer.
They all
at the
take the
beginning.
wand.
So here's the deal. The Crucible and Whatever podcast will actually pay to have cosmetic surgery done to you so that we can add wrinkles to your face. It's completely harmless, right?
Thank God I said no.
Way. Hang on, they make a mock-up model of you and your face, right? It's 100% safe, and they will go in, right? And they will definitely age your face forward by 10 years. Where's my takers? I'll pay for it.
We will
raise the hands. Who's my takers?
You don't have to pay me.
We'll make
You're gonna take it?
Yeah, right, bro.
I just want to see.
I mean, I feel like this.
Do we have it in the Discord, Damien? Can you pull up the Discord, see if we have the?
Yeah, they're gonna age us like
we
50
do?
plus years.
Okay.
Age.
We'll do it. We'll wait until she's back from the bathroom. Why don't we pull up Twitch though while we're waiting for her to return? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been 12 minutes since we last had a Prime. Help. Can somebody test it out? See if I think it's bugged, boys. Can you guys test out and see if a Prime's available? Also, guys, drop us a follow. Get us to 95,000 followers on Twitch, guys. I'm going to be streaming World of Warcraft on Twitch, and then let's pull up the Discord. We'll pull that up after we go through the stack on Discord. Guys, discord.gg/whatever. Let's get that pulled up. So we'll do that before we go to the age stuff. We'll go to the, go ahead. Oh, okay. We'll do the age stuff
yeah,
first.
no. I said no.
All right.
I said no.
Oh, no, that didn't.
Next.
Why do I look so angry?
Damn.
That's 10 years or 20 years?
It's like
That is not 10 years.
Not 10 years.
Next.
My family doesn't look like that. That's
You look
crazy.
the same.
You look the same.
Hey, she's right.
It's that coconut oil, for real.
All right, next.
Disgusting.
Wow.
Yikes.
Why? What's going on with the upper chest area on everybody?
I feel like these are not 10 years. It's realistically not 10 years.
We have cooties or something.
No! Horrible.
Shit.
I don't think
That's bad.
That's hot.
Next.
Yeah, that's not the.
That is definitely not 10 years time.
It's like
No,
20 years.
Yes.
it's like
Next.
30 years.
This is great,
Yeah,
man.
30.
Damn. Dibs.
What the?
Chick's a MILF.
Next.
Oh.
I wasn't even involved. How good at this?
Shit. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Here it goes.
Nah, my father looked way better than that.
Next.
No.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh,
That
wait.
was a whole nother
We got
person,
Andrew?
I hated mine.
Hey, that's Andrew. Looking good. Okay. All right. Yeah, of course.
Wow.
I like that. All right. Thank you.
That was
Thank you.
crazy.
Oh, and then let's pull up the other stuff on Discord. Got the other stuff like from the intro. Guys, discord.gg/whatever. Me and Andrew have a big announcement, guys, for you nerds out there. Hold on. Okay, guys, we post BTS on the Discord, so you got to join. Go to the wall of whatever. Show them the bingo card, guys. If you want to play bingo during the thing, and then guys, me and Andrew, we're fucking teaming up, boys, for the Horde. We are playing. Why can't I find it? What the fuck? There it is. Lower the volume a bit. Pull it back up. Pull it back up. Pull it back up. Hello? All right, guys. The World of Warcraft tab. Go to discord.gg/whatever. Me and Andrew, we're starting a guild, boys. We're starting a guild. Now, boys, this is going to be serious shit, bro. We're going to be clearing Molten Core. Easy.
Wait. Why does that say that Alliance? I can't play with you guys if it's Alliance.
No, it's Horde.
Yeah, we're not doing Alliance.
Wait, what? What did you say?
We're no way if it's Alliance.
No, I said Horde, didn't I?
Oh, okay.
I don't think it says.
Yeah, we can't do Alliance. No Alliance.
Yeah, we're gonna do Horde. We're gonna do Horde. So guys, if you're interested, go to that Discord. Fill out only send in one message. Fill out the application. If you want to be part of the whatever guild, it's gonna be, and then the Crucible will be part of the guild. It's a guild. Good talk. Okay. What were we? We're talking about the rating thing or whatever.
The magic wand.
Magic wand.
Yeah.
Here. Final question on this. Do you think men will find you more attractive in 10 years' time, as compared to now?
I don't know. I'm not a man. I don't know. Yes. Yeah. We'll go with yeah.
Okay. Physically attractive, to clarify.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
I think so.
No.
Okay.
It depends on their age. I feel like they always like 10 years younger. So if they're 10 years older than if I'm 35, they're 45, they probably will, you know? They'll always like younger. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Good talk. Good talk. All right, guys. We're doing something a little new today. I have here. I have them fill out a questionnaire. It's the first time we've ever done this. In addition to all the pre-show notes we have, it's a lot, so we probably won't be able to get to everything. I have them do a little circle for all my toxic positions that they disagree with. The first one, though, that we're going to start with is the bear. So going around the table, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? Random man, random bear.
Like literally, we're being so literal right now. I would have to say, I don't want to say that though.
Well, what did you write on the?
I think I left it blank, to be honest with you.
You did leave it blank.
I just looked at it and I was
like, you do
like,
have to answer though.
It's not a hard question.
And by the way,
I feel like this is
you're
a
not
bad
allowed to
comparison, to be completely honest, though. So, like,
You're not allowed to change your answer. Whatever you wrote here, you have to say it.
like, are we talking about like any man?
Random. Okay, so it's a random man.
A random man?
Okay, look, here's the scenario.
Because I was taught
Can
to
you
run
tell
from
us
a
the
bear, so I
color
know how
of
to
the
run
bear?
from
Is
a
it a
bear.
The
brown
color
bear or
of
a
the
white
bear,
bear?
it's a pink bear.
Oh, then a
Okay,
bear.
hold on. Here's the scenario, okay? I mean, it was already kind of written, but
You said you could have just read it, but
you randomly spawn in the forest. You randomly spawn.
just there.
Okay. Then 2 buttons spawn in front of you. One of them would spawn a random man. The other spawns a random bear. So you get to pick which one spawns.
But we
So-
can't change our answer.
I would say a bear.
No, you can't change your answer. You got whatever you wrote here. You have to say what it. So just answer whatever you wrote in the thing.
I only say a bear because my family used to go bear hunting, so I know how to run from a
Okay,
bear.
so you pick bear.
Yeah.
All right.
I picked bear.
Okay.
I said depends on the man.
Well, it's a random man you don't know.
That's why I don't. I'm
Bear.
Okay.
I picked bear.
Bear.
Man, because I thought he was manly when I read it. I didn't know that it was going to be
Oh, does
some
it
random
change?
strawny
Does it
person.
change?
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, so now bear.
It depends on who it is, but yeah.
No, but it's a random, so it could be.
Then
Yeah,
I don't
but it-
trust that he's, I guess, a strong,
could
hunky
be-
man.
It could
so
randomly be
Wait, wouldn't that
Could
be
be a
worse?
scary man,
if
a
he's
weak man.
strong.
it could be-
an
No,
elderly
that's
man.
good because then he can protect me.
No. It's not a bear and a man. He's not protecting you from the bear. There's either a man or a bear.
Like you're one-on-one with a man or a bear.
Oh, I was thinking like just he could protect me in any situation in the woods. That's
Let's
what
just
I meant.
assume
But yeah, I get what you're saying.
absent-
It'd be bad
That's
to be alone with a man.
that's a
then.
really strange answer anyway. Like,
Yeah.
what if the random man spawned and he's like, "Oh, I don't give a shit about you. Protect yourself."
That's a possibility. Yeah.
He gives you to the bear.
He
He was
finds
like,
a bear. and gives
my
it to you.
chances of surviving in this forest without you greatly increase.
Yeah, why didn't I
So instead,
trust my
I'm
survival
going to
instincts
just
over
leave you here.
Okay, I guess I pick bear then.
I said man, but I changed my answer to bear.
I thought we couldn't change our answer.
Okay.
I say man all the way.
Wait, so bear.
Can I
bear-
change my
Everyone
answer?
Bear,
one.
bear.
Yeah.
World change.
What, you want to change it?
Yeah,
Why?
but you said we couldn't, so I was sticking with the script.
Okay, but originally you wrote
Yeah,
bear. but
originally
why
I
did-
wrote
so Why
bear.
did you change?
'Cause it might be a grizzly bear, and I don't fuck with those.
See,
and
that's
I'd
why I
rather
asked
fuck with a
what kind of
stranger in the woods than a grizzly bear.
Okay. So those of you, 2 questions then. Those of you who said bear, why? Like why do you pick the bear? And then why don't you pick the man?
See, I would pick the man if I could have the choice of man, but since I don't have the choice, I pick bear because.
Wait, can you tilt your mic down a little bit? Yeah. There you
Okay.
go. Go ahead.
Yeah. But I say pick bear because like I don't. Humans sometimes are unpredictable, and if it's a random person, I don't know what they're gonna do. And a bear, like, they're just nature. They just probably will run at you, and you kind of just.
Yeah. So just so I understand this correctly, essentially I think what you're saying is with the man, while the bear could kill you, with the man could also kill you. He could also assault you in other ways. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah,
of,
but the bear might be nice, might kill me. I
okay,
don't know.
we'll come back to that. What about you? Why? So why do you pick the bear? Why don't you pick the man?
I have 2 answers.
Sure.
Why I picked the bear, I grew up in rural Arizona, so I feel like I went camping all the time, seen lots of bears. I feel comfortable in that situation, for one. And then 2, a random man and a random bear. A man could potentially take away my dignity and then kill me, whereas a bear will just kill me. So
I mean, or like
I'd
eat
rather
you
not.
and let
Yeah.
you die slowly.
Well, I mean, a man could do that too.
Sure. How many? But have you encountered a bear before?
I have, yeah.
How many men have you encountered?
A lot. They're scary.
Hundreds of thousands.
I deal with men all the time for my job.
Yeah, but like just walking down the street.
Yeah.
Like how many men do you think you've like just walked by?
I'm not entirely
Millions.
sure. I wouldn't say millions.
Maybe you were in a classroom. Start adding these up. You were in a
But I mean thousands at least, right?
certainly
But
thousands, right?
It doesn't matter the statistic of how many men I've gone past, because if we're being quite honest, the amount of men who have done horrible things to me is pretty high of those situations.
What's
So,
the percentage?
Enough for me to not feel safe around men by myself.
Not to feel safe. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Before we'll get everybody's answers before we get into any of the details. So, what about you?
What was the question?
Okay. Why do you pick the bear?
Okay.
And why don't you pick the man?
I think the bear is more predictable.
Mm-hmm.
And with the man, I have questions. Why is he alone in the middle of the woods? What,
Okay.
why am I alone with him? I don't know what he's going to do.
Here, I don't think this is going to change your answer, but in the scenario I gave, he randomly spawns.
Yeah.
So you like click the thing, man, oh, what am I doing here? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's no
This could be a guy who's Saudi Arabian.
He's
This
not
could be
just
a guy
wandering.
who comes in directly from North Korea, or this could be a guy who's from Albuquerque, New Mexico, working the night shift at Ralph's, right? So that's what you're dealing
There's
with.
not like a motivation as to why he's in the woods, really.
Okay, I still...
Wait, actually, I do want to... do you think men who are, like, in real life, who do go into the woods or go on hikes, like, do you think... Like, what percentage of those men are, like, going to that environment with this, like, express intent to, like, go victimize a woman?
I have no idea, but I love camping and I car camp often. And I've had times where there was just a random man like looking in my car and just like standing in front of my car.
Sure,
I
that's weird.
don't trust it. So
Okay,
bear.
something bad happened. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. All right. What about you?
I initially put bear,
Oh, you're switching your answer.
but I switched it to man.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's your genuine new
You
position.
know, I think physicality wise, I trust myself to be able to defend myself against a man, irregardless of the weight or stature, versus taking a chance on an animal, like a
Okay.
wild animal.
But you're still, even if you pick the man, like, still, like, you're still assuming that the man poses, like, a risk, essentially.
No, I mean, not intuitively, not innately. Maybe if you.
Okay, sure. What about you?
I mean, I don't feel safe hiking alone.
Sure.
So I would not feel safe with a man in the woods because they are the higher percentage of psychopaths as well.
So it's also... What percentage of men are psychopaths? Because it's a random man.
Over women, it's like in the 90s. 90.
Wait, 90% of men are psychopaths?
Not 90% of men, but over women.
No, that's not true. Psychopathy doesn't even exist. Psychopathy is not in any American psychological book, any of the DSMs. Psychopathy is not even there.
I saw something
Other things you would associate with psychopathy doesn't even exist.
Let's just grant it, though. What percentage of men are psychopaths?
I just saw something that, like, you walk by a certain amount of psychopaths on the street and the percentage higher is men.
Yeah, but what percent?
I don't know, but I mean, you could look at serial killer statistics and they're mostly men, so you could, I guess, make a percentage off of that.
I mean, so if I don't understand though. So, like, let's say the percentage is 0.0001 in women and it's 0.0002 in men. I like that would be, yeah, technically
I think I meant
it's a
just
higher
more
percentage.
serial killers, which are all
Which is
psychopaths.
super rare. You know how rare serial killers are. What percentage of...
And women are also very much, it's up in the air how many women are serial killers because they kill stealthily versus overtly. So especially in nursing, healthcare, things like this, when they're in positions of caretaker roles, that's when women tend to kill the most. Men, on the other hand, they just do it much more violently, right?
Yeah,
So-
I was talking about in the woods, technically.
But so what? Give us what's the percentage of serial killers? I guess now.
We could look it up. Yeah.
Okay, how about this? Do you think it's less than 1%
Of what?
of the male population
I
is
feel
less
like
than
1% is a lot, so probably, maybe. I don't know.
You think? So you went to high school, right?
Yeah, I graduated college.
How big was your high school?
Like 2,000 people.
Your class or the whole, all 4
My
years?
class.
So there were 8,000 people at your high
Yeah,
school?
I went to a big high school.
Okay, so 4,000.
So I can give you the clarification, Brian, real quick.
Yeah.
Roughly 1.2% of adult men in the United States are considered to have clinically significant levels of what are considered psychopathic traits, compared to 0.7% of adult women. However, the traits which they consider to be psychopathic does not actually make you a psychopath, right? So they're looking at things like, hang on, let me pull up the traits here. It would be things like communication, other things like lack of empathy, but these things are lower in men anyway, and those things on their own don't actually create the conditionals for any type of borderline personality disorder. So hard to say exactly, but even by the metric, it seems that while it is true that men would slightly outnumber them, this seems like it's a trait problem. We're associating it with traits that are more masculine.
Yeah, violence. Yeah.
But so what percentage of men do you think are serial killers?
It's very low. I know I shouldn't have brought up the percentage thing. I was just saying that they outnumber the women.
Well, I
wouldn't feel safe
but
in the woods with them.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I just think like men are unpredictable, and I think
Unpredictable,
bear,
okay.
Yeah, bear is predictable.
Bear predictable, okay. And then I don't think you picked bear. This is a point Andrew's brought up before. To those of, I think you said predictable. You said predictable, unpredictable. Just curious. So if you walked up to a man and patted him on the head, versus walking up to bear and patted the bear on the head, maybe a little rough, a little hard. Which one do you think is going to react more violently towards you?
Is this the same thing, a random man?
Am I saying it?
Yeah, random man, or random bear. If you just walked over to any random guy, like right now in Santa Barbara, you were just walking down the street and you walked over to some random guy and you just patted him on the head, versus if you're walking down the street in Santa Barbara and you walked over to a black bear and patted it on the head, what do you think the outcome difference would be?
It's the bear. The bear is predictable.
Wait, no, she picks the bear.
No, I know you pick the bear, but if you patted the bear on the head versus patting the random guy on the head, what do you think the result would be? The result difference would be? Do you think that the bear would, I don't know, if you went over and tried to pat it on the head, perhaps eat your face, whereas the man would not, likely?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
makes sense.
But if I'm in the middle of the forest or woods and a bear and a man spawn, I'm not going to pat either of them on the head.
Yeah, but which one would pose a bigger threat if you were to do this?
Obviously a bear, but that wasn't the original question.
Yeah.
Sure, but I mean, it helps further kind of articulate the risk factor here. But and then what do you pick, I guess, or your thoughts on that?
I guess it kind of supports your theory. Like the questions are like supporting your theory on how, like, I think like a man could do a lot of things. He could kill you. He could essay. It could be a lot of different things. But a bear, yes, could kill you. Yes, it would be the bear.
Can I say something?
One quick question, then I'll let you come right in. Just one other follow-up question here. I'm assuming a lot of you guys, either directly or implied, there's a risk when it comes to the men. You're fearful of essay with this man alone in the forest. So my question is, what percentage of men do you think would be inclined to victimize you in this way?
I don't think they feel inclined. This is going to sound terrible. I just feel like some men don't know that they're even doing it. Like they genuinely are just so ignorant to what they're doing. They're in their world. They're living in it.
Well, this would not be like a date grape scenario.
Yeah, I know.
So this is like he would have to like essentially violently assault you in this.
So we're talking about violently assault. Because say if I'm at a bar and like a guy like comes by, he like touches my ass, and he just keeps grabbing, he might think that if like I don't turn around and say something, that he's just allowed to keep touching me. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, I feel like sometimes they think that they're entitled. They don't even realize what they're doing. They're sexually assaulting someone, but they don't even realize. Like, so I'm not saying, like, I don't know.
Sometimes I think also men think that it doesn't matter how many no's they get as long as they get a yes, or as long as you stop saying no. and that's not the same as a yes.
Or as long as you don't say anything.
Yeah, as long as you don't say anything.
Not all men, but some men.
Some men.
Like, I'm not saying that all men,
but
but like, I think a lot of men just genuinely don't know what they're doing, and and the harm that they're doing because they're just feeding their own ego in a way.
Okay, so I mean, even I suppose granting your expanded definitions of, or granting the definition, how your definition, mumbling over my words here, granting how you view these certain crimes or whatever, going ahead and granting that, what percentage of men are going to do that in a given situation then, I suppose?
I'll say 40%.
40%? Okay.
For me, it doesn't matter percentage. If there's even a 1% possibility, I would rather die by a bear than be raped. Even if it was 1%.
Well, let's try to use essay. That's fine.
Sorry. Essay. I'd even if it was 1%.
Yeah, but you don't think it's 1%, do you?
I don't know what the percentage.
What do you think it is?
Of men that would do that would be capable?
So it's a random man out of the population.
Random man.
So what percentage of men in the population do you think would do this or would be inclined to doing that in the scenario presented?
In that exact scenario, I don't know, maybe 20, maybe like 15. We'll say 20. We'll say 20. What do you think?
I don't know the percentage, but I remember when I was in college reading something that's saying that like 1 in every 4 college student females will be essayed or something like that. So I'm going to say it's maybe 2%. I don't know.
Okay, before we get into okay, go ahead.
It's how...
So 25% for you. You said 1 in 4, so you're going off that, so 25%.
I mean, not everyone's in college. I don't know. I'm just going to say 2% because I have no idea.
Wait, 2%?
Yeah.
2% is a lot different than 1 in 4.
It is, but in college, you're going out, you're partying. I'm trying to consider that, so I'm just going to say 2%.
All right, 2%. All right.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, so it's what percentage I feel any given man is inclined to aggressively act out, just 2%.
Okay.
Like 10 or 15.
10 or 15?
More than 1%, definitely. So.
Yeah, okay, more than 1% could be 99%.
Okay, 2%.
Okay. And then you didn't pick pair.
Men make me feel safe. Like, not all men, but like
sure.
Whoever my other person is, as long as they make me feel safe.
Yeah. Wait, so I'm actually kind of surprised because Andrew, we've asked this frequently. This is one of the first times we've had such low numbers given.
Those were pretty high numbers.
Well, Andrew, a couple of girls said 1%, 2%. That's low, comparatively speaking. But we did get a 40% from you and a 20% from you.
I said like 15 or 20.
15 or 20. Okay. So you said 40%.
But with the question, I was the first to answer. Did you mean like literally initiate or just like to think about doing stuff like that? Because I answered on basically like, do men have those thoughts and want and are entitled to do it?
I think I would still think 40% of men want, like they're fantasizing about essaying women. I still think that's pretty high, but.
Or being with women they can't have. So yeah, that's what the conversation.
Wait, y'all, hold on. Wait, that's a little different. Fantasizing about a woman that they can't have. Don't y'all fantasize about like
that's not
men
what I meant.
who y'all can't ever have? Fucking NFL players, athletes, famous musicians. No, you don't have like a celebrity crush?
No, I do not.
That's fucking bullshit, y'all.
Yeah. It's a part of my disorder. I literally do not.
I don't think it's like. Are you saying it's like mental essay for a guy to
what I was saying,
have a sexual fantasy with like a famous woman or something?
No,
what?
I thought you were saying they have those thoughts. That's it.
That
was all.
So what do you think? What do you think
thoughts.
What do you think one of the most common, if not the most common, sexual fantasy of women is?
I don't know.
I know.
I have no idea.
What is it?
That's actually a really good argument, Andrew. That's a fantastic argument.
It's
Maybe you're referring to incels. Were you talking about guys that can't get sex and then they lash out because of violence?
They know too.
I was just more just the entitlement to women. I
Everybody's
just said
diverting.
40%.
Nobody's answering the question.
Can I jump in?
What do you think the most common sexual fantasy of a woman is?
I don't know.
I know.
A British accent.
Yeah, definitely.
The word is
dominance.
But
Bingo.
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
No, I mean it's.
No, it's much more
It's,
than that. I think it's much more than that.
They have grape fantasies.
I thought men
It's
have
very-
those more.
Not all. I don't. Like I don't. Like
I'm
so.
just gonna. Hang on. I'm just gonna go off the facts here. All right. We'll make sure that we all get it right. Number 10, strangers in the night. 9, group sex. 7, laying you out on display for other people to see, meaning you're having sex in front of other people. 6, sexually ravaged. 5, or I'm sorry, 4, to leave it as a tip. And then 2, strap on, I'm going in. That's pretty brutal, right?
The fuck is it?
And then number 1 is SA fantasies. Number 1.
That doesn't mean
There was not a single thing I think you said that I fantasize about. I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
Well, okay, while that could be true, I just want you to understand that there's all sorts of things, which I'm sure would be attributed to the majority of men, that perhaps could not be attributed to me. Here's a really good one. I have blue eyes. That's really, really, really rare in men, right? But that has nothing to do with how common brown eyes are, right? So even though I don't fit the mold, it doesn't really mean anything. I'm not saying anybody here has fantasies of being SA'd. I'm just saying that it's the number 1 fantasy.
Well, it is what it is, I
You
guess.
had something on this?
Yeah, this was a lot. For one, he just said that was a list of women's fantasies.
Top 10 reported by women, yeah.
Now, remember previously how I told you that women say something and do something else? Now, if you ask the common women, they just said that's their biggest fear. But you just did a poll that's their biggest fantasy. So you see how women can say one thing and think and do something totally different? So I just want to say that. 2, it's very alarming that women would rather take a chance with a wild animal who is extremely unpredictable over a man who can possibly not do none of those things. That there is a potential with a man. There is no potential with the bear. None. He's going to kill you or kill you later. So for women to pick the bear over a man who can potentially build a fort with you, make a campfire, and just totally assume he's going to hurt you, it's just very disturbing that women have these, or at least they say they have these fantasies that men will just do this. They just assume such negativity about men. It's just kind of disturbing to hear that. It's like, I would never take a chance with a wild, ravaging bear than a human being without having a chance to. I can't even talk to the bear. You can at least bargain with the man, maybe. You just discarded the common interest of talking over a savage beast. It's just crazy how women think today. No offense.
I think it's disturbing that we've been in positions where we feel that way.
Yeah.
Rather than.
Wait, can I? Go ahead. Do you have
I do.
Andrew sent you text.
Yeah, that's what. But that sounds good. But according to the list, the number 1 fantasy of women is the thing that you all are saying that you hate.
That doesn't mean we want it to happen to us in real life.
I don't believe you do. I'm just saying. It's just a it just shows the duplicitous, contradictory nature of women that I spoke of earlier.
But
if you
I
follow,
also have to argue with you, though.
Let him
I'm gonna let y'all retort. I'm not saying y'all feel this way. I'm just saying it's just proof of the contradictory nature of following what women say as according to what they do. Because if I feel like most women should feel how y'all feel, but according to his poll, the number 1 thing was the most appalling thing that they're saying out of their mouths, and it's just contradictory. Like when that movie Shades of Grey came out, women love that shit.
A fantasy is in a safe situation. It actually happening in an abusive way is not something you're
How is
okay
assault a fantasy?
And also, let me add to this, a lot of SA victims will fantasize
over trauma.
Their trauma. Even though it was a bad experience for them, they then fetishize their own trauma.
As a man, I would never fetishize somebody beating me.
And you're a man. We are women.
Yeah.
I don't, like I say, what y'all saying, what y'all do is 2 different things. It don't make sense. I don't see how you can fantasize about something that you put on, that you deem is so negative. That
You don't
doesn't make any
understand,
sense
but
to me.
it's just genuinely
And there's
science.
men that's been
like it
essayed
is.
that do fantasize over.
No, they end up being
Yes.
that. They turn all the way over. That's what they do.
I would also like to ask, I guess, what is the percentage of these, like this statistic that we got in from the poll? How many women, what country were they from, what age demographics, were they?
Is,
like, there's just so many other questions.
This
How
is
many
centered
women?
around I'll tell you the answers to that. This is centered around mostly the Western world. These polls were done between Australia, Western Europe, and the United States, Canada, things like this. And the way that they gathered the data was from dating sites, for the most part. They gathered them from dating sites. Women tend to be more honest in the background of those, and so do men. And that's how they can gather up different preferences. And also, what women commonly search for when they're looking for, corn, for instance. What they're searching for there, you can gather the data that way as well. And this is what we come up with. Now, men got all kinds of freaky shit too. Don't get me wrong, right? They got all kinds, like the thing that they one of their top searches, pretty gross, right? But so I understand the both sides thing, right? I'm not even necessarily saying. I've always thought that the thing about this that was so bothersome to me, in a different way, is that women most commonly say, "Well, if a man spawned in the forest, when they say I would choose him over the bear, he's going to protect me." And I've always thought, well, that's a pretty assumed entitlement, right? It's pretty assumed entitlement that you just instantly assume any man in the forest has some obligation to protect you. Like, I would just be like, well, I'm spawned in with you, but I don't know you. Good luck. Hope you don't die. I'm getting out of this forest now. See you later. But it's always, that has always been the detail of the answer that has bothered me. I understand why. So here, I'll give you an example. Let me give this question back the other way to Brian Atlas and to the gentleman who's there. Would you rather be spawned into the forest with a random bear or with a gay prisoner? Random gay prisoner, so there's no, it could possibly be that he has no intention, of course, of essaying you because it's random, right? But, also is the chance that he could. Would you prefer to be spawned in with the bear or with the gay prisoner? Random gay prisoner, by the way.
Gay prisoner.
Gay prisoner?
Gay prisoner. I take the gay prisoner.
Was he gay before he went to prison?
I'm gonna take the human every time because I don't have to do nothing with you, but you're a human. You have arms and legs. You can help me pick some shit up. Like, I can't do nothing with no bed.
100%.
Yeah, I think that seems reasonable to me. It's within the confines of reason. It's like, okay, but now they're in the same position you're in. So now they could easily also be overpowered by this person. This person, they even have more information. They know that this person likely has more volatility than the average person. And they are in the same kind of vulnerable position. But according to reason, they go, well, but the chances are still way better, even with a gay prisoner, than they would be with a bear. So this is how you're taking your position, putting it on them, but the answer is far different. And so you kind of wonder why that is. In fact, I would even go so far as to say this. Somebody said with the essay, the dignity aspect. That's terrible for women when they get essayed, absolutely. But think about it from a man's perspective. For a man's dignity, that's brutal as well. And so yet they're still willing to take the chance the other direction. And so it makes you wonder why.
And really quick, Andrew, I think even granting if this gay prisoner is like 30% faster and stronger than you still take it.
You still take it, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that you can continue with the conditionals to the point where it almost would seem more reasonable to take the bear. Most men would still take the idea of the gay prisoner because they're just looking at the chances of if a random gay prisoner spawned in with you, this person could at least be reasoned with, and a bear's going to eat your face, right?
Yeah, and I just felt, like I said, it's just real disturbing, this assumed negativity when it comes to men. Like, even when he brought up the poll of the women, your first response was, well, where they from? It's like, when it comes to these lists with women, all this nuance is required. But when it comes to men, it's just assumed that they're going to do that. But you don't ask, well, what's his upbringing? What's his mentality? Like, where is he from? No, those questions are not asked when it comes to men. When it comes to women, it's like, we need all this nuance. And it's just like, I feel like modern women live in this world beteen fear and fantasy.
I want to bring up something about the poll when you're done.
They're in this, even when it comes to stuff that women watch. Women like to watch a lot of, romantic films of these fantastical situations that never happen. And then on the contrary, they like to watch horror and all these crimes of when men are just doing these diabolical things to women. It's like, if you're constantly feeding your mind fear and fantasy, you're not dealing with reality, which is in neither one of these worlds. And I just feel like you could just tell when you ask women certain questions that they just really think the worst of men. It's just embedded in y'all. I don't know what's going on today.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Oh, bingo. Got it. Forgot.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the ladies that are answering these polls when it comes to the essay, they're thinking about, okay, I'm fantasizing about someone who is dominant, who is handsome, who maybe it's, I don't know, someone wealthy that's just dominating me versus a random man that's coming and attacking you.
But I respect that. But you're still just making an excuse because it's a woman instead of just dealing with what it is. Like,
I'm not making an excuse.
No, you are, because
I'm making an assumption.
You added mad stuff to it. You added that she's rich and anybody.
Kind of like you've done earlier.
What did I add? Give me an example.
Like when we were watching the video and you were talking about it.
Give me an example. Because you said that I'm assuming that a woman who fantasizes about being assaulted is talking about a man who's handsome and tall. You don't want to be assaulted by somebody you're attracted to. So that doesn't make sense to me. Anybody that you appeal to, you don't want them to assault you. That doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how that makes sense.
There was one question that didn't get answered. How many women answered in total in the world? How many women answered that poll with that answer?
I'm assuming it was.
I don't know. I don't know what the total of them are. I don't think it matters. Hang on.
It does.
I don't think it. Hang on. I'm trying to answer.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm not sure that would matter. All you would need is to have a statistical enough sample size that it was statistically significant, and the studies that I'm reading say that their sample sizes are statistically significant.
Another thing, who is funding those studies?
Well, most of these are funded by women's clinics, though many of them I would have to look into the background. But most of the time, studies are funded by progressive institutions, not conservative ones. So I don't see how there would be a publishing bias against women exactly.
Because sometimes there occasionally is, depending on who puts on the study. But
related to that, I have a quick question. She cited this commonly perpetuated statistic in colleges, 1 in 4. Are you prepared to make the same sort of criticism over the
No, because I've looked into that number.
Oh, you've looked into that one.
Okay. I actually have.
Yeah,
I'm familiar.
Is it valid?
I think that it is very
So 1 in 4
valid.
women have been full-blown essayed?
Yeah, I would say more than that.
What do you think about the DOJ? What do you think about the official FBI and DOJ statistics where they actually they're collecting actual crime data instead of polling random, they're actually analyzing the crime statistics.
Well, and here's the data point that backs up Brian. The data point is that when polled, college students who are male give significantly higher numbers of being essayed than women do.
All I was trying to mention with the poll is that you said that it was gathered from dating apps. Many women are not on dating apps.
Sometimes.
I've never been on a dating app.
done these. Many different people have done these. One such study that you can look at, National Institute of Health. These are government studies. Though they don't tell you some of the information that you're asking, and I would have to look into the undercurrent. And I think that that's fair, right, to ask who's conducting the studies and why. They do seem to be statistically significant. So hang on. A team of researchers based University of North Texas and Notre Dame studied 355 women. That's statistically significant. A part of the research involved participants being able to read R-word fantasy scenario over headphones to investigate how aroused they became. In the study published, the Academic Journal of Sexual Behavior, participants were, the number of how many did was kind of staggering, right? So that's just one study, one aspect of this study, but there's other ways that this research is conducted. I can't give you all the details because I don't know them, but it does seem like it's a fairly firm fact that this is pretty common.
Also, the 1 in 4 study, it included things like, for example, catcalling. It included catcalling. It also included, were one of the parties, did they have more than one alcoholic beverage? So they counted consensual sex, but if even both of the parties had more than 1 or 2 drinks, they counted that as SA. Do you think that that's SA if
someone is
Wait, absolutely? Who said absolutely?
I mean, if both parties are under the influence, is that what you're saying?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I guess they're both
If
essaying
both
each other.
parties has had 2 beers, you said that's essay?
Yeah, I mean, because
2 beers.
well, they still know what they're doing, don't they?
I would say it depends on how the beers affect.
No, hold on, stop, hold on.
I guess I'm confused at the question.
So, a man has 2 beers, a woman has 2 beers.
Oh, no.
They have sex. Is that essay?
Oh no, I thought you meant just if they were intoxicated that it doesn't count or something. That's what we we misunderstood. We misunderstood.
It's too woke. Like, people are super sensitive.
Wait. Hold on.
Real quick, Brian, I just want to give you the rest of this. The results of the study, which also explored other sexual and aggressive fantasies, self-esteem, blah, blah, blah. 52% of the women had fantasies about forced sex with a man. 32% had fantasies about being full-on R-worded by the man. 28% had fantasies about forced oral sex by a man, and 16% forced anal sex.
And but hold on. But y'all see how when the data comes, it's always a pushback when it comes to the woman's perspective. Because I've met many women, and they've told me they've taken my hand and put it on their neck.
Oh, I don't know.
It sounds good, but in reality,
There's a difference from being
But they feel comfortable with you.
Listen. Violence is violence. I don't even like to play fight. I only like to fight for real. So
You
to
don't.
me, if someone wants to pretend to be rough in a violent manner, like how is choking ever fit? It's nothing soft and
But
intimate.
she trusts that person.
I get it, but
so
it
it's
still
consensual.
it still speaks to the pathology of the woman. My grandmother didn't do that, nor did my mother. They do that today.
That you know of.
Of course, but it's always convenient when it comes to the women. But when it comes to men, it's definitely definite. Like that's just bias. Like I was saying, most women, to slightly even want your man to pretend to do something that in real life would be negative speaks to the pathology of the woman. Why do you want me to pretend to choke you? When did that become sexual? When did that become intimate? When did that become loving? When did that become becoming of a feminine woman to be choked by her man? It doesn't make sense. Y'all can make all the excuses you want, but it don't make no damn sense.
It's a fantasy.
Part of it actually is science.
Fear and fantasy. That's where y'all live in.
Part of it actually is science. When you allow a certain amount of oxygen to be deprived from the brain, you orgasm harder.
I want to move
That shit
away.
sound good.
Hold on, guys. Let's move away from. Andrew brought up that one example. I want to move away from the study about women's fantasies. Let's get back to kind of like the meat of the conversation here. So you brought up this 1 in 4 number. Okay. So this includes, I'm just curious here, if the man had 2 drinks, the girl had 2 drinks, is that SA?
Is that what it is according to the study?
I believe there was some component, even consensual sex between 2 people who had consumed some degree of alcohol. They deemed it as SA.
If it's consensual, I don't count it as SA, but
It also depends on body weight. So 2 drinks for a 5'2" nothing versus a 6'7".
I'm sorry, you're not going to be blackout off of 2 drinks, even if you're 5 foot tall.
All I'm saying is like alcohol conversion in height and weight for 2 people who weigh very different things might be
I'd
different.
argue men drink more heavily than women. So I gave you an example where it's like the equivalent, but let's say that the man's more drunk than the woman. Is that SA?
Yeah, if he's more drunk,
he's not blacked out.
But I don't even understand how you
Men
would
can
gauge
be
that.
raped
Like
by
if
women,
2 people go out and they get drunk, no 2 people are going to have the same level of impairment, right? No 2 people are going to have the same level of impairment. So one's always going to be slightly or even more less impaired than the other person, even if they're both drunk. I don't even know how you would quantify that. Like, how would you quantify that? Oh, well, you had 6 drinks and she had 3, so now you're equally impaired, so now you can have sex? Like, that just seems absurd on its face, right?
okay.
Well, sometimes men get also more aggressive when they've had more to drink. So if they're sloppy drunk, they could
So do
still
women.
sexually.
Women get more aggressive when they drink too.
Women definitely get aggressive.
Okay, so if we don't
People
agree
get
with that study, then let's find another one that says what the percentage is.
There's the DOJ statistics. Damien, can you try to find the DOJ statistics? But okay, how about this? A woman has there's no alcohol involved. A woman has consensual sex. She regrets it the next day. Is this SA?
No.
Okay, but
It happens. But it happens.
I want to say a lot of things happen doesn't make it right.
But that happens more than often than not.
It does, but that's a whole.
And actually, this affects African American men at higher rates, at very high rates, because there's like this racial component.
That's why I said it's
The Roe v. Wade was based on a lie.
Who was Emmett Till? Emmett Till.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
We can go on and on. That's why I said we speak from a privileged position. We speak from a privileged position. Everybody has a different reality, so you can get away with something that another person wouldn't. It's going to affect them. They might have the legal fees. They might have the means to combat these assumed negative emotions and actions of men as opposed to another man. Like right now, for example, I don't know his income, but I'm assuming he makes more than me. He might can get out of a situation like that quicker than I can based on the words of a woman. So when we just speak these general, like, oh no, it's just like this. No, it's not just like that. It's very nuanced, but it seems like we only show nuance for the woman's side and not for the man's side. Like, we have to be real about this thing. Is people take these topics from these podcasts and they run with it in real life, and people's lives really get jeopardized, especially men. Like the Roe v. Wade thing. That was based on a white woman blaming and I don't want to make it racial, but y'all brought it up.
Wait, Roe v. Wade?
The rape, Roe v. The abortion thing, that was the original, if I'm not mistaken, the original crime was a white woman blaming a black man saying he SA'd her, and from that, she got impregnated. And because of that,
it's a privacy. It's more of anything about privacy.
It was a lie. The woman who the crime that caused that law to come in to be implemented was a woman who lied on a black man who was never SA'd by him, and that they took that story and made abortions legal because of that lie. That's a fact. I think it was a documentary that they made on it off of, what's that show? What's the Candace Owens is on the network. It got
I don't know.
Bill Walsh, Matt Walsh is on it too. They did a whole documentary about it. They did a whole documentary about Roe v. Wade. It was based on a lie.
I don't know the details.
The network is the Daily Wire.
The Daily Wire. Yep. They did a documentary on it, I believe, and they was talking about how I believe that situation was based on a woman who accused a man of saying her, and he didn't even do it, and he happened to be a black man. I wonder how his life went.
Okay, well, this just
Good.
took a lot.
Hey, y'all brought it up.
Here, I'll move things on here shortly. I guess really quick, those of you, you said 20%, you said 15 to 20. Does this also apply to like your family members, like cousins, etc.? So like 1 in 5 of all your family members?
I mean, I was taught by my dad to protect myself from men. So, I mean, so
yeah, but like, are you willing to throw like 1 out of 5 of your like blood under the water and say like 1 in 5 of your male family members are like inclined to SA a woman?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I know for a fact that some of them have.
Okay. Well, it does happen in families.
I never.
Actually, it happens more.
I mean, are you asking? Cause,
it happens more in families than just random people on the street. Like, typically, it's somebody that you know or somebody that is
I want to say it's somebody's friend, it's somebody's son, it's somebody's dad.
Really
like,
sick.
Yeah. But so, I guess final thing here on the bear thing. So I kind of is the position that.
So wait, it mostly doesn't happen by strangers.
It mostly happens.
So if it mostly doesn't
home.
happen by strangers, wouldn't that be a strike against your logic of thinking that responding randomly with a stranger in the woods? Wouldn't that significantly lessen the idea that you would be SA?
How many women are alone in the woods just spawn?
Like
how many women on average just spawn into the woods? Like, it's a hypothetical situation.
Yeah, I know, but hypothetical situations are designed to test your logic. That's why we make them up, right? We make them up to see if we can determine what is true and what is not true, and if we're using logic and reason in order to make determinations about things, or if we're just using pure emotion or something like that. So I have no doubt that you feel that this is true, right? And there's many things I feel are true, but the reason we use a hypothetical is to test if the feeling makes any sense. And so if the idea is once we get into the nitty gritty, wait a second, almost you all agree it's mostly somebody you know who would do something like this. Wouldn't that be a strike against the idea that spawning with a random stranger in the middle of the woods, you would actually be less likely than you would even with somebody you knew?
Good point.
Not necessarily.
I think they're saying that the chances are just higher in general, no matter who you're around.
The reason why it's usually higher with people who you know is because they can have you in a compromising position, like watching you while your parents are gone, like something where you're alone, where you're isolated. That's why it's typically someone you know.
We're talking about adult women here. Adult women, this type of thing. Even adult women are still.
It can still be when you're isolated and when you're alone. And if you're in the woods, you're isolated and alone.
Adult women are still more likely to be essayed by people they know, right? But most of the time, the people that they know are people like male friends of theirs, things like this. Those are the people who are and yes, it is true they're in a compromising position, but it seems like it's this intimate knowledge you have with this person that makes them feel like this is in some way appropriate, or that they can get away with it, or this kind of thing. Do you think if you respond with a random stranger in the middle of a forest, that you guys would have way bigger things to worry about than whether or not he wants to just like attack you, it just seems kind of silly, right?
Maybe it's also a perspective from people on the streets, strangers on the streets that come approach us and stuff too.
It makes no logical sense to choose a bear over a fucking stranger in the fucking woods. It makes no logical sense to choose a bear. Statistically, biologically, like absolutely none. We are running ourselves in circles, and it's like we are emotionally like politicizing the emotion and the feeling of course, we're not saying like, yeah, SA fucking happens and it sucks, and the statistics, it is real. That is real. That does not devalidate that point at all. Logistically, statistically, for the fact of the argument, a bear or a man, the odds of survival, immediate survival, you would choose a random man.
I would not.
That makes no logical sense to me.
Wait, really quick.
I grew up in rural Arizona, and I've been around bears. I've seen bears. I used to go camping all the time. I feel very comfortable in
I think it just depends on your experience.
It's just an opinion.
We'll explore all this really quick. Pull up the meme. Get the meme going. Okay, so brown bear up to 9 feet tall, up to 1,300 pounds, claws 4 inches, by force 1,200 psi, pelt for 5 inches, speed 35 miles per hour. Kyle 5'10", 174 pounds, project engineer, said hi to you at the gym. So like, look, again, yes, there's some percentage of men that would victimize you terribly, but like, you have to attribute such a large percentage if you're doing a risk assessment of like, yeah, I'm gonna pick a bear over a man. Like, your risk assessment is flawed.
The question wasn't about logic. Logically,
it is
it's a logical question.
Let me finish.
That's
the pain that someone might feel after being essayed is going to stay with them for the rest of their life.
But is it a guarantee
Maybe they don't
that you
want to
get
deal with
essayed?
that.
It's not a guarantee.
It's not a guarantee. But
you said, what did you say?
bear,
2%. You said it's a 2% chance.
The bear. From my experience, the bear is probably going to do one of two things. It's going to probably like eat me, or it's going to leave me alone. It's just going to
just eat you later.
Go away.
Not eat you later, just walk away.
No.
I
like you.
Hang on.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know what y'all talking about.
How many bears have you encountered in the wild?
Listen, I don't want to encounter them. I'd rather deal with a person than a damn ravaging bear. This sounds ridiculous.
Guaranteed to eat you. You've never encountered.
And a man ain't guaranteed to just take your womanhood and just
You're right. So that's why
y'all.
this question, there is both sides to it.
It sounds good. It sounds real good. We live in a world where your feelings matter more than logic, but she said it herself. It's not even about logic. So if it ain't about logic, it don't make sense, because there's nothing in your life that logic can be missing and you can succeed from it. So let's cut it out and be grown up in here.
I think people are just doing it based off experience. So they're just based off experience.
Also, very quickly, that Arizona only has one species of bear, black bears, and there's only about 2,000 of them in the entire state. So there's probably the likelihood they came across too many probably isn't high, unless you were going to like a bear reserve or something.
Which I have been before, and also I have been immersed in wildlife from the time that I could like walk. So I feel very comfortable with animals. That's my personal opinion, and that's based off of my experience growing up around animals. I had a mountain lion in my clubhouse as a kid because I grew up on 5 acres, and I felt very safe just watching it from my fence with binoculars. I was about 10 feet away from it. My parents didn't see anything wrong with that, and they let me do that, and I feel comfortable with that. What I don't...
Let her finish.
Offense that they
your
can
new name is
easily
Dancing with
go
Mountain
over.
Lions. Dancing with Mountain
What I'm
Lions.
saying is I personally, this is my opinion, I feel like more comfortable with that than I would a random man who I don't know anything about.
Okay.
But he can at least...
That's my opinion.
Can I just say one more thing?
Everyone's
Can I just say one more thing?
Go ahead.
At least the man, there is a potential. This because your view is your view, but the fact that you're ignoring the ultimate potential of a human interaction over a ravaging beast.
It wasn't ignored.
Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on.
I understand. I just said it wasn't ignored. It wasn't ignored.
You got it. Hold on.
Thank you.
The fact that you're ignoring the potential.
It wasn't ignored.
Oh my
Wait,
God,
stop.
sweetheart, you triggered. I get it. I got you. I know you mad.
You got it.
The fact that you're ignoring the potential for a human interaction over a ravaging beast shows the lack of logic and the assumed negativity of men by most women. You really think if you move that fence and you and that mountain lion chill for a week, he won't attack you? Like you can't even, the fact that you're not even assuming that maybe I can talk to this man. You can't communicate to that bear at all. I don't care how many times you fed it some crackers or something. He will hurt you at a higher rate than a human being. But the fact that you're just denying the fact that maybe I can talk to this person, maybe I can communicate, you just denying all of that. You've talked to way more human men than you've ever talked to lions and bears, oh my, in your life. And you're just gonna ignore that. You're gonna ignore the fact you had that cool guy you went to school with, your cool uncle, your cool brother, the cool guy at the store, the guy that helped you get the gas that time. You're ignoring all of those scenarios of positive men for that small list of negative men as opposed to a fucking bear. Just shows to the lack of logic of the modern woman. Like you can make all the excuses you want, but this shit don't make no damn sense.
Thank you for assuming that it was ignored, but it was not.
It was not ignored, and also...
She sound crazy.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
It sounds crazy.
Okay.
Well, that's your opinion.
It is.
Is it sexist? Are you guys willing to admit that your position is sexist? Against men?
Sexist?
Against men, yeah.
I think that
Can you not be sexist towards men?
No, you can be sexist towards men.
Is it sexist?
I wouldn't say it is because it's based off of experience.
Okay, let me follow up with you on that. So, let's say we replace man with let's do black person. Does this question become racist? Like if you were to answer, I'd rather pick a bear over a black person.
Is it a black girl? Because I'd pick the black girl. Absolutely.
No, it's just a random black person. So it could be.
It doesn't matter their race. If it is a man, I will choose the bear.
So
if it
it's
is a woman,
sexist.
No.
It is.
But
you
okay.
can say that.
Wait,
you
but
can
hold
say
on.
that if you want. Because a woman.
But so let's say somebody picked the bear over black person. Is it racist?
It is. I'm black.
No, but so hold on.
I'm black.
But is it racist?
That's not off of my experience. I don't feel that way, and I'm not part of the POC community.
Here. Let me explain it a little bit. So let's say somebody.
I got a better way to.
Let me just ask it, and then I'll pass it to you, Andrew. So.
I think that would be prejudice more than racist.
It's semantics. That's semantics. It's same shit.
Okay,
it's different.
So let's say let's say
two different words.
A white girl had 3 bad experiences with 3 different black men, and for this reason, she doesn't want to. She'd pick the bear over the black man. Is it racist? Because of her past experiences with black men. And she says, I don't care, even if, because you said earlier, even if it's a 1% chance, I still pick the bear over the man.
But it was still a man that she picked versus.
What? Hold on.
I mean, it was still a bear that.
Okay, she had 2 bad experiences with a black man and 2 bad experiences with a black woman. And collectively, she's deciding, I pick the bear over the black person because I've had prior bad experiences with black people. Is it racist?
No, I think it would be racist if it was a white man versus a black man. If we're talking about race here, that would be a more parallel situation.
Because it's a man?
No, but
if
it's
you
a
put
black
two
person.
People, no, if you put two people in a forest, if we're saying instead, if we swapped out the bear, if we wanted to make this really even, it would be racist if it was a white man in the forest versus a black man in the forest. And she said she picked the white over that for that reason, for that logic. But still picking a bear over a man,
No, it's not a man. It's a black person.
You said black man.
A black person.
No,
I think the question you're trying to ask is if we took your logic and applied that to other things, it would make no damn sense. So back to what I was saying real quick. I just think that it just wouldn't make no sense. What's being shown is, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't convince nobody here, people out there in YouTube, StreamYard land, this is why men are leaving, because women are on board with each other despite logic and science. It's all about women, 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 women. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to have any logic. It's women overall. And women who feel like that are not making it better for other women coming up. Because men want to be with women, despite what it looks like, despite all the statistics. We do love you. We do want to be with you. But if you have this mentality, it's going to make men remove themselves from you in all areas. And I hate to bust your bubble, ladies. You need us.
Excuse me?
You do need us. You do need
There's
us.
a male loneliness epidemic that's going on, but that is
Same
not.
with females.
Yeah, women over.
But men are violent when they're incels.
Yes, women over, like, you can pull up the exact statistic because it is somewhere.
I have it in front of me, but the female loneliness epidemic is almost on par with the male. They report being lonely at almost the exact same rates.
People are lonely.
Yes, but what I'm saying is women who are over a certain age, who are childless, who are not in a relationship, report to have it's on the internet. I'm sure, I don't have my phone, so I can't look up the exact thing, but I'm sure someone else can.
They report having heavier amounts of mental health issues. They report having heavier amounts of dissatisfaction. They report having heavier amounts.
I think we're reading very different surveys.
Well, I don't think so. What you're talking about is an article. What I'm talking about is the actual data, which is backing this up, not an article, which then mints the data.
I'm talking about a survey.
But this isn't just for women, right? This is men as well. When they get in their 30s or 40s and they're childless or don't have a family, they also report much higher dissatisfaction rates, higher frames of mental illness. They make less money. They have less incentives. They have less motivations. Basically, people need each other, right? That's the general motivation. If you were to look at this, though, I'd have to ask you this. I was listening to what you were saying, and I thought it made sense. But you said the thing that validates it is experience, and because it's experience, it's not really sexist. The thing that gets me with that is, like, what if an employer was a man and he didn't want to ever hire women because he'd had really bad experiences with them? That couldn't be sexist, right? By that same logic, could it? Hang on, let her answer. That couldn't be sexist.
What were the experiences? Were all of the women in his life
They
raping
made false,
him?
let's say that several of them made false allegations, and several of them underperformed, and several of them but he had nothing but negative experiences with them. And since that is what informed him in his hiring practices, and that was his experience, isn't he then justified in not hiring them? And wouldn't it not be sexist then, because it's based on experience?
So I'm going to have two parts, and I would like if everyone could allow me to finish all the way before interrupting. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
What I would say about that is it is sexist because we're talking about pay, and underperforming is not the same as being essayed. As someone who...
We're not talking about pay.
Yeah.
We're just talking about hiring.
Hiring.
Yeah.
If you're hiring someone, you're hiring them to pay them for a job that you're hiring them for.
Mm-hmm.
That has nothing to do with your relationship. You don't have to date them. You don't have to spend time with them.
You don't have to date the man in the forest.
You don't have to do anything.
You don't have to do anything with the man in the forest.
But aren't you saying that they would be skeptical going into hiring women? Why wouldn't we be skeptical going into that?
I'm just telling you it's the same logic. That's all. It's the same logic applied.
So what I'm saying, though, is from personal experience, what I was explaining from personal experience as someone who has been essayed, I would rather take my own life than have that happen again. And what I'm saying is there is nothing worse for me, in my opinion. This is my opinion. There is nothing that someone can do worse to you than that.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So what I'm saying is underperforming and having the worst thing done to you cannot even be equated in this situation.
Okay, wait. Let's back up, though, because I understand exactly what you're saying. It makes total sense to me. This is the most horrific thing you could ever think of. And so you're going to select against that thing because this thing happening to you again, you'd rather anything else, including getting eaten by a bear, happen than the thing. I completely understand that. The question is not whether or not SA is really, really bad and you had a traumatic experience with it, though. The question is that it's sexist regardless of how it's informed? You said, no, it's not sexist because that is my experience. And it's like, okay, then if it's not sexist because it's your experience, then a man who was falsely accused of SA in his hiring practices, let's say, would be completely justified never hiring a woman again by the same logic, because he says this is the worst thing. Hang on, I'm almost done. I just let you finish. He could use the same logic. He could say, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Nothing worse. I can never imagine anything worse than this. I'd rather anything happen than this again. So he refuses to hire a woman that's totally justified based on his experience. The same logic back to you.
Yes. If that is the situation, initially you said underperforming and you listed a couple of other things.
So then it's not sexist.
Yes.
So then he's not being sexist.
If we're talking about that, then yeah, that wouldn't be sexist.
Yeah, right. So then any man who's ever had a false allegation against him, right, and then refuses to hire women after that because of that false allegation, you think that's totally valid?
I think that's valid, yes. Why put yourself in that situation?
And it's not sexist, right?
Yeah. Don't put yourself in that situation.
Then
that's
if
fine.
I gave you a list of men who that's happened to, right, I could name a couple, but the point is that if I gave you a list of like Fortune 500 company executive CEOs who said that they want to advocate a policy that no more women get hired by their company because such a thing did happen to them.
Are they working with those women?
You never say that was sexist, right?
Well, that's different if they're CEOs and they're completely detached from ever interacting with any of those women. I said it wouldn't be sexist for them to not want to work with those women.
No, that's not what you said.
But have those. When I'm thinking of like a restaurant owner. I'm thinking of someone who has to have someone. They're hiring women, and those women are directly working with them. That's what I envisioned when you said women work for them and hiring women, and because they're interacting with them and they don't want that.
I would assume that based on what you told me your experience is, being anywhere near a situation which could potentially lead to that, which is what we're talking about, spawning into a forest with a random man or a random bear, right? Just the fact you said if it's even 1% that you would not choose that. The CEO of the company is saying the same thing. If it's even 1%, even though I'm detached from these people, I'm definitely not going to hire them. It's the same exact logic. Same.
No, because if you're the CEO, there is not even a 1% chance that you're going to interact with those people. You're not going down and hanging out with them.
You said if it's even, meaning if it was less than that, you still wouldn't take it. You said if it's anything, if it's any percentile, if there's any chance.
So here,
I'm going to prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. Do you think, statistically, that a woman could accuse you of SA easier if you hire them or if you don't hire them?
If Jeff Bezos hired me and then I accused him of that after never meeting him, I think it would be just as invalid if I was not hired by him. Actually, I think it would be more invalid because then it's like
the whole point here is the disassociation. The idea here is this. It's not whether or not the chances would be unlikely for both, just which thing there'd be a higher chance for. In this case, of course, the chance would be higher that if a woman doesn't in any way or any capacity have anything to do with your company or you, her chance of accusing you of SA significantly go down versus her being closer to you. So if that's the case, same logic as if there was any percentage at all that this could ever happen to me, I'm choosing the bear. And that's totally appropriate and not sexist. And the reason it's not sexist is because it comes from a place of experience. That would be the same thing for a CEO.
Can I chime in? So to be sexist, to be racist...
I would like her to just finish real quick. We're almost done. Almost done with the exchange. I would just like to finish it real quick. Can you speak to that real quick? Because it's the same logic. That's why I don't understand.
I think that it's not the same logic only for the reason that you are physically in the company of one and the CEO is not physically in the company or physically in danger of being in a compromising position with one of their 12,000, 60,000 employees, whatever crazy number they have.
If there's any percentage,
but there wouldn't be a percentage if they never interacted with them.
You would never do it.
They would never interact with them.
So Brian asked you this. He asked you. He said, if the chances were, and he gave you a low say, he said, if there's any chance, if it's even 1%, if it's less than that, there's any chance at all that this could happen to you, then no, you're not doing it and you're picking the bear because this is the worst thing that could ever happen to you. If the CEO was falsely accused, if he was falsely accused even once, and then says, I'll never hire a woman again, just because there could be a chance, and this is the worst thing that's ever happened. It's the same thing you just said.
Okay, well, if we're going by that logic, then sure, he doesn't have to hire any woman on for the company. With the bear situation, I said that even if it was 1% chance, I would choose dying and not getting essayed over that 1% chance. My punishment or my penalty for taking that is death. His penalty for not hiring any woman is probably getting boycotted. So yeah, you can do anything you want technically. We're all born with free will. But
hold on, I do have to let a couple things come through here. Burmese Mountain Tiger gifted 50 subs. By the way, Burmese, I think I have I think you have a custom thing here. Let me just check 1 sec here.
Brian, I got one word out. I got a flight I got to catch in the morning.
Oh, I thought you could stay until...
It's midnight my time. Yep.
Oh, your time. Hold on.
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Yep. Sorry about that. I gotta fly out tomorrow.
Do you want to wrap up? Did you want to wrap up on anything, or do you just have a hard out?
Yeah, I do have a hard out. I got to get up in literally 4 hours and do this.
Okay,
guys,
that's fine.
Very nice to meet you. I really enjoyed the spirited discussion.
Andrew, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, it was very nice to meet all of you, and you too, sir. I hope you enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care.
Yeah, shoot us a raid, Andrew. Thank you for tuning in, man. Good luck with the Timcast thing or whatever. All right, man. Okay, hold on. I gotta let a couple things come through, then we'll come back to the conversation. Burmese Mountain Tiger gifted 100 subs on Twitch. Dude, thank you so much, man. You're a fucking legend. Kendall Sanders became a member, and then let's see here. We had this one that already came through. We have a couple chats that came through. I have to read something from Andrew, if you're still listening. Oh, he left. Okay, well, Millionaire Bachelor, I'm not going to read your full message, but Andrew, your hit piece was weak as fuck. That's all I'll read for that, Millionaire. So, okay. And then we have 3 from Lucas. These came in a while ago, so it's about, I think, wait, hold on. Let's see. Lucas, I was on the subway, NYC subway, heading to work the other day. A young woman was attacked. Not a single man even looked up to see what was going on, let alone help. A man is in his late 20s standing next to me. And then he says, by the way, Lucas, thank you so much for the messages. Appreciate it. Turned to me and said, looks like that bear's got to save her. Congratulations, ladies. You reap what you sow, with the exception of my daughter, wife, and mother. You can literally be on fire in front. Hold on. And then there's another one. Looks like the bear's got to save her. Hey, man, chivalry is dead and the bear killed it, right? Okay. Burning to a crisp, and I wouldn't even piss on you.
He's so upset.
Wait, where is it?
Upset.
Wouldn't even piss on you to save your life. Your widespread implicit vilification of men is abhorrent. You're a bunch of snot-nosed, delusionally entitled ingrates.
You see, I was going to add and say that I changed my opinion with all the facts, but that was...
Yeah.
You're...
All it takes is
very,
1%.
You're telling on yourself.
It takes 1%. It's all over because
like
one
you
guy.
just kind of just, but I do change my answer because you guys fact checked it, and I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, I'm this. No, I'm listening to your facts.
And I respect that. See,
I
that's
listen to
all
your
we
facts.
want. That's all. Just don't fight logic.
Because honestly,
like you punch yourself.
How I see it as it is, it's a people problem. It's not a women or men problem. It's a people problem.
Thank you.
Women can do it. Men can do it. We're all doing it to each other. It's an issue, and we shouldn't do it.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Because the point is, this right here, we should be trying to come together to some degree. These conversations and this logic we have, it only brings separation because eventually men are just going to say,
You got it, and you might find yourself in a situation where you might need a random man's help. But why would a random man help you when you say the things you say? So, hey, men have created this luxury where it created a world where women have the luxury to even critique men in these ways. But men
But
even
you were
created that.
critiquing women about being provocative and wearing
I mean, they do
clothing,
it, but
how that's not your preference and stuff.
But
what's wrong
But
with
that's
that?
what that got to do
preference,
with picking a bear over a man?
No, I'm just saying that you were saying stuff about that, so why can't we have our opinions about things that have happened
you
to
can
us?
have an opinion, but I'm talking about logic. What I'm saying is you dress in a certain way online based on women's complaints. I hear women saying, where's the guys at? So I'm addressing a gripe that you have. If that's your gripe, dress up. I don't hear men complaining about being picked over a bear. So that's not an issue we're having. Women are having issues with meeting good guys or meeting high quality guys, or maybe not you, women, but a lot of women have that issue. So it's like, maybe you should dress a little different. Maybe you should be a little more reserved. Maybe you should be a little more modest to fit your complaint. Men are not complaining about being picked over a bear. Not like this is the scenario that women are saying. So I'm just dealing with the logic. It's logic in telling a woman to cover herself up. Whether I'm in her life or not, that's good advice. Whether she got a man in her life or not.
But also, like, when women dress like that, they get more attention from men, so then that kind of confuses women.
We both be pointing fingers at each other. We both do the part. It's both sides. Like, we constantly point fingers. You know, people buy, or guys buy porn, but we also provide the porn, OnlyFans and stuff like that.
Okay, a couple things here to wrap up here on the whole man versus bear thing. Let's see, hold on. Have any of you had the one night stand?
No.
Never had a one night stand?
Yes.
It's just confusing to me, this whole like bear thing. It's like the same women who will like go out, have a one night stand, but you pick the bear. I don't know. That's confusing.
What does that have to do with the bear?
Because
you're literally putting yourself alone in a room with a man.
I want to say you put yourself in a room with a stranger, so like that's the same scenario. I guess
it's like the same exact scenario. But okay, how about this? A couple questions here. A couple different twists on the man versus bear thing. Let's see. Where is it? Hold on. It's a gay man. Does that change anything? If he's gay?
Yes.
If he's gay.
If I know that if I know he's gay and he will not hurt me in that way, then absolutely I'll pick the gay man.
What about a trans woman?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's male. She's male, or they. I don't know.
She's a she.
She's a she, but biologically a man.
But male.
If someone has that appendage,
there's the penis, but it's a trans woman with a penis.
What is their sexual orientation when it comes to wanting to have sex with women?
Well,
so would they want to have sex with women?
Yes.
But they still got that thing between
them. Got the thing.
I feel like if they're random, you just wouldn't know.
No, that would make them gay. Wait. If
make them a man.
This is where we're all going.
I'm really confused.
She's like, wait, I'm sorry.
No, the fact that we even have to put that in.
Your answer should
She's
be the
straight,
same. Your
so
answer
she likes
should be
men.
the same, even if they are gay. It should be the same, but I get where you're trying to go with
okay,
this.
fine, a lesbian trans woman.
As long
it's a
as they're not
trans woman.
sexually attracted to me in any way, in any capacity, then
you don't know. You don't know, but it's a lesbian trans woman.
So they still have to
They still should be aroused.
Still have a penis. Penis still there.
But you're saying that they would identify at that point as straight. No.
But they still have a penis.
Identifies as a woman.
But so they would identify as gay, but
biologically
they're lesbian.
It does for me. It doesn't matter what they if they are attracted to women in any capacity. I would choose the bear.
Wait, even a woman?
Wait, so
like woman shorter than me that I could overtake? Maybe that's.
So you're gonna like.
I don't
take advantage of her.
No, I've never.
How dare you, bitch! I'll show you.
I'll do it first. The thing is.
Wait, do you think that's actually? Wait. This is kind of dark, but do you think it's like actually happened? Like somebody tried to like essay somebody, but then like they underestimated their victim, and then they're like, I'm gonna show you, and then they like got them back.
I'm sure.
Actually, I feel like there was like
MMA fighter chicks, like
a video on that. Like there was a fighter.
I think this happened.
Yeah, I think so. Like
some like MMA fighter got attacked, and she's
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're about to get fucked up.
Okay, wait. Can I ask
crazy.
a question? Because you just said anyone that likes women, you would choose a bear. So like if I spawned.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Here's the thing. For me, it's really the appendage that I have an issue with.
The appendage.
Because it's the penetration.
What if she has a big clit? I'm sorry.
No, it's really the penetration aspect that has me in picking the bear.
Okay.
Because it's really just penetration. So yeah.
Even if they like girls. I mean, even if they didn't like women, they like men.
Like
you still would feel like that.
penetrate though too.
So trans.
It's like, are you picking a human over a bear now?
I'm like a girl. I would pick a girl over a bear, but I wouldn't pick a man over a bear because there's the appendage attached.
Even if he identifies as a woman, you still would keep that same option, is what you're saying. Like, even if he's a man that identifies as a woman, but he still has a penis, you would still pick, you wouldn't pick him at all.
If he was sexually attracted to women, or if she was then sexually attracted to women.
No,
then,
he wasn't. He was.
Then it would be fine.
But even with the appendage, no, I'm saying, listen, I'm gonna make it clear. A man that identifies as a woman, but he still has a penis, but he's not attracted to women. He's attracted to men, but he still has a penis.
But that's fine, because then it would be the same situation as a gay man. They're not attracted to me. They wouldn't want to hurt me.
But they still have the penis.
But I feel like
but they don't have sexual gratification from
the appendage.
I don't agree.
Okay.
I don't agree. So if we're gonna say
we're getting into semantics here.
All men, it would unfortunately have to include trans, because they could do anything. I mean, just because. But if you still have a penis, you have a penis. Okay?
Yeah, but a gay man isn't going to attack you.
It's about feminism.
No, because a gay man's not going to attack you.
Well, you don't know that, though. You don't know that.
Gay men attack.
If they're actually
But you don't know that, though.
But we do. But in this perfect circumstance, in this perfect world, not going off of what someone says,
well, then you prove them wrong. You prove their theory.
Hold on, I got some more scenarios.
It's not a perfect world.
I got more scenarios.
We're talking about a perfect hypothetical.
More scenarios. Okay, here's the scenario: 10 men or 10 bears.
10 bears. 10 bears.
Because that's even crazier, bro.
I'm out. I'm good, man.
That's
checkmate.
Would I rather be?
We're gonna have to disagree.
No, but
bro. That's even worse.
Hold on, wait, guys.
10 bears.
So okay, but in the scenario, like I feel like in the scenario where it's one man, it's like, well, you're probably thinking, well, okay, he can get away with it. But like in society, like men are not like cheering on like rapists. In fact, I can even prove this if you look at, for example, the prison system, right? If a man on the outside gets convicted of like essaying a woman, or even worse, like if it's like any sort of like children are involved, he's got a fucking target on his back. And even men who are criminals, and you would question their moral compass, their ethics, these men will kill that person. They'll kill that person in the jail. Yeah. So even among criminals, this idea of there's this grape culture or whatever, even among criminals, they're like, these people are targets for violence and to literally kill them.
And let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
What is the ultimate potential positive scenario from 10 bears as opposed to the ultimate potential of a positive scenario from 10 men? What's the best a bear can do compared to the best a man can do?
Of course. So when I first said my answer, I've pretty much in my mind, with the first answer, one bear, one man, I've considered the possibility that yes, I could get away from a bear, but I've also accepted that I might die from that bear, and that's also a high possibility, and that's fine, because I would rather die than be essayed. I would rather die quickly by many bears tearing me apart than be penetrated by 10 different men.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you is, what's the ultimate potential of the positive scenario of a bear versus the ultimate potential of a positive scenario with the male? In other words, we're taking away the bear killing you, and we're taking away the man essaying you. Who outweighs who when it comes to the best scenario?
What I'm saying is the best case scenario of the 10 bears versus the 10 man is that the 10 bears quickly kill you.
So what's the best case?
Snap.
Wait,
I don't think I'm saying what I'm saying.
It's also possible they just leave you alone.
Yeah, it's also possible.
What's the best position for the man, though?
I got a really good one.
They also ignore you.
They can actually help you. They can be your friend. I'm just saying, I don't think y'all understood the question.
What about 100 men or 100 bears?
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay. If there's 100 men.
Yeah.
then maybe there is a possibility.
Wait. Oh, no. Wait. I can even go back to the 10. So earlier, the percentage you said is 15%. So that's saying 85%. So let's just say it's 2 of the men, they're trying to get you. And then the other 8% of the men would never harm you in any single way. So you would have, even using your own statistics, you would have to grant that those 8 other men, like, and they're all witnesses to this. If those 2 men tried to target you, those 8 other men, you got to be realistic. They would come to your defense.
Okay.
Right? Is that fair?
In every situation except for any sports team or like
sports team.
Hold on.
It's random men.
Yes.
It's not a collective sports team.
Okay, yes. What I'm saying though is of those men, let me finish. Gosh.
Is it NFL, hockey?
No,
what is
what
it?
I'm saying is it depends on if they're random or if they're buddies. Because if it's 10 buddies, absolutely not. I'll pick the 10
I
bears.
still think even if they're buddies.
So you think when men congregate? So hold on.
Yeah, it's
Here's
crazy,
the thing.
bro.
So based on this logic, I just want to get to the bottom of this. So based on your logic, when men congregate, there's a likelihood that we're just going to go raping and pillaging? Raping and pillaging?
Okay. Every single time that I have been disappointed morally by people in my life who are men, it's when they were together with other men. Never when they're with women. It's when they get together with their buddies, with their bros, and they make horrible, heinous, despicable choices. That is what happens in my experience.
I'm not arguing that. Men do a lot of dumb stuff, but does it turn into SA, though? Men might want to jump off a building and do like parkour with some crocodiles or some shit. But I'm talking about SA.
When I was in high school, I think it was the soccer team. No, it was the baseball team. The baseball team decided to sneak a girl onto the bus and they sexually assaulted her. Bus driver did nothing. And I don't even know how she ended up on the bus, but all I know is that she had to change schools after that because the amount of humiliation and what they did to her. And no, she was not a willing participant, and no, she did not want to go onto the bus, but it was for a sleepaway thing, and they smuggled her on there and they took her against her will.
Okay, so back to my other question. Is there
Sports
more?
guys are scary.
I mean, listen, I get it. Is there more? I just feel like there's more positive scenarios with the man as opposed to I think the best thing the bear can do is just leave you alone. The best thing a man can do is a lot of things. He can help you out. Y'all can like each other. You can be friends. You can actually build something in the forest. Like
I can build stuff. I built my kitchen table.
But
my
we're
bed
saying
frame.
we're talking about as opposed to a bear.
You don't need men? Oh boy.
I literally I'm the handyman in my house, not my
Wait, talk
partner.
Do
about the bears.
you think society needs men?
Well, the society needs women and men. That being said, in my life, personally speaking, I can survive. I can survive in a forest without a man.
Absent replication and having children, removing that component. Do you think society needs men more than women?
I don't think one is needed more than the other.
Yeah, I don't think that one is needed more than the other. So you guys are just totally
ignorant of the just the reality of men's involvement in certain professions that are integral to the.
And how many inventions that were taken credit by men that actually were created by women?
I mean, this is a lot.
Actually,
this is a total derailment. Even if I grant you that some men took, that's such a ridiculous response to my point. But so going back to my thing. So you won't even acknowledge that men have higher representation in certain key fields when it comes to infrastructure in this country?
I was raised by.
Are you gonna answer the question or just give us an anecdote?
Well, why don't you wait for her to answer the question?
Again, it's based off
experience.
To
be a good feminist.
No,
okay.
Right, that's not what I'm saying. I was actually raised in a very non-feminism, toxic, Southern Baptist background.
Okay,
but
go ahead.
All of that being said, I was raised by my father that I do not need a man in any capacity. Other people around me tried to constantly say that I needed to have men for one reason or another, and that was always, but my dad taught me how to do everything that I need to do to survive in the woods, in the city, anywhere. I can do it. I can fix my car. I can build things.
That was a great non-answer. Can you answer my question?
I can acknowledge that men have provided a lot to infrastructure, but that doesn't mean that I need one in my life.
Exclusively?
It doesn't mean that I need one in my life.
Yeah, but you need it by proxy. Are you saying on an individual, I don't need a husband?
Yeah, I don't need a husband. I love my partner, and he provides greatness to my life, but I am okay with or without a man, is what I'm saying.
But the fact that you have that idea is because a man made it allowed the world to be that way for you to even come to that conclusion. You go back 200, 300 years, you wouldn't be able to say that. A man made it so comfortable for you to not need a man.
I would say women also made that by all of their sacrifices. Women's suffrage, pretty much anything that my dad has as a viewpoint that was positive for me is also a direct result to what his family and his upbringing is, and their upbringing.
You're talking from like I keep saying, it's not about us individually. We talk about for the whole world.
It is.
The average woman can't take care of herself without no man.
Well, maybe
we're not talking about paying the bills. We're not talking about the luxury that men have afforded, where you can get paid to press buttons on the computer. We talking about in the real world. If the grid shut down right now, if the grid shut down right now, you couldn't be a model. You couldn't be, because some of these jobs were made out of men's advances in society. So now you feel like you have value because you can be a marketing rep or something like that. That's not even a real job in reality. Like even what I'm doing, I do content. That's not a real job in reality. We have luxuries where we can create jobs. If the grid went down and it was just water, shelter, and human aggression, what value would women have more than men in that scenario?
We're quieter, stealthier. Honestly, I don't understand this. That like what you're trying.
You understand this very clear. You just might not like it, but you understand.
I don't understand the point of bringing it up, I suppose. But what I am going
because
to
you need men.
Is that what you guys want us to say, that we need men?
I feel like I need a man.
I don't have a problem saying that. See how easy that was?
It's an opinion, though.
How does that solve anything?
Women who don't want
No, we're not trying to solve. No, it's not about solving, because we can't fix women. We're displaying a mindset that men are talking about. It's not about fixing anything.
We need men.
Women have their mind made up.
Women need
People just need
people. Said both, but that's what I'm saying.
No, you said both.
What did you say?
I'm just saying, if the grid went down, it would just, like, she has certain survival skills. She's talking about what she has.
Right.
Do you have those survival skills?
Maybe I'll start a club.
Oh, so you can survive in the woods with nothing?
That's really cool that you guys can.
I don't know if I could, but I guess y'all could. I guess y'all could.
It's really cool that you guys can do that and like be able to take on what man roles, that you're saying. But like, wouldn't it be nice just to have a male do some of the things that like you have to do of what you say? Like, does that make sense? Wouldn't it be like a compliment to have a stronger, more fitted man for certain roles? Like, it's just, we need men just as much as women, or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's great that you can do all of those things, but I just think that like we shouldn't hate on men just because we can do those things and we can prove those things. Like, what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to be by yourself for the rest of your life?
No.
And a man told you could do it. That's what gave you confidence, and it was a man.
A need and a want is two different things, though. I mean, I'm sure women want men, but needing and wanting something is two different things.
Why don't you don't need them? Why? Because you're thinking about the fact that you can pay your bills alone.
No, I'm not talking about financially.
If things hit the fan, you are fucked, sweetheart.
Who?
Some men are fucked. There's some men that can't survive in the woods.
I can speak for whoever you interact with.
So, sweetheart, you mean to tell me if you was in the woods right now with nothing, you just can find foliage and survive and offer dirt and grub?
So that would go back to experience, because I was a Girl Scout. So that's why I'm not even speaking on that, because I could. I personally could. I really could. Like, I could.
Well, when I see these shows like Stranded and all that, the women be tapping out ASAP. So
that's a show.
It's a reality-based show. Like, come on. I don't even think I could do it that well, and I'm a man.
So there was this show where they put a group of men on an island and a group of women on an island, and these were like, they knew what they were getting into. I would argue like the average woman is not gonna like want to go through that sort of experience, and she doesn't have like the requisite survival skills to do that. So this was like a group of survivalist men and like survivalist women, and the women, they couldn't start a fire. They needed to essentially, like, the producers had to basically go in within 3 days and rescue them. Otherwise they were gonna die.
Okay.
And the men were like kicking it, fucking the cabana or whatever the fuck, you know, they were chilling.
Okay,
It's
and
a
that's-
show.
It's a show, and that's some people's experience,
So
but
it's
not
fake?
every. No.
Yeah, it'd be worse.
No one said it was
if
fake.
you
So what's the point of sending the show?
Wait.
So hold on. Yes,
But
it's a
it's not
show,
real
but
life.
it's even worse if we were to just to randomly pluck out like 100 women from the general population, throw them on the island versus willing participants in this sort of thing. So it's like there's just a difference in like a huge variety of things here.
I think
without
the
advanced
original
technology, could you do
question was, do men or women need men? And I think the answer to that is no, they don't need men, air quote. They don't need men. Could
No, you do.
everyone,
You need
can you
men.
let me finish?
All right, go
Because
ahead,
you
go
guys
ahead,
always
go
say,
ahead,
let
go
me
ahead,
finish, let
go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
Now, would every woman survive and be able to have all of these skills that are necessary? No. But are there some
So
women?
that means they need
let
a
me
man.
finish, please.
That means
Let
they
me
need a man.
finish.
What does
Don't
the
make
word
no
need
sense.
mean? What's the word?
Can you let me finish?
One thing.
Can you let me finish?
One thing and I'll let
Can
you
you let
finish.
me finish?
Hold on. One thing and I'll let you finish here. So you're saying, hold on. Just to be clear, you're talking about survival. So like life or death. Yeah, I think the operative word need is kind of important as it pertains to survival, but go ahead.
Okay, what I was saying was that no, we do not collectively need you. There are women that do have those skills that we could support.
No, you're still wrong. You're still
can-
wrong. I'm sorry.
can
Go
you
ahead.
It's about power. It's not about logic. It's about power.
Here's
not
the
about
deal.
power.
Can you let me finish?
Go ahead. It's just such
Opinions
a ridiculous.
can't be wrong
it's
or
so
right
collective.
because they're
no,
opinions.
About power.
It is
not
about power.
And let's just reverse
collectively,
it.
you
Are
still
there
need
men
men.
that have all of those skills?
But I
No.
just said that.
Can
Didn't
you
I
let
just
me
admit it?
finish?
But I just admitted.
You
No,
keep on
sweetheart, I'm
talking.
sorry. But
You keep on
go ahead.
Okay, we need
keep on
men.
talking.
Men are great.
Go
Men are
ahead.
best,
Yes, I
and they
agree.
do no wrong.
Yes,
no.
no.
Great, they're great people. They understand everything.
Guys, hold
Their
on.
way of thinking is
Hold on,
so
let's let her
perfect.
finish.
We
Go
do
ahead.
a lot of wrong.
Wait, hold
We
on.
got it.
Go ahead. Finish.
Thank
We'll let
you,
you talk.
thank
We'll let
you.
you talk. Go ahead.
If you flip this and reverse it, men do not have all of these skills. Yes, I just
Sorry,
Missy
I'm sorry.
Elliott.
Yeah.
Men do not have all these skills either. They don't have all these skills.
That's
and
why we
not
need each
everyone
other.
would survive.
But I
right?
said
No,
that.
Can you let me finish, dude?
But I said that.
I want to say he did say in the
Thank
beginning,
you.
I need women.
Let me
And
finish.
I also said some men can't survive in that scenario either.
Can you let me?
You just want to
Go ahead,
win. You just want to be right.
Hold on, just let her
All right,
finish.
let her
Just keep
finish.
on
It's a
talking.
power struggle. It ain't about logic.
No, shut the fuck up.
Hey, there we go. Bring it on out. Come on, bring it out.
Y'all said
I know.
we need you more than you need us, right? Is that what the argument is?
Guys, hold on.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
Shut up for 10 minutes.
That's what you're taking.
Guys,
Thank you.
stop.
Thank you.
Hey,
Tell them.
guys. We have been interrupting her. Go ahead.
It's the logic.
Go ahead. No, go. Wait, guys. Everybody give her a minute. Uninterrupted minute. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, and please don't say anything. So what I was saying.
Straight into the mic. Just fix your mic.
Oh, sorry. What I was saying is
Go ahead.
that neither men or women would have all of the skills necessary, but women would be able to support each other, and women could continue the race, the population, without men.
How would we be able to reproduce?
We actually literally can't
We need
though.
to
Like you
reproduce,
genuinely,
you
we
know?
can't just like get ourselves pregnant though.
Okay, we're
we
getting like
can't.
far in the
You mean,
nitty gritty
what do you
here.
mean? Sperm banks? Are you talking about sperm banks?
But without men, we wouldn't have sperm banks.
Oh, really?
Exactly.
So like, you
Look
know
at
what I'm
that.
saying?
No, but
Like,
hold on.
No, I'm not.
But let's
I'm not
grant
talking
this.
about
There's
scientifically.
There's
No,
existing sperm banks.
No, I'm
But-
not talking about existing sperm
Okay, so
banks.
you mean how would you continue the species though?
No, I read
You
about this.
misspoke.
No.
Oh my God, the bone marrow.
Can you
Let her
bone marrow-
talk.
is it the
Let
bone
her
marrow?
talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
go ahead.
I read about the study that they're developing where women could have babies, and I think it was, I don't know if it was developed for lesbians specifically or what, but I don't know if it's 100%, complete yet. But it's a scientific experience.
I mean, the
Or-
fact.
Wait, so you're saying this
experiment.
exists? This exists today. Women can asexually reproduce?
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it sounds like
no,
you're- it
you
sounds like
actually
you're-
sort of can, but it's guaranteed to be
I
a
don't
female.
think
It's
so.
in
That.
vitro. No,
I don't
sort
think
of.
this is true.
I still think we need men, to
look
be
it up.
honest. But
But the
Okay,
fact
well,
that you
even if we
gotta-
grant
Komodo
that, wait, even
dragons,
if we grant
starfish.
that,
yeah,
like,
many
oh my,
animals.
okay, go ahead.
Don't need
Go ahead.
I'm just saying,
Because like I said, I made it clear. I said it in this statement. I said there are even some men that would not survive in the woods. Did y'all hear me say that? Mm-hmm. So I don't think that every man can do it. But it's a difference between feeling and design. We're designed to do it. So even though a man may not know, his body is more equipped to learn it and develop that skill quicker than you are. But from your perspective, and you represent many women in the West, it's not about what makes sense. It's about power. And it's about proving to yourself that you don't need men after men created a world where you don't need them. Men made the world a way so you don't have to need a man, because you have jobs where you can just type and get paid. You can do all these things that are basically strictly based on technology that gives you a false sense of superiority and power, that if those things were removed from you, you would not win. They had an exhibition, Clarissa Shields, she's a great boxer. She got knocked out by an amateur man. She's a professional boxer. She got knocked out by an amateur man, because it's a difference between what society tells you versus what you naturally are. I don't care how you feel, what type of bell hooks books you wrote. You're not designed to lead anything but yourself, period. But you could tell yourself what you want. But when shit hit the fan, we're gonna see who could do what. Because it's hitting the fan right now. Thank God it's a few, how old are you?
25.
God bless you. How old are you?
23.
How old are you? Exactly. You're 23 years old, you're 34 thinking like that. That's crazy.
Oh, you knew my age though.
Yeah, because I want you to say it though. That's crazy. They younger than you, and like that's just crazy.
We're talking about technological advancements a lot right now in this conversation.
I talk about nature.
But no, we were talking about infrastructure, technological advancements. There's a lot of technological advancements, especially within medicine, that was credited and has now been recredited to women.
I don't care who the credit is.
That was originally credited to men, kind of giving lots of medical advancements were initially given credit to men, but it was really their subordinates, which were women, who created it and are now getting the credit that they deserve.
Fake news.
It's
absolutely
the function of society. The current function of society. We do need men. That is my opinion. Now,
well, to reproduce, yes, absolutely.
No, not even that. The function of the society we have today: sanitation, welding, underwater fucking jobs. No women. I can't fucking overgeneralize all women.
I have a friend in underwater welding.
That's amazing. Wow, the one. No, good for you.
We got an infographic.
But here's the thing: is these, baby, I don't give a fuck.
She doesn't give a fuck.
I know. Yes, of course, there can be women that appreciate and like this job. Statistically and logically looking at it, though, we value that men are an asset to the function of society that us, majority of women, want, need.
And I would hate to say
you don't want power.
I don't.
Yeah.
This is a power thing with them. It's not about logic. It's about we don't need you. It's a power play. It has nothing to do with logic. It's just they want to see men fall at the behest of women. Some women, they will never say that.
I don't think that to be true.
That's my opinion.
I've never said that men were not an asset or that they're not important. But what we were saying, sorry, I don't mean to speak for you. What I was saying was that men weren't necessary in your whatever you just said.
Exactly.
There was a point brought up.
It was stupidity.
I bet remember. It was. I know.
There was a point brought up to sit because I would hate as a woman to hear this, to say the only thing we need you to do reproduce. That would make me see red if a man said that. So to say that to a man is crazy, in my opinion. To say that you're only here to reproduce.
Well, no,
that's crazy.
We're talking about in a hypothetical.
I'm never talking to women ever again.
We were talking in a hypothetical situation.
I know, but if the hypothetical was
because
we only need men to reproduce is actually a crazy thought.
What
because
were they saying women were for, though? That's literally
we never limited
that. But the thing is, that never left his mouth.
No, we didn't.
It did leave.
We just said you're not physically capable of doing what we're doing. But I said we need you, and I also said some things men can't even do that other men can do. So I acquiesce to both of those things, and I'm not into the power struggle. I'm into logic. What makes sense. Women can't do everything that men do, and men can't do everything women do.
Let's pull up the infographic. Can you pull that up, Damien? All right. Oh, open up. Can you do right-click, open the new tab on the image? We're going to get that going here in just a sec, guys. We have a quick infographic we're going to pull up. Guys, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. Like the video. And you got it? Okay. Make it bigger, please. All right, top 20 most dangerous U.S. occupations and percentage male. Logging workers, 95% male. Fishing workers, 99.9%. Aircraft pilots, 94. Roofers, 98. So garbage collectors, 91. Truck drivers, 94. Iron and steel workers, 98. Farmers and ranchers, this is where you get your food, 75. Agricultural workers, 79%. Oh my God, I can't speak English. Recyclable materials workers, 91. Mining, this includes oil and gas, 99.9%. Landscaping, 95. Construction workers, 97. Cement and concrete, make me smaller, please. Cement and concrete manufacturing, 97. No,
Our faces are in the way.
We're blocked. So make us smaller on the right small. Yeah, then you got it. Okay. So did I say cement and concrete manufacturing? Electrical power line workers, 99. Police, 85. Maintenance and repair workers, 97. Taxi drivers, whatever. Oh, great! I'm gonna get canceled by the Taxi Association. Support activities for mining, 99%. Mining, except oil and gas, 99%. So okay, like these are critical infrastructure jobs. Majority men. Like it would be to total societal collapse if all men disappeared.
World War II happened.
How's that relevant?
All of the men went to war, and who picked up the slack? Who worked in the steel?
There were still men doing those jobs.
Women picked up all the slack. That's who came in to do all
there
the
are
men's
some
jobs
women who are, but okay, here, the scenario that I'm kind of thinking about in my head here is that like you snap your fingers. So women don't have the requisite amount of time to like do the preparation and get the women in these fields in order to be like representative and have enough there to actually enter them. So because these fields are currently predominated by men, if you snapped your fingers and women didn't have the time to like, you had 20 years to prepare for all men disappearing, if it just happened like instantly, you guys would be fucked.
It would be difficult.
No,
but we would have to count on that 1.1%.
catastrophic.
You wouldn't be catastrophic,
building
but it wouldn't be impossible. What he was saying is that we would not survive.
Stop. Hold on. Let me give a couple clarifying things here. So in either scenario, let's say all men die, all women die, either scenario, it's the end of the human species eventually. Mm-hmm. Both scenarios, if all men survive, all the women are gone, it's the end of the species. All the men disappear, women are still there, end of the species. Mm-hmm. For either one. However, I think there's a differential here. Just it's not to like dunk on women. It's just like the sheer undisputable, incontrovertible. Is that the word? Incontrovertible?
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's something like that.
It's okay.
Reality of just the fact that men are so enmeshed in like critical infrastructure jobs that uphold like the society at large. Women are not represented in these jobs in significant amount of numbers, where if there was some like scenario where all men disappeared, there wouldn't be enough women to fill it, and like the cascading and domino effect of just the catastrophe that would happen if you had all men disappear, who are making sure every single hour, every single day that there isn't some like massive shit hits the fan situation. Everything would just start collapsing. Water, sewage, electricity, gas, fuel refinement, garbage collection, telecommunications, IT infrastructure, road maintenance, all these things, truck and delivery drivers. Your food's gone, your water's gone, your electricity's gone. Without these things, people are going to starve. There's going to be fires. There's going to be all kinds of probably crimes occurring. That's kind of to the side though. Yeah, it's going to be like, it's going to suck for men. They'll live to old age. The women, I'd say like 50% of women are dead within 3 weeks. I'm not saying that's like dunk on the women. It's just the reality of the representation in infrastructure.
What we're talking about is like these job fields that are predominantly men, but what we are seeing is that a lot of women who, regardless of whether or not some of us like that or dislike that, were in a more masculine era. A lot more women are open to being in these job fields and wanting to be in these job fields. And so maybe right now that is a high potential that we would fail, but maybe in 10, 20 years time, that's not going to be the same situation.
Because they're going to evolve and become like supermen, women, right?
No, I think that more women will go into workforces that are predominantly men because now there's more of a space.
Because it's a necessity, not a choice.
Thank you.
Men give us choice.
Thank you. I got a friend that does
gave
that.
women
They also
choice.
took choice away.
That's life
Y'all
isn't
folk-
fair. I mean,
I know women that do that type of work, and she don't want to do it. She does it out of necessity because she has a younger child. So women are getting into these fields because they're having children. They don't have a man there. So it's not what they want to do. Because right now, with all that stuff, guess what you're doing? You're a model. You're not out there saving Smokey the Bear. So even with all those skills you got, you don't want to do that shit. So it sounds good to win an argument, but we love to win these arguments, but people are really listening to us. So let's ask this question. What would be more advantageous for a woman to listen to what you're talking about, or to try to find her place into what we're talking about? In reality, it may feel good. It may feel good and sound good on The View and all that type of shit, but real women who try to do that is gonna fail because that's not what they wanna do. Women wanna be pretty, they wanna be soft, and that's dope. Ain't nothing wrong with it. There's a power in being feminine, but feminism have told you that the power is in mimicking men. So they need to just change the word and stop calling it feminism because ain't nothing feminine about it. All they want to do is compete with men. That shit is stupid.
Okay, feminism is about choice.
Be men.
Some of us choose to have a more soft approach, and some of us choose to have a more masculine
because
approach.
Men have afforded you the ability to do that. Most women don't want to do that shit.
Are you gonna cut
No,
every
go
girl
ahead.
off?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Or thank you. What I was saying is that feminism is the opportunity to choose. It's to choose what you want for yourself and that life. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom, that is your choice, and that's a valid choice, and all the power to you, girl. Like I love that for you. I do. But that has to be your choice. It can't be someone forcing you into that position. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom, that is your choice, and that should be your choice, not someone forcing you or financially manipulating you or whatever it is into that decision. And feminism, real feminism, supports every woman's choice, not just the harder, more masculine. What I'm talking about in a lot of these these topics that we were talking about is my personal experience. I think I have a pretty balanced mix of feminine and soft energy. Feminine and hard energy based off of all of my life experiences combined. That's going to be different for every woman. I'm not trying to push my choices for what I want onto some other woman. But what I'm saying is my choices and my opinions are valid for my experience and for my life.
And I respect that, but unfortunately...
Birdman donated $200.
I'll have you respond.
This is the dumbest dumb to have ever dumbed. Men and women are complementary, so maybe complement each other instead of acting like opponents. But choosing a bear over a man is dumb too.
Yo, Birdman, thank you for the $200 TTS. We also have another one coming in here in just a sec sorry for the delay on that, Birdman. We have a bit of a moderation delay. But thank you so much for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. We have just Gerald here. Thank you.
Just Gerald donated $200. Not one woman at this table could last a month working construction in the death grip of an Alaskan winter, or survive for a month without electricity, or last a week on the oil fields.
Yo, thank you, man. Gerald, really appreciate it. Somebody in my DMs sent me, he works in infrastructure, and he said, in the better part of a decade working in critical infrastructure, you know how many women I've encountered who deal with major outages at 2 a.m., 0. Every engineer, manager, vendor, other experts, and boots on the ground dealing with a huge problem at stupid o'clock, all men, which is why we get paid more money than working a 9-to-5 job. That's what he wrote.
What do you guys get from being so defensive about acknowledging that men and women are supposed to be complementary in society, and there is a necessity for them? Why you guys get so what do you gain from it?
Power. For me, I'm not saying that men and women aren't complementary, or that that men and women don't need each other.
You just fought against that.
Yes, because he was saying in his little speech that women cannot survive without men. And I was trying to point out that there is a possibility that we can survive without men.
There's a possibility that I could fly.
There's a survive that.
What is the benefit for men wanting to point all of this out to? And if we're going to flip all of this,
just being factual.
Well, a lot of these facts and a lot. I'll just say this right now. When I was DM'd regarding this opportunity, I was anticipating that it was going to be a dating podcast, and honestly,
it's related.
Honestly, all of these questions have been very targeted. So, I think. I'm not going to speak on your part, but on me, what I was told this was going to be is very different from what it is.
I mean, feminism is massive parts about.
But
dating.
there's a million other things that are going on in the dating world, especially what it was referred to was the dating world here in LA. And this is nothing really we're talking about is exclusive to LA or exclusive to LA dating culture. Like a lot of the things that is what I was interpreting this was going to be about kind of seems like it's all from the male's perspective and the male's perspective on dating. So that's 7
women at the table.
Yes, but the answers.
Hearing out your perspectives.
I'm aware, but it's all of the questions that you're asking and that have been asked so far. It's like the man and the bear, all of the viral things that have gone on that have gotten men and women into arguments. We're not talking. I feel like these questions are made to get some aggressive feelings, and it's not necessarily like.
We're having fun.
Yeah,
I don't think. It's,
I think it highlights
I
a
don't
huge
have
issue in the dating society is people that are so aggressive as females.
This is the
I want to say I changed my answer.
And their role.
And it can go the other way too. Men are hyper feminine.
And it can go the other way too. But
also, I mean, like, didn't mean to cut you off there, but I do think a big part of like one of the big things when it comes to dating is like, do we have the same values? And there's like, I think that's pretty important. Mm-hmm. So I don't think these things are totally beyond the pale in terms of.
I feel like it's more.
And sometimes
of an
you have tangents and you go into.
Because if you flip this and put women in front of men, now we would have a problem with it. We genuinely would. We can't say that we couldn't. Because me, if I heard it, I'd be like, "You're being sexist." If we're doing the same thing, we're being sexist. Like we are.
And people need to hear this because, like I said, we got to stop speaking from just our personal perspective. Like me, that brother who was talking about what he went through in the woman with the girl, I wouldn't have did that. But he's not like me, so I would rather give information that's more digestible by the average person. The average woman doesn't want to do these survival scenarios, so just to pretend to say it's possible just to get a point for the woman team is a power play more so than something beneficial for women, because women are hive-minded, that are like even men. Doing these podcasts, you'll be surprised how many people will watch this and say, that's what it is. And it's not what it is. So why not speak from the general consensus and not just speak from these nuanced perspectives? We just showed you a chart with damn near 99, not 94, 99% of most of those jobs were taken by men. What's the argument? There is no argument. And it's okay. It doesn't mean men are better than women, but why can't we be honest and say, hey, I know how to do a lot of stuff with my hands, but the average woman doesn't want to do that. That doesn't mean you're weak. It actually means you're strong, because admitting vulnerability is a strength. It's not a weakness.
Say that you can improve, that you can do these hard jobs. Like, what is the end goal of you proving that you can do all of these hard tasks that men can do? That
we're talking in this entire podcast, we've been talking about hypothetical situations, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what we're talking on. And then the moment that I say my opinion of a hypothetical situation, it's, oh, well, you hate men. I'm not talking about all men, and I'm not talking about, whether or not I value men in the work field.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything about that.
Wait,
but
can I jump in really quick? So you said not all men, but you said even if the chance is 1%, I'm willing to throw 99% of men under the bus.
For the bear,
For
that, in that situation, because the only person I'm hurting is myself in that. I don't go around my daily life insulting men or being mean to men. But if I had the situation that was a hypothetical, I would choose that situation for myself. And that's perfectly valid for me to choose that for myself.
Sure.
That being said, I don't go around my daily life and demasculine, whatever it is that is this kind of narrative amongst feminists that we hate men. I love men, okay? I have no problem with men. That being said, I do.
I don't think they said that either.
I have so many male friends. That being said, a random guy who I can't vet, who I don't know anything about, is very different from a friend. And
I want to say something real fast.
Go ahead.
Like, just because like you just pointed fingers at them, they just pointed fingers at you is what you thought. Like, it's hard to explain, but we're just sitting here pointing fingers at each other and trying to literally just claim the power. Like, that's good that women can do these hard jobs, but like, why is there such a big movement of all of the women doing all of the hard jobs and all of the women being able to do the masculine things? Like, what is the movement? What is like the behind like motive of it?
No one's trying to claim any power. We were just trying to answer a hypothetical question.
Yeah, well, she was saying that they were saying that you hate men, and you literally just said that they practically hated women. Right?
I don't think anyone said that we hated men or women.
I don't think you hate women.
I think
I don't
the
think you
topics
hate
are
men or
very
women.
like kind of seeming to be like a little one-sided.
Yeah.
I do agree with her. These topics are very like one-sided. Like at a point where I'm just like, you know what? You got it. You got it. Be great.
Patriarchy wins.
Yes.
At this point, I'm not even going. I'm just sitting back because it's like it's very one-sided. Like, have we even reversed roles to have us act?
Do it. Throw me something.
It's too late now.
It's getting late at this point. We've been here for a while.
And everybody's a little antsy.
Just how she feels about like not choosing, like choosing the bear over the man is how you feel about women wearing provocative clothing and not choosing them.
Right.
That's what
it's
she's
an
trying
opinion.
to say.
You
That
have
is
a
no
valid
comparison.
opinion.
That is like
But I'm saying you have a valid opinion, and that's your opinion.
Okay.
That's her opinion based, and
We
you're
don't need to
basing
get
that off of
hostile
your
and mad at each
experiences.
other over it.
So
you
is
have
she.
asked a question though multiple times, and that to me, and the question is, what is there to gain, or what is the end goal of women being able to do masculine jobs? And what I would say is the fact that women previously were not allowed in spaces to do those jobs meant that they didn't have the option.
Wait, which
We have the
jobs?
option now, though. Luckily.
Wait.
Yes, but now we
do
have the
now.
option.
Okay, I have to
So
engage
that
with
that is the end goal.
Wait,
is
hold
the
on.
I just feel like we might
Well,
not.
but we have the option
so
now, so I feel like the end
With the
goal.
option, they're not picking it.
Wait, so you're saying women were like...
It's a power play.
You're saying like women, because of male sexism, they were barred from underwater welding? Is that your argument?
No, what I'm saying is, first of all, in some fields, women were not allowed to, yes, but in some fields, it was just, there were so many men, and also it was not socially acceptable, and we are seeing an uptick in women wanting to pick up those jobs. And I don't think that there should be, this shouldn't be like a politicized or like crazy thing. It's just, no matter what the sex, they want to do it.
Why are you attributing it to some like vague, nebulous sexism on behalf of men? Like when it comes to a lot of these jobs, it has nothing to do with vague, nebulous sexism. Women are just not physically capable of doing a lot of these jobs. Do you disagree?
I feel like majority of women don't want to do
And they
these
don't want
jobs.
to do
I want to say I don't want to be a coal
Even
miner.
if they're-
Like I'm not
even if
doing
they were
that.
physically
Like
capable,
I'm definitely
they just
not
don't
doing
want
that.
to do the
But
job.
biologically too, have you taken anatomy and physiology or evolutionary medicine? Okay, yeah, because I have a degree in it and I work in it. And there is a physiological, fundamental difference in biological men and biological women. Just for the sake of this argument, how we regulate protein synthesis, how our literal bodies, our musculature, our physiology, our psychology, there is a natural adaptive advantage through evolution to serve the proof that they are better suited for a
Certain
lot
areas,
Like
just like we are
areas different. That's
suited
why they
for certain
separate them in
areas.
fucking sports for the Olympics. I mean, there is you.
Yeah.
That's why there's men's
fundamental.
sports and women's sports.
Hold on. Go ahead. You can answer to her. Go ahead.
No, I agree that we are I agree with that statement. That being said, just because someone might be better suited because they're 6'6" and have more muscle on them doesn't mean that a woman can't also be capable. All of these hypotheticals was whether or not someone was capable is what I was speaking to.
There are just
not
some,
whether or not it should.
So yes, can some women do these jobs? Sure. But there are just some jobs that like might be physically available to, say, I don't know, 50% of men, right? There's some men that can't do the jobs either, right? Like I couldn't do roofing. I'd probably like give up after a day, right? But if like, let's say only 50% of men can do it, well, that's still 50% of men. Whereas like, what if it's only like 0.01% of women have the actual physical capability of doing it?
And
It's,
if it's that
such
small,
a
what's the
massive
point of bringing it
differential.
up? Outside of just win an argument.
Because we were talking about hypotheticals and the situation of whether or not it was if women were capable to do those things. It's not that I'm saying more women that I'm disagreeing with your statement that more men do these fields or that they're predominantly male
They're
fields.
more capable.
Yes. What I was saying is that women are still capable of doing that. And I don't understand why that is such a hot take.
It's not. We think women are capable of doing it.
We're doing it good, doing it well, or just doing it.
But not a lot of us.
But that does not mean
That's the problem. The argument.
We never said we wanted to do it.
That's not what you guys initially
What did we
said, though.
initially say?
Initially, you were saying it wasn't about being capable. It was about men can do this. This is what men are doing. Women cannot do that, and they don't want to do it. That was the argument. I'm listening. I'm just sitting back and listening.
Thank you.
No. I'm
saying that
observing.
we're not
Do they wanna
saying
do
that
it?
women want to do this.
But that wasn't the
some women are
initial
capable.
argument. You said
Yes,
that women weren't
some
capable,
women.
but there are
Most-
some women.
Yes, but most women are not physically capable of doing it, and even if you add to the women who can do it, they don't want to do it.
And I agree with that, but that was not the original argument.
Damien, pull up the cockroach manhole video. Pull it up. Go ahead.
Oh, I see.
That sounds
Get
like
it
an
quick,
interesting
please.
video.
I think that's crazy.
All right. Play it. Make it bigger, please.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
All right. Look, most women could have a little hose and start from the beginning, please. Just let it play through. Oh, come on. Like, there's more men. Like, a lot of the women could get down into a manhole and do this. Yeah, so it's not even just about capability. It's about like willingness to do those jobs. Most women are not willing to do like the sort of gross these sorts of jobs.
Yeah.
Men are.
What I was saying in these hypothetical situations was that if the world ended, that we would be able to do that. Not that we want to do that, not that I want to crawl into a manhole with a bunch of cockroaches, but I could potentially do that if my life depended on it, if civilization depended on it.
Mm-hmm. This world wouldn't be here if one race was there and the other one wasn't. So like, I just still don't understand the end goal of
how one is.
We understand that. It was just a hypothetical question that we were trying to answer.
You could do it, yes.
Yes.
There was
We're not
no
trying to
winning
say-
here.
I don't think they're bashing you guys.
Yeah, there is no
either.
winning in this circumstance, in this situation. We're strictly talking about hypotheticals and the fact of how these questions are worded to make it seem a little perhaps biased.
I mean, it's hypothetical to bring out actual logic. So hypothetically, it's a scenario, but the logic is really applied in real life, and it doesn't make sense. So take hypotheticals removed away from it. Would y'all women would want to do that?
I
Yes or
say
no?
the statistics were pulled up. It was like 90% of men did the men
So
job.
what's the point besides us? Because I've heard.
We were responding to your hypothetical
Okay, so take
question.
away that. Because some women bring that up.
You do HVAC, right?
I'm certified for it, but I don't. I just do management now. I don't fight about the management, but it's a dirty job that some women are doing. Some women are doing that. Some women are doing that, but they're doing it. Most that I see are women that's. I'm not trying to be racist, but a lot of Mexican women are doing it with their husbands, so they have like a group business. So they're actually doing it with their man. The women that I know that are doing it on their own is because they have to. And they need money to take care of their children because they're single mothers. They have to, but they don't want to. And sometimes when women take on those jobs, they take on those jobs at the expense of their femininity. They become a lot more aggressive. They become a lot more masculine. So yeah, they're able to make money, but it's slowly declining their relatability to men. So it's like, yeah, they're doing it, but what's the end goal? What do they acquire from doing this outside of taking care of themselves economically? They're not happy. They're lonely. A lot of them are miserable, but they're just doing men's job. So even though women can do it, if it's such a small percentage of women doing it, to bring it up is irrelevant outside of just winning an argument.
In this hypothetical situation, there were no men. So why do we need to be feminine?
Huh?
Yeah.
Why do we have to be feminine?
Guys, I do want to move things
In your
on.
hypothetical
We've
situation.
been
stuck on this for a while.
We've been stuck on this I'll bring it back to a dating question. I do have one chat here. Meet the Kaiser, chair one. My ex was the same. Also a waitress, had BPD. We lived together for 3 years, then split. Very similar. She never listened to her therapist, just chatted. Is therapy helpful? What do we think? Quick answer on this.
Therapy is helpful if you want it to be helpful, but if you don't want help, you can't get help, to be honest.
Now, going around the table, bringing it back to dating. So in this, my new thing I'm doing here, the question is, what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? If you guys can, just repeat whatever you wrote in here, starting with you. Go ahead.
I said money doesn't really matter as long as the needs are met, because I mean, like, I'm not... If I really like a person, I don't like them for their things. I like them for them. So, like, if needs are met, roofs overhead, food on the table, what really more can you ask for, I guess?
Okay. You said you don't care.
I said I don't care. With my 7-year-long relationship, there has been points in which he got laid off and wasn't working. There's points where I was not working, and we support each other. It's a equal partnership what we have. So it does not matter what
so
makes.
If he came to you and he said, you want kids one day, right?
I want to eventually adopt, I think.
Adopt.
Yeah.
But you don't want biological children?
No, just it's not something that's in the cards for me.
Just curious, have you talked to your 7-year boyfriend about this?
Yes.
And he's cool. He's with you, adoption.
He understands. I can't have children pretty much, even if I really wanted to.
Sure.
And the other thing is I am a carrier for, my whole family is genetically pretty much fucked. So I have lupus. My whole family has like autoimmune diseases. I don't think that it would be responsible for me to pass those genes along to another child.
Okay, fair enough.
So.
In any case, so if your boyfriend, if he's like, when you do want to adopt though,
I do.
One kid, 2 kids?
Probably 2.
2
or 3.
If he was like, hey, I want to be a stay-at-home father for our adopted children, you'd be okay with that?
Oh, that's already the plan. Like that is.
That's the plan.
That is the plan. I'm like, he'll be a peek dad. He'll be everything. Peek is our dog.
Hey, sure. All kinds of different arrangements people have. What about you? Minimum yearly income, I guess, for your future wife then, I suppose.
Okay.
Unless you want a husband?
No.
Okay.
I said none because it was referring to men. Doesn't matter. Her income doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it was a man, would it matter?
But yeah, you did say earlier, like, well, I have higher standards for men.
He would be able. He would have to be able to.
Would you be
not afford? How do I word this? To afford my lifestyle, not because I want him to take care of me, but for example, if I like to travel, I want him to also be able to afford to travel.
If it's a number, income number, just give me a number.
I don't have a number.
Wait, I have a question. Because you said earlier, like, the guy has to, like, for you to date a guy, he has to meet much higher standards than when it comes to you dating a woman. So, like, would you say, in terms of the income thing, you'd be straight for pay? Instead of gay for pay, you'd be straight for pay?
No.
Like a mill? Like, would you be straight for pay?
Like would I be with a man?
Like, would you go straight for a billionaire?
No.
Like, that's some, like... Your life is good if you're with
So you would discard a male billionaire who loves you as opposed to a woman with nothing who's just beautiful who loves you?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
It's for the love. It's for the love, you know. It's for love. What did you say for minimum yearly income?
What I said was, I think, like an average median salary for like the area I choose to be in.
You said more than median salary for area.
Yeah. And I feel like
more could mean like
it's honestly pretty subjective. To me, a number does not matter. I think what matters is, realistically for me, I want to be able to comfortably assume a lifestyle that includes not living in poverty or lower class I don't want food stamps. I'm sorry. I don't judge. I accept people like that romantically, but for me personally, I want to live above the average median salary of the demographic of where I choose to be.
Where do you live?
I live here.
Oh, you're in Santa Barbara.
I'm in Santa Barbara, but I was living.
Median. Here, let's look.
Yeah,
it up.
let's look it up.
All right. Median. Hold on. Median salary, Santa Barbara. Oops. One sec. The median salary, the average annual salary.
This is for marriage, by the way, not for. I can
it's
get
$75,000.
Yeah.
The average annual salary in Santa. Oh, that's. Is there a difference between? I'm like, R slurred. Is there a difference between median and average?
No,
Yes.
right? Is
It's
there?
both median.
Am I sorry, guys?
There's a difference.
I dropped out of.
Median
I want to say when I
kindergarten.
used to find the median in school, you take all the numbers and find
Okay,
the
the
average.
average.
And then the average.
Yeah, it's average.
Whatever, average.
Like the average.
75,000.
Yeah,
in Santa
that I
Barbara.
feel like
So like 80,000 is what like
for
an extra
marriage, for
5K.
me to settle down and feel really confident and I met my person.
Sure.
That's yeah.
Sure. Okay. What about you?
I know I left it blank, but that doesn't mean none. Just more than I make, honestly, so I can be
Sure.
provided for.
How much do you make? If do you make 6 figures?
Yes.
So like, would 150K be sufficient for you?
I would want more, probably, honestly.
To,
I would want him to double it, honestly, because I want to be able to not work someday.
Wait, you'd want to what?
Not work someday.
Oh, okay.
Because I want to have a family.
Yeah. So what do you think? 250K? Is that?
Yeah, I guess for nowadays,
That's
that
not.
seems.
That's still a little low, though, right?
I guess, is that upper middle class here? I don't know. I mean.
What about you?
I said 400,000. I know I'm gonna get shit for
Wait,
that.
hold on.
I'm
did.
into it.
Yep.
Maybe I should up my.
Good for
She
you.
wrote-
That's
she-
right.
she
No,
did-
and this is why.
Yeah.
And this is why because
400,000.
because
a
I
year.
was married, and this I can go off of my previous experience, and then I make 200. So I would expect him to obviously make more than me. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like.
Wait, your previous husband was making how much?
400.
He was making. What was he doing?
He was the CEO of his own company. I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah. But he passed. So
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah. So and I make 200.
Was it an
so-
age gap relationship? Wait, how old were you when you dated? You were.
When I got married, I was like 22. 22. Yeah.
So was he like 25 or something? Or?
He was actually younger than me. He was 20. So we were. It's
Wait,
2
he was
years.
20 years old, making $400,000 a year.
Yeah, he did. He did e-commerce. He did a lot of different
Oh,
stuff.
okay,
so, yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
So
I just would like to keep that kind of what I'm used to. You know, kind of what just the normal kind of what I'm used to. Nothing that I'm changing.
wait, you guys are
anything.
married? Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to change anything that I'm already kind of have the swing of things that I have
Wait,
going
did
on.
you like take over his business when he?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Huh,
But I helped him build it too.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was like, yeah.
Sure. So 400. You want a guy who earns 400,000 bare minimum.
Just off of, like I said, previous of what I'm kind of used to.
But I mean, have you, since your husband, like this guy you went on a date
Yeah.
with? You gonna,
Yeah, it's kind of the same. The dating pool is the same. So
Okay.
I'm not doing anything that's
Sure. All right.
abnormal.
What about you?
As long as we're stable and not like on edge of with bills and stuff, I'm completely fine. And as long as I'm compatible with the person.
Okay. And then, well, that's it for that one. What about you? How much would you want your girlfriend to make?
Man, I don't care about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? As long as she can take care of herself without me, like if she already got her own place, she already got her own car, she already got a career, obviously she knows what she's doing for herself. I feel like 2 heads are better than 1. I feel like we put so much value on what somebody earned, and then we complain when we get in these weird situations. It's like anybody can lose their job any day. I want you to care about me, and there's no price on that. So as long as because I feel like if we're both in it, we both can contribute, because if you go half and I go half, not saying it has to be 50-50, but I feel like that gives the woman equity in the situation. Because a lot of women just want to be taken care of, but when he breaks up with you and he take all that money, you can't say shit because you don't have no equity in nothing. You don't pay for shit. So I'd rather a woman who, I'll just take her as she is, as long as she treats me well. Because these days, we probably can get rich together. 2 heads are better than 1. A woman can get through a door that I can't get through. I can get through a door that she can't get through. So why can't we combine ourselves together? Me personally, when I'm evaluating a mate, I don't think about money. I think about how she makes me feel, because love will inspire you to make money. Real connection will inspire you to do more for each other. So I don't care about that.
Agree 1,000%.
So I guess moving off of that one, going into my notes here, Hannah, right?
Yeah.
Hannah, perhaps this ties back into the previous convo. I promise we won't linger on it though.
Okay.
You said that, and so in this, I asked you to circle what you disagree with. So the question or the statement was, men are physically stronger than women. You disagreed on that. Is that correct?
What was the, wait.
So it says men are physically stronger than women, and you circled it, which means you disagree.
I think I got confused with that one.
Okay.
Yeah. I do agree that a lot of times that they're stronger, but I do think that there's also women. I thought I put like a little, maybe I put like
You
a
wrote,
dash.
well, there was the one above it. You did say, I don't know, but maybe it was the one above it, which is 20.
I don't know.
In any case, if that was incorrect, then I'm happy to move on. But
I feel like there are plenty of women that are stronger than some men, but there's plenty of men that are stronger than some women. It's subjective. I think it has more to do with height, weight, and like muscle capacity.
I mean,
right?
would you grant that most men are stronger than most women?
I would say like the average man is stronger than the average woman, which is why I'm scared to be in a forest with them alone.
Okay.
But there's also, plenty of beautiful, gorgeous, tall women that could easily take down, a man shorter than me. So it's like, it depends on the situation. It depends on body mass.
That bear's stronger than you too, you know that, right?
Yeah, but once again, I'd rather just die.
Like, not the bear
I'd rather
again.
just
Never
die.
existed. Okay. All right. I mean, I don't know what the actual percentage breakdown is, but I think they've analyzed grip strength, and I think it's like, I don't know if we have the stats on it. Something like 95% of men are stronger than all women, or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, grip strength, I give really terrible massages, so like I don't know. Maybe that's something. I don't know.
Grip strength is reflective of your general strength.
What I know is like I don't think that there's any like hard. I think it's like very gray. Things can be very gray. I don't think it's like always black and white.
There are certainly there are some women who are stronger than men.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. I'm not saying
that.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's not 100%.
I want to say there is not a single man that I would like be like, yeah, I'd fight. It's a man. Like I'm not fighting a man. I
can pick up nearly every single one of my co-stars, including my co-stars that are taller than me. But if we were to be in a fight, I don't know. I'd be a little scared.
When a man is actually fighting against a woman, I think the man is almost going to win every time.
I've been in physical fights with men, and yeah, it's like about 50-50. Sometimes
50-50.
Were they going ham on you? Did they throw punches?
Yeah. Slam my head between.
Were they trying to go for life?
Here's the thing. I grew up with older brothers, and like the amount of fighting that we would do, and I lots of sparring, lots of combat. Like I can occasionally take. I can
but I feel like your brother isn't going to try to like knock you out.
No. You don't know our family. You don't know my family.
I'm willing to bet. I would be willing to bet right now $1 million, and you can distribute it all amongst yourselves. It could be all 7 of you versus Illa here right now.
And I think he'd win.
He'd win.
No, at the same time. At the same time.
No. 7 of you. Like what? I would win.
I want to say if one of us just took a body part, we could actually win.
Actually, seven of us on him. Seven of us on him.
So someone grab the arm, I grab the leg, someone else grab the other arm.
7 of y'all can't beat me, but 7 of y'all can survive in the wilderness.
No. 7 of us. I changed my answer.
Wait, chat.
We could absolutely.
Wait, I want to ask the chat. Who do you pick? So who wins? Who do you place your bet on? It's a 7v1. All the women. You know what? We'll throw in. We're throwing in Anissa too. 8v1. And she's behind him too. She can throw in the chokehold really quick.
And she's got a helmet.
Who's chat? Does the guy win, or is it the 8 women? 8 women or the one guy? Who wins?
Y'all should win with
Yeah,
all the
with
ingenuity
eight?
y'all got. And all
I
the
was
shit
gonna
y'all-
say,
y'all should
I
get
pull a
mine.
limb, someone else pulls a limb.
Yeah, no. If every one of us did some damage,
You
it would
should,
be fine.
man.
On
It would
each
be
limb,
fine.
I think we could figure it out.
Yeah, yeah. 8 of us, we could do
You
that.
should. I don't even like talking like. I don't even want to talk
Someone's
like
gotta
that.
like trick him or something.
I don't even like
Oh,
it.
Should we try just to prove a point though?
No, I
Are
don't
we
wanna
just
do
fighting
that.
right
Y'all
now?
should beat me. With as much traction y'all gain, like you said, y'all can do so much. Y'all should be able to destroy me, man.
What are some of these other questions that we answered?
All right, so why don't we pull up Twitch? Let's go do a quick Twitch shout out. We're gonna get through a whole bunch of stuff. Go to Twitch, guys. That's twitch.tv/whatever. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Guys, get us 200 followers. Get us to 95,000 before the end of the show. Yo, Benny, thank you for the Prime. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one available, guys. Would really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it. And then, okay, let's get into let's try to blast through these notes as quickly as I can here. Okay, why don't we just do Hannah's first, okay?
Oh God.
Hannah.
I feel targeted.
Okay, let me get my glasses here. Okay, and a lot of you also disagreed on this one. So, dating is easier for women, to which you disagreed. Andrea disagreed. Tiara, did I say that? Tiara, did I say that right? Tanja.
I thought it was easier. I think I might have answered.
Dating is easier for women. You disagreed.
I think
you
it's-
agree.
I think it's easier for women.
Okay, you didn't follow the instructions, but it's okay. I forgive you.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
But so those of you who circled, dating is easier for women. You think it's easier for men. You disagree that it's easier for women.
I mean, when I say that it's easier for men to date, I guess, is because it's not that it's easier for them to get a date. A woman can get a date like I've never had a shortage of men in my DMs. I could get a date. If I was single tomorrow, I could have 15 dates lined up for myself. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is in a relationship, finding someone who isn't trying to pull a power trip on you or isn't trying to change you. And this isn't just from my perspective. All of my girlfriends struggle with this, is you just want someone who wants you for you, and instead they want someone else, but they just like the way you look, and so they're trying to change you. It's in that aspect harder, because I think most of the time, at least with my friend group and me, we ask for pretty much the bare minimum. Just love us, be moderately funny, be able to take care of yourself. I don't want to babysit you. At least just take care of yourself, and have passion for something, and just accept me for who I am. That's it. That's 5 things. I feel like those are basic things.
But wouldn't it be easier for women to get a date if you just said you could get any date because men are lined up?
No. We can get dates, but for those dates to turn into boyfriends, turn into dating, multiple dates with one person.
I feel like it's not that deep, though. I think he's just asking, is it easier for us to get dates?
Well,
and
and
you kind of said in the beginning that
to get a date, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's easier for women. But he said dating, so I was kind of thinking of dating, not getting a date.
I think of dating as just you're going on dates, multiple dates. So it doesn't really.
Yeah, multiple dates. Finding
you're not
someone,
in a relationship. You're just dating.
I think when I think of dating, I think of getting past the first date stage and going on to a second date, third date. You're dating a person. I don't know. Finding someone who you want to go on a second date with is really, I guess, what I was saying is
so
hard.
it's multiple first dates, not going on dates.
Well, you're going on dates with other
you know what I'm
multiple
saying?
people. You're going on dates with different people every single time. But what I meant is finding someone who you want to date. I suppose.
So I feel like you're trying to say it's harder for women to be in a relationship with men, but it's not harder for women to date. I think that's what you're trying to say.
I meant finding someone to date, I suppose, because that's what dating is you're finding someone who you want to date. And it's harder to find someone who you want to date because...
Wait, but doesn't this contradict?
If you still go on a date with someone, you're going on a date whether you like them or not. You went on a date.
Wait,
you know
but
what I'm saying?
Hold on, but just to answer that, doesn't that kind of contradict your previous point? So on one hand, you're saying women don't really ask for a lot. We just be slightly funny, all the five other things you listed. Yeah. But also, it's really hard to I'm just confused.
Because within my experience and like my friends' experiences, at least, I can't speak for any of the other girlies at the table. You go on the first date with someone and you're like, oh my gosh, he's funny, check. You know, he's nice to me, check. But then he says something like really effed up about, you know, other women or like putting other people down, and you're like, okay, I gotta dock him for this, and I don't want to go on a second date with him.
If he says,
but you still went on a date with him.
Yes.
Wait, I'm gonna give myself a pass here. If he says retard on the first date, is that a deal breaker?
For me, yeah.
I think that's hilarious.
Okay, no,
Here's a green flag for me.
Okay, here's the only reason why is because I have family members who are part of that.
Who are part retarded?
Yeah, and
that's not the appropriate word.
It's not.
Intellectually disabled.
Yes.
You were about to call your family members retarded.
No, I was not.
Sorry, my bad.
For me personally, that is a deal breaker, and it is something that if someone says it, you know, I will. If someone says that and I'm dating them, or if I'm, you know, involved with them, I'll be like, hey, you can't say that. It won't necessarily mean that I won't go on a second date with them, depending on how their reaction after that is.
You'd call them out.
But I will call them out. Yeah.
Here, wait. Can we role play super quick? Oh, I know you probably hate me, but let's role play. I know you're in a relationship. Just pretend you're single.
Okay.
All right. I'm trying to think like you're a type of guy.
I cannot wait to hear.
Get me the mega.
I know right now. I'm like so excited to hear what's about to come out.
All right, so you and me, we're on a date. We're at Nobu, because I roll like that or whatever the fuck. Okay, we're at Nobu, and I'm like, you know, eating the steak. Are you vegan or anything?
I mean, I don't eat steak, but no, I'm not.
Are you vegetarian?
I was vegan for 7 years.
I don't know why this matters. Okay,
I'm
eating a steak.
I'm not vegan anymore.
I'm eating the steak. And then like I accidentally spill this cup. I spill it. It doesn't spill on you, but it spills. It kind of gets on the table. It was wine too. I spill it, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm so retarded.
I would in that situation, I would say it's okay. It's just wine. It doesn't really matter. And I was like, and then I would address it after and say, but as far as that word goes, that's not okay. That's not something that I personally want to hear.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel that way. Does it change anything if I'm actually retarded? No, we're still role playing. We're still role playing. We are still role playing.
He said, well, I'm actually well. I thought he was changing the character.
I was diagnosed at a young age with retardation. And so I identify as a retard.
Are you making a joke right now, or are you actually intellectually disabled?
I could be.
Not could you be, but in the situation we were talking about.
Wait, are we still role playing?
I think we're still role playing. Yeah, we're still role playing. Yeah.
Oh, we're still role playing.
Yeah, we're at dinner right now. Yeah. Are you actually, or is that a joke?
Wait, like in the role play? Because it could be like
in the role play. I'm talking to you.
It's not like,
yeah, I'm talking to you as if we're.
But I'm not like, okay, I'm not actually retarded. But okay, going into the role play.
Yeah.
Yes, I went to see a psychiatrist. Yes, I'm retarded.
Okay.
In the role play.
In the role play.
I'm retarded.
In the role play, you are.
In the role play.
Then, and you feel like you identify like that, and that.
I do. I want you to affirm my identity. Now, I want you to call me a retard.
I will not. I will not.
Why won't you affirm my identity as somebody who's retarded? This is not, really. I'm actually offended. How dare you? How dare you not affirm my identity as somebody who is
I prefer
a retard.
I prefer not to use that word. You can feel that.
This is the appropriate word that I feel comfortable with using.
Okay.
In fact, I'm more offended if you call me like mentally challenged.
Okay.
I'm more offended by that.
Okay.
I'm not challenged. I'm just retarded. Okay. And also, it's because I'm French. I prefer. I identify more with it's a retard. It is a French word.
Yeah. No. That's that is totally okay if you.
Call me a retard, or this date's over.
Can I finish
I will
my thought?
I will walk out of here right now, leaving you with this bill.
then you can do that. If you don't want to continue this date,
You'll pay for the Nobu bill?
I'll
It's
pay
expensive. It's
That's
expensive.
okay.
This is an expensive
That's
bill.
all right. I'm sorry that this date didn't go well for you. I really hope you have better future endeavors. It was lovely meeting you.
Really? You're gonna discriminate against me based on my disability?
I'm not
That's very
discriminating.
ableist of you.
I'm not discriminating.
I thought you were woke and progressive.
I'm not
You
discriminating.
wouldn't date somebody who's retarded.
No, you can.
You wouldn't wait.
Wait, what?
You wouldn't date a retard?
That's not what. No.
That is really offensive.
God, wait.
Freudian slip.
Look, okay.
I almost dropped someone else's name. That's really bad.
You once dated a R-word person?
No. I mean, actually, no. No. Okay, no. But let me explain. Let me explain. I dated a guy, and this was in high school. I dated a guy. He was very sweet until he got another girl pregnant. But he got into a fight with me, actually. It was like multiple of us. It was on the news because it got to be such a big thing. I got arrested. He got arrested. Everyone got arrested. Essentially, we got jumped by the high school jocks, and we were like emo kids. And he got so badly pummeled that it caused severe brain damage that he never recovered from it. He actually became like drug
got heavy real quick.
Really drug dependent because of it. And so I guess in that situation, like, he was not functioning on the level of normal anymore
because of the brain damage.
Because of the brain damage, it was severe.
Wow.
So like,
damn, that...
I mean, technically speaking, I don't know. Anyway,
would anybody else here object to the scenario if you put yourself in her position? I spill the cup, so it's not like I have a hatred towards people who are R-worded. It's just I self-deprecated, and I'm like, oh fuck, I spilled the thing. I'm an idiot. I'm a retard.
I would be like, yeah, you fucking
You'd be
retard.
like, yeah, you fucking
retard.
Sometimes we have women on the show spill a cup of water, and I call them retards.
And they should say thank you for keeping me accountable.
They're like, Brian, that was so attractive. Let's go on a date.
Absolutely.
Afterwards. It happens.
No,
all the time.
I will call my date out. I call my friends out. I call my mom out on stuff. I will call people out.
You call your mom out?
Yeah, all the time.
Just let
she
her
hates
be, bro.
it.
Just let her be. She's a different generation.
No.
Bro. How old's your mom? 60?
I can't give that information out.
Chick's a MILF.
Is she single?
She always says she's 29.
Is she single?
Huh?
Is she available?
No.
She's still with is she married or?
No. She has a boyfriend.
How long they've been dating? I mean, it doesn't sound that serious, to be honest.
I don't know if it's that serious. You'll have to ask her.
It doesn't sound like it's really I don't know, just saying. If
you're interested, I'll give her your
slide in a good word
number.
For
Yeah,
me?
sure.
Just
Why
slide
not?
in.
Yeah, but if you use that word, you can't be my stepdad. So.
Oh. Challenge accepted. Good times. Okay. What? Any other panelists have a available mother that they can set me up with? Just checking. Not. Of course, I wouldn't do that to you. We're homies.
I mean, I have friends that are more your age.
I want to say technically my mom.
Chick's a MILF.
Okay, good talk. Okay, I don't know where that came up. How did we start talking about? Oh, dating is easier for women. Why did you bring up this really offensive conversation? Yeah, this was your idea.
I don't know how we got here.
Roll it back, right? She brought that shit up.
Yeah. I did not bring any of this.
You were like, I really want to talk about R words right now. This is your go-to topic.
Definitely.
Gaslit. Okay.
Feel right at home.
Okay. Anyways, your next thing. Okay, a few of you. I'll move it on just so we can't linger on anything for too long. A woman's career money status does not make her more attractive to men, to which I think a couple of you circled disagree.
I don't remember what I chose.
Hannah, you disagreed. Andrea, you disagreed. Let's see.
I disagreed.
Tiara, you disagreed.
when I thought that we were talking specifically about like LA and like that kind of dating pool is what I was talking about when I filled that out, because that's what I thought we were talking about today, but that was my misinterpretation. Because in LA, I think status, money, and like who you know very much factors in to like who men date.
For women?
Also for men.
Oh, for men.
Also for men, yeah. I think for both people. So, but I don't really, I don't know if it matters for like regular dating.
So you're saying in LA?
In LA it does, because most everyone's industry, and so it's kind of like I feel like everyone's trying to like, you know, network, and everyone's like, you know, I don't think.
Oh well, I mean, I might be willing to grant that like some like actor who is getting mostly extra jobs, like working as an extra, and he mostly works as a server. And he like shares a bedroom with 3 other guys in Reseda. Yeah, like if fucking, I don't know, I'm trying to think, like Angelina Jolie steps to him, he might be like, oh,
I was, when I filled that out, that's what I was under the assumption of. So,
but in terms of like, I don't know. Okay, here. You have, I'm trying to think. Okay, Lizzo. Yeah. Money, status, success. Boom. Put Lizzo in a club. And then put like a nobody 21-year-old who lives with her parents, and she's not in debt, but she's a barista, $18 an hour. All the men in that club, who they gravitating towards. I shouldn't have used Lizzo for this.
No, that was a great example.
That was a great visual.
No,
it
but
was
because
large.
of gravity. I shouldn't have used because of gravity. I shouldn't have said Lizzo.
Well, if we're talking for
when I say gravitate, I mean not. I mean colloquially, not literally, like the gravity because of the mass. You know what I mean? Was that offensive?
No.
If we were on a date,
I saw the pun.
If we were on a date, would you have like a sidebar conversation with me about this? Like, Brian, that was really offensive. Don't body shame.
No, no. Honestly, with my experience with men, specifically.
You're saying it's okay to body shame fat
No.
people? No. How fucking dare you? You piece of shit.
No.
This is really offensive. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable.
In my experience with dating men is that with women's bodies, a lot of times it's kind of ingrained that they will make a comment on it, and that's not something that necessarily I can change or fix. I can always, if it's an offensive remark, like truly offensive, like targeted, I of course will say something, but sometimes I have to pick my battles and what I actually want to bring up, especially when you're first dating someone, because you don't want to just like combat with everything that they're saying, but you do want to get to know them.
One other question. Okay, and then we're going right back to the Lizzo one, though. You're not going to escape the Lizzo question. A guy comes to a date with a plastic water bottle. Are you saying something?
No.
Like, how dare you pollute the environment? You want to see the rainforest burn.
No, I'm not going to comment on their water bottle. That's not something.
Gatorade makes water now. Anyways.
Oh, whatever that is.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
I'm not going to comment on it.
One time, like years ago. No, this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I was on a date with a girl, and I brought a water bottle, not unlike this, to the date. And she says something about the water bottle.
You do live in California.
She must have been like an environmentalist. But I brought a water bottle to the date. Mind you, when I'm at home, I have like a RO system, like, so I drink from a glass. Yeah. But it's convenient to just running out the house. Let me grab a bottle of water.
Yeah.
She literally tanks the date because I brought a bottle of water. Tanks it. She's like, whoa, you need to watch your plastic consumption, sir. The date was over.
But that's what I mean. That's literally what I mean. We're straight back to what we were talking about earlier. Not everyone is going to be your cup of tea.
I think you should really rethink like letting the R slur thing pass. To be honest, TBH.
Well, I'm very happily involved with someone who doesn't need to use that word, so it's okay.
Yo, wait, what's your boyfriend's name? Like first name?
I don't want to disclose.
Okay, I'm just gonna guess it's Bartholomew.
Oh my god, wait, hold on. That's not his name, but that's my nickname for him. It's an inside joke, but that's fucking crazy.
Wow. It was the Venus.
It was the vibes.
Was aligned, Mercury, Jupiter, I don't know. Bartholomew. Is he watching this shit? Is he fucking watching this shit? Bartholomew. Wait, is he, did he drive with you down to Santa Barbara?
No, he did not.
You're gonna see him tonight?
At like 1 a.m.
Okay. Bartholomew. The moment she steps through the door, call her a retard. Yeah. And I want to see if this is the true test of your guys' relationship.
Yo.
She steps through the door, Bartholomew. You have to call her the R slur. And if she's like, oh my God, that's so funny. And that's and then if she's the one, if she's like cool with it. You gonna be cool with it? He's gonna do it.
He's not gonna do it.
He's my homie.
He's already in bed. I guarantee you. He goes to bed like really early.
Okay, text him and be like, as soon as I step through.
You took my
once
phone.
Once you get your phone, you're gonna text him and you're gonna say Barty. Barty. Call me. I made a bet with Brian. You have to call me. I don't know. This is too contrived at this point. Just fucking call her a R word when she walks through the door, and you have to have sex with him afterwards. And during sex, he has to also call you.
Definitely not happening.
Wait, Damien, can you search up that Reddit thread about like calling somebody an R word, like Reddit dirty talk retard? Okay, just Google it. You'll find it. Okay, Lizzo. Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my God, bro, the fucking caffeine's getting to me. Lizzo or hot nobody 20-year-old barista. Who do the guys pick?
Well, you said she's 20, so obviously they're gonna go for her they like young girls. Guys like young girls.
Sorry, 21 to make it so she can drink, I guess.
Yeah, they'd pick the younger girl, like 9 times out of 10, I would say.
Can you pull that up, Damien? Do you have it, Damien? Did you find the thread, or do? Do you? I mean, is it the dirty talk one? Do you have like? No. It's okay. Hold on. Oh my God! Here, I'll send it to you. Or should I just read it? I don't know if we need the Reddit thread. Okay, here, I'm gonna read something to you guys. Not me, but an old friend of mine, really quiet, soft-spoken, polite guy, a total gentleman and a graduate student in the liberal arts. Oh yeah, that's okay. Also pretty inexperienced, tentative, and vanilla sexually. He's dating this really cool girl for maybe 2 months. She's much kinkier in bed. She floats the idea of dirty talk and apparently likes to be objectified, even demeaned a bit from time to time. He's hesitant, but wants to please her and doesn't dismiss the idea outright. Changes the subject and figures that they'll revisit the idea another time. Anyway, they have sex a few days later for the first time since the conversation. They're really going at it doggy style, and she tells him to talk dirty to her. He says that he can't think of anything to say, so he says nothing. And she then repeats the request, but the second time, she is not fucking requesting, but demanding it. He comes up with, yeah, you like that, you fucking retard?
He came up with it? All by himself?
He's never struck me as one for embellishment, so I believe him. He said that that was it for the sex that night, although they are still together 2 years on.
That's love.
That is love.
That's love.
You know? Power to him.
All right.
That's crazy.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Do you have any thoughts on this one? The woman's career, money status?
No.
Does it make her more attractive?
It does to a man who thinks like a woman. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys they try to compete with women and think like them, and they think that shit matters, and it really doesn't.
Wait, to go off something you said earlier, you said like a woman, like if she can take care of her own, like that's more attractive to you. So doesn't status kind of matter?
No, I said as long as she can take care of herself. But she doesn't have. You can take care of yourself working at Best Buy as a manager. You don't have to be auditioning for Revolt or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just be a regular girl with a regular job. Like, there's value in taking care of yourself, but high value status is a little more than that. You know what I mean? She doesn't have to have a blue check and be trending on. I don't care about none of that shit. She's got to be able to take care of herself. Because the real talk, the baddest women is the ones that just in the neighborhood, like regular, like it's not the ones that's on TV. It's the most beautiful woman I've seen with never celebrity. So that's just me.
Did you also say, though, that they should split dates? So what if the guy makes significantly more and she can't split dates?
No, now, this is the thing, right? Good question. Men, I'll say me, and some men I know, you don't got to pay for it. We just want to see an effort. Like, in other words, I'm paying for the date, and you'll cover the tip, or we'll go to like an after-hour spot. You'll be like, I'll get the hookah. Just show me that you care, because I feel like when we go on a date, I'm paying, especially in the beginning when we don't owe each other anything. I feel like I'm paying the price of admission to the you show. You're paying the price of admission to the me show. It's not about neither one of us. We're paying for each other's energy. So who are you or who am I to say what's what in the early beginning? But if I'm balling out of control, I'm gonna take care of it because I got it, and it's not that big. I'll pay for my homie. I don't care. Like I'll pay for a stranger. I don't care. It's just money. You know what I'm saying? And I like to see people happy, but I just want to see effort on her part. You don't have to pay for the date, but show me that you care something or pick up something for me. I thought of you. I brought you, like one girl brought a hookah to me one time. So it's like, just show that you care. Show some type of gesture. You don't have to cover the whole thing, but don't just show up and be cute all the time. Like, do something.
I'm also curious too, like what if the guy was struggling? Should the woman pick up after his?
Well, if you're struggling, you shouldn't go to a place where money is required. You know, there's parks, there's museums. You know, be creative. You can cook. You can have a picnic in a park. You know, use your creativity, because if you don't have no money, you don't need to be inviting women out to date. You can invite them to meet. You can do a little icebreaker, but I'm not going to invite a woman to a date and I don't have no money. That's just stupid.
Anybody else think guys would pick Lizzo? Just curious. Anybody? Lizzo?
Some dudes would.
You can just say, come on.
I mean, my opinion, some guys would. There are some guys that would pick Lizzo because of her status and money. That's just a fact, because what else are you picking Lizzo for? Like let's be honest. So,
wasn't she dating an NFL athlete as well?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So someone of her own caliber may pick her too.
Maybe like a front.
That was mad funny. There's so many jokes that could be made from that, but I'm gonna let that slide. Cause you said an NFL player that's her caliber. I can go so many places with that. Shout out to Lizzo. Hey,
would you hit?
Hit how?
What do you mean how? It's like not punch her.
Would you smash Lizzo?
Yes.
No, but I would only because I could probably get a bag out of her. Like I'll bang the bag out of her, but like out of interest, no. I don't like big girls.
You don't like big women?
No, I'm not into big girls.
Okay.
You gotta at least be shapely. Like she's not shapely. I've seen some big girls that like they got hips and stuff. Like shout out to Lizzo.
Sure. So you would have sexual intercourse with Lizzo
for a bag?
For what's a bag?
For money.
Come on, man.
No, but is it like what is? I mean, like
what is the bag?
$1,000?
Like bag that only she got. Like I'm not gonna hit her for no 300. She gonna take me shop. Like she gonna break me off.
She gonna take you shopping.
Yeah, she gonna be sugar mama.
Where's she taking you to?
Wherever I want.
Oh shit.
I'm not.
There we go.
Man. I'm good.
I don't know if I could do it, to be honest. You're a successful guy. You don't need it.
You would do it.
I would no.
For $2 million, you wouldn't hit Lizzo.
Okay, I'll do it for $2 million.
Exactly.
I'll do it for $2 million.
She's not even ugly. She just not in the best shape.
I don't know if I could I'm not I'm average down there though.
Right
really?
Like I'm kind of average down there, so I don't know if I could get to it though.
I would let my man hit Lizzo for $2 million.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could get
actually.
There's pills for that. Don't worry.
No, it's not. I just don't even know if I could.
Big girl sex is a little different than regular girl sex.
You could put it anywhere, and it would.
For me,
go in.
Is she singing? Is she singing while we're having sex?
Exactly.
Yeah, 1,000%.
A shoulder, elbow,
elbow,
any wet crease you can find. No, I'm straight. It's like you on a love seat or some shit.
For $2 million, that's fair.
100,000, shit, 50 bands.
That's crazy. But so is that masculine or what kind
No,
of
this is hypothetical.
But
It's not masculine. It's
real giving real feminine.
That's why it's also
So I'm a
hypothetical.
little confused. I'm just sitting back.
I mean, it
just
sounds
hella
good.
confused.
Let's give her a round of applause. She got some points on the board. Let's give her a round of applause. She got some points on the board. Shout out to you. But like, it's hypothetical. In reality, I don't even want to. I just say it in reality what I would do. I don't even care about a woman's money in reality.
Okay.
So this is hypothetical, baby.
There you go.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't really care about like the career money status, to be honest. Though it doesn't. Yeah, I'll date like a barista. You know.
It's like the T.I. video that came out years ago. Shorty was on the fries and he changed her life. You can have whatever you like. Like, we don't care about that shit. But I don't think a woman would do that on the other foot. I think the catch with women is if you're in tip-top shape, I think women will give you I've seen women make adjustments for a guy. I think that's the only X factor you can get being broke. If you broke but you built like a tank, she'll pay them bills. For a little while, not forever, but she'll definitely say, all right, let's see what's up.
What if he's like hung like a rhino?
That too. But I think if he in shape, because she got to find that out later, because you might be unattractive and have that. So I don't know if that really matters. But I think if you in shape, women will give you a shot regardless of your income. Is that right, ladies?
Women will give.
Well, we know you don't even deal with men. I'm talking about y'all. Y'all, would y'all do that?
I think it's like a preferred preference for someone to be in shape, but like that wouldn't be like the determining factor of it, you know?
Put like this, let me rephrase it. You got a broke guy and you with no body, and you got a broke guy with a little body. I think y'all would give him a chance. I don't think you're gonna just say you're mine, but I think you'll say, I'll give him the benefit of that. Would you give him just a chance because he's in shape, even though he's not financially where he want to be, but he's in like peak
100%.
condition?
It still shows that you value yourself and try to be healthy. I still think that's a good factor of somebody being in shape, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's long-term goals that they're working towards.
Yeah, 100%.
Another dating question going around the table. Do you think men who care about body count are insecure, starting with you?
I wouldn't necessarily say insecure, but when it's a double standard, the only time I would call insecurity is the double standard. But if there's no double standard, then I would say if like...
What do you mean if there's no double standard?
Like to say if a man has like 20 bodies and then I would say sure. I have 22 and they're like, now I'm mad. What do you mean? Like, so I feel like if there's not a double standard, then no. But if there is, like I've fucked this many girls, but you couldn't have fucked up, then yes, that's so wrong and they're insecure.
Yeah, well, one of the questions in the do you disagree is not hypocritical for men with high body counts to prefer to date low body count or virgin women. I think 3 or 4 of you circled you disagree, so you think it is hypocritical. So that's kind of a different question though, so we'll come to that one later. So it is insecure.
Depends on the person I ask and their answer, really.
Okay. So you're saying like if the guy also has a low body count and he wants to date a woman with a low body count, fine.
I don't find that insecure. That's your standard and that's fine.
But then what about, the guy with a high body count, he wants a girl with a low body count. Is that insecure?
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Because you can go out and do it, but your woman couldn't go out and do it. Like your past doesn't matter, but for some reason my past matters. That's what I mean. I feel like why are you insecure about my past? But I'm secure about yours. It's whatever. We're going to go on with whatever. I'm vowing to be with you.
I'll let everybody respond before I give my response. So what do you think? Are men insecure for caring about a woman's body count?
If it is hypocritical, like in that situation?
Well, so just, I'm not so much looking at the hypocritical component. I'm more so looking, are just men, whether they have a low body count, high body count, are they insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
That's like a loaded question, because if they do have a low body count and they want someone who also has a low body count, then that's fine, I think. But if they have...
couldn't they... Yeah. I mean, I would even be willing to say that in both scenarios, they could both be insecure and they could both not be insecure.
I would say to go back then, I would say no, because that might be just standard. But to like when we're going on further questions, I'm going to probably contradict a bit.
I would say it would make me
Like if they were interested in me solely based off of that number and nothing else, like, or not interested, you know, depending on.
So they liked you, but then they found out your body count, and for them, the body count was too high.
Yeah, would that
be insecure?
If theirs was significantly higher than mine, I would say that that's insecure, and I would say that it's probably if they had a bad reaction to that. In my head, what I would be thinking is, wow, they want a virgin girl because they're so bad in bed that they would be insecure that she's had better. That would be my first interpretation of instant anger. That would be my first interpretation if we were having a nice dinner, everything was cool, and then they like.
It's a deal breaker for them.
Yeah, and
deal breaker.
Yeah, and it was a deal breaker. I'd
That's
be like,
the only reason that they don't want to pursue you anymore.
Yeah,
because of that.
Yeah, I would say that in that it would be insecure.
I'll let everybody answer on this. Go ahead.
I think my answer is pretty similar. If you know, someone asks me what my body count is and then theirs is higher or the same, I feel like that's just a sign of insecurity.
Okay. All right. Your thoughts?
If it's a deal breaker?
No. So is a man insecure if he cares about a woman's body count?
No.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I feel like it's one of those things where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, because either way, the number, I don't think, is going to make them happy. No matter what, they're just going to get jealous. No matter what.
Even if it's 0.
Well, if it's 0, that's what you're talking.
I feel like some people actually are.
They may not like 0 either.
Yeah, actually, they might not like 0.
I want to say some people actually don't.
I don't know.
Like
I've
that.
never had a guy ask my body count.
Like some people don't like that responsibility. Of
responsibility.
I haven't
taking
asked a
virginity.
guy
Like some
also
people really
his.
don't like that.
Well, I wouldn't ask
I mean,
a guy
he probably
because
doesn't
I don't
like
want
you
to
that
know.
much if he.
Yeah. That's why I'm like sometimes 0 can make someone mad too, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like damned if you do.
Well, I think I do want to jump in really quick on this. You said the 0 would make a guy mad.
It could. I'm not saying all men, like, because most men would probably
they're like, oh,
like
she has
that.
no experience.
No,
but I have met men that did not want to be virgins.
Sure. There's probably men that are like that. But I think the men would not like that she's a virgin because they perhaps perceive that as, oh, she's a virgin. Like, let's say the guy's angle here is he wants to have casual sex. Like, he wants to have sex quickly. He doesn't want to wait. So he's probably making this assessment of, okay, she's a virgin. I'm going to have to wait 6 months. I'm going to have to wait till love, whatever it is. I don't think they would really have an issue with it if she was down to fuck immediately. Like, I can't imagine, oh, she's a virgin and she wants to fuck me once and then that's it. I mean, assuming that's what he wanted to, I can't imagine.
See, the perspective I've always gotten is that they just didn't want to deal with the annoyance of the woman after they took their virginity. That was literally their explanation. Like, you know, and I get it's the attachment.
Yeah.
So it's like, it could be both though. There could be a lot of
women. There's a lot of crazy promiscuous women who, like, I don't understand this whole, like, oh, she's a virgin, she's gonna be like stage 5 clinger. Like, nah, I don't think so.
But like from who I talked to, that was their assumption, and I'm like, I get it. Like,
and you're kind of unforgettable in that person's life.
And like, it's
forever.
kind of valid to say like someone with a 0 body count, that could make someone feel insecure about it too. I don't want the responsibility of that. Just,
okay,
you know?
Sure. Going around the table, your thoughts. Are men insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
No.
Okay. Your answer to this?
That's a good question. I feel like if it's a deciding factor of dating that person, then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, should body count matter? Going around, just a yes or no, really quick.
Honestly, no.
I wouldn't say so.
I would say no, but depends on if you're being responsible. Like, does that person have a high body count, not using condoms or being safe?
Because that would change my perspective on them.
I would have to agree with your answer.
So
depends.
Shouldn't matter.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter
Shouldn't
though.
matter. Okay.
No.
Let's even just grant that no.
In
STDs,
a perfect world, no STDs. Yeah.
Then no.
No.
So going around the table, you guys said body count shouldn't matter. Doesn't matter. What's your body count?
8.
Hold on. Say it again.
8.
4.
I won't tell that number.
Did you write it in the?
No, I did not.
Do you want to give us a range?
No, I do not.
Is it more than 100?
I will not say.
Is it more than 1,000?
I'm not telling you.
Is it?
It's over 9,000.
You didn't write it here, right? You're not going to be a little trickster. I have to look for it or whatever. Then.
Not lying.
Okay. Wait.
No, that's not me.
You got excited.
Okay.
Under 30?
Wait, you said under 50.
Yeah, and then I'm like under 30, I'm pretty sure.
But over
10 for sure.
You said over 20.
For sure. Yeah, over 20, under 30.
Okay, over 20.
Under 30.
Under 50. Okay.
Yeah,
all right,
sure.
I put NA because I don't know. I'm not someone that really like writes down people's names and stuff. Like I know people do that to keep track, so I don't have a guess.
Remember. You put NA?
I think so.
Is that what you? Wait. Sorry. What about you?
4.
4?
Oh, wow. Girly.
That's just for me and the man above. I feel like I don't want the whole world to know that number.
You want to give us a range?
It's under 10.
Okay. Wait, and so you forgot?
Not that I forgot. I just don't count every single one, so I don't know what the number is. Because
wait, you don't count every single one?
No, not like off the top of my head. No.
Is there a range?
What's your body count?
Hey, hold on, bro.
Hey.
How you gonna skip me for the other question and come to me for that one? I ain't get to answer none of them other ones.
Hey, well, I let you come in.
Now you're back. You're back now.
I'm definitely like under 50. Definitely under 50. Yeah, that's all I got, bro. I'm under 50.
I don't know, you're kind of a tall guy, right?
I mean, but I like this. When I find a good thing, I like to keep it around.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
Fair.
I like to keep going back to the well. You know what I'm saying?
So let's start.
Yeah, gotta be wet. Definitely don't want to go back in no desert. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Yeah, I like that.
But because here's the thing, right? Like, if your body count was 3, like you don't just forget the 3 bodies. When you start forgetting, that's like I feel like that's 20 plus.
No, not that I forget. It's just I don't count a lot of them that maybe would count.
But
because I've had serious relationships for the past 8 years, so I couldn't guess what mine is because.
How many serious relationships have you
3.
had? 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's at least 3.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But
I'll give you that number.
Okay.
Can I answer the body count matter question?
Yeah, of course.
I think it does matter, but I don't ask women for it because I'm just like, I don't believe you. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm not about to sit here and say, oh, really? You just had 3? Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even care. But does it matter? It does matter. I think on a biological level, maybe not an emotional level, maybe not a political level, but I think I've read a study recently where it said when a woman has about 2 to 10 partners, her ability to bond with a man decreased by 40%. So me personally, I think that's true because I see women. I think the more women have experiences, it's kind of get hard to, because they take on the energy of these men.
But don't men too?
I want to say, is there like a study for men?
I mean, I think.
I want to know the other
You see how it's one side? You see how it's the other side now?
And they're putting their energy into women.
All right. I don't think.
It's an exchange of energy.
It is, but you're actually receiving. The man is actually giving. Now maybe he's an overgiver. But I'd rather be an overgiver than an receiver physically. That's exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're receiving because you're taking on the energy of the man. The man is really giving you his energy. So, for example, now maybe you can laugh all you want.
So feminine energy just doesn't exist.
I didn't say it don't exist.
Like during sex, though, because like women can't transfer their energy.
I'm just saying, man. If you're being penetrated, if a man got 3 women, right, and he's dealing with all 3 of them, they're becoming more like him. If a woman is dealing with 3 men, she's becoming like them. It's a difference between becoming like them and him becoming like him. It's all going to a point. Women who are promiscuous a lot of times have a lot of mental issues in my opinion. But I don't even ask.
Same with men.
Possibly.
Definitely.
It's not possibly.
Yeah,
like it's
absolutely.
actually that is a statistic. I
Isn't
couldn't
there
tell you
a
what
stat
it is.
that says the more educated you are, the more likely you are to have
I don't even ask women about their body count. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that a woman with multiple bodies, I'm more concerned with the type of guy she was with.
Yeah.
I think the type of guy she was with previously, to me personally, means more to me because, for example, if she was with 7 good guys and she was with 1 former criminal, that one dude to have way more impact on her than the 7 church boys she dated. So
Same
to
with
me,
if a
it's
guy's
about,
getting with strippers and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree. You know what I'm saying?
You know,
Because
it's the
it
same.
lowers your, because you think every woman just this wild sexual crazy demon, and it's like every woman's not like that. But I just feel like biologically, I think it affects women more. Does it affect men? Yes, it does. I just think it affects women more.
I want to say I feel like men are able to. I mean, like women kind of have to learn how to play the game. Men just kind of
We
do
can
it.
compartmentalize. Like we can catch a body and keep it pushing.
Like they've been doing it since young. Like I had to learn how to turn off the feelings.
Well, I think men definitely have higher body counts than women subjectively.
Yeah.
Like
way higher.
You'd be surprised.
I think it's mechanical, more mechanical for men.
Yeah.
I think these days women are becoming more. I think these days
we're
women,
becoming more masculine.
Yeah, I think women now can
becoming
just
masculine.
have sex with you and keep it pushing. I think now today more than ever, I will concede to that. Hell yeah. But
well, and a
I
lot
think
more
it's
women
good,
are celibate as well because
we have this in between of like celibate women and like not celibate.
They say
I know a lot of celibate women.
Honestly,
more
I know
than
a lot
ever.
of celibate women.
Yeah, they sell a bit. All right, they sell a little bit. Depends on how much you're trying to.
Yeah,
they got a price. Not all of them, but you'd be surprised.
Who are these women?
Come on, man. Y'all, stop acting like you don't know what's going on, man.
Who are these groups?
Who are these men that'll see you in the woods and just attack you? Because who's them? Who are they? I don't know.
And you got a point.
I don't know. I guess they from the same place, make believe land. Exactly. They both from the same place, Disneyland. I don't know. But Joe, you said you're an actor?
Yeah.
You're an excellent actor. Not saying that you're fake. No. What I'm saying is your decorum in the midst of heated conversations is excellent. You know what I'm saying? So I know that you can kill a role. So I'm looking forward to see you blow up.
So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had conversations with a lot of women. They get getting really like pissed
really
off.
picking on you.
Getting the question.
I wouldn't say we was picking on her.
You every time.
But you handle it though. I've been on a lot of panels with even men that can't handle it. So the way you was able to stand in the grace of fire, like you're gonna be a dope actor. So that's dope.
Thank you.
All of y'all got
I really
pretty good
appreciate that.
decorums.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
we all
saying? The
handled
future looks
everything
bright because I heard some young women with some sound mind. So I'm optimistic for the future. I got a daughter.
I love how the comments though when we first began this were like all these classy women, blah blah, and then it was like these hate comments halfway through.
I hate the trolls, man. I hate the trolls.
Oh my gosh.
They're the trolls. The commenters could be extreme. I deal with the same thing, like on my own channel. Like
same.
I had a show where I had a guy that he advocates marriage. So all the dudes was mad at me because I was like, hey, I understand, because there's men that just say, women are terrible, and I think you should get your passport moved. Okay. But if there's men that's saying, hey, I'm a married man, I have a successful marriage, and I'm speaking towards people who still want that, there's nothing wrong with that. And a lot of men got mad at him. I'm like, how can you get mad at a man who has a wife? What else should he speak towards?
And he's trying to help other people get married.
He's talking to people who wants what he has. Like that, like two worlds can exist. I think the extremism gets crazy.
Why do you think men don't like women? Because obviously women don't like men for the reasons that
I like women.
I love women.
I love women. But you were saying that one guy. You were saying those guys say they don't.
No, but these guys, these YouTube guys, and a lot of times you don't know what they look like because you don't know who's behind that screen.
They're all Giga Chads.
Yeah, so sometimes I hate to be vain, but sometimes you can hear somebody have an attitude or hear their talking points, then when you actually see them, it's like, oh, I know why you mad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of these dudes and these trolls and women, they have a lot of personal gripes. They don't like themselves. They don't like how they look, so they can really get off their little animus in these little chats and these panels. So I don't even take the trolls serious. Like they be miserable.
Sorry for the
Mythic
delay.
Typhoon donated
Mythic for the delay.
$200.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, Brian and Andrew, for all the insight. First time donating.
Thank you, bro.
5'4" inches 30-year male virgin here. With all the female high expectations, should I still look for a wife?
Damn. Maybe we gotta get you on the show, Mythic. And he sent it in twice, bro. Hold on. Yo, thank you for the TTS, man. I really appreciate it. We'll give you advice here in just a second, but you sent it in twice, so I'm going to trigger
Mythic
it twice.
Typhoon donated $200. Thank you, Brian and Andrew, for all the insight.
Thank you.
First time donating. 5'4" inches male virgin here. With all the female expectations, is there really any point in trying to continue to find a wife?
Bro, you got to find yourself a 4'11" woman. Get yourself a little shorty.
Not in America.
Legally a dwarf. Maybe 4'9". I think it has to be 4'10", 4'9". Gets you into legal dwarf territory. You got to date shorter, brother. And you got to level up all the dimensions. Look, you're dealt the hands you're dealt. You got to just level up. You got to min-max all the dimensions, get your money right, get fit, get shredded. That's what you got to do. But yeah, it's going to be tough.
That's tough.
I should maybe shoot me a DM on Instagram, and it would. I might start bringing in. Oh boy, I'm going to get like a billion fucking DMs.
I
don't know if I should say.
You said it.
I might occasionally bring on like a guy here and there, you know. So we'll see. But send me a DM on Instagram. I'll talk to you. Thank you, Mythic Typhoon. Appreciate it, bro. Oh, but he wants advice to find a wife. You could become a passport bro, dude.
That's his best bet.
You could go. There's Latin America.
Be careful.
Avoid. Yeah, she's a passport bro.
I'm not.
You are dating a Colombian. Wait.
Yes.
Colombian woman.
That doesn't make me a passport bro. They go specifically to look for wives.
What?
They go specifically to look for like
you. I know why you were there.
I didn't specifically go for that.
Okay. And I think East Asia. Asia's also good for the passport bros if you want to find. And they tend to be a bit shorter. Also, the Latina women on the shorter side.
5'4" is crazy though.
I've got a friend. She's 4'9".
Oh yeah.
Single.
But I'm pretty sure what type of height she want though.
She taller than her. You know.
Oh shit. Okay. Mythic Typhoon.
Her name's Pam. Like
Pam.
Pam. That's rough. I know. No, I love her. She's my bestie.
Like only a little better than Karen.
Yeah.
Pamela.
Pamela.
I mean, it is like The Office, though.
It's kind of.
Has she found her gym?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
I'm her gym, basically.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see here. What do we have? Mythic Typhoon, though. Thank you for the TTS, man. Let's see here. We were talking about, let's see. Oh, the body count thing. You kind of already went into that. Oh, the hypocritical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I actually don't think that there's, and so, this is also a question here. I don't think there's anything wrong with a guy who has a high body count preferring to date a woman with a low body count or even a virgin. I can't actually think of any why that would be like wrong or even hypocritical.
I guess not. That's just their standard, because I could say the same thing. A woman with a high body count just wants a man with a low body count. And if that's okay for
rare, yeah.
But if that's, I guess that, I mean, it's just her standard. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But not that I agree, but it just is what it is. Because I feel like that's just a standard that someone might have.
I don't think it's hypocritical though. Like, it might be hypocritical if he's like like if he was talking shit about high body count women, and then he was like, one, sleeping with a bunch of women, contributing to said problem, and then two, he has a high body count himself, he's talking shit about them, like he's like, oh, this behavior is like abhorrent, blah 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 blah, but he's still like continuing to just like have string one after the other, one night stand.
I get what you're but if you value your woman that much, you need to value yourself that much. And like, it's the golden rule. You learn it when you're 5 years old. Treat people the way you want to be treated. If you're going around fucking everyone, treat people how you want to be treated. You know.
Like, how about this scenario? The guy is 30 years old, and he's had some long-term relationships. He's had some one-night stands here. His body count is 30, which I think most people would say, yeah, it's a bit on the high side. But he's like, well, despite my body count being 30, I don't want to date a woman who has a body count of 30. I'd much rather date a woman who's got a body count of like 3 or less, or a virgin.
Is she younger? Because then that would...
Well, that gets into age gap stuff, but like, say she's 3 years younger than him.
Because I feel like if he's older, it is inevitable for him. Like, he's gonna
have more experience. He lived on the earth longer.
He's gonna have a higher body count
because he lived on the earth longer. Then I feel like that's valid.
You're gonna have, as you age, you're gonna accrue more sexual relationships typically.
But I just feel like if that's what you want out of the world, you're not gonna treat yourself like that.
What do you mean? I actually don't think that's the case at all. Like, a guy who's had sexual experiences, even through his own sexual experiences, could come to some conclusion or determination that like, it seems to be like he starts noticing patterns, and he's like, these women who have like body counts similar to mine, they are less faithful, they are like low, they're not as high quality as these women who happen to have low body counts.
why is it more respectful for a man to realize that at 30, but for a woman, you already caught 30 bodies, so you're just done for.
Well,
like,
so,
do you know what I'm saying? Like, why is it more respectful for a man to do that, but a woman couldn't change the same way?
Yeah, so a couple things. So first, I don't think promiscuity is good in either gender. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, like 100%. Like, same, like 100%.
Yeah, I'm not saying like, because there is this common, I guess, response to this. My position is like, well, why is it okay for men? Like, I actually don't think it's good for men or women to be promiscuous. I wouldn't encourage it. I do think there are some differences though, when it comes to this. But so, sorry, your question was, can you repeat your...
So like, say that I'm also like, I turned 30 and I'm like, wow, the men I'm dealing with, they're crappy. I don't want to sleep around anymore. I want to deal with a man that has less body count. So I feel like...
Yeah, you can do that.
But does your stance still stay the same?
Well, it wouldn't be a double standard insofar as a woman who, say she racked up a body count of 30, and she's like, oh, I want to go and date a guy with a low body count. Yeah. Or...
is your stance still the same?
No, she can do it. No objections whatsoever.
Oh, that's all I was wondering.
I do think there's still a difference though, and I think women are... they tend to care less about body count. They seem to be more forgiving of men who have a past of promiscuity. And also, I think there is a differential here. So this kind of ties into something else here on this list. So basically, any woman has the capacity to be a slut.
Yeah.
Like any woman, if she wanted to, even if she's unattractive, could go like fuck 100 dudes in a year, if she wanted to. Most women probably don't want to do that, but like they can. So because sex is harder to get for men, what you're going to end up seeing is that like women who are just undesirable, they can still like get sexual access from men, but men who are undesirable to women, they typically don't have that same level of sexual access to women. So men who can get laid a lot are just going to be like kind of across the board deemed as attractive, whether that's physically attractive, whether they have riz or game, or they can elicit the click or the vibe, because a lot of men can't like elicit, because some men, like, they're nervous on first dates. Like, most of you are probably not going to feel the click with a guy who's like kind of like his eye contact is shit and he's fumbling and his voice is shaking a little bit. He's not going to give you the click or the vibe or the chemistry. I guarantee you that. So the men that are capable of elicit, and these are typically players, right? Like most players, they can get the chemistry from you. They can get the click, the vibe, whatever, because they've done it with a bunch of other women. That's how they got sex from all these other women. So these men who are like super attractive in one metric or the other, whether they're good looking, they have status, maybe they're rich, whatever it is, women don't need any of these other components to have sex. Like a woman could actually be physically unattractive and like fuck 100 dudes in a year.
And you got a point. Not gonna lie, you do have a point.
Yeah, so I think the difference here is that like when it comes to the assessment of a partner, men are gonna look at a woman and like she could have a high body count, but like a woman who has a high body count doesn't necessarily correspond with her being like surface level attractive. And I'm not even talking like 100%. I'm not even talking physically attractive, but like a terrible bitchy woman can like go fuck 100 dudes, but like actually, well, I can maybe make the same. Like scumbag dudes can also like get pussy. So I don't know. Maybe that's not the best argument, but in any case, like, I know there's like a stronger steel man to my position, but I can't. It's not coming to my brain.
I mean, women like men women like men who get women. They like that. Yeah. That's what attracts them.
But we don't like when they brag about their body count, especially if it's high.
Well, no, you probably don't. But at the same time, it's a million women going to Chris Brown concert knowing damn well he's not picking them, and they'll still take spend $1,000 to take a picture with him. So they know he has other women. They know he's messing with other women, and they're still drawn to them because they're kind of turned on by that. Because sometimes I've heard women say, "Well, if nobody else wants you, why should I?" So it's kind of like. It's a little catchy because it's a little funny. It can go either way, but women really like a man because it's a skill set. Getting women is a skill set. Getting men, it doesn't require anything. You just got to be there. So to get multiple women, I have to be witty. I have to be charismatic.
Fake job.
I gotta, do a little thing like he said. Like you don't have to do nothing to get men. Men have to have certain attributes to get women, which so oftentimes those attributes are attractive to women.
Yeah, like the skill set required from a guy, or just like whatever, maybe it's status or whatever, like the requisite skill set for a man to get laid in order to like get that high body count is like has to be something. Whereas women, you can just show up.
Honestly, I did circle a question that said that it's easier for girls to go on dates than men. So, or not, I didn't circle it. So, yeah, I guess I agree with that 100%.
But yeah, no, it's like any of you women here could, like if you wanted to, you guys could go have sex with like 100 dudes in the next month. Every single woman at this table. Let me ask, do you think you could? Like if you wanted to, you're like, I want to have sex with 100 men in the next 30 days. You think you could do it?
I mean, if I wanted to.
If you wanted to.
I know I could, but that wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the amount of men, like if you were to poll men and be like, in the next 30 days, do you think you can fuck 100 women?
No.
I think I know some
unless
men
they're
that
rich
could.
with some status. A regular dude can't do that. A regular woman working
Like the
at Burger King
average,
can do that.
yeah, the average person.
Like I would argue, even like a below average looking woman, she can do it. We've had them on the show.
Elite men can possibly do that.
Yeah, so like when it comes to the getting laid thing, you use the great word there, elite. So like the sexual optionality that even the average or below average woman has is comparable. The sexual pull that you have is comparable to, as a guy, to get that same amount, you have to be an A-list celebrity, you have to be a professional athlete, like a musician, like top tier musician, famous, like insane status, insane something or other.
And if you look at it, even those guys who are famous and have the pick of the litter, they often just end up dealing with the same girls that somebody else dealt with. Like you see these girls go from Future to this guy. So even the elite men are having obviously trouble, because if you're a rich man and you can have any woman in the world and you only seem to get Drake's ex or Chris Brown's ex, they're even having trouble doing that, obviously, because that doesn't make sense to me. If you can have access to the world, why do you want the ex of somebody who's in your field, in your craft? So even elite men who make money still can't just get what they want. So they even have it worse than a woman who ain't got nothing. Go figure.
So what I was going to say, it's not necessarily that I was kind of thinking about, it's not necessarily hypocritical. Well, I mean, I think that it's hypocritical, but if we're not arguing hypocritical for a high body count guy to want a low body count girl, my issue with it, in my experience personally, is that I will have gone on a date with a guy and he will say, what's your body count? And I say it and he gets excited. And he doesn't get excited because he genuinely cares about me, likes my interests, anything like that. He was like, oh, like in the past, it would be like, oh, she has like 1 or 2. Meanwhile, he has 20 or 30. And he views it, I feel like, more as like a purity thing. And it's like, it kind of gives me personally the ick.
Oh boy. Okay.
Because I think that someone, having a high or low body count, I don't think I'm any more or less pure than someone who has, a higher or low body count,
Well, your sexual purity would be less pure.
For me personally, I don't want someone, I guess, who looks at my amount and is like, oh, well, I want to be with her because, she's less experienced than me. If a guy previously would have gone and like asked me out and we went on a date and he asked me that question, I like immediately shut it down. I'm like, this isn't going to work because you asked that question. And like the very first time that I never felt that was with my current partner. So like everyone has different preferences of what they want, and maybe it's hypocritical or not hypocritical, but I think that there is this kind of like, there's so many guys that are getting with girls and they are having these high body counts, but then girls like are expected to be completely pure, like snow, and it's kind of like,
not
why?
Pure, but purer.
For me, I guess I don't understand why they would want that.
Because we're men, and we know that other men's energy is still. I even seen a study where if a woman is pregnant, like if a woman had unprotected sex with men and they done ejaculate or whatever, that DNA even affects the child you have with her. So it's look it up. Like the DNA of other men are in the child that they have with the woman. So it's a huge thing when it comes to men and women. Like I said, we keep these conversations real emotional, but scientifically it's just different. It's like if you got a cup of water, if one person put their finger in it, you might take a sip. But if I put my finger in it, she put her finger in it, she put her finger, you're not drinking that water.
I know, but if your cup of water that you drink already has a ton of fingers that have been in it, but then you want a new cup of water. I guess my issue with
I'm the cup.
Okay.
You can just wash the cup off.
Okay.
The water is the water.
I guess my issue with it comes down to some girls are fine and they view lower body counts for themselves as purity, and that's what they want, and they want a guy who has who likes that, and that's fine and that's great and all. But I guess what I'm saying is what is the motivation for a guy to look down on a girl for that when he's done the same exact thing? I know you guys explained it, but I still don't necessarily understand.
I mean, because some stuff, because you're not a man, so we're telling you what it is. It's not stopping us from bonding with her. Having sex with multiple men will prevent you from bonding with. I've seen it with my own eyes. Women who come out of the sex world, come out of the porn life, they be crazy. It'd be hard for them to attach themselves because they've desensitized something that is highly valuable. A woman's sexuality is very powerful. That is her. Not to limit her to just sex, but it's a powerful thing. Life comes out of you. So to just let anybody come in there over and over and over and over and over and over, that's gonna just affect your ability to pair with the man. And when I've met women with high body counts, they're very argumentative. They like to debate. They're not the most agreeable women. They're hard to bond with because you're literally dealing with the men in them. And it's like those men are still in them. They're all over the place. They're confused. Like I said, one man with multiple women, they're becoming more acquiescent to his energy. So it's coming to a point. It's like the bottom of the pyramid as opposed to the top. The top comes to a point. The bottom is very broad. So the woman who has a lot of men, she's the broad bottom. The men that is dealing with multiple women, he's the top. So they're all getting like me. But if you're dealing with multiple men, you're just like them. A jack of trades is a master of none. So it's the difference.
If it's easier for women to get laid, though, then wouldn't they have higher body counts just because of the?
They kind of do, though.
It says, but the fact that she.
But it'd be easier for them to
But that's why it says a lot about a woman who doesn't do that. Because if it's easy for you to just get any man and you choose not to do that, that says a lot about you as a woman, which makes you what? More attractive, because that means you're showing decorum. That means you're showing self-control. Even a woman who is being respectful in today's time, because everything about today's time is more advocating for women to be sassy and talk back and all that. So to me, beauty is a responsibility, not a bargaining chip. So
then are men trying to get high body counts for practice essentially? Is that
I don't think they try to. I don't think I don't think we do it on purpose. I think it happens because as a man, some women just give it up easy, and a lot of times women be starting that sexual activity. I've had women get mad at me because I wasn't trying to have sex with them. They thought I was weird. I'm like, nah, I really was just trying to get to know you. So
it's definitely men though that are the chasers that are pursuing.
That's what I'm saying. We're pursuing. So exactly. So if you're constantly pursued by multiple men and you're able to deny that, that says a lot about you as a woman. That means you're a dope woman because you could easily just acquiesce to that, and you're like, nah. So that says more about you. A man, he at least acquiring some type of skill by getting these type of women. He has to be a little charming.
Choice, essentially.
Yeah, he has to be a little charming. You can't just be any kind of guy and get women. You got to know how to talk. You got to know how to dress. You got to know how to make a laugh. So even though it's not great, like he said, nobody should be promiscuous. But there's a skill set that's learned by men by dealing with multiple women. What are women learning by getting multiple men? Nothing. She just lowering her value, in my opinion.
What if she's crazy incredible in bed? She's had so many experiences.
So she's a porn star. Be that.
Yeah.
All right, great. But
what I mean?
Nobody wants to marry that though.
I think it's really
maybe Adam 22.
Huh?
Wait. Okay. So a couple things here. So you raised a couple interesting points previously, but like you said, okay, well, what does a woman gain? She will, if she has more sexual experiences, higher body count, she gets better in bed. I mean, my counter to this would be, well, a woman could have like 20 one-night stands with 20 different men, but she only slept with them once, whereas she could have like maybe 1, 2, 3 long-term partners, and she's had sex with like all of them 100 times. And so like I would argue that the woman who's had like sex multiple times with like the same 1, 2, or 3 partners is likely to be better sexually than her like more hyper promiscuous. I mean, even if we like pair it off, even if it's like a 1-to-1. So here's the scenario. A girl has a boyfriend and she slept with him 100 times and that was her only body, versus a woman who slept with 100 different men 1 time each. I'm still kind of prepared to say that the girl with the boyfriend probably still better in bed. It's a little gray, but in any case, I'm still prepared. Like that's probably not a scenario that's really going to manifest itself as frequently. So what you find in promiscuous women is oftentimes they don't have like prolonged sexual experiences with men. They'll have one-night stands. The man honestly is probably not going to give her any feedback in these situations because he doesn't care. Whereas like a boyfriend might try to guide her, might say, oh, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. In a promiscuous one-night stand casual encounter, most people are not going to like actually voice like, oh, hey, I like it when you do this, or I like it when you do that. So I think that's one component there. But then also, even if a woman is bad in bed, I'll just grant to you, like you're dating a virgin, and one, I don't even think she would be bad in bed. But like, if you're the guy in this scenario, and you do have experience as the guy, if you know how to lead, you can have good sex with a girl who's had no sexual experience. I don't know if you can say the same thing about like a woman who's like dealing with a new, like, do you really want to teach a guy how to fuck you? Probably not. It's going to be a turnoff for most women, unless you're more dominant or whatever in the bedroom. But if you're a bit more submissive in the bedroom as a woman and the guy's the leader, and most virgin women are probably going to defer to your leadership when it comes to sexual activity because she lacks experience, and you know how to lead in the bedroom, I'm pretty sure you just tell her what to do. Here's what I like. I think you're going to have a pretty stellar sexual experience with her, despite her being a virgin.
And I want to add this real quick. I think the woman's having a skill set in sex is an overrated narrative. You ain't got to really do shit. Like, men are the ones who really got to do all the work. Like, what do you really have to do to have good sex?
Dude, such a good point.
A woman just has to be, in my opinion, receptive, a little flexible,
enthusiastic, and just
have the right attitude. She don't have to do a lot of shit. You know what I mean? So this good sex, what does that mean? Like, good sex mean it's wet and you can handle it. You don't have to do nothing. I'm working. I have to really know what I'm doing. I gotta really know how to hit your shit. A woman ain't gotta do that. That riding shit y'all think y'all doing, we don't give a fuck about that shit.
Yeah, all that crazy shit.
We don't care.
That crazy shit. I got something on this though. I 100% agree with you. As long as she's like enthusiastic about it and she's a good sport and she's open-minded, that's all it takes.
And receptive.
And on that note, there is like,
which is better for y'all. Y'all ain't gotta do shit.
There is I think a differential between like what it takes to be good in bed between like a man and a woman. And so I think just the actual, how do I properly articulate this? Like the actual physical act of sex, I think it's typically going to be like, in terms of it being pleasurable for the man versus the woman, I think it's much more like actually physically intensive and demanding for the man versus the woman. In terms of like, so for example, okay, I know you probably don't like this, but if the girl is just laying there, or let's say a girl's just in doggy style and she's not moving at all, can you bring yourself to climax?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Now, I would argue, because of the difference in orgasm response between men and women, so if we are standing up and you put yourself in doggy position and you don't get anything from us, you just get a hard on. And we'll stay hard. And we won't like premature ejaculate, whatever the fuck. I don't know where I'm, okay. Question for you, can you guys bring yourself, you can't use your hands, just through penetrative, just penetrative sex, can you guys bring yourself to climax if the guy's doing nothing?
No.
Sometimes.
Some women can.
Some women can.
Some women can.
A lot can't, though.
No, some women can.
It depends on the position, I think, is the biggest thing. The position is the biggest thing.
Okay, I don't know. Whatever.
Depends on your enthusiasm to yourself.
It'd be riding. Y'all get off on that, but we hate that shit. Like, riding does nothing for us.
Not everyone.
Wait, you don't like a girl on top?
Listen, let me tell you. Listen. I said for me. All right, for me. Fuck it.
That's my favorite.
It's two types of riding. You got women who do this fake grind thing where they just folding and bending your shit around.
Bending your shit.
They think that does something. That does something for them. That don't do shit for me. Now, if you're riding me and you know how to ride, which most women I've met don't know how to do, when you're actually going up and down, I hate to get graphic.
But you just said we don't have to know how.
No, you don't. But I'm talking about in the position that where you're doing the work and you're getting pleased. So that's a riding position. That's the position where the woman does the most work. And, right, ladies? Mm-hmm. That's the position. So in that position, a woman can get pleasure without the man doing anything. So if we're talking about a position that requires no effort from the man, that's the riding position. We're on the same page? Okay. So since we're on that position, that grinding shit they be doing, it does absolutely nothing for a man. Your shit is not supposed to go sideways. But that's what it does when she's... When a woman is grinding and winding on you, your shit is going like this. It's not in one position. What are you talking about? Am I? So y'all never got on, like, come on, man. Well, you only have 4 bodies.
No, we don't have to do anything,
so, okay,
remember?
I don't know.
So now you're trying to shame me for
I'm not shaming you, sweetheart, but you don't have this.
That's exactly what
I said you only have 4 bodies, which means you don't have a lot of experience. But how is that shaming you? But how is that shaming you? But how is that shaming you? I never knocked you for it.
No. Okay, I'm gonna let you have
because I'm talking about something. Hold on, hold on.
Why are we yelling?
It's about
you only have 4 bodies, so you can't really be in the conversation.
No, I'm
not. You only got 4 bodies.
All right.
Like, come on.
Okay,
now.
can I respond with logic and not emotion?
Oh.
We're talking about a position that people who have sex are familiar with because they do it often.
What does that have to do with 4 bodies?
If you listen, you'll learn something. If you could be quiet.
So he says
that shit ain't rocket science. Why you being so defensive? Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You're the one who brought up 4 bodides.
Because it's not.
You guys should date.
Because you're.
No, we should not.
If you're not,
absolutely,
sweetheart, we Gucci.
You don't think this is?
No.
You don't like what you see?
No, because it's.
You don't like what you see?
Come on, like I don't give a fuck. I'm not interested in this.
Why are we bringing up people's bodies? Because
you're not listening to the context. You're just being emotional.
The makeup sex.
We're not talking about. We're not saying because you don't have sex you can't have an opinion. Get out your feelings, sweetheart. I'm not doing that. We're grown. You're here. You're invited here, so you have a great place to talk. What I'm talking about is, like, I'm not an actor, so I'm not gonna have that much to say about acting. That doesn't mean she's demeaning me by saying that. I don't have the experience. Get over yourself. What I'm talking about is, when you're having sex, I've had sex with multiple women. A lot of women, they like to get on top of you and grind. Women that have sex. Multiple, even you. Have you ever?
Don't put me in none of your shit that you got going on. Just say what you gotta say and leave me out of it. Go ahead, continue.
Anyway, when you have sex with a man, women, have you ever got on top of a man and grinded? Have you grinded on a man when you're riding him, ladies? Yes or no? Have you done that before?
I like the girl to be on top, but I want to do all the work.
I'm just saying, ladies, have y'all done that before? Have you got on top of a man and started grinding on him, as opposed to going up and down? Have you done that before?
You do a little bit of both.
Have you done it before?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Thank you. I'm not talking rocket science, bro.
I know what he's talking about.
But I feel like girls already know that this motion, without it picking up, is not doing anything for you. We know it's doing something.
Okay, so back to the point. But you brought up a position where she said she can get off without the man. It happens to be a position where we don't feel anything. So the position that we actually get off on, you do too. But the position that you get off on, only you get off on. So when I brought up the body count, it wasn't to dismiss her. It's because maybe you didn't have as many experiences, which is a great thing. So it's not knocking you for that. That's good. You have a level of purity. We don't, because my issue is we don't even need you to have a high skill set to have sex. So your body count don't even fucking matter for sex to be good from a man's perspective. You just have to be available and willing, and we most of the time will do the rest.
Okay.
What the fuck is so controversial about that?
So that kind of goes to the point that I was trying to make, though, is that isn't that kind of reduced? Because like when you're dating, you want them to be your life partner. That's the end goal, right? I would say for most people who are dating, they want at the end of the day,
placeholder.
Save for later.
We're hypothetical. She's right. We're following. Go ahead.
Hypothetical. You want it to be your life partner, and you want it to be your best friend. You want to marry your best friend. At least that's how I feel. A lot of people feel. That's how I feel.
Sure.
That being said, there's such a high like pressure of like body counts, and I feel like there's this weird, almost like fetishized like purity thing that you it's not okay, not weird, sorry, not
no, it's okay.
valid
you
for
think
you
it's
guys.
icky. You think it's icky. No, it's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
You know, but for me personally, I feel like isn't that kind of like, can you see the perspective of women when that's kind of reducing them down to, oh, well, I want to be with them versus I don't want to be with them because of like this purity.
I mean,
and you should want them as a person, right? You should fall in love with them as a person.
Let me ask you a question. Do you acknowledge that like I would argue a majority of women, so when I say majority, I mean 51% or more. I would argue 51% or more of women would not date a guy if he was shorter than her. Would you agree with that?
You think 51%?
Yeah, I think a majority of women would not date a man who's shorter than her. Most women prefer to date taller men.
I mean,
you think that's a fair statement?
I don't know. Is that an actual
you won't even
statistic?
grant it. I mean, it's
no. Like,
yes, it's.
Is that a statistic?
It's backed up by findings on dating apps.
I think it's true.
Yeah,
it's also
100%.
I want to say I dated a short guy for 3 years and I got made fun of for it. So that was my long relationship.
Also,
and he was shorter than me.
Right, but again, I'm talking about majority here. So do some women date shorter men? Yes. Do some women not care about height? Absolutely, yes. Okay. But so it's just like, why are women allowed to have like XYZ preference? Like y'all have, and you guys also, who's pickier, men or women?
Women.
Who's pickier?
Depends.
It depends. It
depends on the individual. But
I want to say, but it depends on the situation. Are they dating? Are they just fucking? Or are they
generally speaking, who's pickier, men or women?
Women.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so women have XYZ standard, XYZ preference, XYZ boundary, and so it's. That's what's confusing to me. Like you're saying, well, why is this small little? Actually, your past promiscuity is like really important, and it's one like men don't really ask for much, but like the things we do care about tend to like matter a whole bunch. So I don't understand like why you're trying to diminish like a male preference when it comes to dating. Like, yeah, I think your promiscuity, and I can get into some of the reasons why, but I think it's actually super important.
Okay. I'm not trying to diminish it as your preference personally. I guess I am concerned with why so many men, like it's like an epidemic of men, and it's
I'll answer it.
And also, it's not that someone like you guys stated plenty of good reasons why you would value someone who has a lower body count, but what I'm talking about is the fetishizing of like, it's almost like innocence. Like I guess the reason why I feel like it gives me an ick, and you know, I've talked a lot with my other girlfriends about that, is because it gives this illusion that you're a child, almost like you've had so little like experiences that like it almost gives you an ick if a guy is turned on by that. And that's what like me and some of my girlfriends' experiences are of like what we view when a guy says that. So I guess
just so I'm clear, are you having trouble comprehending an adult woman staying a virgin past the age of 18?
No, I'm not. I have no like issue with that.
Let me ask you a question.
It's more the guy's perspective of like why that's so.
But you're trying to pathologize like sort of an innate evolutionary and biological preference of men. Also, it actually makes sense intellectually if you think about it. But let me ask you a question. what do you object to more? A man who's 30, who dates a 30-year-old virgin, because you think this is reminiscent of like a woman being a child, or a man who's 30 who dates an 18-year-old? What's more objectionable to you?
A 30-year-old man who dates a 30-year-old?
A 30-year-old man who dates a 30-year-old woman who's a virgin versus a 30-year-old man who dates an 18-year-old, I should have added this, dates an 18-year-old who's slept with 10 men. What's more objectionable to you?
I would say, is he dating the 30-year-old because he genuinely likes her as a person?
He likes both of them as a person.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, would he date the 30-year-old over that because of the body count? That's when I feel like it becomes like a weird situation.
But I still feel like if he slept the 18-year-old, that is weird to me.
Well, we can get into the age gap stuff here in a bit, but
yeah, I can.
So hold on. It's more objectionable?
I think it seems like infantizing, I guess. Like
you mean? No, I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Infantilizing.
Yes, that word.
But you acknowledge that there are women in their like mid to late 20s who are virgins.
Yes, but are they staying virgins because of the same reason that guys are wanting virgins? I guess it's the motivation.
What
is
motivation?
Different.
I think you're thinking for us. We're telling you why men want it. It has nothing to do with keeping you as a child. It's just that there's a psychological aspect to women dealing with multiple men. We don't want to deal with that. We're not trying to control the fact that you've been with another guy and we're jealous. No, there's mental effects to women who've been with multiple men. It's not about we want you to be like a child. We're telling you right now what it is. It's the mental side effect of her inability to pair bond after a certain time. Are there women that are more evolved mentally who can thwart that? Absolutely. Are they the majority? No.
We have a chat here coming in. Oh boy, okay. These girls have had so much love sausage that their vagine and arseholes are combined. What the fuck? Just blank faces reminiscing about when they're... What the fuck? Bro, come on, dog. I can't read that part. Thank you, Hunter Biden. That's great, Hunter Biden. Appreciate it. To add on to what he says, I said I was going to get into it, but I didn't. So when it comes to why men care about body count, there's quite a few different reasons. One is the STD component, right? And this is actually something that's ingrained in both men and women. Mm-hmm. So like obviously we want to avoid like something that could negatively impact our health. There's obviously, in addition to that, there's an intellectual level here when it comes to STDs. There's a social stigma that's attached to this. It's going to be harder to probably find it. Like imagine if you have to like disclose, by the way, you have to disclose you have herpes to are they going to walk away from you at that point? Yeah, you're going to have a more difficult time like securing a partner because of this. So like the STD component is a big thing. That's on the intellectual level, but on the evolutionary level, this is something that exists in men that doesn't exist in women, and here's why. So, there's a couple things. So, as a woman, it comes down to, I don't know if you've heard this term, paternity uncertainty. So as a woman, if you have a child, like you birth a child, there's no doubt that the child is yours. Like there's no, my husband cheated on me. No, like whoever put it, like it's your kid no matter what, whoever you sleep with. As a man, since you guys are the ones who give birth, there's no way for us to know if the child is ours. And you might say, well, okay, there's DNA tests. Yeah, but that doesn't undo hundreds of thousands of years of evolution where DNA tests were not available. So a woman who sleeps with another man, and let's assume that we sleep with the same woman at the same time, you go back, 70 years, and say a woman sleeps with 3 men at the same time, they all... You know what I'm saying. Yeah. No way to tell who the father is. And then, so it comes down to like, okay, am I going to get tricked into raising a child that's not mine? Am I going to invest my resources to raise a child? Because there's the gene is selfish. We want to survive and replicate. We want to be able to have children, have offspring. And so like it is one of the biggest L's a guy can take in his life to raise a child that he thinks is his, but isn't. So men have like a massive disgust response. Women have it too, but to a lesser degree. Men have a huge disgust response when it comes to promiscuity in women because of this one thing. And it's just evolutionary. I know there's DNA tests, but it doesn't for example, when it comes to who here has anxiety or has a panic attack, right? So you can go see a psychologist and they can explain to you, oh, this is fight or flight response. They can actually they can prescribe you medication. They can explain to you, oh, there's not actually a tiger that's about to kill you, but you still get that adrenaline dump, and then you're having a panic attack or anxiety. So even having an intellectual understanding of why you're having an anxiety, it can actually help a little bit when it comes to anxiety. If you understand what's going on, but it doesn't necessarily prevent people who suffer from anxiety disorder or panic attack disorder. It doesn't necessarily oh, I can intellectualize why I'm having the panic attack. My panic attack disorder is now solved. That typically for some people that can resolve their the disorder. For most, they're going to need further intervention, other sorts of things. But so because of this, if a woman fucks a bunch of other dudes, we can't determine who the father is. Massive L for a guy. Here's an example, right? Let's say, and this is why there's a bit of a different judgment when it comes to promiscuity between men and women. So a woman, let's say you go back 100 years, right? A woman who has 10 husbands, and they're all sleeping with her at the same time, right? Who's the father? You don't know. There's no way to know who's the actual father. Whereas a man who has 10 wives and they're all loyal to him.
And we got to understand that double standards exist. For example, we both can earn money, but I'm expected to be a little more established than the woman. Is it fair? Can we make the argument that we have feelings too? And yeah, but the truth is, this is what it is. It's not fair, but we have double standards. Ours are economic, yours are physical. Well, that's life.
It's unfortunate too, because then it causes, men to abandon their families when they have multiple wives and kids, and that's a huge problem.
I'm not in favor of polygamy. I'm not in favor of polygamy, but
no, what you said earlier about the STDs, that to me makes perfect sense, and I understand why someone would want that from that perspective. And I am listening to your second point, and I understand that's where you're coming from. That being said, with so many men still being promiscuous when they're younger, and then having that double standard that we've acknowledged, is it kind of unrealistic, I suppose, to think that every guy out there should have a girl that has a super, super low body count, though? Because if guys are going out and having sex with these girls to get their experience, then where are the girls going to be?
They're giving them the number.
Yeah. Where are these girls?
Yeah. So I actually agree with you here. I 100% agree with you. There's not enough low body count women to probably go around, if that's kind of what you're saying. Yeah. So some men are going to they're going to have to settle. Actually, I don't know if they would settle on this. Well, there's also some men who don't care. Some men don't care. A lot of men don't care.
Mine does not.
I'm not sure about that. You should have a conversation with him. Ask him. You should ask him, hey babe, hey Bartholomew.
Yeah.
No,
hey
but
Bartholomew.
You know what though? I think men will lie about this for a couple of reasons. One, he's already in a relationship with you. Two, sometimes it's hard to once you're in a situation, can you get out of it? But I think that, and if he's trying to get you and you reveal and he's trying to sleep with you, most men are not going to be oh, I mean, some men it'll be a deal breaker for. But a lot of men, they're not going to pass up the chance for sex. So they'll just oh, whatever. Oh, wait, I had something really... Oh, you should try this with your boyfriend. Be would you prefer... Because you brought up be better in bed, right?
Yeah.
You should ask him so you would prefer me if I had fucked 30 additional guys, right?
So it's funny that you actually mentioned that. We've had this conversation, and
no.
yes, he did say that he would have preferred if
Holy fuck,
if I
that's
had
the
more.
biggest hell.
He's a different kind of guy.
If
Sorry,
I
go
had,
ahead.
well, he didn't say it like it was a bad thing, but when obviously my number is 4. When we got together, it was 3. So
Yeah.
he knew that going in.
Okay.
And when we had sex for the first time, he was like, "Can you it was bothersome for him," and that was the first time because previously.
Wait, can you be a bit more specific? Like it was a position or something?
Like
arch your
okay,
back
so
better? I don't know.
no, so like the
Some
first
girls be like rounded and shit.
no,
I get
so
it.
like
I
the
get it.
first
Okay.
the first 3 guys that I was with, it was they didn't give me feedback. They were like, "Oh my God, you're so amazing, you're great," and then I got to him, and he was like, You've had sex before? Like, it was almost like it was like you're so bad at it. like not bad, but it was just, it was, when
You just didn't know yet.
Yeah, I just didn't know yet, like there's no shame in that. And
I would never say that.
He didn't say it in a mean way. He didn't say it in a mean way. But
okay, how did he say it then?
He was like, "Can you please just stop?" Grabbed my head up. He was like, we can let's just kiss. So it was
I mean, that's a little different than how you originally painted it, but
he felt like I think that it was a little bit more bothersome because he had more sexual experience that significantly. He did a lot of partying, raves, stuff like that. And so I think he had a certain standard of what sex was supposed to be. And then...
Wait, can I ask you one quick question? How long did you wait before hooking up with him?
So I actually do agree with your point that right away.
I'm not judging you. I'm just
every single time that I have had a romantic partner, it's been I know from the get-go it's him or it's nothing type of situation.
So it's first, second, third date typically.
Yeah, something like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this started out casually, your relationship with him.
Yeah. He came in to the restaurant I was working in, and he asked for my number, and we went on a date. Everything was great. We went on a couple dates, and I don't know, I just knew from the moment that it was gonna be him.
Who's that girl from Clueless? Alicia Silverstone. You look a little bit like her.
Oh.
I don't know. That's just
definitely be in the remake.
A little bit. Wait. So okay. So your boyfriend gave you a hard time.
A little bit of a hard time, yeah.
So you had the conversation.
We did.
And he said, "I would have preferred a couple other dicks had been inside of you."
Well,
really?
he didn't say it exactly that. But he said.
What did he say?
He didn't say I wished a couple more dicks were inside of you. He said something along the lines of what exactly did he say? I said oh, you don't I was feeling a little insecure because of some of the comments, I was in my head a little bit, and I was would you have preferred, or would you judge me if I had more, before we had the conversation?
Wait, the story keeps changing here. I feel
okay, so I said essentially would it have been better if I had more? Or would you, if that was the case, would you then have judged me? I was asking if it was a double-edged sword kind of thing. Are you happy, or would you never be happy in this situation?
Well,
and he was like, I don't care about your body count. He was it was kind of a conversation that we had where it was moving past this idea that he didn't want a pure virgin, basically. That's not what he wanted. And that was the first time that I had heard that out of a guy. And I guess in my head, for my ethics and my standards, that's when I knew he was the one. But I did also recognize.
Wait, hold on.
Sounds familiar.
Wait. Hold on. Wait, there's so many things here. Hold on.
There's so much to unpack. He's very feminist.
Did he vote for Kamala?
Of course he did, yeah.
Okay. The point when you knew he was the one was when he said, "You're bad in bed. I wished you fucked more guys."
Because
is anybody else hearing the same thing?
I'm hearing that. It wasn't that. It was more of for the first time in like my dating life, there wasn't someone who was trying to like equate my self-worth to a number, I guess. So it was really refreshing. But wouldn't
it still be equating to a number? Because instead of him wanting your body count to be low, he wants it to be high, which is still a number. Like he wants, you didn't fuck 30 dudes before me. Fuck
I guess
you.
okay. I guess it's because
it's still the same thing.
I come from a Southern Baptist background, and like previous to him,
happened?
all of the guys that I was dating.
Do your parents approve of him?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Are your parents conservative?
So my parents used to be a lot more religious when I was growing up. Like when I was growing up, things were incredibly different, mostly because of the church that we were in, and it was kind of like a cult, if I'm being quite honest. Now that my parents are older, they're still very religious.
Sure.
But
who did they vote for?
My parents voted Democrat.
Oh.
Yeah. Because my parents' viewpoint on religion, and this is also like my viewpoint on religion still, is that how you hold religion is like within you, and that's your own like truth, and that's for you, and it's not for anyone else. And no two people will believe will read a scripture and interpret it the same way. And so my parents, I feel like, kind of view a lot of modern day Christian churches, like those mega churches and stuff like that, to be like just a modern day interpretation of the Pharisees. So
sure. Wait, so okay, going back to your boyfriend.
I'm like, I hope my parents.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I had something on this. Your boyfriend. He won. So he was. Wait. Oh no. Okay, I have it. Okay, you said it was the first time in your life that you ever heard a man say that he would have preferred you less pure, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't this just support our position if it was the first time in your life that you heard this from a man, that this is a standard that men have for women?
Well, because also like where I grew up, maybe like the guys that I was dating were all involved in our church.
You're in LA. LA's like totally degenerate.
No. Like I grew up in Tucson, Arizona.
No, but you live in LA now, right?
Yeah, but I didn't. Yeah. Anyway.
LA's totally degen.
And anyway, it was just refreshing to not be equated to, is she gonna be a good wife? Is she gonna be a good mom to kids?
As opposed. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Like it was a refreshing take for me to hear that he was more interested in talking about, like, I don't know, philosophy at 3 a.m. than asking me, what I bring to the table, or if like, I want to have kids, do they have to be biological? Because, that's a big thing for a lot of men, is that they want biological kids. It was like this kind of like purity standard of like a perfect little Southern Baptist housewife, and like what I was raised to,
what's
like
the opposite of pure?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like I don't really believe in this like pureness, I guess.
Like what's the opposite of pure? Dirty? Unclean?
I suppose.
Do you think the world should be pure or unclean?
I feel like pure is very like subjective. It's subjective what someone
what about
uses
the oceans? Should the oceans be pure or unclean?
They should be clean, but like.
So they should be pure.
Well, pure of what?
Impurities.
Well, I mean contaminants. There's with the ocean, this is specifically environmental, obviously. So, yeah, contaminants.
I suppose what I was trying to say with...
But what is so appealing to you about a man who prefers a woman who is unpure as opposed to pure?
I think it was just refreshing to hear him say that. Like, it was just refreshing to have someone say that to me. Was the first like intrigue.
That's when you knew he was the one.
Well, he was like different. He was just so different than every other guy that I had dated, which had all been very religious, either like Catholic or like part of our church, like very like Christian. And so for me, it was refreshing to hear that. First of all, second of all, it kind of like gave me like this kind of like light bulb moment where I was like, so like not every guy views it that way. And if that is the case, then I guess became like very interested in why certain men view
chastity and things like that. And I asked him, and he was like, honestly, I have no fucking idea. And I was like, that's not a great answer. Thanks, babe.
I want to just
I
ask
think he's lying.
I want to ask the other panelists here. Do you think, like, of the men, like men in general, do you think that most men? Wait, who else is in a relationship? You're in a relationship, right? I think it's just you two who are in relationships. Like, you've got it, and you've been in a relationship for 3 years, right? Do you think your boyfriend would genuinely, like, prefer, like, if you were to ask him, would you like me more if I had fucked more men before you? Do you think, like, what do you think?
Well, yeah, my situation's not the same.
No,
as
I know,
that.
but like, what do you think? Do you think he would like you more if you had slept with more men before him?
No, because I'm a lot younger than him also. So
Well, sure, but okay.
So in general, no, because that would be really weird with the age gap. And then if I had that on top of it, that would be really bad. So no.
Well, but so look, at least my thoughts on this, there are degen men out there. But my thoughts on this is that, like, most men are not going to be like, yeah, I really wish my girlfriend fucked more men before she met me.
Well, like, wording it like that, but
that's the
gist
of it.
Yeah.
But so you said you actually had the conversation.
We did have the conversation.
So the conversation was what?
He didn't say, like, oh, I wish you would have had more dicks. He wasn't that, like, you know.
He wasn't vulgar.
Like, he wasn't vulgar.
He said, like, was this an actual, like, it was overtly expressed, like, hey, you were just not sexually experienced, I wish you had more sexual experience.
Yeah, he was like, you know, you're just not, like, as sexually experienced as I am, because I think at one point I did, at one of the times that we were having sex, I did start crying because I just, like, felt so bad about the situation. And he was like, you know, it's okay.
Your boyfriend made you cry.
He didn't make me cry.
He made you cry.
I made myself cry about it.
No, he made you cry.
No, like, I made myself cry about it.
If he was like speaking,
No, you're like,
I mean, look,
but he was very sweet about it. He wasn't, like, vulgar. He wasn't, like, you know, bad at all about the situation. He was, like, you know, very sweet. He you know, hugged me. He was like, it's okay, you know. He was like, you just don't have, like, as much experience. And, like, this was, like, when we were first dating.
It's okay. You suck at sex. You're terrible.
And he was like, you know, I have more experience than you, and that's why it's you know, like, it is what it is.
But, like.
And he was like, you know, he didn't make me feel inherently bad about it, but he did say, you know, like, all the other girls that I had been with have obviously had XYZ more experience.
Such an L for, okay. But so, I guess question for you though. So, like, even granting he was like, he wished you were better in bed, are you saying that he would have made the trade-off of he gets you more sexually, like, you better in bed, but the entailment of that is you have an additional, like, 10 sexual partners? Is that a trade? Is that what you're saying? And is
Wait,
that
what?
Okay, so because, like, as a guy, you can be like, oh, okay, she's not great in bed, but the thought would never cross my mind. Like, the thought that would cross my mind in this situation is like, okay, how can I tell her what I like? How can I give her, like, tips in a positive way and, like, try to be supportive and whatever? It would never be, oh, man, fuck this bitch. I wish she fucked, like, 10 other dudes so I wouldn't have to deal with this. So I guess the question is the entailment that he was dissatisfied with your sexual skill, is the entailment the trade-off of, if he could have gotten you more sexually skilled, he would have happily had sex with more men prior to him?
I don't think at this point he cares, but maybe at that point I think it was maybe bothersome for him. And
to the point he wished that you fucked up more men prior to him.
Now I feel like he would have a different answer than when we first got together, if that makes sense. Like, now I think he would be fine with it because we have made, like, it out, but, like, in the beginning it was, like, you know, rough. So maybe,
I mean, like, it's so what I don't understand is, like, you have to really be fucking up as a girl to, like, be bad in bed. Like, you gotta up. You gotta be trying to do shit to, like, be bad in bed.
Okay, but we've talked about
just
preferences,
doggy style, arch
right?
your back. You're good.
Okay,
that's it.
But we've talked about preferences. You said that you love it when girls ride you, and he said that he doesn't like it when girls ride him.
The grind ride.
Yeah.
I don't like
the hop. Go with the hop, not the grind.
Okay,
I don't
here's
like
the thing.
if she's going like. I don't like the jackhammer. I don't like the jackhammer.
Wait, what's the
Like
jack?
the jackhammer is like
speed. Got it.
Don't like it. I'm more of a gentle. I prefer guys. I prefer more gentle sex. Like I don't want the girl like.
Okay,
I don't want to.
This might be TMI,
like,
but
on,
what you
let's do a
said
little motion,
you dislike is like the exact thing that Bartholomew, we'll call him that.
Yes.
He loves that shit. So it's like I feel like every guy is different in like what they want in sex and a relationship and all of these things. But if we're pushing, I guess what I was in a roundabout, this is a very long way to get to this, is like if we're pushing like a narrative of like guys and girls need to be a certain way, like is anyone ever going to be happy and truly fulfilled in a relationship? Like a normal person who's, like not, I guess, just someone like not, I don't know, is the expectation maybe too high?
That is a good question. We do have some chats coming through here that we got to try to get through this as quick as possible.
Donated $200.
Graffito, sorry for the delay
Ladies,
on this. I apologize.
It's gross when your body counts are high because when you have sex, a man is entering your body, literally and metaphorically. A dishonorable man can besmirch and corrupt you from the inside out.
Graffito, sorry for the delay on this. I'm very sorry. That did come through from Graffito. We have a couple other ones coming in. No. Okay, I can't pull that one up, bro. I'll send a refund or whatever. It's Giovanni. I realized I loved my boyfriend when he told me he wished I banged more dudes. That only came up because she didn't make his pee-pee feel a certain way. She literally loves Coomer porn brain pathetic. Do you have a response to that?
What does that even mean?
Sorry,
No, what I meant is, first of all, when all of this happened, it was like the first 2 times we had sex. After that, everything was great. We got experience down, everything was fine. But it was the first few times that we had sex, so it wasn't an ongoing thing.
Wait. So just to rewind a little bit here. The origination of this entire conversation was, I think I brought something up like, most men would not like do the trade-off of like their girlfriend sleeping with 10 additional women, 10 additional men prior to them, if it means she's like marginally better or even way better in the bedroom. In this case, you're like, oh well, actually, my boyfriend.
Yeah, because
it's sounding like it's not really.
No, like it. No, it what
we just had a 30-minute conversation for nothing. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's how it was. And what I'm saying is
wait. I have to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So you said it was the first 2 times you guys had sex.
Maybe the first couple times.
Fine.
Whatever.
Even if let's say it was the first 5 times weren't great. In fact, I even think for most couples, the best sex you're gonna have is deeper into the relationship than early on, because you guys got to figure out. This is actually a very normal phenomenon. I think the first time having sex, she doesn't know what you like, you don't know what she likes, you're figuring it out. Maybe there's nerves involved. I don't actually think that this is a rare phenomenon, that the sex isn't always the best the first time. In any case, you said that it was remedied within like a couple sexual encounters. Well, what man in his right mind, if it was remedied within like 5 sexual encounters, would still make the trade-off of, I wish for those 5 early sexual encounters, like those first 5 sexual encounters, I'm holding it against her. I'm holding those first sexual encounters against her, and she should have fucked 10 other men because of that.
I think
no man is ever making that deal unless he's a cuck.
I think for him, he maybe felt also bad for me personally, because he was like, he felt like he like robbed me of different experiences of being with other people. I think was also part of the conversation.
He robbed you?
Like his words, not mine. His words, not mine. Okay, like he
robbed you of getting to fuck other men. Oh my God, this guy's digging himself a grave.
No, and like
I don't know about that.
Okay, so like
have you guys?
We're in
Is he a cuck?
No, we're
How
in a
long you been
completely
with him?
committed 7 years.
Oh,
7 years. Yeah, we're fine. We're good. What I was trying to say is that,
I want to rob my girl of other sexual experiences with other. You're fucking damn right. I'm robbing you. I am robbing you of other sexual experiences with men. That's called commitment. Damn right, I'm robbing you of sexual experiences.
Because here's the last. He's a little bit older than me, and so that's also part of it.
Hot years.
I'm sorry.
Yes, he felt like he was taking away my hot years.
Oh,
He's supposed. Yeah, for him, they hot with him.
I'm sorry, baby.
But let me ask you a question. You don't have to answer it. But did his sexual proclivities with you expand the more you was with him? He sound like a freak.
What?
I said his sexual proclivities, like stuff he wanted from you, did it increase as y'all started having more sex? Because it sounds like he's.
Did you peg him?
I've never pegged him.
Okay.
He's not into that. Absolutely not. No. No.
He's definitely giving peg vibes.
Trust me, he is not a peg vibe guy.
Who did he vote for? Sorry.
Some people just over sexualize. I think that's the real problem just with with America, period. There's too much pressure on sex, good or bad. I think we just been over sexualized, especially my generation. And like late 90s, early 2000s.
Should he come on the show?
Sorry,
go ahead. I didn't mean to
that'd be
interrupt
crazy.
you. My bad.
I think the late 90s, early 2000s, it was this big porn rush. And I think this rush of porn and the accessibility to it has increased the demand of what a woman needs. Like, a lot of dudes do think that she needs to be this super freak. And I think that comes from a porn addiction. Because back in the day, women didn't have to be all that. She didn't have to look a certain way. Even men, because now, if you look at porns, all the dudes are in shape, and all the women have a certain phenotype. It wasn't like that back in the day.
Social media too.
So now it's like after porn, everybody had to be a certain aesthetic female-wise, and every man had to be in perfect shape. I think these appetites come from porn, and I think when men expect women to have this crazy sexual experience, I think it's because they're comparing you to really pornography.
So do you think with that viewpoint, though, that men shouldn't be so heavily reliant on porn?
Of course. Too much of anything is not good for you.
So, do you watch porn?
No.
Okay.
I have, but I was younger. But as I got older, it's like, it desensitizes you to it. To me, it has the same effect that seeing too many women dressed a certain way all the time. It desensitizes you to the courting. It desensitizes you to how she feels, and it kind of puts you in a place of looking at her from an objective perspective. So I think that's why I say women dressing different. It's not just about us. It's protecting her, and it's forcing the man to pull something else out of you. Because if he's constantly seeing you getting screwed in porn, and he's constantly seeing your ass on Instagram, unless he's very highly developed and mature, he's gonna just be looking at you as a sexual object.
If I'm in a relationship, I don't watch porn. Okay. Yeah. That's crazy. We talked about a lot of things. I'm going to try to get things wrapped up here, hopefully pretty soon. That is really interesting, though. Thank you for being so open about all that. Appreciate it. That was
hopefully he's okay with it too.
Here, let's go to Twitch really quick, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. Guys, it's been an hour since we last got a Prime. Brian has a small PP. First off, Crew 87. It's average. Get it right. And thank you for the Prime, though. Appreciate it. Guys, it's been an hour since we last had the Prime. Can you guys, I think it's bugged, boys. Can you guys check if it's, and guys, drop us a follow over there on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming World of Warcraft maybe on Thursday. We'll see. I don't know. I got to still assess if I even have time for that shit. I work 70 hours a week, so I don't know if I have time, but I'm debating it. Oh, we got Crazy Ace. Thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, and here, I'm going to try to get through everything as quickly as possible. I'm going to have to skip some of these things because there's a lot. We won't be able to get to all of it. Last thing on the hypocritical thing. I guess my final thoughts on this are, in order for you to want to be with someone, do you need to be exactly the same?
Oh, no.
What do you mean?
No.
Like personality?
Well, so let me ask you guys this, and this is for the whole panel. I'd like you guys to answer, and I'll start over here on this side with you, so we do a different angle. Are there things that you desire in a partner that you do not possess?
No. Well,
into the mic?
I guess yes.
Penis. There's that. Right?
You want me to name things?
Well, like, do you want a guy who's taller than you?
Yes.
Okay. But so are you saying there's perfect symmetry in the things you desire in a man? So, like, do you want a masculine man?
Yes.
Wait, why? You
because
you
I
prefer
was
feminine?
no, I would.
Oh, okay.
It was just
Are you masculine?
No.
Okay. Do you want a dominant man?
Yes.
Are you dominant?
No.
Oh, okay. What about you?
Pretty much the same thing. Masculine makes more than me just because I want to have a child.
Right, you want a guy who
I
makes.
want to be
Do
provided for.
you want to be a stay-at-home?
Yeah.
You want to stay at home, right?
Because my mom was.
Right.
Yeah, and my mom
then-
had her career. Yeah. So.
Going back to you really quick, and I'll come right back to you though. Who should pay on the first date? Into the mic.
The guy.
The guy.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is an asymmetry, right? In what you want. Like, you wouldn't pay for the first date, right? You want the guy to make the first move. You want him to ask you out. You want him to go for the first kiss, et cetera, right? Same with you?
Yeah, and I
You want a guy
disagree
to
with
make-
what he was saying earlier about how a woman should split after a few times, and that's how you know that she likes you.
I gave context. I didn't just say that. Don't remix my shit.
Don't get it twisted.
I
if she
said
didn't
make
put
an
out-
effort to do something.
Okay.
Did I not say that, ladies?
I misunderstood you said
I'm
the
very
dating.
clear at communicating, baby.
Well, what about you?
What was the question?
Are there things that you desire in a boyfriend that you do not possess?
Yeah.
Okay. Like what?
A dominant personality.
Okay. Maybe like asks you out, takes initiative, pays for the first date.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of feminine aspects that I want to let myself express as a female that wants that like traditional, soft, female, divine, whatever. And I feel like I need somebody who can be the man that can let me express that.
What
that
about
part of
chivalry?
myself. Yeah, I like chivalry.
But you're not chivalrous back, right?
Meaning?
Well, chivalry is typically something that's like one directional, male to female.
I feel like I am kind of chivalrous back because I think it's a give and take. And like I want them to know that my effort is reciprocated. I appreciate what they give to me. And that is me reciprocating with effort.
So you pay for first dates then?
I have.
Okay. What about you?
Sorry, repeat the question again.
Yeah, so are there traits that you desire in a partner that you yourself don't possess?
Yes.
Like, and then what about you?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, right? What about you? Yeah. So for example, like, I don't think it would be hypocritical for a woman to find, to want a guy who's funny, but she's not funny. I think we can all agree. Like, I don't think there's actually anything hypocritical, like, just because a woman herself isn't funny, what would actually be wrong with like, and most women I think would desire a guy who can make them laugh and is funny. I don't think that's hypocritical, right? And so in that same light, a man who has a high body count, who's like, whoa, I find this trait attractive in a woman, low body count or virgin, I don't think that makes him a hypocrite. In the same way that women desire traits in men that they don't possess themselves.
I actually thought about that question more, and I kind of just reversed it. And I thought, okay, if a man has a low body count and he's looking for a woman, hypothetically, with a higher body count because he wants experience or whatever the case may be, would I find that hypocritical? And I thought, no, I wouldn't. So why would I find the reverse way? It's more of just a preference.
So wait, just so I understand, this would be if somebody wanted somebody who was sexually experienced, but they were lacking in sexual experience, but they wanted to date somebody sexually experienced, there would be an asymmetry there. No, you would not view that as hypocritical, even like how dare this person with a lack of sexual experience, how dare they date somebody with more sexual experience than them, essentially. Is that a fair?
Yeah. Because at first I thought, okay, well, I think that it is hypocritical for a guy to want someone with a low body count, but now that I think about it, no, I don't think it is.
And I don't know if you answered, I think you answered, right?
I did,
You desire, yeah. So I just, that's interesting. Okay, and then we have, let's see here. Oh, we got something graffito. Sorry for the delay again, brother. Here you go. I apologize. Women, do you find that men these days expect you to be able to perform like a P-star? Do they expect you to deep throat gag or other crazy things that were unheard of before corn normalized them?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably definitely a thing.
Yeah.
That's definitely a thing. Graffito, sorry for the delay there. I do appreciate, what the hell? I appreciate it. Thank you, Graffito. Thank you so much. I wonder if this relates to, it is a good point. All right. Oh man, we're not going to be able to hit all of these, but maybe we'll do one or two more and then we'll wrap. Age gap relationships. I think a couple of you had objections there on the age gap relationships. I think, or no, you're okay with them, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm
you're
okay
okay.
with-
Yeah,
yeah.
you X'd that out. I think you had an issue with age gap relationships.
I disagree,
Tira.
but it really does depend on like where that age gap lies, in my opinion.
30-year-old, the example I provided, 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No.
Okay. Tanjay? You said also age gap relationships, icky? Not
30.
into the mic if you can, please.
19 to...
Yeah, 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old.
Yeah, it's kind of like, but hey, what do I know? So I don't know.
You want
I
someone
don't know.
fresh out of high
I
school and you're
prefer
like
it.
a very long-term adult at this point. So
Wait, what do you mean?
like if you're just there's a 19-year-old is just getting out of high school. They're just now
Well, they
experiencing
could
like
be in their
adult.
first or second year of college.
Well, first or second year of college. But still, when I was in my first or second year of college, no thoughts behind the eyes. Like just 19,
Yeah,
you're
so
just
should-
partying, you're out of home.
Yeah, so should women not be allowed to vote?
I'm not saying women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I'm saying that
Well, they can-
30-year-old
they can vote at
men.
18.
Well, can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying that 30-year-old men or women shouldn't date 19-year-olds. In my
Yeah, why?
opinion, because why aren't you with someone your own age? Why are you going for someone that's more vulnerable in life?
Why? How are they more vulnerable?
They're 19.
So?
Do you think it might be taboo and might be like a fantasy to either one or both of them, and they deserve to be in a taboo relationship
if
And
they're
they-
that
both
fulfills
consenting,
them? Yeah.
But so go ahead.
And they could, but my main concern is like the frontal lobe is not developed, haven't experienced relationships.
Well, I mean, that's kind of BS, the whole frontal lobe thing, but yeah.
I mean, it does develop when you're in your 20s. That's why I never
but
take
it's
medication.
like not this like, so you're saying like 18-year-olds are just like totally
No.
R-slurred, like they
No,
can't
not at all.
think at all?
That's not
Okay.
what I'm making at
Why,
all.
So then, but why can they consent to having sex with someone their age then?
I'm just saying I feel like it's wrong. I don't agree with it. I'm not saying that it should be illegal or not illegal.
Yeah, can I present to you an example here? So like, what would you find more objectionable? Like an 18-year-old woman or 19-year-old woman, she's dating men her age, but they're just using her for sex. And she's like one after the other after the other. I mean, this is a complaint I hear from a lot of young women, these younger college guys. They don't want a relationship. They just want to, what you doing, 11 p.m. on a Friday. What situation would you prefer to see a woman in? That, or she's dating a 30-year-old guy who's monogamous and loves her, and she's in a relationship with him? What do you think is like better for her mental health?
I'm just still stuck on why does a 30-year-old want to be with a 19-year-old? Like that's really just what I'm stuck on.
I
Like
can answer that, but you have to answer my question first.
I don't really know how to answer it. Like it just.
So just to be clear, here's your position.
Okay.
You would rather a 19-year-old woman like fuck, say, a dozen men her own age that just discard her after fucking her once or twice or three times, versus being a loving, caring, monogamous relationship with a 30-year-old man. That's your
Well,
position.
now you're just bringing up she's sleeping around with a bunch of men.
Well, that
versus
was the
one.
entailment. That was the
But
scenario.
it's different. Why couldn't she just sleep around with the same 18-year-old or 19-year-old?
Wait, what?
Why couldn't they sleep with one 19-year-old?
Yeah, but it's a hypothetical to test the logic.
That has no logic. There's one people and then multiple people. That's not logic.
Right,
That's
so
just different
I
scenarios.
can grant to you that a woman who's 19 could get into a relationship with another 19-year-old. But I'm testing your logic here. So in the hypothetical scenario I presented, you have a 19-year-old woman who, and I actually don't think it's really that far-fetched that this actually occurs really frequently in college. A lot of women, they're having
I
casual
just know
sex with a bunch
personally,
of other men.
when I was 19, if I dated a 30-year-old, that wouldn't have gone well for me. So personally, my opinion is I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but you said that you have like the borderline personality disorder. I don't know if that plays into it. What specifically about the age gap relationship would not play well for you?
It just makes me extremely uncomfortable. Why are you not dating people your own age? Like what?
But let's say, you know Ryan Reynolds? Would you date him?
I don't know him.
You don't know Ryan Reynolds?
I mean, I know of him, but like I go date off personality. Like I don't date for looks. Like I genuinely don't. If you looked at all my exes, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like genuinely, you'd be like, what the fuck? Do you have a celebrity
crush?
Mm-mm.
No, you can't think
That's like a BPD thing. Like I just genuinely I've never really had an idol or looked up to someone. Like it just is what it is. Like,
so you would, do you know Henry Cavill?
No. I don't know a lot of people. I didn't watch a lot of movies growing up.
Would you date, have you seen the movie Fight Club?
Mm-mm. I haven't watched Rocky. I haven't watched Titanic. I haven't watched
That's fine.
Can I say something about this?
Go ahead.
I agree with the ladies. I feel like at 19, I think once you hit, I think you got a little window to deal with that. I think any man over 23 shouldn't be dealing with a 19-year-old. Me personally.
Why though?
Because the blowback is not worth it when there's so many other women.
What do you mean the blowback?
I think it just looks weird. Like in today's society, maybe in the 1500s when we was dealing with castles and all that. But I'm talking about today. I just think, as opposed to other options, like if you're 23, I think that should be the last moment you deal with 19, 18
like teen.
What is
teen?
It's the teen word.
It's the word teen at the end is crazy.
To me,
like
personally.
teen at the end is crazy.
Hold on.
I don't like it either.
The whole teen thing, that's totally disingenuous because you can be 13 and then 19. Like these are two, like one is a crime, like if you were, and the other is like an adult who can vote and sign a contract.
But today's young people are really goofy, man. Like a 13-year-old today is like a 9-year-old for real. A 20-year-old today is.
Well, hold on. We're talking about adult relationships. So 18 plus.
Okay, 18 plus. Me personally, if I'm 22,
that's totally fine.
That's my limit. Like if I'm 30, I deal with a woman that's like 25, 24, 19. Me personally, nah. Cause I'm thinking about my daughter. Like if I got a daughter that's 19 and she bring back a dude that's 30. He got to be like Obama or something, like, you know what I'm saying? And it's likely he's not going to be that. So me personally, I think 19 to 30-year-old, I'm going to look at the dude as if he's a little off or a little desperate or he can't get nobody. Because you can still get a young woman, but 19 at 30, I don't know.
What if you meet someone though? What if you meet someone you don't know their age and it's a 19-year-old that looks 25?
Now that's different.
Because I always looked older.
But that's
can I ask you a question?
That's different.
But so does it have to do with physical appearance? Or does it have to do with like mental state?
I think just I don't want to deal with explaining that to anybody else. Me personally,
wait.
I'm just being honest. I'm just talking about me. I don't want to deal with that. Like if I found out, if we fell in love, I've been with her for a year, and I found out she was lying about her age. It's like I'm already with her until it's kind of different.
She lied to you, right?
She lied to me. That's different. But if I know I'm not 30 years old and scouting the local community college for a 19-year-old, like I just think that's kind of weird.
Okay, man, you're on social media. Let's say a 19-year-old girl, she slides into your DMs.
I'm not dealing with it. I'm 39, bro. I can't do it. I got a daughter that's 4 years younger than her.
But are you checking their age first thing? Like, how do you find out? Like, is it a first-time question? How do you kind of?
I deal with women in areas where really 19-year-olds really don't be. Like, I don't really club like that. So if I meet a woman,
but really quick to like, you have a daughter like that. Do you have a sister?
Yeah, I got a sister.
How old's your sister?
My sister's, I think she's like 42, 43.
Do you have a younger sister?
Yeah, she'd probably be maybe 24 now.
Would you date a 24-year-old?
At 39?
Yeah.
She gotta be super duper established.
I was gonna say that sounds better to me. Like it's really just me. The 19 is like I'm stuck.
Wait. Let me ask the question. Okay, let's say you had a younger sister who was 30. Would you date a 30-year-old?
At 39, yeah.
Okay, but that's like dating somebody your sister's age.
Yeah, but my sister's super grown now. She ain't super grown at 19.
But like I don't understand this argument. Like, oh well, you have this familial person in your life who is of a certain age. Ergo, you can't date them. Like
you can do what you want. I just said I wouldn't want to do it.
Here's what I don't understand from you though, is like you're saying other people would judge you, so I won't do it. You strike me as a how do I articulate this? Do you really give a fuck what other people think? I don't get that impression from you.
I don't, but certain things is just not worth the fight. Like I'm not trying to beat. You got to pick your battles. Certain battles is just
What
not
battle?
worth it. It's not.
What battle? Some fucking Karen on the
39. Me. 39 years old. I don't want a 19-year-old.
Would you date
I don't
a
want a
just
19-year-old. I might be attracted to her, and I might be like, yo, you could get it, shorty, but I'm just not going to do it.
Would
Like,
you
hey,
date
that's totally fine.
Would you date a 30-year-old if she looked like she was 18?
Yeah, she's 30. Nah, she looks.
No,
I mean, she's 30.
But it's like
She can get it.
that is a good argument. It's like the physical looks thing. Like there are like 19-year-old women who are shapely and like big ass, big titties, whatever. And there's like 30-year-old women who you would date who are like A cup, no, like. So that's my confusion here.
I mean, because it's not just a physical thing.
Sure, it's mental. Okay.
Like if I'm 39, a 19-year-old can only be taught by me. And in today's society, she probably ain't gonna want to hear shit I say. She probably think I'm too old. I don't know shit. So I ain't got time to be arguing with no little ass kid, bro. So me personally, I don't want to deal with a 19-year-old.
You've never dealt with a 35-year-old quarrelsome, nagging woman.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Absolutely. And I don't want to deal with that either.
The most complicated women I've ever dealt were like, it wasn't like the 23-year-old. It was the fucking woman my age.
It varies. There's older women that's cool, and there's older women that's goofy. There's younger women that's cool, and there's younger women that's goofy.
But that can't be the only reason then. There has to be something.
I'd rather deal with somebody within under 10 years or under.
But correct me if I'm wrong. You had mentioned a part of the 18-year, what age were we talking about? 19-year-old was perception. But the 30-year-old that looks like she's 18, wouldn't people still perceive her as...
Yeah, but perception is not reality because she's actually 30. So she looks young, she just looks young. But if she's actually young but looks older, I wouldn't do it. I just think it's too much explaining. You know, her parents might not be comfortable. You know, you just too much shit that you got to deal with. You could take it on and say, hey, I'm a man, hit me raw, I'm going to do what the fuck I want. But certain battles I don't think is worth it just to prove that I'm a guy.
I do want to ask some of the girls' input on this. You're in an age gap. Who's in the age gap relationship?
Me.
What's the age gap again? You're
15 years.
You're 25 and
he's
he's 40. Ladies at the table here, objectionable? 15.
Well, when did you start dating? I asked.
3 years ago.
Her prefrontal cortex just
it wasn't even
finished.
It's not even just that. Like at 19 and I was in college.
Wait,
No smart
she was 20.
decisions.
You were 22 when you guys started dating?
Yeah, I was in college.
She was 22 when they started dating, and he was 37.
Yeah.
Like-
her prefrontal cortex was not fully developed.
And I said, and it's still the 19 thing. Like just moved out of the house. Give him a second. 22, and that I agree. And I said in the beginning, there's only certain age gap relationships I don't agree with. When you say 19, you said
fine.
teen. That's crazy.
Here, I'll bump it up 1 year. 30-20.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
That's 10 years.
What?
That's
Okay, 35-20.
35-20?
Yep.
Fine.
Really? It's just the teen?
Yes.
So just to be clear, 19
Just as okay, so
and
can I ask you
364
something?
hold on, 19 364 days
Uh-huh.
or 20
Yeah.
and 0 days. Like 1 day later, like creep.
Would you want to
it's
date
okay,
a
don't do it.
19-year-old though?
Sure, why not?
Really?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Well, here.
We're
Let me
in
ask you a
I think
question.
you're like you're
opinions.
creeped out if they're pursuing you because of that. Like I
Yeah,
just met
that's
that
why I'm
person
like-
naturally, and we just happened
Let
to
me
be
clarify.
the age gap.
Let me just clarify here. So I've dated women I've dated women older that I had age gaps with in terms of like they're older than me.
Yeah.
So when I was 31, I dated a 45-year-old. That's like 13 years. I know
My
that's a bit
grandparents
different.
have like a 15-year age gap.
So I've
They're
dated
fine,
older women. I've dated women my age. I've dated women who are younger than me. I've dated various ranges. And then another clarifying point: I'm not like hanging out. I'm not going to college parties trying to mac on. No, but like I don't know if I was on a dating app and I match with somebody or she slides into my DMs. I can't actually think of any reason besides it gives you the ick. Like you can't actually make a really compelling argument.
I did say that though. I said it's just my opinion, and it is what it is.
No, yeah, it's your opinion.
There might not be any logic behind it, but the word teen, I'm like, I don't know. But it is just the word teen.
Yeah, but there's
call it like it is. It's fine.
And maybe
what
it
y'all
weirds
talking
you
about?
out.
What y'all
Like, it
talking
just
about?
weirds me
Yeah.
out.
If a
Like,
guy
and
does that to you.
yes, like it weirds
love
me
it.
out
I get
because I
it.
just
I
like
think-
when I was 19.
Here, but let me ask you a question.
Like just
Yeah, you
no.
were a mess. We get it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Here, let
I
me
own
ask you a
it.
question. So let's put aside or even grant your position that, or your position, I don't know if it was your, that it's kind of icky, gross, creepy, whatever. Can you actually make a compelling argument in terms of the benefits to the man, why he should date, like, so I'm 35, right? Make a compelling argument to me why I should date a 35-year-old versus a 25-year-old.
Well, for like just for the experience level, like I know you might not want you might want a fresh start with whatever, but I think logically, if you're gonna go into a relationship with a failed relationship behind, trying to like make your life better, eventually have a long-lasting relationship, I think your best bet is with someone who has been through it before and knows kind of what they want or what they don't want.
But okay, so you're saying, tell me if I have your point correct. So, men should date women their age because the woman will have equivalent. Hold on, the woman will have an equivalent degree of relationship experience, and so for this reason, it makes more sense for him to date a woman his age.
I wouldn't say their age, around their age.
Sure, around their age.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
But I still, like I
ask the
said
question
this
again.
before, like I don't necessarily disagree with age gap. That age gap I did disagree with. Because like my
Okay, you don't
grandparents have an age gap.
So you don't disagree with the 35-25? Okay, fine. I'll change it then. Make a compelling argument in terms of the benefit to the man why he should date a 35-year-old woman versus a 19-year-old woman.
I don't know. I'm not a man. Like, I don't know what it would benefit you. Like, I don't know what makes your brain tick. Like, I don't know what would make you feel better and what wouldn't make you feel better.
You women, you guys should start dating short men who are broke, who are not funny, who are not charismatic, who are not dominant, and who are not leaders. You guys should, because I think it's predatory that you guys go after these high income, high earning men.
Again, never said should, said my opinion, and I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but having that, you have to actually engage in the conversation. So, like what, again, I'm just trying to hear, what is the benefit to the man? Like, what does a man get by dating an older woman?
What does a man get by dating a younger woman, though? Like, that? What's
I can give
a
you
woman
couple
is a
things.
woman, a man is a man. Again, the age really doesn't matter, but when you bring in teens and adults, it does matter. Like, it
but
does.
It's so disingenuous to use the word to make it about the teen thing.
So what is 19? Teen, right?
Yes, it is teen.
So, and
but
again-
it's like, do you know what spin is?
No.
Okay, so
What do you mean
spin is like sort of a marketing principle.
Yeah.
And like people will do this all the time. Like, have you ever encountered somebody who has a totally different, like, perhaps somebody's lied about you and they said,
like a whole different perception.
Has anybody ever lied about you?
Oh yeah.
Made up something about you?
Oh yeah.
How did they spin it? They painted something in the least flattering light possible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what you're doing is you're using kind of charged language to sort of imply that a man who's attracted to a 19-year-old adult woman is essentially a pedophile because teenager.
I just said personally, I don't agree with it. What I was at when I was 19.
Yeah. Is an 18-year-old an adult?
Legally. You can still be in high school at 18.
Okay, is a 19-year-old an adult?
Can be, but again, you can still be 19
What do you
in
mean
high school.
can be? They are or are
They
not?
are legally an adult.
Okay.
But then again, you can still be in high school.
Okay, so?
A 30-year-old should be dating a high schooler. Or do you think that's like, I don't know, like that just seems off to me. And again, that is just my personal opinion. It's where my head was at 19. I don't know what would make a benefit more, but I don't think really age can make you benefit more or less. It just is what is. Age just is what it is.
But again, so I want to go back to my question. Why should a man date a 35-year-old woman versus a 19-year-old woman?
If they're 35?
Yeah.
Because of life experiences. Like, you went through life. Why do you get a fresh start? Like with someone new, but not that you have baggage. I'm not saying that you have any baggage or anything, but like when you're like, again, when you're like 35, like life happens, like life is happening.
Sure.
Why do you get to take in that baggage and they don't? And again, it's just really your personal opinion. Again, it's just something I don't want to experience, and that's
but
okay.
I'm asking you, like, so I'm kind of like putting you in a position to try to change my mind. Like, so
I know
here's
that, but I
no,
don't know.
here's what I'm
Like,
looking
I
for.
don't know.
But I think this is actually indicative. Like, you actually acknowledge sort of my position on this. I'm asking you to like articulate what makes a woman better when she's older. Like, because would you guys all agree we are all trying to get the best person we can get, right? Okay.
Right.
You, if you all could, you would get the 6'5", super ripped, rich, amazing personality, loyal. You would try to maximize what you can get, right? Okay. Whether you can get it or not, that's another conversation. I'm looking for, what do I get from an older woman that would make me want to date a 35-year-old versus somebody who's younger? And I'm only, because you don't object
And I
to it.
tried to answer it in the beginning and you cut me off. Literally
you're
just experience.
You just keep saying it's icky.
And no, I said experience in the beginning.
Okay, so do men care about a woman's experience?
No. You even said that in the beginning.
Well, thank you for making my point.
Because you said that in the beginning. That's why I'm like, I'm listening to you. I'm open.
Yeah.
You said no. I mean, a man told me no.
Okay.
You said no. I'm taking your opinion for what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
But so, again, I'm looking for some, like an actual argument, unless you're just willing to concede the argument.
Again, I said I don't genuinely have an argument. It's just I don't like it for myself.
Yeah, but how about this? Can you make a moral argument for why it's wrong?
It's morally wrong for me. That's it.
Yeah, why? No, but why?
Because I told you at 19, my brain was not there. If a 30-year-old man were to date me, he would have took advantage of me. A 21-year-old man took advantage of me. So for me personally,
Well, that's different than that has.
Again, me personally, I wouldn't want to date a 30-year-old. That has nothing to do with the age
gap, though, because you just said a guy your age took advantage of you.
Okay.
Yeah,
it has nothing. I personally don't want an age gap.
It would have nothing to do with age gap. We're talking about age gap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wouldn't a man this is what I don't understand, right? You don't think that like same age men, or even like, let's say a 19-year-old woman, or how about a 20-year-old woman dates a 19-year-old guy, he's incapable of taking advantage of her or being abusive?
I've never said that.
Because they certainly can be.
They can be.
Right. So what is the argument then?
That I personally it's my personal opinion.
Let me ask you this. Can a 19-year-old woman dating a 20-year-old guy, can he be abusive towards her?
Yes.
Okay. Can a 19-year-old woman dating a 30-year-old guy, can he not be abusive towards her?
An 18-year-old girl can punch a 50-year-old man and be abusive. The 18-year-old can be abusive.
But like, could a same age relationship at 20 be seriously problematic?
Yes.
And could a 20-year-old dating a 30-year-old not be problematic at all?
Yes,
and it be
100%.
loving and healthy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's the objection?
That I wouldn't do. You asked if I feel like it's okay, and I was taking it for myself. I don't feel like it's okay for myself. I'm not looking down on you for having an age gap relationship. I never looked down on my grandparents, and I'm not against them. Personally, for me, I don't want one.
I think most girls prefer older men as well. Like,
I don't say
rather
most
than younger.
do, but like I personally, I don't. I just don't. So
I think she just talk about 19.
Like I'm literally,
yeah.
but like really with just, I don't know. Teens, the word teen icks me out. And again, if that doesn't convince you enough, that's okay. I don't know how else to convince a man that like you should date your own age. Like what answer are you looking for?
Wait, can it be over 20 though, the man, if you're 19, or no? Like just no 20s at all?
22, 19.
I don't.
This is so dumb. Okay, like
sorry, I'm
no,
Our
you're
society,
right.
but it's crazy to me because like our society has become so infantilized. We're treating teens like toddlers, adults like teens. Like it's just, I don't know.
But to play devil's advocate, I think back in the day, like you had generals that was 15-year-old men. An average 15-year-old boy can't do that shit today. I think we want old rules, but we have to have a society to facilitate that development. We don't have it today. We don't have Julius Caesars and all that today. You might have some gangbangers, but you don't have 15-year-old, 14-year-old boys that's ready to lead a nation of army of men to war. We did back in the day, and we had younger women who was ready to take on the responsibility of being a wife or a queen at younger ages back then, because we had a society that facilitated that over time. We don't have that anymore. Now, we may be still biologically capable of doing these things, but I don't think this society facilitates mature young people, let alone mature adults.
I mean, I guess one question. So we can like send teenage boys to fight wars, and are you okay with that?
No.
Okay, but you acknowledge that it's a reality, right? That like
It is a
teenage
reality.
boys historically have fought war,
Yes.
and then they still like 18 you can join the military, and 18-year-old men can be drafted, right? So just to be clear, you at 18 you can be sent to war, you can volunteer to go to war, but
we can't drink.
Women,
so like,
women can't have like a consensual relationship with a guy who's a bit older than her. That's
it's up to
confusing.
them. If they want to have the age gap, they can go for it.
Okay, but it's icky in any case. That's basically your position.
If I were to see it that way, I'd be like, you're dating a teenager, and that's just my opinion.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
sure. Did you have something? Anybody else? I mean, you're in an age gap relationship. They are essentially calling your boyfriend predatory.
And I did not. I mean,
that's the implication.
I asked a bunch of questions.
She was 22. She was 22.
And I asked her, and I said that was fine.
She was a vulnerable college girl at 22, and she was preyed upon by this 37-year-old man. You should be defending.
Girl, that's not how I said it. You know that's not how I said it. I even asked and said, no, I don't mind.
You've been dating this
and I would have
boy-
been honest with you. So.
I think it's just like
you got to defend your boyfriend here.
Well, it's just circumstantial. Like I feel like with the dating apps, we need like a list checked off of everything. You can't just naturally meet someone and things to be, maybe different than what you expected. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, don't look down on your relationship. Just the 19 thing, and just my opinion.
I feel like this would almost be like me saying women who are attracted to tall men. Actually, never mind. I'm gonna move on. Okay, we need to wrap up here soon. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna just go through the stack. Then we're gonna. Wait. There's probably no. Okay, we're good. Let's see. One sec, guys. Any final thoughts here from anybody? Before we'll wrap up here, hopefully pretty soon. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists?
About the age gap?
No, any topic. If you want to ask, you got two men who will give you this is a rare opportunity, because most men you talk to want to have sex with you. So they won't tell you the truth. They won't tell you the truth. We'll tell you the truth. Ask us a question if you have one, or if there's any topics you want to
I tell the truth to women I want to have sex with too. I don't fuck around.
Okay, fair enough.
I guess with the purity thing, how can you expect women to have low body counts when men expect women to put out very soon in the first few dates?
Like I said, I don't think men, I don't expect a woman to put out. I want her to put out effort. I've had women not want to talk to me because I wasn't trying to have sex with them so soon. So it really just depends. I just want effort. I don't think men who want to take you seriously long term are expecting you to give your body to them first, second, third date. I don't think that. I think they just want to see a consistent effort and you coming and you showing effort that you want to be with them. And as far as the body count thing, like I said before, do I think there's some psychological and biological effects to a high body count? Absolutely. But me personally, because we're in such a highly sexually charged era, there's a likelihood that she probably has some bodies. That's just the times we in. So my concern is the type of men she's dated prior to me, because that's going to tell me what she defines as a man. Because sometimes, depending on the type of men that women are with, they have a misconception of what manhood is. So if you was with a real passive guy, you think that's manhood because he lets you do what you want to do, say what you want to say. So now you're expecting that from other men because he gave you a misinterpretation of manhood, and vice versa. Like a man could be you could be dealing with a guy who's very over the top masculine, very aggressive, very just too much, and you could think that that's masculinity. So when you get with me, you're expecting me to be this hyper masculine man or the super passive man. So to me, the type of man that a woman deals with tells me a lot more than her body count in a highly sexual era.
So how many dates until you throw it out that they have to sleep with you, I guess?
I mean,
I was confused about that because the story said a whole year and you were like, what are they doing if they're just going out?
No, I'm saying for that story, I'm gonna answer the question in two parts. For when it comes to that dude, if you're just dating her and taking her out to eat and she's agreeing to showing up and eating, that shouldn't compute to you that we're going somewhere. It's possible, but to think it's guaranteed, you're a fool, because nothing she did showed you that. She just showed that you're cool enough to feed her. So if he's taking that data and computing that into, well, it seemed like, then you're just green, brother. Now, as far as, what's the second part? That's the other thing you said? You said something else.
Oh, how many dates does it take for you to throw it off without getting sex?
If I talk to you, let's be real. If I'm trying to talk to you, I already assume that I'm looking at you. You can get it. So that doesn't have to be discussed. I'm not.
But are you gonna get annoyed after a few dates if you don't want them to wait?
It depends on what I'm doing, but I wouldn't say annoyed. It's just a vibe. Like I'm not saying okay, it's been 2 weeks. It's like I'm cool with just us kicking it. If you coming over, we kicking it, we watching movies, we cuddling, I might kiss. I'm cool with that because me personally, I like building shit. I like build up.
How
I like
long
getting
would
that
you wait
pressure.
though? That's my question.
How long would I wait? Okay, that's direct. How long would I wait? I don't know. It just depends on the person. Like I'm not waiting a year. I'll give you that. I probably could wait, I would say a month, because it's not about I need it so bad. I just know how women operate. And I know that a woman who really wants you is not gonna make you wait that long. I might even say, nah, baby, chill, we could wait. But knowing that she wants to do it is like, all right, that's more realistic. Because a woman is not gonna make you wait that long. You don't have to acquiesce to her advances, but her letting me know she wanna do that within a month or two seems a lot more realistic about how I gauge women's interest as opposed to just waiting forever. It's not necessarily that I have to do it when she wants to, but I know how women move, and like she said, she knew right away. Like, women don't move like that. So when I see women going outside of the normal pattern of how women move when they're interested in a man, that's a red flag for me. But do I look at like, oh, this is the time we got to do it? Nah, just let it vibe and let it happen naturally. Let it. I like it. I like the pressure to build to. It's like there's nothing left to do but that. We done had great conversations. We done had so many dope outings, and it just happens. Like I don't think that's something I'm looking to just have to do.
Because you said you like purity. That's why I was asking that. Because
I didn't say I like purity. I'm explaining why men do like purity. What I like is a woman who treats me well. And like I said, when I'm speaking because it's not about me. And that's the problem. People have too many conversations about what I do. It's not about, I don't represent all men. I represent myself, but I know a lot of men, and I know how the average man thinks. And the average man does want a woman, for a lot of cases, it's for not because she's been with him physically. That is a part of it, but it's the psychological aspects of a woman who's been with multiple guys. They are different. They're a little more altered. They take on that man's energy, and men just don't want to deal with that.
Okay. Let me get through these quick here, and then let's see. A couple you said disagreed to the following statement. Women have equal rights to men. I think you disagreed. I think you disagreed. I think you disagreed. And I think you disagreed. Is that fair recap on that? Right?
Yeah.
Anybody else disagreed? It was Hannah. Is it Andrea or?
Andrea, yeah.
Andrea. Andrea?
Andrea.
Or no, you actually did not circle that. It was...
I want to say, actually, can I change my stance right now?
No,
because
Tiara.
we're talking literally, and I'm like, oh, no, like, technically, literally, we do have equal rights right now, so.
Tanjay, you said women disagree that women have equal rights to men. It was also Hannah. It was Tiara.
We're ignoring mine now, remember?
Oh, I guess so.
Ignore mine.
It was Hannah,
yeah,
so,
now I'm just like...
A quick question for those of you who did say you disagree that women have equal rights to men. What rights do men have that women don't?
So I don't think that the United States is the only country that exists, and that's only part of the female population.
Sure.
So when we're talking about women's rights, it has to accompany the entire world.
Well, what about the United States?
Well, there's still, for example, like female genital mutilation is still something that's practiced even here in the United States.
It's illegal in the United States.
It's still practiced, though. It's kind of one of those things.
Well, I don't know if this... Can I just... I'm going to cut you off just to save you a little bit here. I don't think you want to argue circumcision on this one. I think you're going to have... This is not going to be a productive argument for you, but...
Well, I'm just saying that there's lots of things that we could do better.
Yeah. What else is... When it comes to men, though, when it comes to genital mutilation, that's also practiced, right? Mm-hmm. The difference is one's legal, one's not.
Well, one provides like a cleanly. I don't have any viewpoint on whether or not a baby boy should be circumcised or not. Like that's totally up to, I guess, like the father, honestly, because
it's up to the father.
I would say it's up to the father because I don't have that appendage.
What if it's a single mother? She makes the determination, right?
I think like most hospitals like just standardly do it, right?
Is it mutilation though? Is it still mutilation?
Can the reason why I say female genital mutilation is different is because a lot of times they also remove part of the clitoris, which takes away feeling and stimulation.
Same thing for
and
this is extremely
I never
rare.
heard this. I heard that in Africa. I never heard that
Extremely
in
rare.
America.
There's perhaps this is extremely rare occurrence in the United States.
What I was saying first was not the United States. I was saying
Right,
the general world.
but like,
yes,
look,
yes,
I can't
yes,
look.
but-
I don't look. I can't have a debate with you about like Ethiopia. I don't know.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to talk about the United States. And if your position is men and women have equal rights in the United States, I can just move on. But you did cite to even in the United States female genital mutilation.
Well, there are things
that is outlawed. It is outlawed. Male genital mutilation is not. So I don't think you have a very compelling argument.
Well, I wasn't saying that. What I was trying to say.
I'm just trying to move things along because the prompt the prompt is women have equal rights to men. You disagree. The first thing you cited to was something that in actuality men don't have a right to bodily autonomy when it comes to this, whereas women do. It's outlawed. Whereas like this is like wholesale done to like the vast majority of men in this country upon birth. So I don't think you have a very strong argument there.
Well, what I was initially saying was for the entire world as a worldview.
I've already said I can't talk about
and that's okay.
Mongolia. I can't talk about. We're talking about. I have to.
In the United States, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that there is things that I am not remembering right at the moment. It's not necessary. I'm sure that there is different someone else who is more knowledgeable on U.S. laws of gender inequality probably would have something to say. I do not at the moment. I know more of different atrocities that happen in the worldwide news. So I will concede to your point, I suppose.
Okay.
What I was initially saying though is
wait, do you concede, or are you just saying, well, there could be something that exists?
I'm not knowledgeable enough on that aspect of U.S. policies because a lot of times things are changing pretty quickly. That's not something that I feel like I necessarily have like the best like argumentative point on. You're right.
So you're more versed on another country than
how about you? You said women. You disagree that women have equal rights to men.
I was speaking more like in a general worldwide.
Oh, worldwide.
It didn't specifically.
It didn't say the United
States. I mean,
it did not say the United States.
Okay, so men and women have equal rights in the United States.
No, it didn't say United States.
No. I know, but now I'm asking the clarifying question. You think that women do have equal rights in the United States compared to men?
Correct.
Same with you.
I guess it also depends on state because there's state laws and there's national laws. Like, for example, women's right to equal pay, that can be different.
That's a law.
Different. What I'm saying is that could be different from state to state versus national.
But there's federal.
Yes.
I mean, there's federal regulations.
There's federal minimum wage and then there's state minimum wage. Like there's like I feel like tons of little niche things that aren't necessarily quite up to par, but
can you give us an example or?
Can my phone? Can I because it's the thing is like I don't know it off the top of my head, but I am.
But you believe there is something that out there that exists, but it's just not coming.
It's not coming to my memory bank at the moment. That's not something that I have.
Well, my position is that there is no right that the man has that the woman doesn't. Actually, you know what? I'll be charitable. The one thing that I can think of, and it while I think is fairly minor, it is technically a right that it depends on your location that men possess that women don't. This would be in certain jurisdictions, men can be topless in public. In other areas, women can be topless in public. Some jurisdictions, I guess it's an indecency or something. I don't know. I don't think that's really the pressing issue for most feminists. I think most men would actually be like, oh, okay, let's equalize. I'm in favor. Bust out the titties. Don't care. I don't think most women want to be like walking around with their titties out to begin with. I'm a feminist. You want the titties out? You can have the titties
Are you
out.
a feminist?
I will advocate. I will be a feminist. I'll
He's like, I'm
advocate.
there,
I mean,
titties
I'm more
out.
of like a butt guy, so I don't really, you know. I'm more of a labia guy, to be honest. Like, big labia matter. Like, I don't really, butt, boobs, whatever. Like, if the labia is big, that's all that matters. I actually only date women with, okay, anyways, whatever. Never mind.
I just want to say this real quick.
Are you also a big labia guy? I knew it.
I plead the fifth. I think it's funny how y'all didn't assume he was talking. Y'all assumed when he was. You said when he hit you up, you assumed that he was talking about L.A. But in this question, you assumed he was talking about the world. It seems like y'all just pick and choose when y'all want to focus on nuance and when you don't, just to make an.
I mean, it's like
But
a strategy.
Well, I think it was also because I wasn't reached out by the show
Yeah, we had
initially.
one of our talent recruiters,
I was
In any
reached
case-
out by a different person who was a girl, and based off of her, when I looked at
that makes
her thing, I thought it was going to be a different
We've talked
set of
about
questions.
dating pretty substantially here, I think. I mean,
But not in L.A. specifically, like she was saying. So
Yeah, like based off of her profile, I had assumed that
I'll have to
that
see
it was
what
going
she sent
to,
you. I mean, I have third parties who send
Yeah, no,
casting
it's
messages
fine.
out. But
It's fine.
in any
Like,
case,
it's fine. It's just
I
not
will
what
move it on. It was women have more rights than men. I don't know if we can't linger. I got to move things on quickly. Do you want to come back? You know what we could do? Do you want to come? Do you want to come back?
I'm scared to come back.
Oh, she's
I'm getting
scared.
trolled. I'm getting trolled.
No, you're killing it.
You
You're
already
doing
did it
fine.
once. You can do it again.
And you have more to add.
And you're from here. You might as well. Just
did
you're
good.
bored one day.
Yeah, you did. You were great. Okay.
Yeah.
you tough.
You did a really good job.
So
Yeah, you
let's
weren't
see.
afraid to
There's.
talk.
Are you a feminist?
I feel like I overexposed myself. No, I really do.
As long as your boyfriend's okay.
Are you a feminist?
I would consider myself. I think
Wait, into the mic,
everyone
into the mic,
here.
into the mic.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Into
I
the
think
mic.
everyone here would assume that I consider
Who
myself.
else is a feminist? Feminist. Oh wow, feminist.
Can
I don't
someone
take
wait?
a-
Like, what is
Depends
this?
on the
Wait,
definition. Not a
depends
girl
on the
girl.
definition
Yeah,
of.
no, I'm a girl.
I think. I would say you fall in the category
Yeah,
of a neo-feminist, which I
She's
don't.
a neo-Nazi. What?
No, not
I can
the-
see that.
Not
Do
the
you have German
NN.
heritage or something?
But
Definitely not.
do I agree with like equal rights? Yeah, but do I also think that women have a place, and that place should be respected as a female in that mindset of typical female traits? Yes. Feminists might hate that about me and how I feel about a
I don't think you're a
traditional.
feminist at all.
What is that
Yeah,
place?
you seem pretty based.
Really? Yeah, probably. Okay, fuck
What
it.
is
I'm
that?
not.
Old school feminist is a way
You're a
different
humanist.
definition.
I'm a
Yeah, like I feel like I'm a humanist, but I feel like that should be.
What is the place?
What?
Wait, the place? What?
Yeah, you said you feel like women have a place. What is the place?
Homemaker, right? Like
No, not necessarily. There's options, there's choices, but like at the end of the day, I think biologically there is a natural air of a womanhood and what we say we expect from a man, from a relationship. I'm not saying this is every single one of you guys. I'm not saying that about every single person. I'm saying, but from the issues it seems like we've discussed, there's this expectation of what we want from a man in a relationship. And that puts us, we need to be accountable in our awareness of how we present ourselves and what the expectation is from a man is the expectation from a man to us as a woman and the place as a female that we reside in to accept.
Yeah, because on the flip side, if we thought like women, y'all wouldn't like us. Like, in other words, if we felt like, you know what, I can come outside and just wear what the hell I want to wear, I'm still a man, you're going to be like, nah, you're not. So we got to be fair. It's certain things we have to do that's expected of the opposite sex. You don't have to acquiesce and bow down and kiss every man's ass. But you're gonna judge a man who comes out in flip-flops every day with a tank top. Like, you're not gonna say, well, who am I to judge him? You're not gonna find that appealing. You're not gonna see that as masculine. So same thing with women. We see you dress a certain way. We expect a certain basic decorum between the sexes. I think it keeps things civil. I think trying to prove a point and be extreme on both sides is just a waste of time, and it's really hurting the future generations because they watching us.
I think
Just
I would
going
beg to
based on
differ on the guy with the
Just ego.
flip flops.
You said what?
You wanna
I would beg
argue
to
about the
differ.
flip-flop thing?
I
mean, I'm sure you'll
I'd
beg
like
to
the
differ
guy with
on
the
damn near
flip-flop.
everything I say. Like,
But
so you have a body
have-
type preference?
Wait,
just don't be overweight. You can have a little pudge. You're like, I'm not looking for perfection. Just be,
Healthy.
decent. You know what I mean? I'm not into.
But then
real,
you have
real
to
big
see
girls.
that through like what they wear, right? You know.
So if a guy
If they're that big, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But if you could, it's levels. Some women can kind of hide their little curves, but some women are so big no matter what they wear. But I'm just not into big women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not big. I'm not. If I can't do this to your waist, you're too big. Like I can't. If I gotta do this, I'm good.
So if a guy is a surfer bro and he's
That's
at the
different.
beach-
He's at the beach. I'm talking about if you're handling. Come on,
He's
sweetheart.
an
I'm
avid
talking about if you're a
traveler.
grown man in the store. Like when I see grown men with their families, and you got your wife and you got your kids, and you slapping around the house sounding like Nana walking behind me. You know, that's some goofy ass shit. That's not manly to me. Because first of all, if some shit pop off, how you gonna get busy with some flip flops on? I'm gonna step on your toes to get busy. So that's dumb. That's not protective. It's not putting yourself in a protective way.
So
But
don't
like you
step on
said,
your
like
toe.
you're doing, like I feel like you on some power struggle shit. I'm not on that.
I am not on a power struggle.
You
I'm
are,
just trying.
sweetheart.
What about the surfer, bro?
A surfer, bro. He's on the beach.
Wait, guys, quiet.
I just don't understand what's wrong with it.
I just explained it. If you're a man and if you're out by yourself, do what you want. I just don't think it's becoming of a man
You
to
don't
walk
think-
around with house shoes. It's just goofy. It never was cool, and it's not cool now. It's cool for women like you. You know why? Because women like you would love to change the narrative of men because it'll fit your ego. But in reality, a man should not be outside as a warrior, as a protective man, not of just people, of his fucking self, with his toes exposed. You're a grown
I have a good
man.
question.
Please don't put words in my mouth.
I don't got to.
With the
just
provocative
did.
clothing, like for example, if I go to hot yoga or something and I want to wear leggings and a sports bra because I'm sweating really bad, but it reveals my body, is that
Say it again. Repeat it. I'm sorry.
for the provocative clothing topic? If I want to go to my hot yoga class and I have to wear leggings and a sports bra, is it provocative to do that because I need to because I'm like
I
sweating
mean,
out all my toxins?
but it's a hot yoga class. So
But if I'm walking
I
in
think
like
it's,
that,
he means just what's your intention and what you're wearing. Like if you're like going to the gym, like you can wear what you want,
It's
be
expected.
comfortable. But if
If
you're
you're at
like
the beach, it's
wearing a
expected to wear
bra
flip-flops.
at the grocery store, then like what is your intent to wear a bra at the
exactly.
grocery
If I'm out with my children, I'm out with my wife. I don't want to be flopping around. It's just stupid. You're not ready to move. You're not ready to run. You're not even physically able to move at a certain pace if something pop off with flip flops on.
If shit
What the
hits
fuck
the
is we
fan,
talking about?
Like if a fight, if a terrorist attack,
You got on some
can't
Nike flip-flops?
You can't be having flip flops
With your kids? Come on, we flopping outside. They gonna you're done.
That's crazy.
Sound like Nana. When I hear flip flops, I be thinking that sound like Nana walking behind me, bro. Not no grown ass man. Me personally, I don't like grown men walking outside with flip flops. It's only cool because women said it's cool, and dudes who care that much about women liking them will do that shit. But I'm not one of those dudes. I'm gonna stand up for what's real, whether women like that shit or not.
Guys, we're gonna do this. We don't have time for a proper roast session. We're gonna do a $69 TTS roast session. If you guys want, just because if it's like $20, $30, it's just we're gonna be here all night. So we're gonna do $69 TTS roast session. If you want, you can get it in. $69 TTS roast session. While those are coming in, we're gonna hit a couple more points. Then we're gonna wrap up the show here. So we were talking about like feminism. Oh, really quick. I don't know. War came up earlier. You're a feminist, right? Would you be you believe in equality, right? Because one of the prompts here is, it says, feminism is not about equality. You disagreed about that. Do you believe in, like, for example, currently the military conscription, selective service, the draft? Do you think women should have to be drafted?
Well, here's my thing. I don't like the draft for men or women. I don't think either one should have to be drafted. I don't think that you should have to potentially die against your will. That's my thing.
But given the reality that men do have to register for the selective service, should women equally have to register?
I suppose I suppose yes.
Yeah.
But in a perfect world, I don't think
But the
that
world's
there
not
should
perfect.
be. Yeah,
Like there's military conflicts.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Lots of my friends actually willingly went into the military.
Yeah, they volunteered.
Yeah, they volunteered. And they had probably not the best experiences in the military as women. Right. But that being said, I fully supported their choice to want to join. I was super excited for them to want to join the military. So I feel like I would have the same level of excitement for a woman to join the military as a guy friend to.
Yes, I
So, like,
do.
this is-
I dislike both of those. But
Right.
if I'm saying if there was a situation where I would be happy for a friend of mine
But
to be
so currently
enlisted.
currently the laws when it comes to selective service, women are excluded from having to register for the draft. You would be in favor of equalizing this, so women could also be in some wartime scenario, they could be drafted. You're in favor of this. You'd have to be to believe in equality, wouldn't you?
I would be in favor of doing away with the draft.
Yeah, but that's not possible.
Why? Why is that not possible?
Because if we went to war, we need someone to fight a war.
Governments and nations, they're not going to relinquish their right to force its citizenry into a military conflict if the nation needs to be defended. Here, let me ask you a question, right? Here's a hypothetical scenario. There is a invading army. I don't know, China, I don't know, whatever. Hypothetical. I'm not even going to say a nation, forget China. This invading army is super belligerent, and the values of this invading country are totally contradictory to the values of the United States. So, for example, they're slavery. And if they do invade the country and they win, they're going to essay all the women in the country. Okay. Would you agree that, and here's the scenario, if the government, if the United States forces its males to fight in the war, that's going to be it's going to be terrible for the men, many men are going to die, but they will repel this attack from this nation. If they don't force the men into military service, because let's assume like the men are not willing to for whatever reason, the other nation will have a victory in the military conflict. They're going to kill all the men in the population anyways, and they're going to essay all the women. Do you think that the government should then be able to force its citizenry to fight the war?
I think in this situation, I would agree that both female and male, like U.S. citizens, should be.
No, just men.
Wait, what?
Just men.
No, your first question was, do you think that women should also have to join the draft? In that situation,
I see what
yes.
you're saying. Okay, yes.
I would agree, because there's plenty of countries that it is
saying,
unisex for the draft.
Right, but not very many. It's pretty rare, but in any case. So the question is, though, you were arguing, well, it shouldn't be this way. So I was presenting to you a scenario where like, well, should it be this way in this scenario?
What I was saying is, I would hope that it wouldn't have to.
Yeah, but like I wish there was world peace and all this stuff, right? The reality is,
if it was forced and we had someone trying to invade us, then yes, I would agree that and we had to do the draft that both women and men who are healthy and
no, it would just be men in this example.
Oh wait, okay.
It would just be men. I'm having a separate conversation because you're like, oh, the draft shouldn't exist. But I'm like, okay, how about in this scenario, should the draft exist?
Okay, in the situation that we're being actively invaded and not enough people have signed up, then yes,
they
I
have
suppose
they have to force men to fight.
Then we have to force people to fight.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I would say in that situation, both men and women should be.
Wait,
in
you disagree?
I disagree.
Okay.
If you look in
just
history,
to be clear,
I disagree with her, is what I'm saying. Only because with the fact of both men and women should fight. But I said I'm not for really feminism. I'm a girl's girl.
Oh,
I swear.
You don't want to fight.
I don't want to fight, and not only that, if you look in history, if women were there during the war, we were all just raped. And that's how other cultures and stuff started. Like, usually they just use us as a tool. We don't fight. We don't do anything. We're just property to another country.
Well, I mean...
the reason why I was saying that they should is because if we are being actively invaded, I would be thinking about all of the younger girls that would be essayed versus versus me. You know, like, if we're talking about actively being invaded.
So do you think, though... I mean, I'm taking it in a bit of a different direction, but, like... in the scenario that I presented, you agree that the men should be drafted?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said in that situation, I also agree that women should be drafted. Yes.
Okay. So you do think that women should be drafted then in reality?
Yes, in that very rare circumstance of that happening.
But so the current reality is that men are subject to forced military conscription. They have to register for the selective service. It's a felony if they don't register. There's a fine. They're barred from certain federal programs. They can't get student financial aid. There's a couple other, they can't get certain federal jobs. There's some other ramifications that aren't immediately coming to my head. But this is only applicable to men. Only men can be subject to military conscription. Even in peacetime, currently there's kind of some military conflicts going on in the world. The U.S. is not... in any case, you believe, for the sake of equality as a feminist, right, shouldn't women also be subject to military conscription?
Yes, in the situation that you had listed, but I don't.
No, just the current. Okay, that was I used an extreme example. Extreme example. I'm just asking, in the current, should they be equally subject to military conscription? And I'll even grant to you that most of these women are probably not going to, just the reality of warfare. They're going to be like, I read something once, to have one person in combat requires 8 support people. So to have one person in combat requires 8 support people. We don't even have to put the women in combat. They can be doing pencil pusher shit. They can be in support roles far from the front line. Should they be forced into military conscription the way men are?
Yes, if we are talking about a draft, it should be both parties.
Okay, cool. I do have one kind of different direction thing here with this. Do you think that, how about this scenario? We can see into the future. Okay. We can see 20 years into the future. Okay. And we know in 20 years, that same army that I described, that nation who's barbaric and who's going to kill all the men and basically make the women slaves and essay them, we can see the future. And we say, our population is not big enough to thwart this threat. Now, the only way that we can stop this threat is if we draft the women, not to fight the war, but to birth children. To birth children so that in 18, 19, 20 years time, when they're fighting age, we can repel the enemy. Do you think we should be able to conscript? Do you think we should be able to? I know it's kind of like a crazy hypothetical. Do you think we should be able to conscript women in the same way that we can currently conscript men to be forced to go die in war? Should we be conscript women who otherwise, some women would volunteer? Yes, I will find men and I will have children because I don't want us to be all killed and essayed. Some women, though, we have to force some women to have children.
No.
Would you make that trade?
No, because.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
There are lots of countries that have implemented strategies to try and increase birth rate, and the United States has done none of those measures. So I think if we did, then you wouldn't have to force anyone. Give free childcare, give incentives, make it to where it doesn't cost
hypothetical scenario
money.
The hypothetical scenario entails that this invading nation will win the war in 20 years time, because we can see in the future, will win the war in 20 years time, unless all women birth 2 children in the next 2 years.
That is such honestly a ridiculous argument. It's
engage with it.
What I'm saying is no, that is absolutely so immorally wrong to force someone to be pregnant. It would be a form of sexual assault if I'm not correct. Because you're forcing.
So the alternative is that they end up getting sexually assaulted anyways, and all the men are put to death.
And that should be their choice, I suppose.
It should be women's choice?
It should be women's choice. So
then why should it be the government's choice as it currently is? Why can the government force men to go and die in a war?
I don't want them to force them.
She didn't agree with either one.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
But it's just it's like the reality.
There's plenty of things that are a reality that can be changed if we decide to act on it.
It would require total consensus from every single person in the world for war to end.
I want to say we'd have to take people off our front lines.
It's just
and that's our protection.
Okay.
So it's a sticky situation.
It's just interesting to me. So you as a woman, because in the scenario I provided before, I said just draft the men. Just draft the men into that war. You're like, well, yes, of course. We should take away men's bodily autonomy.
No, I didn't say that.
That's literally, you said yes.
I said men and women. I said both should be drafted. I never said that only men should be drafted.
Yeah, but the scenario, I mean,
one is involving sex, and that's also a big difference.
Yeah, but oh my God, the difference is that even if women get drafted, just the reality of warfare, they're not going to put women on the front line, even if they do get drafted. So there's a differential when it comes to bodily autonomy. Okay.
Forcing people to have children and taking away their right to be able to like live the life that they want to, so that you can control a potential war in the future.
It's not a potential war.
It's just there's so many hypotheticals on top of hypotheticals.
I know it's a crazy hypothetical. I know it's a crazy hypothetical, but it's like, so the entailment.
I think most people would rather just leave the United States and leave it to fucking burn, to be honest. Most women.
So, okay, just to be clear here, the entailment, though, of the scenario is some women get forced into having children. Bear in mind, they can like still try to find a guy that they would want to have sex with. They have to have these children. Whereas if they don't, then all the women get essayed anyways, and then all the men get put to death. You'd still prefer the...
If it was like, if an alert came out tomorrow on the global news or on national TV and was like, every woman of 25 and older needs to have 2 children within the next 5 years, I'd pack up my shit and leave. I would leave. And I think a lot of women would.
Let's assume you're looking for a little loophole here.
Because you've given me an impossible situation, and the answer is no. There is no situation in which forcing a woman to carry something that she doesn't want to, or forcing her to have sex when she doesn't want to, is in any situation ever redeemable.
Can I ask you a question? How about a different scenario? There's one woman left on Earth, and she doesn't want to have sex.
So then the world fucking dies out.
I'm glad she's saying this, because what she's proving that you're not leaders, we are. Because when push comes to shove, if you have to do something outside of your natural will for the greater good, you won't do it. And that's cool, but that's just what it is. Because men, we no, that's exactly what you're doing. Because if the fate of the country is based on you just saying, hey, we don't want you to allow yourself to get assaulted. Because women, you see couples that may have a surrogate where the wife can't get pregnant and she'll have sex with another guy because he can impregnate her. Women do that all the time. So, am I lying? Some men might be sterile, or they might have a surrogate or a man that can, they'll use his semen to impregnate the wife. Sometimes too. What I'm saying is women have been in positions where she had sex with someone that's not her choice or her mate for the greater good of something. It may be to have a child with her gay lover or with her man who's impotent. So that's her allowing her body to be entered for her personal benefit. But when it comes to the benefit of the greater good, she won't do it.
Well, it's about choice.
We know, and you made a choice to not be a leader. Own it.
Okay. First of all, we're saying the last woman on planet Earth.
Now, I was talking about the other scenario when he said, we need people. We're being invaded. We need children. We need young men. So then you look
to your allies. We have military alliances for a reason.
You got to engage with the hypothetical, though. You can't be like, well, there's okay.
Well, we have these set hypotheticals for these type of talks, but I didn't know this was going to be a question. I could have come up with a bunch of hypotheticals for this question to shoot right back at you if I had time.
The entailment. Well, you leave the allies, whatever. The entailment requires that the woman would have to do this thing in order to save all the other women
and future women,
and then the future women, and then all the men too.
And I can guarantee that there would be women to pick that up if that came to be, because they would recognize that. But forcing a woman who does not want to help and does not want to do that, that's her body, and You shouldn't force it. The same way that the draft shouldn't be forced. It's my same opinion is that it should not be
the draft
forced.
should not. Well, I mean, the government.
If Pearl Harbor was happening like right now again in 2024, and we were having a constant
when was Pearl
onslaught,
Harbor, by the way?
like 19.
I want to say like 48.
No, it was I want to say it was like 53 or 45, 46. No, wait, 1946.
Are you thinking of the Korean War? Like Pearl Harbor? Oh boy.
You know what?
Okay, yeah.
It's
all right.
it's been a long time.
Really quick.
We don't have the exact dates.
I'm moving on. I know. By the way, guys, this scenario I provided, I just want to make it clear. I'm not in any way in favor of that scenario ever playing out. I don't think that should ever be the case. It's simply a really insane thought experiment to have.
Okay.
When was World War II?
Are you serious? 1960s.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with.
I'm not
Good
confirming or denying, but 1960s. Okay.
60s, yeah.
Just do decade. What decade? World War II?
I think it's like it's 1940s. I think it's the 40s.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the 40s.
I have no idea.
Guess.
I don't know.
Okay.
Somewhere around what they said.
Guess. Throw out a decade. Okay. What about you?
My grandpa was in World War II.
W.
40s.
Or sorry, I don't know. Is it?
Sorry.
I don't know if
he
it's
didn't die in it. Yes, get me.
I don't know.
Guess.
The 40s.
Okay, that was beautiful. All right. Okay, I'm moving on.
Wait, what's the answer?
1939 to 1945.
I said 45.
You said 56.
I said no because I got the number switch. I said.
Oh, okay.
Let's play this back. I did
last
say
thing with
two
the war.
options.
Last thing with the war. Who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
In that war or
No, all wars, any war?
Are we talking about just casualty like deaths?
Just totality.
Okay. Probably it depends on the war, but I guess
How about the Ukraine war?
it would be men.
World War II.
Are we talking about all of the Jews that died? Because I don't know. There's a lot of women that died.
They're all men.
That's hard. That's hard with that one. I don't know.
It's all men. It's all men. It's all men.
Yeah.
Men. That's the answer. Men.
Okay, who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
Men.
I guess men. I don't know.
I already answered. They're all men.
Oh, okay.
Men.
And you already answered. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, okay. I swear it's like 3 more questions. Okay. You can be sexist towards men.
Yes, we've all sat here and pretty much did it.
You said yes?
Yeah, I said
No.
yes.
We all sat here and pretty much did it in the
No,
beginning.
because to be sexist, you have to be coming from a position of power.
Prejudice plus power. That thing. What about you?
What?
Can you be sexist towards men?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you explain the prejudice plus power thing?
Well, it's like, for example, racism.
Yeah.
To be racist, technically, you have to be coming from a position of power. Me,
Perceived
That's
power.
not true.
me doing something that may be hurtful to you would not be technically racist. Prejudice, wrong, immoral, yes, but racist, no.
I have a question.
No.
So if someone says like a racial slur to you, does that not make them racist because it didn't hurt your feelings? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Then-
saying the
okay.
person
Maybe
that
I heard it wrong.
the person that is portraying or eliciting these things, they have to be coming from a position of power. So I don't mean necessarily.
Here, let me do a quick example to try to move things along here. Okay, Barack Obama, when he was president, he had a white janitor. This is a hypothetical. He didn't. This isn't actually real.
Systemic power. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I
so
mean by
Barack
power.
Obama, when he was president, he had a white janitor. He fires the white janitor because the janitor was white. Is that racist?
It's prejudice. Wrong.
Wait, hold
immoral.
on. You just said the definition of racism is prejudice plus power.
Systemic
Yeah.
power.
Yeah, the system of the executive branch of the United States government, which is the most
Yes,
powerful country
but
in the world.
African American people do not have systemic power. Overall, we do not have systemic power.
Okay, hold on.
Mexican
You can still
American
be
people do
racist
not
without
have
that.
systemic
Yes.
power.
Wait,
it's not
so
racist.
Barack
It's wrong.
Question.
Not racist.
Barack Obama, African American, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, Barack Obama, president, most powerful man in the world, and of the most president, leader of the most powerful country in the world?
He's in a place of power, but he does not have systemic power.
What do you mean? He literally controls the government system. He's the, let me ask you a question. Is the executive branch of the government a system?
Yes.
Is Barack Obama a African American man?
Okay.
No. You got to answer the question.
Yes.
Okay. So the executive branch of the government is a system. Barack Obama, an African American man, was the leader of a system, the executive branch. How is that not?
Let me give you another example. So if I have a boss and he is Latino and he fires me because he's black, just because he is higher up than me does not mean that that was racist.
So
it was wrong. It wasn't right. He would get in trouble for it, but
wait, it's not racist?
It wasn't.
Wait, not racist.
No, it wasn't racist. It was prejudice because it wasn't systemic.
Well, can I ask
Systematic racism is one thing and racism is another.
It's just
I can say I don't like you because you're this or whatever. That doesn't mean I have the power to change your life. I can say I don't like nobody in here because of their color, but if it can't impact how they move and how they can take care of themselves, there's no power behind it. The power in it is I'm hurting your feelings. Systematic racism is when they create redlining and unfair banking practices to prevent people from upward mobility. Those are not the same things. What the hell is you talking about?
I want to say racism is just ignorance. It's not power. It's just of like not knowing.
Yes, systematic racism is not the same as racism.
To people, you don't want to understand other sides. You just took out a whole group.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Hypothetical scenario. A group of black men beat up a white person because he's white. Is that racism?
It's wrong, but they are not
not
racist.
Okay. And then, so I'm trying to figure out the hierarchies.
Technically.
What about what if he's Asian?
Let's look up the definition.
No, what
I
if he's
think
Asian?
she's talking about like the actual definition versus like what people's interpretation of the word is.
A group of Asian
things.
A group of Asian men beat up a black person because he's black. Is that racist?
No.
Oh my God.
So wait, a group of white people.
I'm going off of the definition. So if we want to be technical, that's true.
A group of white people beat up a black person. Racist, right? Is the only group that can be racist towards black people then is white people?
We're in the U.S.
I'm a mixed kid, and that is not true. No.
This conversation is just taking. Oh no. We're gone.
I'm not trying to speak for you, but I think you're talking about the literal definition of racism versus prejudice.
I want to say I'm mixed. My white side hates my black side. My black side hates the white side. They hate each other.
So if I were to go over there and slap her just because I say I don't like white people, that's not racist.
I'm talking about the literal definition.
What is the literal definition?
What is the literal definition?
That's what I just said. Look it up.
But what is racist to you? What is racist to you?
Look up the definition.
I'm not asking to look up the definition. Obviously I can, but I'm asking
Go
you.
off, queen.
I'm asking you. What is your definition of racism?
Just look up the definition.
I'm black. I don't need to look up the definition of racism.
We're just asking what's yours.
What's yours? What is your?
I'm telling you to look up the definition and read it. Okay, but don't come at me.
What is your definition? Not the dictionary's definition. Your
dictionary, not the dictionary.
I
wasn't correcting. I was just.
Also,
we got it.
What is it? What you got?
Because what she's saying is really disturbing because it's like the boy who cried wolf. There's real racist situations that'll be ignored because of the goofy shit you just said. That don't make no damn sense. Systematic racism. If I'm black and somebody from the neighborhood that's white and we say, yo, get out of here, white boy, and beat him up, That's racist. Is it systematically racism? No, because we don't have a system backing us to prevent them from upward mobility. But discriminating anybody based on race, gender, or any,
it's discrimination.
It's racism because it's based on their race. It's discrimination when you're saying, I don't like you because I don't like what you're wearing. I don't like your shirt. That's discrimination. But if I'm doing it basically solely based on race, it's racism. So racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is minority or marginalized. The belief that different races possess distinct characteristics, abilities, or qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as inferior or superior to one another. So what are you talking about?
Okay, now look up who can be racist.
Anybody. We don't have to look it up. We're grown as hell.
You tell us. No, you tell us.
No, I'm asking you to look it up.
We don't have to.
I'm asking you to look it up.
Yeah, but it's
use your brain.
Everybody can be racist.
No, but it's your claim. It's your claim.
You
So
can be
who
racist.
can be racist?
Black people?
I already
You're
told
racist
you.
based on the goofy shit you just said. It don't make no damn sense. You just said that white people only be racist. That don't make no sense.
Let's not attack each other on this.
That's just goofy though, because people need to be getting messed up over real racism. This is not it.
Into the mic. Wait. Why don't you tell us who can be racist?
I already said my opinion.
Here, I'll ask them. Can Asian people be racist?
I'm not going to say anything else because you guys are attacking me, so it doesn't really matter what I have to say.
I'm asking for clarification.
No, don't do that because you're like,
oh, you don't want anything
what the hell
from
is
me
that?
over here. I'm gonna let you have it. And over there, I'm gonna let you.
Wait, okay, guys. So, okay. Just answer the question. I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to.
No, I think I'm done with that.
I'm trying to understand your worldview. Okay. Can Asian people be racist?
I told you I'm done.
Well, that's intellectual cowardice.
No, because
How about
attacked you.
How about a different question?
Well, okay, fine.
Do you view the word prejudice in the way that he said? So he said.
That was the
okay, wait,
definition.
hold on. Can I?
No, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You said racism versus systematic racism in your comparison, and she said racism versus prejudice. Do you align your version of prejudice to his version of regular racism?
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to say. You guys are talking about the same thing, just using different words. They're
definitely not talking about the same thing.
But that's their sisterhood. That's that sisterhood shit. That's the sisterhood.
They're definitely not talking about the same
I know not. I know. I'm saying.
I was gonna
what
say they're
people portray.
not.
But that's the shit they be trying to do. You want to tag her in because you're trying to defend her. Let her defend her own argument. She didn't make no damn sense.
I feel like she's getting ganged up on, and she's
Not making sense.
What I was taught in school was that racism is systematic.
We're still
That
going.
is wrong. It is wrong.
It's
It is
the same-
very wrong.
All right,
It is
man.
absolutely 100% wrong. This is 2024. It is wrong.
Go off.
That is
Queen.
wrong. Like,
What did you learn on your own? Do you have a library? Have you Googled anything? Have you bought a book to teach you what it is instead of just listening to what people say? Like, what study have you done on your own?
Two black people versus one black person.
That's why I asked you to look up the definition.
We did.
He did.
And we just read it
We
to
read
you.
it to you.
That wasn't my notes.
I gotta sit this one out.
Well,
You guys gotta
obviously.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Shit.
I'm tired.
But this all stemmed from because I just asked, can you be sexist towards men? And you said no. And you said like it's the same way like how you can't be racist like towards white people or black people. Like so, really, we'll move off of the race thing. Let's go to the sexist thing. Let's say a company that's owned by women, they refuse to hire men. Is that sexist?
It's wrong.
She literally can't. It's wait, hold on.
That's the sisterhood. It's a mindset.
You literally like okay.
It's discriminatory.
Wait, so just to be clear, let's say this is a this company is a public. Let's go ahead and split this. This company is a publicly traded company. It's worth billions of dollars. The board is made up entirely of women. They control the board. They are all in the HR department. They handle all the hiring. They refuse to hire men. Is that sexist?
I think I already told you my answer.
So I don't know how else to actually like articulate this. So you don't think those women have power? So these are the board of directors is all the women on the board of directors, they're millionaires, and they're looking to hire a male janitor who's.
I'm not saying that they don't have power.
Hold on. So these women are all millionaires. They're all on the board of directors, okay? And they're looking to hire a male janitor, right? But they refuse to because, and this man, he's an immigrant, and he's living in poverty. Who has the power in this situation?
Based off of how I learned.
No. Not what you learned. Listen to the words I'm saying. Like, put it through your mind here.
But I already told you that the women have the power in this situation.
But this meets your own definition, right? So I'm even like using your I disagree with your definition, but I'm using your definition. You said prejudice plus power. You just granted that the women have you grant, right, that the women in this situation have the power, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So this meets your definition, right? So you must concede that this is sexism.
I think we can just agree to disagree.
This is
no. This is like crazy.
This is but I'm glad people saying this is on some Manchurian candidate shit. Like as you can see, this feminism shit is a demonic spirit, yo.
I don't
like,
think that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with feminism. That has nothing to do with feminism.
I want to test the logic a little bit. Hold on. I want to test the logic a little here, but let's use a different country. So a white person goes to China. Can they be racist towards him?
No.
Whoa,
based off of the definition, like a white person.
But racism said nothing. Racism had nothing to do with one race. Like it's racism.
It's not whiteism. It's not whiteism. It's racism.
It's not blackism. It's not Mexism.
Change the split on this one. Change the split.
Racism. Races. There's more than one race.
Yo, let's stop calling it common sense. It's uncommon sense.
Okay.
Wait. So no. Hold on. So a white person goes to China. Who has all the power in China? Chinese people or white people? Okay. They have all the power.
Check.
They have all the systemic power, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Chinese people have systemic power in China. Can't believe I'm even saying this. A white person goes to China. Can the Chinese be racist towards the white person?
Yes.
You literally just said no.
I thought you said could the white person be racist towards the Chinese person?
Okay. All right. At least you're somewhat consistent in your worldview, because I was about to say that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood.
Right. Okay, so if a white person goes to Africa, would this also apply? And like an African country that's like 99.99% black, can the black people be racist in that African country, racist to the white person in that country?
Correct.
Okay, at least you're consistent in this application here. So is there any, I assume then for you, there's no country in which a woman can be sexist towards men?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so I'm just confused here though. So, well, what about a country where the woman is the head of state?
Does that change the power dynamic in that
Well, I suppose
country?
It could still be patriarchal, even if with a woman head of state. Could it? I don't know. This is wait. Okay. The richest woman in the world, who probably got it through divorce, but the richest woman in the world, she's looking to hire a Mexican immigrant to do what's the term for it?
Labor?
Yard work.
Labor. Landscaping?
Landscaping, thank you.
Oh.
Hires a Mexican immigrant, a male Mexican immigrant to do, oh great, but now it's gonna get like intersectional and you're gonna be like, oh, but he's a Mexican immigrant, so okay, okay. Okay, who has the power in that situation?
The woman is hiring the immigrant?
Okay, I should not have introduced the immigrant. Okay, the richest woman in the world hires a white man from a middle class background to do landscaping for her. Who has the power?
Whereas, what race is the woman? I'm confused.
She's white. And it's a white man.
And the situation in terms of employment, the woman does. But in terms of...
She refuses to hire him because... I don't know where all these female landscapers are, but she refuses to hire him because he's a man. Okay. Is that sexist?
Then my answer is going to be the same. It's discrimination.
I actually, my previous example was better. This company, the whole board is women, and they're looking to hire a janitor, but they refuse to hire a male janitor because he's male. Is that sexist?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Okay. How about this? Let me reverse it. A company that everybody on the board of directors, they're all male. They're looking to hire a cleaning lady, somebody to clean the office, but they refuse to hire a female cleaning lady because she's a woman. Is that sexist?
Yes, they're all male.
So why is it different when women do it to men?
I don't know how else to like.
This is dangerous because there's people that really think like this in the world and will fuck somebody's life up with this dumbass rhetoric. Like, this shit is crazy.
You're talking about feminism, and I heard you say that feminism is like witchcraft. And as much as I think
I said what she's talking about in this mentality.
I heard it.
Forget feminism.
All right.
This mentality that she has and other women have, where they can stand in the face of logic and say no, is demonic to me. That's my statement.
Okay, that's
I'm standing
demonic.
Did you just
it's
call
demonic.
me demonic?
It's under mind control. It doesn't make no damn sense.
Can we not call each other
I said
names?
it's demonic. The mind state is demonic. You're not demonic. You're not a demon. But that mind mentality, when you can say women imposing their power is not sexist, but men doing it is sexist, that's extremely biased.
Last one. Let's say, I know you were probably very upset that Trump won. I'm sorry. I know you were very upset. Hey, why is this visible here? We should not have these hats visible. Do you want a hat?
I'm straight, man.
Okay. Trump didn't win the election, right? Kamala wins. Same scenario. She's looking to hire a janitor in the White House. She refuses, Kamala Harris, she won the presidency. She refuses to hire a man because he is a man. And he's applying for a janitor position. Is that sexist?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm obviously asking you.
Oh no, you were looking that way, so.
Oh, I'm just looking into the distance.
My answers are still going to be the same.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're just different questions, but they all have the same answer.
No, just answer the question. Just answer the question.
It's the same answer.
Yeah, what's the answer?
It's the same thing.
So no.
No.
Is it no?
Yes, it's the same thing.
So Kamala Harris, who is in charge of the executive branch of the United States government, which is a system, she's the most powerful, arguably the most powerful person in the world now that she's president, United States, most powerful country in the world, leader of said country. She has the power. She has the prejudice. It meets your own, I'm using your own definition of sexism. How is she not sexist?
I already told you.
This is a perfect example of cognitive dissonance.
Oh.
Part of I'm using your definition,
though, right? Like
she can't even save her. No, don't. It's all right. Let her go. You can't save her. You can't keep saving her. Let her die on her own.
Okay,
you can't save her.
Because
here, try to help her.
Okay,
Phone a friend.
I believe that you can obviously be sexist to men, and I think that based off of on the basis of sex, which we know, like, was solidified in our, I guess, legislator by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. That being said, I think what the disconnect is verbiage, because sometimes people have different verbiage of
like what they interpret as prejudice versus racism versus systematic racism.
No, but I'm
like,
using her definition. I'm literally using her definition, and she won't.
She said power.
She won't even grant it. She will not even grant it.
What would you call that like situation? I suppose.
What would I call it?
Yeah, like if.
It's crazy.
Like, if it wasn't, what word would you use instead of sexist? I suppose.
Got it.
No.
Is this the first, like, just curious, I'm not trying to be mean, is this the first time you've ever heard, like, a dissenting opinion on this?
I've heard, different
And by the way, I
opinions.
know, like, maybe as a white man, I mean, but you've had 2 African-American individuals. Do you guys prefer black? Do you prefer black? Sorry, I'm really white, so I don't know what's
Doesn't matter
Does
to
it,
most
is it
people.
I mean, for the sake of this conversation, it don't matter. I have my opinion on that. I don't like the, black and white. No one's really literally black. Nobody's literally white. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, I'm kind of like pink. I'm pink.
Yeah, I'm brown.
People need to identify me properly as a pink person. I'm a pink person.
I'm retarded. So.
Now, wow, you would not do well on a date with her.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm a little autistic. Autism.
Now, okay, so it's just like using your own definition. Even then, you won't even grant it.
That's extreme bias. That's sexist.
All right. Yeah, it is kind of like to say.
She's not to be offensive, but you are sexist. It's obvious.
But
like your mindset is fixated on men are the problem, and no matter what argument comes to you, because I'll acquiesce to it.
I never said men are the problem.
You ain't got to say it. You saying it without saying it. You don't need to say it. We gave you 2 scenarios that are identical, and you couldn't say, yeah, that woman's being sexist. You couldn't say it. So that means your mind is already fixated and made up that women can never be imposed any type of force on men. Your mind is already made up. You're biased as hell. Own it.
If there's a country where women have majority power.
That's not the point.
No. I'm answering. You said that in every case that I would be sexist towards men. So if women had majority power,
he just gave you a scenario of that, and you still denied it. We all seen it. It's recorded.
She's saying that even if Kamala won the presidency, there would still be a patriarchy. There's still it would still be like men in power. But like, do you agree that there's like micro and macro level stuff? Like, for example, like there's the societal. There's the the societal systemic level sexism, but isn't there individual level sexism?
Yeah, I could agree to that.
Like, for example, if I don't know how many other ways I can put this. If a guy didn't want to be in a room alone with a woman because he had a fear of women because of a previous bad experience, would that be sexism?
Wait.
I don't know if you'll find that compelling, but.
So like a woman did something to him.
No, he heard stories of women falsely accusing men of a crime, and for this reason, he doesn't want to be in a room alone with any women. Is that sexist?
I don't know.
Okay,
That's just.
I don't know. I wasn't sure if you would bite on that. I don't know how else to tackle this, to be honest. It is kind of like sexist in and of itself to say like wouldn't it be sexist to say like you can't be racist towards black people? Like that would be racist in and of itself, right?
Yeah, it's like when Joe Biden said, if you're not black, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And mad black people wasn't offended. That was racist as hell. You know what I'm saying? To say that you have the audacity to say that. So I think this is a very simple, basic concept. And the fact that you're fighting it to death is like
I'm not
disturbing.
saying that it's not, for lack of better words, a form of racism. What I'm saying is that based on the definition that I know, technicalities, it's not.
But I used your definition. So in a scenario where there's a company that's predominated by women, the women hold the power in the company, and they're refusing to hire a male janitor. because he's a male, how would that not be
sexist?
Eat and meet your definition of sexism? Because you have the two criteria: power plus prejudice. Are they prejudiced? Yes. Do they have power? Yes.
Yeah, but in the overarching landscape of things, they don't have the power. They have the power in the company.
So what system? So if I'll even so I'll even use your word, systemic power. Which system are we talking about? There's multiple. There's different kinds of systems, right? Mm-hmm. So like, let's say a major corporation that has 100,000 employees. Is that a system?
Sure. Yeah.
What about the university system? Is that a system?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's assume in the university system, it's like all women who somehow they get control of the university system. And now that they have control over admissions, they refuse to like allow men into university. Would this be sexism?
I would say yes, just because they have the power to. Oof.
They all had the power.
But it's affecting many people.
Huh?
It's affecting many people. So.
Well, they're just like refusing to allow in.
What school you went to?
All right.
You went to college, right?
Yeah.
What college you went to?
Right? Wait, yeah. What?
I have my master's.
You have a master's?
She has a master's?
I have a master's, but I think she said she had a master's.
I think only. There's this. What's that saying about like, you have to be this educated? I don't know. What's that chat? What's that saying? What's that saying?
I need a drink. Double shot.
Okay. So wait, in that's really quick, in that example I just provided, would you grant that would be sexist?
Yes.
A little
Let's give a round of applause, man.
We made it somewhere. We finally made it somewhere.
Congratulations.
But the society is still a patriarchy. Is it still sexist? But these women control this specific system.
So they're still in the U.S. or? Yeah,
it's in the United States. So there's still a patriarchy. Still a patriarchy. Donald Trump's president, but all the women in are you familiar with the university, the UC system?
Yeah.
The UC system, just like somehow women get control in the UC system here in California, and they're refusing to allow men to enroll in university. Is that sexism?
Okay, I will say this. That
now, answer the question first, then say that. I'll allow you to say it, but answer the question first, then say it.
Based on the definition that I know of, no. But I would say that it is a sexist act.
Wait, it's a what?
Okay.
Wait, it's a what?
I feel like we should let it go.
It's a sexist act.
A sexist. Okay, you've just introduced
this word.
A sexist act. Wait, a sexist.
That's Caesar word salad.
Wait. How's it?
Verbiage difference here.
Just let it
How
go.
is it?
I got a 2-hour drive home.
No, because you guys are kind of going back and forth, and I really genuinely feel like it's just verbiage difference.
But
it's a huge difference. Words matter because if y'all all are college.
And I'm not saying that they don't, but I'm just saying that's what I'm
let's be grown. Let's be real here. Everybody gave off their beautiful educational credentials. Can you go to your professor and change the definition, or is it what the fuck he asked you to do? Yes or no?
What is that?
Yes or no? If he said, I want you to do a paper on the Boston Tea Party, can you redefine what aspect of Boston he's talking about, or redefine what flavor of tea he's talking about, or do you have to talk about the exact Boston Tea Party? Yes or no, college educated women?
What is that famous
Yes or no, college educated women? Can you tell your professor? Well, I was talking about New England, not necessarily Boston, but Foxborough.
What is that famous professor that was all over YouTube?
It's cope. Massive levels of cope.
She's a woman.
Really quick,
and she was talking about how black people can't be racist.
Okay, who cares about the YouTube video?
Who cares what they say?
YouTube video. Wait, hold on. Wait.
I don't know her name.
So it would be a sexist act, but it wouldn't be sexism? I can't wrap.
So The Color Purple was a biopic, huh?
What?
The Color Purple, that was a biopic to you? Like that was real? Because based on your logic, like somebody could have said anything.
I'm saying that it's sexist, but in the terms of the actual definition, it can't be.
Yo,
Wait,
you
that
will
doesn't
get
even-
somebody
wait,
locked
what?
the fuck up, yo.
Wait,
Like, for real,
so-
I would hate to
wait.
be you on the jury.
Because
Wait,
women do not have the
Hold on, hold on.
power.
Wait,
Is this
repeat
why
that.
you've only met your girlfriend
dead.
once?
Wait, repeat that.
Like long distance,
Wait,
it has to be long.
Did you
don't
catch
have
that,
to be
chat?
rude.
Chat, did you catch that? Wait, so okay.
Man,
So you just said, it would be sexist, but it's also not the definition of sexism?
Let's look that up, because we looked up racism. Let's look up
At this
sexism.
point, at this point, honestly, I don't think she even knows. It's like I don't. It's crazy.
Oh,
this
boy.
is wild.
I'm
I cannot believe I'm
This
arguing
is
about
this is the
race
modern.
and-
This is the feminist shit.
It's not.
That's not even
that-
feminist.
It has nothing to do with feminism. It has nothing to do. You can't mix the two things.
Twisted version of the shit.
No, it has nothing to do with feminism.
Because we just gave you the definition of racism and you're arguing with us. We
That
gave you
has
the
nothing
definition.
to do with feminism.
It does. It's different forms of it.
Separate them.
I fuck with y'all form.
No,
I just
they
think
have
the way
nothing.
she learned,
It has
the way
nothing
she
to
learned
do
about
with
it is wrong.
It's from an
And she-
extremist
And
perspective.
she's taking that and running with it.
That's what I'm saying.
And
She's
it's
an
not
extreme.
correct.
There's levels of feminism.
It's very
You
incorrect.
can be pro-black
nothing
and you
to
can
do
be
with
put like
feminism.
this. You can be somebody that's proud
There's
to be
levels of
put like this. This is what I'm saying. You can be somebody that's proud to be an American, and then you can be a white supremacist. It might start from the same place, but it's an extreme version of it, and there's a relatable version of it. Most of you are talking about a relatable form of feminism. She's expressing, which a lot of women in this world do, especially America, an extreme version of feminism that's beyond reason that will get somebody's life in danger. I don't care how soft you say it, it's still as dangerous as me yelling.
That has nothing to do
has
with
everything to do
feminism.
with
No, it has those. They're two totally different things. Stop putting words in my mouth. That's
We just
not
gave you the
the same.
definition of racism,
gave you the
and you
definition.
argue with it.
You
So
argued
what
with
is
the
the litmus
definition.
test for definition according to
Litmus
you?
test.
A woman?
A woman?
Or Webster's dictionary?
Webster.
Because you brought up someone we never heard of, but the dictionary version don't mean shit.
Don't mean shit.
What I said from the beginning was based off the definition that I learned.
That
That's what
doesn't
it was.
matter.
Okay,
Oh my God, bro.
according
Oh
to
my
that,
If
according
you
to
learn
that,
something
yes,
wrong,
yes,
then you learn
technically
something
You know what I
wrong.
learned growing up in Newark, New Jersey? That people don't look like me hate me automatically. I learned that growing up in Newark, that yo, down south.
Wait, can you hold on for a
sweetheart.
second?
Hold
Can you,
on.
please don't call me sweetheart.
Or whatever.
Okay.
What's your name?
Pumpkin.
No,
No,
don't-
I'm gonna call
don't
you
call me
ma'am,
anything.
ma'am,
Don't call me
ma'am.
Is
anything.
cupcake okay?
Ma'am.
Don't call me anything.
Not cupcake?
Ma'am.
Cupcake.
Miss, ma'am.
Sweetie?
Whatever.
Babe?
What I'm saying is,
Babe?
I
trying
grew
to
up
get a
thinking that if I go down south, because I live in Charlotte, I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I grew up thinking that if you live under the Mason-Dixon line, most people in rural America are racist. That's what I was taught. But my experience showed me that that's a lie. So once new information comes into my life, what mature people do is discard the nonsense and stick to what matters. What immature people do is stick to something ideological because it affirms their feelings. That's what children do. You're grown as hell.
Excuse me, because what I just said is based on that definition that those things
man.
are correct.
All right,
Honestly, I'm over
please,
this. So,
please,
like, we've been
please,
talking about this
please,
for like 45
please.
minutes.
I didn't.
And it's not going to change. It's just is what it is.
We're getting any. I don't think that we're getting anywhere
At
with
all.
this conversation.
It's
I think that
over.
we're
I'm
just
Like, at all.
I think we're just getting
Like, I'm saying, I had a 2-hour drive back.
Me too, sweetheart.
It's
I got
2 in the morning.
I'm tired. Shit.
Like,
We get it. We get it. Women can do no wrong. I just would hate to be on trial and you're a juror.
Let's just not be calling each other names, or we can have like a respectful conversation
I
about.
called her sweetheart.
He called
just
called
shocking.
everybody.
You also
called
every girl in
He
this
called
room
everybody. Even when
sweetheart.
I was mad at him, he called me sweetheart.
And I could
He
be
called me
frustrated
Oh no, I
because
wasn't
that's
talking
just-
about this.
It's
I wasn't
just
talking about the
because
sweetheart comment.
people's lives really get messed
I
up
wasn't
with this
talking
type
about
of
the
thinking.
sweetheart
Like
comment. I was
people
talking about
really
the
get
demonic.
jeopardized
He
with this
didn't call
type
her
of thinking.
demonic. He said that it was demonic thinking. He didn't say she was demonic. He said the way that she's thinking is demonic. It's two different
He
things.
did correct himself.
I said it. I'm standing on that shit.
Yeah.
That mentality is demonic because people can really be affected by that. It's like the boy who cried wolf. And when people take that rhetoric that you kicking, somebody can really get their life jeopardized because of that, because they don't want to make a substantial claim on what it is
at the sake of upholding this fake, false feminist power that you're trying to hold. That shit is goofy as hell.
I'll move it on.
Real quick, how many times
wait.
have he been on the show, though?
First time.
First time.
Is it your first time?
Okay,
Okay.
Let me say something, because when you asked me all of these questions, it was based off of my definition, correct?
Sure.
I recognize that that is what Google or wherever you looked up the definition says. So
Who has the
that's
power to define?
It just is what it is.
Who has the power to define in this world? Who? What systems have the power to
What-
define? I'm asking
the
you a
definition?
specific. When you was in college, who had the power to define words when you were actually doing your reports and papers? Were you allowed to just take any ambiguous definition from any Tom, Dick, and Harry?
No, of course not.
Or were there specific sources that you had to cite when you did your work? Yes or no?
Of course, it came
So
from
what
a
the hell are you talking
dictionary
about
or
today?
wherever.
So what are you talking about today? Just say I don't mess with men like that, and I'll accept that. But don't hit me with that bullshit, sweetheart.
Don't call her sweetheart.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How
dare I?
How dare you? What should he call you?
Nothing. Just don't call me anything.
Oh.
Or call me by my name.
Call you it? Like, what do you want him to? Okay.
It is
I'm
still
gonna move
something,
it on.
so no.
Sort of, kind of.
Call me by my name.
Wait, does this really quick? Does this also apply to hate crimes? Like, let's say.
Good question.
When it comes to your definition of sexism, right? Like, would like if a black person, like, could a black person commit a hate crime against a white person?
No, that's different.
Okay, so yeah, just yes, they can.
Correct. Yes. A hate crime could be committed against anyone.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Final thing here. I wrote, it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman, and then you two disagreed. Final one.
Okay, I disagreed because a trans woman is now a woman. So
and you disagreed too.
For a man to date a trans woman, he's straight.
I don't think we're gonna change anyone's opinion who holds that to be a belief, right?
But like she was saying, there's a biological
yes
science.
Yes.
Right.
However, I do think that if you alter yourself to be a woman and you believe in your heart of hearts that is the right path for you, I believe that that's perfect for them. Here's the thing: it doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with me. Why should I yuck someone else's yum? That's my thing.
So let me ask you a question. If I have a pet pit bull, right, and I think she's hot, and I think my pit bull. Hold on, I got a pit bull. I have a pit bull. I have a pet pit bull, right? Hypothetically, if I have a pet pit bull that identifies as a girl pit bull.
Oh my God.
No, that I identify as a woman. If I have sex with a pit bull, is that bestiality, or am I with a woman?
That pit bull is not.
They can't make that decision.
Oh yeah. We can't talk about this, right?
It's like YouTube TOS to like talk about bestiality. And stuff.
Yeah.
But here, let me. The prior question though is like, so okay, a trans woman is a woman. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Trans woman is a woman?
Yes. Can I actually say something? Because I actually think it. Oh.
One second. Let me just ask this question. And I think both of you actually said no. You didn't disagree with this. But would it be wrong for a man to refuse to date a trans woman because she's trans?
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
That's his preference.
Okay, fair.
That's his choice.
Okay,
yeah.
But you do think that it would be a man dating a trans woman. You do think it's straight?
I do believe that it's straight because that they are now a woman, and I know that triggers a lot of people. That triggers a lot of people.
Are they female?
They're not biologically female.
They're non-biologically female.
But they're a woman.
See, this is my issue with extreme feminism because it ultimately takes us.
What does it do? What does it do to you if someone wants that?
Listen, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm talking to the people. My problem with extreme feminism is it's ultimately taking man and woman away from nature. It's taking us away from natural understanding and natural phenomena just to fit a narrative to make people feel empowered at the expense of natural in nature and natural situations. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
You're a guy that likes guys. You're just gay. What's wrong with just being gay? What's wrong with a woman who likes women? She's just gay. You're not a man, and she's not a woman.
Man and a
it
woman
has nothing
is
to
just
do with the sexual orientation of it. It has to do with how
it has to do with chromosomes.
A man and a woman is just a label that we created.
What about
female
intersex
versus
people?
male is actually
intersex.
So what makes me different from you?
But
besides, take away the label man and woman. Take away the label of man and woman. Am I different from you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Why? Why am I different from you? What makes me different from you?
Many things.
Like what?
Your personality.
No, besides physical stuff.
Reproducing.
You're taller. You're likely have male parts.
What's a male part?
You're a male.
What's a male?
Biologically versus here's
Don't save her. Don't save her. Let her finish.
I had made a point that you kind of ran over, and that's intersex people who are born intersex. That does happen, and that's when testes are inside of basically where like women can be born with testes.
An anomaly.
Yes, but what you're saying is
master
nature.
of anomalies.
You're saying nature versus, and my argument is nurture versus nature, right? This entire back and forth that we've had. That being said, there are plenty of circumstances in nature that go against your rule. For example,
of course, there are a lot of anomalies.
No, not anomalies. Just within. Hedgehogs, for example.
Hedgehogs.
No. I know people are going to be laughing here.
We are.
But here's
just to prove it's about power. It's all about power.
No, it's not about power. It's something that
I think you just feel threatened right now.
You just feel very
Threatened by who? You?
She's talking.
I'm not threatened, sweetheart, at all. Not in the least.
Okay,
this
please, can we finish?
Go ahead.
Hedgehogs will have sex with other men with other male hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are observed in nature plenty of times to be homosexual. We also have Komodo dragons that can reproduce. Komodo dragons.
Compare ourselves to
No.
The distance y'all would go to prove these points is just silly.
No, because you're saying nature, things that are found in nature.
Okay, so so if you're a business owner, right?
It's the same argument that people say that being gay isn't natural. There's plenty of circumstances where in nature, where other animals that have no consciousness of ours, who don't care about politics, are caught being homosexual.
So a lion is political? So most animals are political?
No, I would say that no animals are political, only humans.
So what about the animals that deal with male and female? They're political, or that's just being themselves? Y'all sound crazy as hell.
No, okay. What I'm saying is
articulation does not equate to intelligence.
No. Your argument is things in nature should
for the most part.
Okay, so now you're saying for the most part.
Because that's reality. If you're a business owner, let me give you an example. You have a business, right? Right now, Brian has a dope podcast. If he realizes that most of his subscribers are from America and he has a little bit in Africa, is he going to focus his business plan towards America?
I do got some.
Or I'm just, for example, you're going to focus your business on where you're thriving the most. You're not going to ignore this thriving market of people purchasing your product just to focus on 12 people over here. If you did that in business, it'll be stupid. But in these conversations, because it's about being right, not making real sense, y'all would focus on the small minority, abnormal anomaly just to win an argument. That shit is petty as hell. And just because you can articulate it doesn't mean it's intelligence or logic or reason. It just sounds very good. Speaking well does not mean you know what you're talking about.
There is logic and there is reason
there is no logic.
to
Two
that
men
argument.
cannot make life.
Okay.
Why are you bashing her to make your point?
Exactly.
I'm not bashing her.
And the other thing is, why are we even talking about this on a dating podcast?
It was a dating podcast. It was a dating podcast.
Hold on. Why are we talking about half of these topics on a dating podcast other than just saying
hedgehogs are very related.
We're talking about homosexuality in nature. That is what my point was, is that it does happen in nature.
So,
anyway.
Look, okay, fine, I'll bring it back.
But that's a relationship.
So my question, first was about, Is it wrong if a guy doesn't? Because this is something that comes up, and I've heard some like trans activists say, yeah, it actually is transphobic if a cis, I hate that fucking word, but cis male refuses to date a transgender woman. I don't think that's anybody's position here, but the secondary question is, well, is it straight? And I don't think it is.
I actually want to get to my point.
Sure, go ahead.
I think if you consider them a woman, if you consider her a woman, and you are a male,
yeah,
then you are still straight. If you consider that person a male still, a man,
if the individual.
still, yes.
Okay,
then you are not straight.
I'll let you come in.
I will leave that up to the man in the relationship.
Okay, so
And
you're
no one else
saying
other
no
than
one
his
else,
relationship.
yeah, no
It's
one
his
else can
relationship.
decide whether he is straight or homosexual other than him.
I'm going to give you a hypothetical here to test the logic. So let's say there's outside parties who are privy to the nature of this sexual relationship. So if you, well, I don't know, maybe asking you isn't the best idea, but like, let's say we got binoculars and we're being fucking voyeurs, and I see a trans woman who still has a penis having having anal sex with another male. How would this not just how would it not be homosexual?
Why do you think so much about other people's genitals? That's my question.
That's a great.
Why are you thinking so much about other people's genitals?
I think he's asking for his trans
I think about large labia occasionally. I think about that, but I don't think about this. I mean, that's a great way to try to like obfuscate, like try to move away from the actual argument that's being had. So why don't you engage with the actual argument instead of just like trying to divert the conversation?
I understand your argument, but I would also say that a woman, a biological woman and a male could also participate in anal sex. I could wear a strap and I could strap a man.
Okay, so hold on.
He's not a man if he lets you do that, sweetheart.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Yeah, you're free to your own opinion. But I'm just saying that it's a possibility.
So okay. So just to be clear, here's the scenario. So can a transgender woman who you say that's a woman, is she still a woman if she has a penis?
If she identifies as a woman.
Hold on. If she has a penis, is she still she's a woman, right?
Yeah, she identifies as a woman.
She identifies it, but she has a penis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But she's also not it's still a male. You'll grant me that, correct?
Yeah, but
hold on.
Yeah.
But so transgender woman, still male.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. So when we say homosexual, we mean what? Will you grant me this? Homosexual is a same-sex relationship. Agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you've just conceded the argument. A male and a male having sex is homosexual.
She identifies as a woman.
Well, no. We're not talking about gender. We're talking about sex, right?
Yeah.
So you would agree that a transgender woman has not changed her sex, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, you
homosexual means same-sex relationship.
Based on what definition?
You can argue that they've changed their gender, but you can never argue that they've changed their sex, correct?
Correct. But
okay.
I would.
So if that's the case, they would be in a homosexual relationship, correct?
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
No. Hold on. If someone identifies as being, if someone says, no, I view them as a woman and they are my partner, you just going around and calling them gay, what is that accomplishing?
I don't think.
I
don't think they're going
around.
My thing is this.
What is this conversation?
My question is this.
If a guy wants to have sex with someone who's trans, he's going to, and he's not going to care what any of us at this table think.
We get it, but we got. You don't have a child. I have a daughter, so I care what people think. Without lauding the order, we need things to be conclusive to have a firm civilization. If we took y'all logic and applied it to everything, we would be in utter fuckery. Because I can say, hey, professor, you told me I got an F, but I really think this is a A. Because I identify this F as an A. Would that logic make sense in that scenario? Yes or no?
Why not? I identify this failed report card as a passing grade.
Is that failed report card a living, breathing being? No.
Maybe we should look it up. But sexuality is how you identify yourself, correct?
No, that's what they told you, and y'all ran with the shit.
Look, so
This is crazy.
I'm even so just for the sake of the
Sexuality is what you
argument.
like.
Hold on, just for the sake of the argument, I'm willing to grant that there's a. I don't actually believe this, but I'll grant it for the sake of being charitable. I'll even grant that sex and gender are different. I'll even grant it. I'll grant it that your gender can change. You can identify. You can be you can identify as a woman. I'll grant it for the sake of the argument. But you already conceded that these people are not changing their sex, and you concede this too.
I didn't say anything, actually.
Oh well, let me ask you also then.
I didn't say anything.
Let me ask you. Yeah, that's fine. So, a transgender woman, is she male or female?
I believe that she is female. She is female. A transgender. Wait.
Oh boy. Oh wait.
So can a man get a trans woman?
Wait.
hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm actually really tired.
Okay.
Born what?
It's a transgender woman used to be a man.
Yes.
So, was male, is still male. Do you grant that?
No, I believe that she is female.
So they changed their. Can you change your chromosomes?
If they legally change,
No. That's a question for her. Go ahead.
I personally believe that if you go through all of the bullshit of having to come out to your family, go through all of those treatments, fucking do injections every single fucking day, take parts of yourself. Yeah, fucking call yourself whatever you want at the end of the day after that.
I'll just go ahead.
You've earned it more than I have.
Hold on. I'm just going to go ahead and grant that that's a woman. Is it a female?
If they call themselves female, then yeah, they are. That's what I feel. That's how I feel. That's what I view it as.
Even from trans activists, I don't hear that they're female. Do you know what sex is? Do you know what chromosomes are?
Okay,
what is a woman?
Chromosomes. If we're talking about chromosomes, yes, they still have male chromosomes.
So they're female or male? Is a trans woman a male or a female?
They are biologically still male, but how we
they're not
perceive,
female.
How
if they're biologically male, they can't be female. You cannot be. It doesn't work like that.
How we perceive them and how they want to be perceived. I don't think it's really.
I already granted to you that they can be. I don't believe it, but I'll grant to you for the sake of argument that they can be a woman. But I'm trying to pin down if you'll.
Why does that matter, though?
Because it's well.
Well, why does it though? That's what I'm asking. Why does it matter to you? Why does it matter in any of these questions if you're not planning on dating a trans woman and no one at this table is planning on dating a trans man? Why does it matter to you?
This is why it matters. Because if a man gets approached, this is why it matters. Easy. This is why it matters. Because if a man that's a straight man gets approached by a trans woman and tells her no, and other people say that's discrimination, that's why these conversations matter.
And it's not even that. It might not matter to us. It might not matter to him. But there's people watching right now where it does matter because they are transgender and these things are happening to them. So we can sit here and not talk about it, but it deserves to be talked about because we aren't going
through it. Can a trans woman get pregnant by a man?
I think that they actually are doing. Hey, hold on. I think that they're doing a uterus. That is something that is happening. They're doing uterus implants, and it's done by, I believe, stem cell research. That is something. The same thing of cutting edge technology of women being able to procreate without men. These things do exist.
Hold on. Absent that surgical intervention, can trans women get pregnant?
No.
Okay. All right. Really quick, going around the table, what is a woman?
I don't want to answer this. Okay. I genuinely believe a woman is a woman. Like, I do believe it comes down to... You can't... That's so circular. You can't change it. It's a circular definition. You can't, define woman without using the word woman. She has a vagina originally when she's born. You can identify as a woman, but I wouldn't say that you technically are a woman born a woman.
What is a woman?
I believe that a woman is... I could get all poetic. I could be like, women are beautiful, women are light, women are, all of the things, but it doesn't really matter because
you could say that about men too. So
actually, I couldn't, especially the men at this table right now. But
okay, cool, thank you. So, anyways, why don't you actually attempt to answer the question? What is a woman?
I think a woman is someone who identifies as
Being okay.
Here,
I'm not allowed to say. Do you think that is it okay if they have boobs? Is that safe to say?
They need to be able to take semen and make a baby come out.
I can't even do that, and I'm fucking a biological woman.
Because you have an illness.
Yeah, but does that make me any less of a woman?
No, but you have an illness. You have something that's not natural happening to you. That's not natural to have lupus. No offense. So that's not acting like that's you're still talking about anomalies and trying to make them normal.
Women
It's
are
shit
of
weird.
the nature to be able to give birth. Not, of course, not all. Some women have medical problems. Some women are, they're older. A 70-year-old woman, she can't gone through menopause, can't have children. She's still a woman.
But she can't bear children either. So
yeah, she's still
because
a woman.
She has an illness.
Right. But being old is not an illness.
No, I'm saying, but your eggs, like after a while, she don't have any more eggs, but she's still a woman. So it's not, but she still has a vagina. So take away the ability to have children. They don't have vaginas. I'm not talking about a slit that they cut. That's not a vagina. And if you want to tell people that's crazy.
When we're being formed in the womb, we are the same up until a certain point, and then it branches off.
Let me ask the rest of the table. What is a woman?
A woman is what is defined by the person.
What is a woman?
Double X chromosome.
Okay.
Agreed with her. Double X.
The same.
Can a man get pregnant? To you?
So
There's an app for it, right?
Can a man get pregnant?
Can a man get pregnant? Can a man get pregnant?
A trans man can.
Okay.
Because he's really a woman.
Let me see. What about should we allow transgender women to participate in women's sports?
No. Sorry,
I don't have an opinion on that because I'm not. I literally don't have an opinion on that because I don't know enough about Olympic sports to be able to. Wait! You didn't even see?
Girl,
more than that. No,
this is like the safety of people in locker rooms and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. I would say that I don't. We get into a sticky situation because then you also have. Hold on. You have people who have either like the I think it was like a figure skater who she is biologically a woman. She has a vagina, a uterus, fucking boobs, but she has she's either intersex or she fucking tests high for testosterone and then she can't.
We're not talking about
yes,
those.
but what I'm saying. We're
talking about a trans man swimming with females.
Yeah, we're not talking about the rarest
is
cases
much
in the world.
stronger and wider than a female just naturally biologically.
I would say personally speaking,
you don't want them to take those awards.
Can a trans man with balls and a penis get in the ring and fight a woman? Yes or no?
I don't.
Yes or no?
I would probably say no.
All
but
right,
once
then say no.
once again, I don't know enough about it. Hold on.
Fighting? About power, strength?
No.
What?
I don't think anyone at this table actually knows anything about this subject. Hold on. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought about this, please.
Highly educated on this topic. But go ahead.
I don't think any of us really. Maybe her. Can I finish before you get angry?
I'm not angry at you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Know how estrogen, testosterone therapy, all of these different therapies that people who are trans are getting done. I don't know how that affects their bone density. I don't know how that affects their ability to perform. I'm telling you that I don't know enough about this subject to make an educated opinion, and I'm getting ripped apart by you guys because I don't know enough about a subject to make an educated opinion.
So let me say this. So if I hit this,
thank you.
I think that's the best answer someone could give.
No, of course. But if I put on a skirt right now, in front, if I go in the bathroom right now, come back out with a skirt. Never. If I go in the bathroom and come out with a skirt right now,
you would not be trans.
And hit her. Why wouldn't I be?
Why is he not trans?
That would be a woman on woman.
If I go in the bathroom and come out in the dress and say, starting at this moment,
is how you feel inside.
How you know how I feel inside? I could have had an anomaly. I could have had an anomaly. I could have had an epiphany just now. So you know what? I want to be a girl.
That's a strong arm.
Wait, hold on.
You're
how you know if they're feeling.
You are an actor.
You're good. You're good.
You are an
She's good.
actress.
She's
You're
good.
awesome.
She's very good. She's
You're
very
awesome.
good.
Golden Globes, all that shit.
I'm getting water.
Wait, so
It's just unsafe.
Wasn't there actually someone in the Olympics that I was about to say, and they were the slowest swimmer for the men, and then swam against the women, and won against the women, and won the model, the medal.
You know what's so
And
sad
that's
about
not
this
fair.
argument? And I'm gonna shut
The
up.
locker rooms and the safety.
Yes.
You know what's so sad about this argument? That just shows the sickness in this fake ass power struggle. These trans women, men that you're defending is taking what God made for you. It ain't even affecting me. If you got women that I think it was a show. I think on What Is a Woman. These girls practice and train to get scholarships to run track. And they got it taken from a man. So you're so busy trying to push feminism that you're actually hurting women. You're not hurting us. So you're not messing with me. The more men want to switch sides, that's more women for me. So I'm not mad. They're taking away from what you work for what women work for. You got men that's taking away from what you got.
And what if
That's
they're doing it on
crazy.
purpose because they can't win in the men category?
Exactly.
Like
That's you don't know.
and they're competitive, but they're,
yes,
They can't compete with men, so now they want to be women and compete.
Yes, but I feel like this is also just kind of a demonization of trans people,
It's
saying
not.
that
No,
saying that
we
that
just
they're-
asked if they were
that they're
homo.
It's just like
switching-
facts.
It's not sleeping with them as
It's
homophobic.
just-
they
That's
should
how
have their
it
own
started.
category then, you know?
I agree. That should be that. Absolutely, they should have their own category. That sounds like it would have
Yeah,
like the
I'm fine
most
with
amount
that.
of sense.
Which
I'm
is
fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, trans women should compete against trans
But then they're gonna say that we're putting them in a group by themselves and we're not letting them be a part of everybody
Or we
else.
could just honestly, we could just like not accommodate society for like less than 1% of people. Like that just seems I don't know.
Yeah, or everybody just be yourself.
I would say,
just
like,
be
a lot
yourself and
Don't make it my problem, and I
yeah.
will not give a flying fuck.
yeah, and don't make it just this
Wait,
big.
so let's go
deal.
back to dating. Let's go back to dating. We talked about the sports thing we talked about the sports thing, but so again, I'd like some engagement here on this question. So the position here is that you guys think that would be straight for us. I hate this term, cis male, to date a transgender woman. You think it's straight?
If he views that relationship as straight, then yeah, that's his relationship.
But like, so going to you, you're a lesbian woman, right? Mm-hmm. If I dictated to you what your sexuality meant, would you object to that? If I was like, you know what, you're a lesbian woman, but would you date a transgender woman?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. And so you would.
Why did you laugh at that?
Because
No,
I feel
I think
like
it was
that's
funny.
funny, right?
He
You'll
laughs
do
at
whatever
it.
So
you
you
right?
would, you would date a transgender woman, and you would still be a lesbian
With the penis.
Hold on, yes.
Wait.
No, so the
answering right now?
transgender woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually really interesting to have a lesbian here, but for this question, so would you still be you're a lesbian? You would date a transgender woman, right?
Yes.
Okay, this transgender woman has a penis, and you were allowing the penis to enter inside of you. You were giving the penis blowjobbies. Are you still a lesbian?
Okay. Well, the question originally was just would I date a transgender woman?
Well,
Yes,
wouldn't
I
the
would.
We're
entailment-
circling
the
back to the
entailment-
original.
Hold on.
But it would have to be
Okay,
a transgender
fine.
woman who already went through surgery.
Oh,
for
but,
me.
But you said it would be straight for a cis male to have sex with a transgender woman who still has a penis.
Yeah,
But so why would you not still be a lesbian?
because I don't want penetration.
Doesn't matter. You would still be a lesbian if you allowed the transgender penis to enter inside of you, would you not? Because
Yeah.
that's a woman.
Yeah, I just don't personally want that.
You don't personally, sure, but
Okay.
So you won't let your girl play with you and put something
here, let me ask you a question. If you saw
No one said that that's
if you
what I
saw,
do. Get out of
You
my
said you don't
sex
like
life.
penetration. That's
if
penetration.
you saw a lesbian woman being penetrated by a penis, would you question if she's actually a lesbian?
No, I wouldn't.
Is it a lesbian sex act to be penetrated by a penis?
I mean, lesbians use toys all the time.
No, but it's a transgender woman.
Mm-hmm.
So is it a lesbian sex act for a cis lesbian, I think that's cis lesbian woman to be penetrated by a transgender woman's penis. Is that a lesbian sex act?
Yeah, she's still a lesbian.
Well, if she's trans, then I'm assuming she would also be female presenting, right?
Can't be. Okay, so she's got fake titties.
She still identifies as a woman.
She's dressing in that way. She's taking hormones, but this transgender woman, the transgender woman, still has a functional penis.
Yeah, she's still a lesbian.
So if you had sexual intercourse with a transgender woman, and the entailment of that would, I know you don't want it, but like for sake of argument,
example,
you had penetrative sex with this transgender woman's penis. That's still a lesbian sex act.
Still a lesbian.
Well, no, you're. I'll grant that you're still a lesbian, but is it
still a lesbian act?
Still a lesbian sex act. I mean, in order for, I mean, the logic, while flawed, I mean, you're consistent, at least.
I mean, because if it was, let's say we're in a heterosexual relation, not we, but just me and a man, right? Yeah. We're in a heterosexual relationship. Mm-hmm. Let's just say that the man liked anal penetration because it's pleasurable. Does that make him not?
I mean, you're not you don't have a penis, correct?
No.
But with a strap on.
I don't think that wouldn't be homosexual because you're a biological female. It's perhaps like not so common. It's probably like a minority of heterosexual men want to be anally stimulated or whatever. I don't think that would be a homosexual act.
Right. So then why would that not be a lesbian act if the person identifies as a woman?
But the difference, I'm using male female, you're using man woman.
Right, because
right, but a transgender woman is not female.
No, but the act is still penetration.
Right,
and I could be penetrated with a toy. And this person identifies as a woman, not a man.
Okay, so if you're having
same situation,
your logic
right?
is failing here. So if you're having lesbian sex with a cis woman and she penetrates you with a dildo, is that heterosexual?
If I'm
using your own logic.
I'm having sex with a straight woman.
No, a gay woman.
It wouldn't matter. Well, it wouldn't matter if she's straight or whatever. You're having sex with a lesbian woman, but she's penetrating you in some capacity. Is that heterosexual sex?
No, it's still straight sex. I mean, sorry, lesbian sex.
Right. So whatever. As a woman, if you, I mean, it's sus or whatever, but like if you're penetrating your male partner as a woman, it's not homosexual because you're a female.
Yeah, still straight sex because in this case, I identify as straight. He identifies as straight.
Straight men don't get penetrated by no toys.
Look, it would be sus. Technically, it would not be homosexual if your girlfriend like stuck her finger. So I can't even. Whatever. I don't even want to fucking talk about that. But it would not be homosexual if your girlfriend stuck her thumb up your butt. What the fuck? Anyways, so wait, as a lesbian woman, you date a transgender woman. The transgender woman still has a penis. You suck the dick of the transgender woman. Are you still a lesbian?
I'd still be a lesbian.
Is it a...
You don't even believe the shit you be saying.
There's no way you
took a whole to ride for the women. You don't believe this shit you're saying.
I can't even.
It's a woman.
You just.
I'm just really confused. I'm so far confused. I don't even know what's happening.
To you, I'm a man, but
I'm a man. I know what it's like.
I'm confused.
You're confused. You just saying shit.
I'm not confused. It's a woman. It's a transgender woman.
You just saying shit. You just saying shit. I don't know what you've been through, but I'm praying for you.
Okay.
Thanks.
What
like I'm bisexual, and I know that if I was talking to a gay girl and they said that, I would not date them because I'd be like, I don't know if you like. I don't know, but that's just me.
Gay girls don't want none of that shit.
Final thing on this, then we're gonna do the roast. Then it's over. The show's over. This is by the way our longest show ever. Congratulations.
I know. I looked at it. I said we were putting in work.
Yeah, this is crazy.
What time is it right now?
Fucking insane. So okay. I will ask one more time, and then I promise I'll move this on, and we're gonna wrap up the show.
Okay.
Wait, are we at 9 hours?
It's
almost at 10 hours.
Almost at 10.
Yeah, we were almost double the time we were supposed to go.
Hey, look, it was good though. It was good. Okay, so
feel like it's tired. No, it kind of went by fast.
So when we say, question for you two.
Jesus Christ.
Question for you two. When we say homosexual, we mean same-sex relationship, correct?
Wait, which question are we on? I'm sorry.
Hold on. I'll repeat it.
late.
When we say homosexual, we mean same-sex relationship, correct?
Same sex, yeah.
Yeah.
Like two
And-
guys, two girls.
You would agree, yeah, 2 guys, 2 girls.
Yes.
You would agree that these people have not changed their sex, correct? Transgender people have not changed their sex.
What I said is that with
Can
any...
you change your sex? Can you change your sex?
You can't change your chromosomes, no.
Okay, so a transgender woman, before the transition, at birth, was male, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you just acknowledged that they cannot become female, correct?
Biologically, yes. Currently, at least.
Biologically.
Never
Okay,
know.
sure. Maybe in the future there's some crazy shit. Who knows? Currently, you cannot change your sex.
No.
A male cannot become a female cannot become a male.
Biologically speaking,
Okay.
yes.
Homosexual means same-sex relationship. It's even in the name.
Yes, but
homosexual. Hold on.
Sexuality is up to the individual and how they interpret that for themselves.
No. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure
So,
dick on dick is gay.
2 males.
Vagina is gay.
Two males, regardless of whether they get fake titties and they put on some makeup and put on a wig and wear a dress, you're still a male. You even conceded to that point. 2 males having sex and even granting to you the distinction of gender. I'll grant to you, even if in this example, that the gender has changed. The gender used to be man, now it's a woman. 2 males having sex, how can that be heterosexual? Answer me that.
Okay, what I'm trying to
No.
Yeah,
Answer the question.
I am answering it. It can be heterosexual
No,
because
it literally definitionally cannot be heterosexual.
Definitions.
Okay.
Definitions change over time.
No.
They
Definitions,
are adapted.
you already
over
conceded.
Time. No, I didn't because
You
I
just
wasn't
said-
given the chance to speak.
Look, okay.
I understand what you're trying to do. I don't agree with it.
Is 2 males having sex homosexual?
If the 2 guys are identifying as homosexual, then yes, it is.
You're not gonna change.
So if 2 men are having sex,
yes,
identifying as men,
then
but
they're homosexual.
But
yes.
saying that they're straight, does that make them straight?
So if I say I'm
Like just because I fucked a man,
I'm a dog.
I don't do it tomorrow. Does that make me straight still?
Wait,
like,
so
I don't.
if we
I'm a shih tzu.
Wait, so just to be clear, so okay, essentially you're saying, so yes, a transgender woman, you are agreeing that that's a male, right?
Biologically
I don't
born,
know.
yes.
There's what other category would a male
there's
be?
There's how you present on your
cannot-
outward present.
You can't present as a. You can, I suppose, granted,
Yes,
you can present
be
as a man.
female or male presenting, how you look on the outside, because I can guarantee a lot of these transgender guys and women you would never know are transgender.
I'll even grant that you can look like a male. Sure, that's actually really easy to grant. It's the same thing as granting that a transgender that the gender can change. Again, don't agree with that, but I'll grant it. You're still a male. 2 males having sex is homosexual. A male and a female having sex, heterosexual.
And it's not like a bad term.
2
it
males
just is what it is.
So you have to be prepared to say, we have to completely remove gender from this. I want you to say the following statement.
I will not.
Hold on, just hear, just listen.
I'm not calling out my friends. I'm not throwing any of my friends under the bus with this fucking podcast. Absolutely not.
No. Just hear me out.
Not.
Hear me. Stop. It's not even gonna be bad. Just hear me out. I want you to say, because this is your position. I'm just repeating your position back to you. A male and a female having sex is homosexual. Can be homosexual.
A male.
This is your position.
A male and a female.
A male and a female, regardless of their gender identity. I'm just looking at their sex. A male and this is your position. A male and a female having sex. I want you to tell me that can be homosexual.
I mean, it can. I would honestly say it's more pansexual than anything, but
well, no, but you said it was the genesis of this conversation had to do with straight. Straight means heterosexual. So, I also want to ask you this: can two males having sex can be heterosexual?
If one of them is presenting as female, yes.
Hold on. Well, I guess that's an entailment.
Yeah, she answered it.
Okay, so two males having sex can be heterosexual.
If one's wearing a wig.
Okay.
like I've already stated my position on this. I think we've all already stated our position on this. I don't know why you're wanting.
You've acknowledged. You've acknowledged
I don't
that
really
homosexual
understand.
means same sex, heterosexual means opposite sex.
Okay, my question for you is: are you ever going to date a transgender woman?
No.
Okay, cool. So what? And are you ever going to date a transgender person?
Don't go over here.
No.
She said, take it back over there.
No. I want to know because if you're never, here's the thing: if you have no interest, if you don't have any, if you don't have any interest, if you don't have any interest, then why does it matter? And why are we having this discussion?
I have a perfect rebuttal to this argument of, well, you shouldn't care. You said you cannot get pregnant, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot get pregnant, correct?
Yes.
Like you're just because of medical reasons incapable of becoming pregnant.
With a viable pregnancy, yes, I could potentially have a non-viable pregnancy if I wanted to try for one. But yes, if we're saying like my biologically what I'm able to do and produce would not ever be a viable or healthy pregnancy.
In addition to that, you would have extreme difficulty even getting pregnant. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
For this reason, you're not allowed to have an opinion on abortion.
That's not true, because actually, if anyone should have an opinion, it should.
You can't get pregnant.
Because a lot of abortions, the medical term is called abortion for ectopic pregnancy or any of the other pregnancies that are non-viable that I would not be able to carry to term. It would have to be medically aborted. And if it does not, then it would go septic inside of me. So yes, if anyone has an opinion, it's people who are going to be fucked over with that.
Okay, how about this then? Because you said there's a slight chance that you can get pregnant. You will acknowledge some women are incapable of getting pregnant, right? For example, like older women.
Yes.
Okay. They're not allowed to have an opinion on abortion because they can't get pregnant. Do you agree with that?
They were able to get pregnant at one point.
No, how about there's a woman Okay. I'll just use the most extreme example I can just to try to articulate the point here. A woman at no point in her life was ever able, because of some genetic defect, she can't even conceive. There can be no conception, can't conceive, can never get pregnant. For this reason, she can't have an opinion on abortion. Agree or disagree?
Disagree. You can always have an opinion on something.
Okay, cool. I can have an opinion on the transgender thing. Even though I would never date one or whatever.
Especially if we could be labeled transphobic for not dealing with them. We definitely got
checkmate.
Okay. But the difference is having an opinion and voicing that opinion out of maybe hate.
That's assumption. See, that's that dangerous shit y'all be doing.
What did she say? Sorry,
it's out of hate.
Why even bring this conversation up?
Like, seriously, that's that Karen bullshit.
He never said homophobia was a bad term.
No, I'm not saying he said homophobia was a bad term. What I'm saying is you're trying to strong arm someone into saying what you want.
She said as long as it's not coming from the perspective of hate. So you just assume you that's that rhetoric that get people fucked up, yo. That's dangerous rhetoric. Just because we don't agree with you don't mean we hate anybody. Why would I hate
I don't think she directed it towards you. She just said as long as
I know you're going to defend her. I'll get y'all the tag team chance. All I'm saying is
I don't hate trans people.
I could be wrong.
She said hate. She said the word hate. You could have said disgruntled. You could have said disgust. You said hate. That's a strong word with connotations that can get people flagged, doxxed, all types of stuff, and y'all use these words specifically because you have to gaslight the minions in the world
because
you can't defend the argument in real time. That's why.
Did you assume it was directed at you?
Yo, I'm not even talking to you. You don't even know what the fuck going on. I'm talking about what she talking about. What I'm saying is those type of words is what get people in trouble in real life.
We do have to wrap.
This has been too long.
It's already
so long.
It's gonna be a 10-hour show.
This is mind-boggling.
This is crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
And I got a flattle.
Okay, so we have to let the TTS. Sorry, guys. I know you guys have been sending in the TTSs. I had to let the conversation go, otherwise, So I'm gonna let these. There's about 7 of them. Then we'll wrap. Thank you, Wrath.
Roth donated $69. When a woman works it, grinding it is hot. Hashtag cowgirls matter, grind away. Save a horse, grind a cowboy. I like cookies, hashtag eyebrows matter. Real men don't wear flip-flops.
He agrees with you on the flip-flop thing, though. Hey. It is what it is. All right, thank you, man. We have another one. All men have to cut off their penis because hypothetically penis secret idiot juice, then would these 2 leaders step up? Wait, what?
We all said, hold on, what?
All right. Hold on. We got this one coming in. One sec, guys. There's a little delay on these. They're coming in, though. We have about 6 more.
Disingenuous Podcast donated $69. She's clearly more intellectual than these troll-ass hypothetical. She's completely dismantling Brian's trappy word snares. Brian likes to use literal definitions when it fits his Christian agenda.
Well, hold on. Hold on. I don't make any religious arguments whatsoever, so I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. Did you have something, or? I don't know.
No, I just wanted to say.
He sided with you hard. Okay.
Just a Voice donated $69. Brian, watching your show for a year. It's crazy to me how low educated some US college students are. World War II in the 60s? Really? WDF. And today proved to me that MK Ultra still exists. Greets from Germany.
Yo, Just a Voice, thank you so much for the TTS, man. Appreciate it.
GMD Jim donated $69. Brixan, Jeff Bezos' ex, is the 9th wealthiest woman in the world. Yep. But then again, all of the top 10 wealthiest women in the world inherited their wealth from a wealthier man.
Yeah, divorce. Yeah, that's how pretty much all the wealthiest women in the world became the wealthiest women in the world through divorce. Interesting in it. We have 3 more.
Christopher Scott donated $70.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher.
It matters because it's the truth, you feminist man hater.
Are you a feminist man hater?
I love men, so no.
Well, wait, you picked the bear, bro.
I love the men in my life.
Oh, so okay,
yeah.
you like like 3 men.
No,
and the rest are like
okay, here's the thing. I work primarily with men, and I love the men that I work with. I absolutely adore my co-stars to the fucking death. They are great people. I don't hate them, but I also know them, and I'm in a safe environment where I can get to know them.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Defornger_Clo5 donated $69. From the naked communist. Get control of the schools. Use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda. Soften the curriculum. Get control of teachers' associations extension.
Can you tell? Just curious. What did you say? What college you went to? You don't. If you're uncomfortable sharing, you don't have to. But
no, I didn't say what school I went to.
Can you share? Or?
Oh, sure. I went to Cal State San Bernardino for undergrad and CPU for grad school.
What's CPU?
Cal Baptist.
They taught this at Cal Baptist. Isn't that a Christian school?
Hey, I'm out of it, man.
It's a Christian
they taught all that shit? Okay, all right, fair enough. Good times.
Oh, nothing about like...
All logarithms equal donated $70. Kudos to Hannah for defeating the natural argument. Eric, look up Swire syndrome. Someone has XY chromosomes, still has a uterus and presence as a woman. Would you really call her a man?
I don't give a fuck.
I mean, like, I don't know specifically what this is. Like, there are absolutely people who are intersex, and I don't deny this. But like, to say that all transgender people is intersex is
I
just...
never said that they
no,
were.
I know you didn't, but like people like to point, well, what about intersex people? Well, that doesn't deny the fact that there's like the vast majority of transgender women, for example, have like their chromosomes are 100% matching those of a male. And they're not intersex, there's not like any genetic defect or anything.
No, but what I'm saying, if it sets a precedent to accept one, then why can't we accept the other?
Well, the intersex is a totally different like category. So these are people who have like genetic defects.
Yes, but what I would also say is that for everyone who says that transgender people shouldn't have gender affirming care, that also is like legally for intersex people as well.
Okay, I swear I won't linger on this. At what age should if you're like transgender and you're like 10 years old, should you get gender affirming care?
Gender affirming care can be classified as anything like growing out your hair, so I think that that's a pretty vague argument. But do I think that they should?
Drugs. Should puberty blockers?
Puberty blockers don't do any damage and can be reversed.
This is literally fake news. That's literally fake news.
I know people who took puberty blockers.
It's literally fake news.
In middle school.
You cannot reverse puberty.
How is that?
It's not reversible. How's it reversible? Explain to me how it's reversible. Go ahead.
I know two separate people who...
they did it. They went through it. Is it reversible?
Yes.
Can they reverse it?
One of them did decide that was not for them in high school and stopped taking it. They started taking testosterone and were able to live a perfectly normal life afterwards.
They're probably still... So... I would even we had a detransitioner. Are you familiar with this?
Yes, that's what I said. I have one friend who transitioned completely and one friend who detransitioned.
Yeah, we had I think 3 months ago we had a woman who came on the show. She female, wanted to be male or wanted to be a man, transitioned, took the testosterone, whatever. She was like, this totally changed me, not reversible. It impacted her voice, her vocal cords. That's not reversible. It impacted something like hair growth, a couple other things. I don't want to speak for her. If you'd want to have a conversation with her, we could have her on too.
That would be
but
lovely.
She can tell, she's a detransitioner. She can tell you herself, it's not reversible.
What age do I think that children should be able to start taking medication?
Sure.
Honestly, I would say the age of like medical consent in some like states. So
okay, so should what about a 10-year-old? Can they start taking, or how about 13? Can they start taking like puberty blockers?
I would wait till my child. If it was my child, I would.
No, just what about not your child, a trans child?
Well, I'm not their parent. And I think this goes
you're
to
in charge. You can pass laws. Let's say you can pass laws. What age would you allow it to be?
I don't know. I would do it on a situational. I would feel like I would need to have the facts in front of me.
You would deny. No. So
okay. First of all, I think I would need to have all of the information. If I was making a law, I would need to have all of the information in front of me to make a very informed
if it was your child,
decision.
your 14-year-old
if it was my child,
son comes to you and is like, hey mom, I think I'm a woman. Like, would you?
What I would do with them is I would, thank them for coming to me and sharing that with me.
Sure.
We could try out some things, but we could try out multiple different methods beforehand. We could see, let's try growing your hair out a little bit, seeing how you feel with that.
They do that.
Yes.
They do that, but they're like, mom, I don't want to go through puberty as a male because then, like, when I'm an adult, that's gonna be like I'm gonna face. I'm not gonna align with my gender identity. I want to prevent going through male puberty.
I would say that that's a really hard call for a parent to make.
It's a hard call. What's your call? You have to make a call.
Yeah, if I had to make a call, I would try and get them to wait a little bit longer so we could make sure that it was a very informed decision.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Your 12-year-old comes to you.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, let's wait 2 years. And then they wait 2 years. They do all the growing the hair out, maybe dressing a different way. And then they come to you 2 years later and they're like, yeah, I still feel this way. I would like to get the drugs or whatever.
I would say that I would start them if they, after 2 years, still felt the same exact way, I would allow them to take maybe like a low dose of something.
What if you go see a doctor and the doctor's like, well, this is the dose that's going to be necessary, and this is an expert, and I'm assuming you're going to defer on this expert, and this person's like, oh, we have to get this person gender affirming care, and this is going to require like this dosage.
Okay.
Are you gonna?
I would go with
like no.
No, if the doctor said that this is what I would trust a medical profession. Yes. A medical professional.
Okay, sure.
That being said,
so
I
you
would
give your 14-year-old son Puberty blockers.
Yes, but I would not allow them to go through a full bottom or top surgery until they were 18. But having blockers until they're 18 gives them some time. And if they change their mind part of the way through, then you can stop the blockers. And then we could give them...
It's not reversible, though.
You can give them testosterone, and there are other treatment plans available. I've seen it in my friend. He successfully retransitioned. I've seen that.
How long
for
was
my
he
own...
taking it?
Huh?
How long was he taking these puberty blockers before he said, I don't want it no more? How long was he taking them?
12 to 16.
Let me ask you this. Should a 10-year-old be allowed to get a tattoo?
I mean, I wouldn't give my 10-year-old a tattoo.
Your 10-year-old comes to you and says, I want to get a tattoo.
I would make him wait on that tattoo for 2 years, the same way that this.
12 is cool.
So you'd let your 12-year-old get a tattoo?
If it was I don't know, a little fucking star or something. If they really wanted it, I don't know if they're.
I mean, I'm not.
I probably wouldn't.
Arm sleeve. How about that?
No, there's compromise. Not everything is black and white.
But you would let them get
But he can cut it. Oh my God.
No, I literally never said that we would cut off any appendage.
You'd let your
never.
You'd let your 12-year-old get a tattoo.
If it was a tiny.
No, not. How about he's not going to get a face tattoo.
Well, no, I wouldn't let my 12-year-old get one. I would say if he was 12 and he came to me and he was like, I really want a tattoo, I'd be like, okay, let's wait some time. Then he's 14 right
now. 10. You said 2 more years. We said 12.
Well, we're talking about different ages here. If we're talking about the same exact ages, I feel like I would let my 14-year-old, if they thought on that tattoo and it was something small and manageable, and we talked and decided that, okay, we'll compromise and do this. If in 2 years from now you still want that tiny little star tattoo, I'll let you get it. I think things are about compromise. You can get a tattoo removed.
Being a parent, you don't compromise with children. You gotta be a parent. Coming from a parent.
When it comes to, and you got a parent. So when it comes to education, when it comes to parenting,
compromising is bad.
You do realize you do no. You don't. Okay. You do realize as a parent you have authority and responsibility over your children, and you can just say the only justification you need to say no to your child is because I said so.
I don't agree with that.
I don't need to justify. No success. You don't do something because I said so. I don't need to tell you why. You're going to listen to me. That's it.
Well, my parents used that exact argument with me and my brothers, and it did not work out well for them.
So what do you mean?
That don't mean it was wrong. That means y'all was rebellious.
Yeah, that means you guys were rebellious.
If you're telling someone that they can't have something, they're going to want to do it.
What were they trying to prevent you? What were they trying to prevent you from doing?
Pretty much anything. What do you mean? That was anytime I asked my parents.
Please don't adopt. I'm sorry, but please don't adopt.
Okay, here's the thing: you're putting these hypothetical situations that I don't think that I would run into. I don't think my child is going to be begging me every single morning and night, noon and night, for a tattoo.
But they'll beg you to get their balls muted.
I told you I would not.
I said get them muted, which means I ain't say cut off. I said muted. Stop the process.
Okay.
They're still gonna be there. That's not a thing. They're still gonna be there.
That's crazy, yo.
Well, I do think you can chemically castrate, right? Isn't that? I don't know the precise details, but you can chemically castrate yourself. And I think taking estrogen as a man might.
Didn't a woman try to be a man and kill herself when she realized it was too tough?
I don't know.
You know what? Actually, I take the tattoo thing back now that I've thought about it. I take the tattoo thing back. I do. And the reason for that is a tattoo is not part of someone's identity, and a child, you're right, probably should not be getting a tattoo at age 14. But I actually have met people who have gotten tattoos at age 14 with their parents' permission. I don't judge their parents for it.
So just to be clear, in my worldview, I actually think that getting a tattoo, like a child getting a tattoo, would be actually much more benign than undergoing taking puberty blockers.
But puberty blockers can be
no, it literally can't.
They can be stopped, and you can take other hormones to replace.
Let me ask you a question. So if I current day took estrogen for the next 3 years, and I'm not going to go through puberty at all. If I took estrogen for 3 years and then I go and take testosterone to make up for it for 3 years, you don't think that that's going to have, even as somebody who's already gone through puberty, you don't think that's going to have significant ramifications on my health?
I honestly don't know. I'm not a medical professional with that.
Why else would you take these drugs if not to affect some sort of change?
Yes, you're trying to affect some sort of change.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Actually, you're trying to create
if I took a stable I'm already a bit overweight. I need to lose a bit of weight. I already got some titties going, right? But joke. But like if I took estrogen, I would start like proper developing some titties, right? And so do you think that they would disappear once I get off? Like that shit's permanent, son.
You can get that removed by surgery.
Right.
Not
yeah,
natural,
that's not like that requires surgical intervention then to fix.
But it can still be fixed.
But it means it's not natural. That means it's man-made. It's synthetic. It's not real.
A lot of things are man-made.
Yeah, and a lot of things are fucking the world up because of that.
Right. My goodness.
The dye in your clothing is man-made. That is
one, please,
yep.
Lord.
Yeah. Okay.
We're 10 hours deep on this right now. Like,
it's just,
I got a 2-hour drive.
We're wrapping. It's crazy to me. Like, yes to puberty blockers, but no to the tattoo, which seems way less like.
Because someone's identity and how they view themselves, and also, I would have to live with it on my conscience. Either way, right? Either way, as a parent, if your child comes to you crying and begging you for something because they don't
you give in?
No.
You would give in?
No. Can I finish? Begging you that they don't feel like human in their own skin, and you say no, and then they kill themselves. You would feel responsible for saying no.
Let me ask you a question.
And if you say yes, then you would feel responsible if they decide to detransition. So you're fucked either way.
Let me ask you a question.
No, you're not.
Oh, okay. Well, you basically made the argument that I was about to make, but like, let's say they get the puberty blockers, and then they regret it later on in life, and then they self-delete themselves because of the regret that they feel over the mistake they made that you as a parent allowed. I mean, so it can go both ways.
It can go both ways.
Right.
And
so then wouldn't it make sense then to err on the side of, how about you wait until you're 18 and then look, you're legally an adult, you're emancipated, you can make those decisions.
You can't undo the puberty. You can't undo.
Right, but the same can be applied to detransitioners. You can't undo.
It's easier that way than it is to try and because
no, it's
for men they'd have to go and get lots of bone shaving surgeries because of the puberty, where that wouldn't be required. You know, some skin removal, some fat removal, breast tissue, that's different than shaving off parts of your fucking
all
bone.
That
that's
shit is
way
not
more
as weird
painful.
and unnatural. It's all fucked up, man. What are you talking about?
Have you seen a feminization surgery for a man? It's extremely painful, and
which is why we shouldn't do it.
Which is making it on point. It's all extremely painful because it's not natural. You're not supposed to be getting cut on to change your gender. Just because somebody brought it up don't mean this fucking shit is real.
No, I'm not talking about bottom surgery. I'm talking about feminization.
What it is.
surgery.
You're not supposed to be getting cut on unless
that's
it's
very different.
You're not supposed to be getting cut open unless you have
can be avoided with
like
hormone blockers.
Not for that. That's dumb as hell.
We agree to this. The hell agree.
Yes,
please.
Thank you.
Damn point. It's too damn late for this shit.
Go on.
I got a 2 hour
Yeah,
drive.
we're gonna wrap. Okay, guys. Let's see here. Oh boy, who we're gonna raid? On Twitch we're gonna raid Ampy. Let's see here. Okay, we're all caught up on all that. This is one of the wildest panels. It was good. Like, it was a really interesting conversation. Super interesting conversation. And I just wanted, I know I disagree with some of you here. There's no bad blood at all. It makes for an interesting conversation.
I'll say
I have no ill will towards it, even if it got heated in certain moments. Those of you who disagreed, I actually appreciate that you disagreed. I think conversations like this are necessary. If we just go in our separate bubbles, never have conversations, things get very polarized. So I think conversations like this are important. I want to thank you. Want to thank any of you guys who had a disagreement with me. Take none of it personally whatsoever. You guys were super dope. You made for an awesome, entertaining, fun, lively show. So thank you guys so much. Let me just get this wrapped up here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. GG.
Well played.
To the panel, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Could you pull up the like thing? Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world. You're here with me.
Was completely exalted, and I didn't do wrath.
Hold on.
Make it stop.
Hold on. That's not what I meant. Guys, like the video, please, on your way out. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Thank you to the wonderful panel. Literally, you guys were fantastic. This is one of the best panels we've had in a very long time. I appreciate you guys staying late. I know this was a long show, so I do want to thank you guys for that. Any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, let's pull up we're going to raid Ampy. He's playing World of Warcraft. Wait, he's on retail? Oh, there he is.
I have like stats.
All right.
Hold
I'm going to send the raid
I want to look
here in a sec. Guys, thank you for watching over there on Twitch. Thank you guys for watching over there on Twitch.
It's actually not that crazy because...
Can you lower the volume?
I raid logged on this hunter all through Wrath pretty much.
Guys, he's playing... It looks like he was playing hardcore.
Like most of my plate is from Classic.
Okay.
Yeah, see? I have 252 days on this character and only 25 in Wrath of the Lich King.
Oh, he might be ending his stream soon. I'll rate him nevertheless. That's okay, guys. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Tell
90% of my time on this character was out.
I hope you guys have a good night on Twitch.
Fucking crazy.
Sending that over now. Oh, I should have said tell him to like whatever.
On 250 is a lot. 250 is not a lot for 20 years. This is 5 years.
What is
this character? Yo, whatever with the raid. Welcome in, guys. I was just going through my character. This is my classic character.
All right. There it is. There it is. All right, guys. Like the video on your way out. Let me just double check. Nope. Okay, we're all good on chat. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. We'll see you guys on Tuesday. Good night, guys.